Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4M Chapter 119 The longest singles not long. The basketball hall was already packed with people. In addition to supporting Mike, everyone is also very curious about this foreign aid. There are a lot of people, it's worthy of being a basketball country. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the audience outside with some surprise. To be fair to you, 5 balls, serve. Mike passed the ball directly to Mito Ryunosuke with a look of disdain on his face. With Alex's translation, the game began. Mito Ryunosuke takes the lead. Bang. 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 He did not take the initiative to attack this time, but dribbled slowly and observed the opponent. Because, the feeling the other person gave me was different from everyone I had dealt with before. No way, for someone like me who has all 6 senses, it would be a bit boring if I met someone who didn't even react to my body. This time, his body was actually a little excited. It seems that although Mike doesn't say it, he approves of Mito in his heart. William said as he looked at the 2 people on the field who were not making any moves. Why? Alex didn't understand. It's simple, it's because Mike has now integrated the wildness, and he only bites his collar when he's serious. Robert said seriously. Just as Alex was about to ask something, the scene before her stopped her in her tracks. Because, the 2 of them moved, Mito Ryunosuke changed direction from behind and tried to break through from the left. Mike arrived the next second. Seeing this, Mito Ryunosuke could only use his left hand to push the basketball down. In an instant, the basketball came from behind and into his right hand. Passed by. Wrong. Facing Mike who came to defend again, Mito frowned, and then dribbled behind his back several times, but was blocked by Mike every time. Ha ha ha, this monkey can't break through Mike at all. Yeah, they're foreign players. I really don't understand how William and the others could lose. Oh, if Mike graduates and goes to the NBA next year, then SFO will be doomed. Come on, Mike, beat him up. For a while, the students outside the field were constantly talking trash and gossiping. But experts see the doorway. Advertisement, they were both so fast that for a moment no one could do anything to anyone else. William rested his chin on his hand and analyzed. I can't believe Mito is only 17 years old and can already fight like this. I can't imagine what will happen in a few years. Jack looked surprised. You know, if it were me, Mike would have stolen the ball long ago. Seeing that the time for holding the ball was almost up, Mito Ryunosuke could only speed up his movements, then shake off the opponent for a moment, and quickly jump up to shoot. Bang. The sound of hot pot is ringing. Ha 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 ha. I knew this would be the ending. You're confused, Asian boy. Go back and practice for a few more years. Everyone cheered. Actually caught up. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the bald man in front of him with some surprise. This was the first time he was covered when he was being a little serious. Ball possession changes. Mike has the ball. You're pretty good, but unfortunately, you're still a little short of it. Mike didn't choose to dribble the ball immediately, but looked at Mito Ryunosuke and smiled. You know I don't understand, but you still keep babbling. How annoying. Mito Ryunosuke muttered, stretched, and then twisted his joints a few times with a click, and opened his arms to take a defensive stance. Quite interesting. Mike snorted and roared, clasped the ball with both hands, quickly stepped forward with his left foot, and stretched his left hand holding the basketball to the left. Mito Ryunosuke wasn't fooled by such a simple move. Mike was a little surprised, then he raised the basketball and made a shooting motion. Mito Ryunosuke saw this and took a slight step forward with his left foot. He is confident that if the opponent really shoots, he will be able to block it. But Mike didn't throw the ball. Instead, he suddenly lowered his body and rushed to the opponent's left side like lightning. Alex and the others were worried when they saw this scene. Because, since Mito's center of gravity has been placed on the left, if he defends to the left at this time, he will definitely be a step slower. But the next second, they were slapped in the face. Mito Ryunosuke took a step forward and came up to defend. Once again blocking Mike's attack route. At this time, Mike has only 2 choices. Either wait and see and look for an opportunity, or just go for it. Just when everyone thought he would choose to force his way forward, Mike suddenly got unlucky and broke through to the opponent's right side. He broke through Mito Ryunosuke in one go. Then, he jumped up quickly, raised the basketball and threw it towards the basket. Sudden. Mito Ryunosuke then jumped up and slapped the basketball from behind. With a bang, the basketball hit the backboard and bounced out. Advertisement. How is it possible? He actually managed to escape Mike. Oh my god, this joke is not funny. Did Mike let the water go? Of course. Can't you see Mike is smiling now? The audience outside the venue all uttered words of disbelief. It's my turn. Mito Ryunosuke walked to the 3-point line with an expressionless face, turned around and said, I'm beginning to find you quite interesting. Mike grabbed the ball with one hand, touched his big bald head, and threw the ball over. Bang. Mito Ryunosuke grabbed the ball with one hand, then closed it and bent over. Mike shrugged, walked slowly in front of him and took a defensive stance. After a while, how long will these 2 fight last? Jack looked at the 2 figures still competing on the field and touched his stomach. Aren't you going to finish it? What are you looking at? Didn't you see that many people have left? Let's go eat something first. Some substitutes rubbed their rumbling stomachs and said, there's no way. I got up too early and I'm already hungry. I agree, I didn't eat anything this morning, just tell me the result later, okay? Some students have already started leaving, no other reason, just because. These two have been playing for 10 minutes and neither of them has scored a goal. This is the longest singles match I've ever encountered. Me too. Alex remained silent throughout the entire process, staring intently at the two men panting heavily on the field, frowning. This is the first time I saw Aoyang smile while playing basketball. I have to say, you're very good. I recognize you. However, even if we only play one ball next, we have to decide the winner. Mike supported his knees with his hands, looked at Mito Ryunosuke who was holding the ball in both hands in front of him and spoke. I'm telling you, could you please stop speaking bird language? Didn't I say I didn't understand? Mito Ryunosuke said, and started dribbling the ball. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. I didn't expect this bald guy to be so powerful. I've used up everything I learned 3 years ago, and I still can't get any points. Am I supposed to just give up? With this thought in mind, Mito used the backhanded change of direction again. It's a good opportunity to test the opponent's limits. It would not be fun if you just used your body to push horizontally. Then, the two started another 10-minute singles match. Chapter 120. He went home to watch a movie. Meanwhile, the Jabberwock team is on their way to Sakura Country. Cherry Blossom Country. Kinsen Izakaya, the boss's private room. Mito, did you win the lottery today? I don't think so, is there any outside? Get out, get out, get out. Looking at the old friends in front of him, Mito Ryota cursed with a smile. There's something I want to ask you for help with. Mito Ryota suddenly put away his smile and got straight to the point. What's going on? So serious. You tell us, we'll listen first and then decide whether to help or not. My nephew recently started a sports brand company. On the other side, the Stanford University basketball stadium. At this time, the two fought one-on-one, and it ended with Gus running out of energy. Mito Ryunosuke glanced at Guts, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath. In fact, I could have just used my physical strength to push it past. However, he actually enjoyed this way of playing. Could it be that, after people have enough food and clothing, they will really be bored to death? Mito Ryunosuke thought of this, then turned around, walked to Alex, and spoke softly. Take me to the video store. After the two left, Gus slowly stood up and laughed. Faced with Gus's sudden laughter, William and others were a little confused. Is he crazy? We just lost one goal, this shouldn't have happened. I finally got you, but that old D-Munger really doesn't know how to do things. With such strength, he's only used as a foreign aid. After muttering something, Gus walked to the sidelines, picked up his school bag and headed towards the office. On the other side, the hospital. Where's Mito? Muji Tieping was able to get out of bed and walk around at this time. But he still needs to rely on crutches. After Alex handed an invitation letter to the other party, he said lightly. Go home and watch a movie. Muji Tepe, after a while. Haha, I never thought Mito would have such a day. After understanding the situation, Muji Tieping laughed and the haze in his heart was reduced a lot. That is to say, even though they won in the end, their game wasn't over yet. Advertisement. After Alex finished speaking, he stretched and sighed, but Aliang's physical strength is really abnormal. I think he's perverted in every way. Before Muji Tepe could finish his words, his phone suddenly rang. Huh? Why is Amayoshi calling me? After muttering this question with some doubt, Muji Tepe answered the phone. What's wrong? Amayoshi. Jabberwock. In that case, I'd be a little worried. I often hear news about them here, and it's not good. After Muji Tieping finished speaking, he chatted with the other party for a few more words and then hung up the phone. I didn't expect that Jabberwock would come to our country to play a friendly match. I already knew that there was some friction between their shooting guard and Aoyang. Alex said as he peeled an apple. What's wrong? Did something happen? Muji Tepe said in surprise. Nothing serious, the point guard played a game of street ball with my friend. In the end, after being taught a lesson by Aoyang, he started to hold a grudge against her. Then we met their team again yesterday at Rucker Park. But they were eventually driven away by Aoyang's current teammates. After Alex spoke so many words in one breath, he finished peeling the apple. Then he bit off a piece of the apple. Has Mito's current teammates ever played against Jabberwock? Muji Tepe said in surprise. They said they did. Alex looked at the yellow flesh of the apple and the light red lipstick mark on the outside and frowned. Who's winning? Muji Tepe asked curiously. Team Sifu. 2 days later. In the land of cherry blossoms, there's a large baseball field in a park. Today, the entire park is packed with people. The scene was simply filled with the deafening roar of gongs and drums. No, it was a sea of people and a deafening roar of voices. It was truly spectacular. Dear viewers in front of the TV, did you hear this deafening cheer? This is the venue for the street basketball team's super exhibition match. Look, the scene is already surrounded by the warm atmosphere created by the audience. At this time, a female reporter was explaining in front of the camera. There are so many people, Hinata Junpei exclaimed as he looked at the crowd around him. Advertisement, that's for sure, and the people watching this game are not just the spectators on site. Ida Rico, wearing a pink baseball cap, smiled while sipping her drink. At the same time, people in many places in Sakura Country were also watching the game on TV. Including the main basketball players of various colleges, they all sat in front of the TV at the same time, listening to the female reporter's commentary. Today we are going to play against that super team. The street basketball team whose popularity has swept across the United States. No, it has swept the world, Jabberwock. This is a young team with all members including the captain being 18 years old. However, they have impressed many people with their outstanding performances, and their strength is even not inferior to that of NBA players. What kind of performance will Jabberwock put on at Sakura National Park today? Let's wait and see. After a while, a host wearing a blue baseball cap backwards also walked to the center of the basketball court. He just took the microphone and started to say loudly, "Listen, sorry for the long wait. The extraordinary street basketball team, Jabberwock's exhibition match is about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, in Saren's film room, the players were already sitting in front of the TV, waiting. "I envy Hinata so much, I can go see it live. That's because Uncle Jingu is accompanying this Jabberwock." So Hinata and the coach got tickets and were able to watch the game live. "Isn't it clear that things are going well for both of them?" Yi Yuajun said, rubbing his chin. "Take down the coach, Hinata. Shoot her heart." Shinji Kogane secretly cheered for Junpei Hinata. Inside the park. At this time, the host's voice sounded again. "First up, our special guest players from Sakura Country, Team Street. Here I come." Hinata Junpei said excitedly when he saw the team entering, then continued with some surprise. "I didn't expect that they would actually invite that group of people." In his sight, 5 figures were already standing on the field. Kenichi Okamura, Kiyoshi Miyagi, Yukio Kasumatsu, Higuchi, who was once a key player for Kaijo, and Shoichi Yamayoshi. On the other side, McDonald's. "Oh, here he comes, Kasumatsu Senpei is here." Kai's Ryota looked at his phone and spoke to the 2 teammates beside him. 2 high school. Aomine Daiki and others sat on the court, looking at the tablet in front of them. Amayoshi actually got his haircut, Shutoku High Lounge. "Look, Miyagi Senpei is on stage," Takao Kazunari pointed at the TV and said excitedly. Chapter 121 The defeated Stacy team Rikuzen High Lounge. "Higuchi is here too," Kotaro Hayama said in disbelief. "I didn't expect him to go back to play basketball." Genmuya Yongji also spoke. "Xiaojung, come on, it's time to start." When Ryo Mibuchi heard footsteps, he looked up and saw who was coming and said hurriedly. "Good. Akashi Seijiro Amidanato, and here at Yosen High." Watching Kenichi Okamura on TV, everyone was laughing so hard that they bent over. Especially Himuro Tatsuya, who was holding his stomach and trying hard to hold back his laughter. Just because, Lu Wei just said, "What happened to the Chin Gorilla's hairstyle, Uru? My stomach hurts from laughing. Hee hee." Atsushi Murasakibara also laughed out loud while watching Kenichi Okamura on TV. "I have to say, Okamura's look is quite unique, especially with his chin." Tobi Shota also tried hard to suppress his laughter and spoke. On the other side, the beautiful country. "Where's Mito?" "He's practicing outside," Alex answered as he helped Muji Teppei with the discharge process. "What are you looking at?" After completing the formalities, Alex turned around and looked at Muji Teppei, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a surprised expression, and asked. "Live broadcast of the friendly match." Muji Teppei shook the tablet in his hand and said. Alex immediately came over and took a look with some curiosity. Then, he pushed the wheelchair away with a look of disgust. "He's really good at bragging, and he's on par with the NBA. Sure enough, the media is the same no matter which country it is from." "Alex, where are you taking me?" Muji Teppei was surprised when he felt the wheelchair speeding up. "What else can I do? Go find Aliang and celebrate your discharge from the hospital. It's okay to go slow." Meanwhile, in Sakura Country. On the basketball court in the park. The 5 of them were stretching their bodies while waiting for their opponents to appear. Finally appeared, Team Jabberwock. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience cheered again, which was completely different from the welcome from Team Stacy just now. Advertisement, is this true? They're actually around the same age as me. Looking at the 3 black and 2 white in front of him, Jin Jishong narrowed his eyes and said with cold sweat. The exciting game begins now. As the male host finished speaking, the referee on the field threw the basketball high into the sky. Jason Thibault and Kenichi Okamura both jumped up. Not surprisingly, Jason Thibault jumped higher and easily swatted the ball into Nash Gordo's hands. After the latter got the ball, he dribbled directly across half court. Seeing this, Kasumatsu Yukio quickly followed and thought. After receiving the ball, he dribbled forward directly. The rhythm of streetball is indeed different. The next moment, Nash Godo took one dribble and broke through to the left. With a snap, the ball was intercepted by Kasumatsu Yukio. Wow! At this time, the audience outside the venue also screamed. Seeing this, although Kasumatsu Yukio looked a little surprised, he quickly passed the ball to Miyagi Kiyoshi. The latter received the ball and scored a quick layup. Although the audience on the field was cheering loudly at this time, the members of the Stacy team did not look happy at all. It's so weird. Next, the Jabbers made another mistake, and were intercepted by Shoichi Yamayoshi, who then quickly passed the ball to Kenichi Okamura. After receiving the ball, Kenichi Okamura turned right and dribbled past Jason Thibault, then jumped up and slam dunked with both hands. After all the players of Team Stacy returned to defense, the players of Team Jabberwocky suddenly became possessed by a ghost. Either shaking your head or shaking your brain, they all showed an expression of extreme boredom. What's going on? I always feel like they're looking down on us. Miyagi Kiyoshi's expression turned serious, ball possession changes. After Nash Gordo got the ball, he slowly dribbled across half court. Kasumatsu Yukio goes forward to meet the man. He opened his hands and looked at Nash Godo in front of him with a serious expression. Nash Godo looked at his opponent in front of him and suddenly smiled contemptuously. Then, in Kasumatsu Yukio's horrified eyes, bang, 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 bang. What is this? It's too fast, isn't this? Huh. It seems that Monster Mito also played a trick on Akashi, so it's okay. Amayoshi Shoichi's originally surprised expression disappeared. He's very fast, but still not as fast as Mito. Rikuzen, lounge. Akashi frowned as he watched the scene playing on the TV. On the field, Nash Gordo slapped the basketball quickly. Advertisement sudden. He opened his hands and looked at his opponent with a wicked smile. The audience in front of Nash Godo only then discovered, the basketball had disappeared. Yukio Kasumatsu looked at the other person in amazement, extremely shocked. The next second, Nash Gordo suddenly pushed his right elbow backwards, and the basketball was instantly passed to number 7 Allen. After receiving the ball, Allen quickly jumped up and shot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Wow, so cool. Is it handsome? Uncle, you are out of date. What did you say, little brat? Wasn't that action just now cool? It's okay, but compared to the light of Teiko, it's still too slow. Some young and middle-aged people in the audience were instantly excited. But for high school students who love basketball, that's it. In the following game, the Jabberwocky completely hanged and beat the Stacy team. Either he hit me in the face with a ball or he reached out and pushed my head. Finally, he knocked Ime Yoshisho down, put the basketball into his jersey, and stuck out his long tongue at him. Soon, as time passed, the whistle sounded. The game is over. As expected of a Jabberwock, he's unstoppable, the host shouted. At this time, everyone on Team Stacy was panting and breathing heavily. Kenichi Okamura was even half squatting on the ground. After a while, Kasumatsu Yukio steadied his breath, then walked forward with a stern face. He extended his hand to Nash Godo. Thank you for your advice. But the other party did not extend his hand, but looked at him coldly. Seeing this, the host immediately stepped forward, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. It was a fantastic game. Could you please say a few words to the fans? Nash Godo didn't answer immediately. He pondered for a while before speaking in an unhappy tone. That's right. This game made me realize once again that Asian monkeys are really disgusting. Upon hearing this, not only the players, but even the audience at the scene showed expressions of disbelief. Everyone here, no, everyone who plays basketball in this country. Either stop fighting or die, okay. Nash Godo stretched out his right hand and touched half of his face, laughing with a somewhat crazy expression. Then, amid everyone's surprised expressions, he lowered his right hand and said, I guess you guys don't want to play sumo with a bunch of monkeys, do you? But today, we actually did this and were forced to play basketball with a group of monkeys who thought they were players. Want me to say a few words? Then you should first recognize that you are a group of monkeys. Monkeys have no right to play basketball. After saying that, he spat a mouthful of 18-year-old phlegm into Kasumatsu Yukio's hand, then turned and left. Chapter 122, The Age of Miracles, reunited looking at the departing exploding dragon team, everyone on Team Stacy gnashed their teeth. Stop right there, you little bastards. At this time, Ida Kagedora put one hand in her pocket and called out to everyone in the explosive dragon team. Team Exploding Dragon and the others turned around in confusion. It's a rare trip, why not play for a while? What do you mean? Jason Cyber asked, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. This scene also surprised Ida Rico outside the field. Dad? How about a revenge match? If we lose, I will commit suicide. No, I will commit seppuku. If you lose, not only will you have to apologize, you'll have to paddle your raft back home. Unable to suppress her inner anger, Ida Kagedora pointed at the other person and spoke louder and louder. What nonsense is this uncle talking about? Why should we fight another round? Are you mentally ill? Jason Cyber pointed to his forehead and spoke, etc. Nash Gore stopped Jason Cyber, then walked forward, looked at Ida Jingu and said calmly, it would be fine if Monkey would just shut up. But I can't stand monkeys who talk back. No way? What happened to little Nash? Jason Cyber turned around and asked, and Sek spread his hands to indicate that he didn't know. I don't want to watch some old man perform seppuku. If you want to fight, change the conditions. After a week, I will shut your stinky mouths completely. Nash Gore spread his hands. Dad, where is he going to find someone for a revenge match? Ida Rico said with 7 parts of surprise and 3 parts of worry. Of course, they're the only ones who can defeat this team. Hinata Junpei rolled his eyes and frowned. Oh yeah, how could I forget about them? Ida Rico said with a look of surprise. It seems your father chose Age of Miracles. At this point, Hinata Junpei's eyebrows were locked together again. What about Mito? Wouldn't it be a sure win if we called on more Mito? Ida Riko asked, because March is only 3 days away. Hinata Junpei suddenly sighed and said that if possible, he certainly hoped that Mito could come. This way, you can better slap the other person in the face. March? Ida Riko was stunned for a moment, then suddenly, as if remembering something, she exclaimed in shock, March Madness. At the same time, the players from various colleges in front of the TV also had gloomy faces and watched the live broadcast on TV in silence. But the Jabberwocky team has already ignited the fire in their hearts. They all felt that at this moment, it was about to explode. Advertisement. On the other side, the beautiful national baseball field. Alliang. What took so long? Mito Ryunosuke stopped dribbling, then grabbed the ball with one hand, turned around, and frowned at the two people in front of him. These two people really have no sense of time. What time is it now? I'm hungry. The time difference between the two countries is different. I just finished the discharge procedures for Tieping. Alliang, what's wrong with you? Alex saw that the other person's expression was a little resentful and asked hurriedly. Did you have a midnight snack? Huh? No, what's wrong? Alex asked, a little confused by the question. Little idiot, you forgot to eat supper again. Then I'll fine you $200. When Alex heard Mito Ryunosuke's first words, her face was full of question marks, but the next sentence made her explode. You little b*******d, you wish? Muji Tieping. I should be under the car, not inside the car. Hamburger shop. Why are you eating hamburgers again? Mito Ryunosuke protested, looking at the hamburger set in front of him. It's past 10 o'clock now. Where else can we get anything else besides these? How about you cook? Cook at once, 200. He, on the other side, watching the two people, flirting, Muji Tieping lowered his head and ate the hamburger in big mouthfuls. He just wanted to finish his meal quickly and leave. Cherry Blossom Country, afternoon. Hello, Mito, it's me, Toby. Are you G sick? What time is it now? It's like this, do you want to fight for your country? Beep, 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 ahem, the kid is still in training, no time to talk, I'll call Alex. Toby Shota looked at Ida Kagetora who was looking expectant in front of him and laughed awkwardly. I didn't expect Mito to be so hardworking, isn't it early morning in the beautiful country? He's still training so late. Yeah, haha. I used to tell him not to train so much when we were on the team. After saying this, Toby Shota called Alex, after a while. What did she say? Age of Miracles agreed to it. Seeing the other party hung up the phone, Ida Jintora said expectantly. Nonsense, if possible, of course I would also like to have this good hand. Advertisement a pair of royal bombs and 4 bombs, how can you lose with this hand? No, even if I can't get the royal bomb, I still want to play with the 5 bomb cards. Toby Shota thought about this, then said with a smile, it's a pity, Mito is preparing to participate in the March Madness League, I'm afraid he won't be able to come back. But he just made it clear that if I asked him to, he would definitely come back, but I can't do that, right? Yes, that's a pity indeed. Ida Kagetora sighed upon hearing this. But I have a good suggestion. Hubu Jumtai stroked his mustache and nodded. Oh, what's your suggestion? Seeing that the other party suddenly looked unfathomable, he asked hurriedly. Find them a legendary coach, huh? What legendary level? Are you sick? Hearing this, Ida Jintora hurried forward and reached out to touch the other person's forehead. Get out. I'm talking about the coach who can lead them to the next level now. You mean, obviously, I'm the coach, hee. Ida Jintora sneered and turned to leave. You old b**********d, you're already retired and still want to eat alone? When Hubu Jungtai saw this, he immediately started cursing. Then tell me, how did you become a legendary? That's easy, because I'm not only the coach of the National High School Basketball Championship team, but also the coach of the National College Championship team. Ida Kagetora looked at the other person's arrogant look and said with disdain. Huh? Did you drop that piece of face on the ground? Yes, help me get rid of this useless thing. Ida Kagetora. During the day, Saren High Basketball Gym. At this time, the Age of Miracles gathers again. Little Kuroko sent me a message out of the blue, and I thought something had happened. As soon as Kai's Ryota arrived, he started to complain. There's nothing we can do about it. We've been bullied to the point of being bullied. Aomine Daiki tapped the wooden floor with her toes and said lightly. I can't hold my breath either. Midorima Shintaro said while holding a tea kettle. It's so troublesome. Why'd I have to run so far every time for a gathering? Atsushi Murasakibara looked at everyone and complained. I am actually looking forward to it. After all, we can play together as a team again. Akashi Seijiro smiled. Hearing this, the others all smiled. Chapter 123 Dragon Slaying Sword Team. Hey, long time no see. Aomine Daiki suddenly looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and said. This reunion comes a little early, doesn't it, Murasakibara-chan? Kai's Ryota said with a smile. Atsushi Murasakibara said, and stopped talking. Not far from them, Ida Riko and her daughter, and Satsuki Momoi were smiling as they watched the 5 people who had reunited after a long separation, on the field. Is this the first time I've met you guys? Ida Jintora put his hands in his pockets and looked at the few people and said lightly. Just us? Where's little Mito? Kai's Ryota asked. Mito is running out of time because he's going to participate in the March Madness tournament in a few days. After Ida Kagedora finished speaking, everyone started to have their own thoughts. Akashi Seijiro. I can't believe that he is going to participate in such a big competition. Aomine Daiki. Damn, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Kai's Ryota. Midorima Shintaro, March Madness. Atsushi Murasakibara. Water. Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Thank you for your guidance. At this moment, the voices of Kagami Taiga and Kuroko Tetsuya were heard outside the door. Little Kuroko. Azzy. Just as Kai's Ryota finished speaking, a pink figure suddenly pounced towards Kuroko Tetsuya. He knocked the other person down in an instant. Satsuki, you won't feel comfortable if you don't do this, right? After Aomine Daiki complained, she looked at Kagami Taiga. Why are you here too? Can't I come? Kagami Taiga responded angrily. I heard there are substitutes in. Before Akashi could finish his words, 4 figures walked in. Morning. Hello. Sorry I'm late. Kagami Taiga looked surprised. Hinata-senpai. Midorima Shintaro. Takao. Atsushi Murasakibara. Huh? Coach Toby, why are you here too? Aomine Daiki. Young Pine. Call me senior, Wakamatsu Takasuke said loudly as a hash appeared on his forehead. Hello everyone, thank you all for taking care of my little Jen. Gao Wei and Cheng walked forward and greeted him. Shut up, Takao. Advertisement Midorima Shintaro said angrily while holding the teapot. This lineup is really scary, am I really worthy of staying here? Hinata Junpei looked at everyone and said a little stiffly. Don't be shy, we welcome you. Akashi Seijiro stepped forward to welcome him. Ah, Hinata Junpei was instantly shocked, he could guess what I was thinking, and he was even comforted by his junior. Substitute? Is there a need for it? Is this person my replacement? Atsushi Murasakibara pointed at Wakamatsu Kosuke and turned his head to ask blankly. It's because of guys like you that I was called here. Hearing this, Wakamatsu Kosuke clenched his fists and yelled at Atsushi Murasakibara. Okay, now that everyone is here, I think you all know what's going on. Now in Sakura country, you are the only ones who can compete with Jabberwock. We will rely on your team to challenge the revenge match in a week. There will probably not be another opportunity like this. So we formed a dream team specifically for this occasion. Ida Kagedora looked at everyone and said, okay, you can give way now. Everyone, I think you have heard of my name. My name is Tobi Shota, and I was specially invited by Kagedora to be the coach of your team. Hubu Shota pronounced the words, special invitation, particularly loudly. Ida Kagedora. Huh? Didn't you beg me to give you the coaching position? Just when he was about to speak, Tobi Shota interrupted him. Alright everyone, let's get started now. Warm up, then start training and get used to each other. After a while, it lives up to its reputation. These guys are teammates, they're so reliable. Takao Kazunari and Hinata Junpei's side. On the other side, the sun rises. Alyang, Coach Munger asked you to remember to attend the group practice match this afternoon so that you can get used to the team. After Alex hung up the phone, he shouted to Mito Ryosuke who was practicing on the court. New. Hearing this, Mito Ryosuke, who had just jumped to shoot, suddenly turned around and looked at Alex and said. You little brat, focus. Alex hadn't finished speaking when he heard. Swish. The ball goes in. 3 points. Alex. I'm such a chatterbox. Noon, on the dining table at Mito House. Mito, can I really go watch? Muji Teppei asked in disbelief. Advertisement because just now, Mito Ryosuke asked, would you like to come to Stanford University this afternoon to watch our practice match? Of course. Alex laughed. Then I'll go. Muji Teppei nodded repeatedly. Okay, you look so excited, let's eat, Alex laughed. Afternoon, Muji Teppei, who had just entered the Stanford University basketball arena, was in shock. Every player here is not comparable to me. If I were to go by my current strength, I probably wouldn't even be able to be a substitute in the second team. But, Mito can already fight back and forth with those starting players. Looking at Mito Ryosuke who was tearing through the opponent's defense and scoring crazily on the court, Teppei Muji clenched his fists tightly. Muji, don't be too disappointed. Alex sighed secretly and comforted him. She herself was a little surprised. In just a few days, Guts, who used to be able to fight him back and forth, was able to do so. Now he is slightly overshadowed by Mito Ryosuke, certainly. This was felt not only by her but also by William and others. They can only helplessly say, Mito is really talented. After a while, the practice session is over. Mito walked over to the two and asked, when did the doctor say your foot would be good enough to play? Huh? Oh, it will probably take another half a month. Muji Teppei smiled helplessly and said, Alyang, let me tell you something. Jabberwock is going to play a friendly match with Age of Miracles. Alex interrupted. A Jabberwock? What the hell is that? It's the same team we met at Rocky Park before. Oh, my son and his team. Well, hearing this, Alex didn't know how to respond, so he could only continue. Age of Miracles, Kuroko, and Taiga now form a dream team called the Dragon Slayer team. Ha 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 ha. What a low name. We might as well call them the Rainbow team. Facing Mito Ryosuke's 3 consecutive exclamations, Alex and Muji Teppei looked at each other and saw the confusion on each other's faces. By the way, Coach Hoob asked me before if you wanted to go back and play, and I declined on her behalf. After all, the league matches will start in a few days. Mito Ryosuke heard this, shrugged, and said indifferently. It's okay. If Zamao loses, the worst that can happen is that I'll wait for him to come to the beautiful country and take him back to fight. Chapter 124 March Madness is coming 2 days later. This is a carnival day for the basketball world in the beautiful country. The NCAA tournament, March Madness, has officially arrived. After layers of screening, 68 teams finally stepped onto the NCAA stage. Since there are 8 wildcard teams, they have to play a round to determine the winner before they can play against the other 60 teams. So today is the initial 4 competition, and only 4 of these 8 teams can remain. Then, together with 60 other teams, they were assigned to 4 competition zones to compete. Top 64, Top 32, Top 16, Top 8, Top 4. Finally comes the semifinals and the national finals. The NCAA is very popular in the beautiful country, especially the finals. By then, even the NBA will have to suspend its games to make way. You can imagine how famous it is. But it is also cruel, because there is only one chance in this tournament: the winner goes up and the loser goes down. Is it irritating? Is it surprising? No matter how strong you are, no matter how high your team's ranking is, no matter whether you are a gifted child or not. As long as there is an accident, well, sorry, out. Failure means elimination. Therefore, this is also called the NBA's open draft. As the name suggests, it is an opportunity for NBA owners to select players. However, some people who are already strong and excelled in high school or even became the top draft pick in high school have already been reserved by some NBA teams. And Stanford University, Mike Goss, is the scheduled player. The owner of that NBA team was even willing to wait until McGregor graduated. This is not just a competition, but also a gathering place for all the basketball monsters. Because of this, the entire tournament is full of unknowns. Every team wants to be in that position, but that position can only accommodate one team. Stanford University. There was no competition in today's opening match. But tomorrow we have to go to Los Angeles to face the University of Southern California. In order to give the players enough rest, Coach Munger decided to go to Los Angeles today and have a good night's rest. On the plane. Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, we will have our first game against Southern State University. Their players include Wo Land and Shajibachi, and their predicted draft picks are all first-round picks, so their strength is naturally beyond doubt. You must stay alert and try not to do strenuous exercise tonight. Manjitel looked at everyone and gave specific instructions. After that, everyone looked at Mito Ryosuke and Alex. Both of them. It's no wonder that people like Stanford University have this idea. After all, the two of them basically eat and live together and are inseparable every day. Advertisement: it is said to be a pure relationship between men and women? Who believes it? Don't worry, Godfather, this time we have Mito as our secret weapon. Yeah, Gezga Mito, oh yeah, yes, Godfather, don't worry. We will all go all out this time to win an undefeated match in the championship. As a group of energetic college students, they are of course full of confidence. Mito, let's amaze the entire NCAA and even the NBA. Magus turned to look at Mito Ryosuke with a fiery look in his eyes. Mito Ryosuke ignored him, because, why should I wear this? The logo is ugly, it's a knockoff. Mito Ryosuke frowned as he watched Alex hand over a pair of brand new basketball shoes. This is our new sports brand from Sakura Country, don't you think this logo looks familiar? Alex smiled as he placed the sneakers on his legs. I've never seen it before. It's so ugly. What's the name of this brand? Mito Ryosuke picked it up and said with a look of disgust. Myth. I think it's ugly too, but, Alex said while suppressing his smile as he looked at the confused Mito Ryosuke. But if you look closely, it's quite nice. I get it, this brand has to be seen at first glance. Mito Ryosuke quickly corrected himself. So, are you going to wear it or not? No, to be honest with you, this brand wants you to be its spokesperson. Alex suppressed his anger and spoke word by word. How many? Mito Ryosuke asked with shining eyes after hearing this. 10% of sales commission, plus a 10 million yen signing bonus. These shoes are so pretty, huh? They have the same last name as me, nice. Why is this logo so cool? Alex. After getting off the plane, everyone arrived at the hotel. Result. What surprised Mito Ryosuke and Alex was Mangatel's operation. He handed a room card to Mito Ryosuke and said earnestly. Advertisement, I booked a double bed for you, just bear with it tonight, after all, tomorrow is your debut. After saying that, he left the two confused people behind and followed the team members who had already entered the elevator. Mito Ryosuke and Alex. They looked at each other, and finally, Mito Ryosuke spoke. How about you open another one yourself? Why? Because this is given by the coach to the players, and you are not a player. I won't. No words were spoken that night. The next day, 5:30 in the evening, although it was dinner time, the stadium where the game was held was packed. Although the popularity and strength of the two schools are not at their peak, it does not affect the popularity of this game at all. It's a single elimination system. If you miss it, you have to wait another year. Every game is full of instability. Every game has the potential to be an upset, a big upset. This is the charm of NCAA, March Madness, meanwhile, in Sakura Country. The time now is 9:30 in the morning. At this time, the members of the dragon-slaying sword team had rarely been training. They all sat in the film room, waiting for the NCAA games to begin. Little Murasakibara, why aren't you eating your snacks? Kai's Ryota looked at the pile of snacks on Atsushi Murasakibara's desk with some surprise. Because the other party didn't even start eating. Atsushi Murasakibara turned his head, looked at Kai's Ryota seriously, and said, I want to wait until Mizuki's match starts before eating. What is this operation? Taiga, are all the competitions in the beautiful country so grand? Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the TV and asked calmly. This is just the preliminary round, and the number of people watching the event is much larger than that of the national competition in Sakura country. Not entirely, but the NCAA and NBA are undoubtedly the most popular. Kagami Taiga was also a little surprised, because he had never been to see it in person, but he had heard about it. Outside the screening room, Ida Jingu frowned and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with dissatisfaction. Hubu, what do you mean? They're going to play against the Jabberwolves in 4 days. If you don't intensify your training now, why would you let them watch the film? Chapter 125 Sifu number 6. The string doesn't need to be too tight, some relaxation is still necessary. Tobi Shota blew on the tea in the thermos and smiled. But, before Ida Kagetora could finish her words, Tobi Shota interrupted her. Are you the coach, or am I the coach? Upon hearing this, Ida Kagetora was speechless. It's all my fault for being fooled by this old B*********. Here we go. At this moment, the sound coming from inside attracted the two of them over. I went to watch my Mito play. Hubu Shota walked straight in, found an empty seat and sat down. Although Ida Jintora had no choice but to follow in. On TV, Tyson Robert was jumping the ball with a random guy. To their surprise, Mito's center couldn't jump over his opponent. The point guard of Southern State University got the ball and organized a fast break. But, just as he passed the ball to the shooting guard, a figure as fast as lightning suddenly appeared and intercepted the ball. Then, amidst everyone's disbelief, he threw the ball back and continued to rush towards the opponent's basket. Gus caught the ball and threw it towards the opponent's basket. Just as the basketball reached the top of the basket, Mito Ryosuke suddenly jumped up, caught the ball and slammed it into the basket. Bang, alley-oop, goal. Wow, what's the situation with number 6? Is he Asian? Is he a foreign player or an international student? What a fast speed, is Suffolk University entering a dual-core era again this year? There was an uproar in the stadium, in front of the TV. How is that possible? Yeah, Mito, just now he passed the ball. Although he was right in the end, but, no, don't you think that even in this top competition, Mito is still so strong? It's not surprising. Mizuki fought you guys before, but he wasn't serious. Murasakibara-chan, although what you said is true, this is too hurtful. The dragon-slaying sword team also exclaimed in surprise. He is really 17, not a repeater. Ida Kagetora, who was sitting at the back, pointed at the TV in surprise and asked. Basic operation, number 6. Hubu Jungtai took a sip of tea and said calmly, thinking to himself. Is it too late for me to take out a loan to start an NBA team now? Forget it, nearly 3 billion. Only a ghost would lend it to me, 3 billion, children, I have. Advertisement or, can I get some sponsorship? On TV. Ball possession changes. After Wo-Ran dribbled the ball across half-court, Shajibachi immediately stepped forward and provided a cross screen for the opponent. Wo-Ran dribbled the ball quickly and reached the three-point line with a change of hands. Then, stop and jump shot. Just when he thought the ball was going in, a figure rushed over quickly and jumped high. Bang! Mito Ryosuke caught the ball, but instead of hitting it away, he held it tightly in his hand. Then, as he fell, he swung the ball to half-court. Bang! Mito, good pass. Gus laughed and then quickly drove to the other team's basket. Take off and dunk. Bang! Goal. Wow, did number 6 take hormones? Why is he so vigorous? I suggest you check it out. There was an uproar in the audience. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention and he ran over to your side. But he's really fast. At this time, passerby B ran up to Editor Wo-Ran with an apologetic look on his face. This Asian guy is very strong. Editor Wo-Ran looked at the number 6 jersey that was high-fiving Gus and said softly. After all, Mito Ryosuke used a steal and a block to make everyone at Nanjo University realize. This is someone who is not easy to deal with. In front of the TV, I also want to be like that bald guy. Atsushi Murasakibara clenched his fists and read as he watched the two people high-fiving on TV. But, there are 3 people who clench their fists like Atsushi Murasakibara. Aomine Daiki. I want to go to a beautiful country. Akashi Seijiro. I see, you don't like to go it alone, but you like to score as quickly as possible. Kagami Taiga. We're obviously the same age, but I'll be playing in high school in America, while you'll be playing in college and even in the NBA, which is something I dream of joining. On TV. In the first quarter, Mito Ryosuke went completely crazy. Even if Robert couldn't grab the rebound, even if the opponent sent 2 people to defend him in the end. Advertisement, it's all useless. He can always quickly tear through the opponent's defense and score quickly. How is that possible? Not only is he fast, he can even use all the signature moves of the top NBA stars. And his shooting percentage so far is 100%. the coach of Nanjo University, was shocked and said, "Is this reasonable?" "That makes sense." At this moment, Manjitel thought in his mind. "When I think of you, I say, oh no, it's when I think of spending only 1 million to hire such a powerful, foreign aide." His face is like a peony. "It's so damn worth it. I wonder if Ryota has any other nephews." Beep. After a while, the first half was over. The NCAA is different from the NBA. The NCAA only plays 2 games, the first half and the second half. Both are 20 minutes. In addition, the NCAA's violation time is 30 seconds, which is longer than the NBA's 24 seconds. The score is 72-34. Check it out quickly. I want all the information about number 6 on Sifu. Don't you have Monger's phone number? Call him after the game. In the audience, several scouts immediately took action. Sforzesko bench. Mito, are you tired? Do you need a break for the second half? Mungtel looked at Mito Ryosuke, who was leaving the field, and said with a smile on his face. Fine. Godfather, considering Mito's abnormal physical strength, you shouldn't ask such questions. William smiled and said, once upon a time, when I was sitting on the bench, I also fantasized about this scene. It's just that, at that time, the protagonist in the fantasy was myself. What about you? Mongtel then glanced at the other team members and said. We're not tired. Mito basically took over everything. We just jogged along a bit. How can we be tired? Jack took a sip of water and smiled. That may not be the case. Look, Robert was beaten to pieces by the opponent. He must be tired. William started to tease. Bullshit. If you have the guts, pass the ball to me in the second half and see how I beat him. Robert was unconvinced. Come on, I might as well pass it to Mito instead of you. Don't you even see how many rebounds you grabbed in the first half? That's right. After all, dominating the rebounds is equivalent to dominating the entire court. Jack and William continued to tease. Okay, there are still 12 minutes left, so you guys should take a good rest. Mongtel smiled and said that he didn't plan to arrange any tactics, just play according to the first half. Chapter 126. Madness inside the NBA at the same time, Mito Company. President, General Manager, Office. President, this is bad. This is the online vote for the representative, chairman, to participate. Now they all say that if we can invite Teiko no Hikari, then they will buy our brand. At this time, a beautiful woman in a black suit and a black hip skirt knocked on the door hurriedly and came in. The Jabberwocky team, are they the foreigners who insulted us that day? Mito Ryota narrowed his eyes and looked at the documents handed over by the secretary and said. Yes, President. How did the match for the representative of the Toriyaku go? Just after the first half, we were up by 38 points. The secretary said, looking at the tablet in her hand. How many points did he get? 40, okay, you go out first. Yes. Mito Ryota watched the secretary leave, then shifted his gaze to the document. The light of Teiko, plus the age of miracles. If everything goes well, then it won't be a problem for you to step onto the world stage. When I think of this, he took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, the other party answered. I have something to do. Hearing the other party's impatient tone, Mito Ryota cursed him in his heart, then smiled. Genshin, I have an idea. The screening room of the dragon-slaying sword team was dead silent. Every team member has his or her own thoughts. You guys understand the difference now, right? Murasakibara, it's not that Mito didn't like to pass the ball before, it's that you guys weren't worthy of him passing the ball to you back then. And you? Tobi Shoto walked to the TV, turned around, looked at the others and continued, you guys don't deserve him to pass the ball. Although it sounds harsh, it is the truth, isn't it a bit too much? At this time, Ida Riko, who was standing next to him, kindly reminded him. What did you pass? No, even though they all say that you, the era of miracles, are players who only appear once in a decade. But this is only limited to the Sakura country. Looking at this game, which team is not better than the Jabberwocky team? You can ask Murasakibara, he was beaten up when Mito first arrived. After Tobi Shoto finished speaking, everyone looked at Atsushi Murasakibara. Looking at everyone's gazes, Atsushi Murasakibara gritted his teeth and nodded. No way? Murasakibara, are you saying that Mito was beaten up when he first went there? Gao Waichung was the first one who didn't believe it, because he knew how terrifying the monster was. The Age of Miracles remained silent, clenching his fists tightly. Advertisement, I don't quite believe it either. Wakamatsu Kosuke agreed. Is the gap between us and the United States really that big? Hinata Junpei asked in surprise. There is a gap, but Mito is younger than them all. At this time, Kuroko Tetsuya said lightly, yes, youth is capital. In a few years, as long as we train hard, we can reach that level, right? After hearing this, everyone felt a little better. It was only a little better, because Hubu Shota spoke again. What I want to say is, how much time has passed since Mito was blown up? Now, he has not only become the starter, but also an indispensable scorer in the team. Do you know why? Everyone shook their heads. Because he's willing to train day and night. He's willing to learn from his strengths and overcome his weaknesses. He gets up before dawn to train, and trains all the way into the night. Look at you guys again. How many of you have slacked off since the end of the Winter Cup? Even for a small Jabberwocky team, you still need temporary training. I never tell lies. If Mito were still here, you wouldn't have to do anything. Toby Shoda's words were like a thorn, piercing everyone's heart. On the other side, the second half begins. This year, Stanford University will definitely be the biggest dark horse in the NCAA. Monchtel said with a smile as he looked at the players coming on the court. Yes, it's all thanks to the coach's wisdom and bravery. He went on a business trip and brought back such a good seedling. The teaching assistant beside him nodded frantically. Why isn't it a seedling? In just 10 minutes of break, how many NBA team managers called Monchtel and sent offers? Although they were both disappointed after knowing that the other was only 17 years old. But they are willing to wait. There was even a team that immediately made a public statement. If any team is willing to sell an unprotected first-round pick, he is willing to use any player on his team in exchange for the right to use Mito Ryunosuke for 1 year. There are several other teams that are also willing to put their assets on the line for Mito Ryunosuke. Mito Ryunosuke didn't know that he was now completely famous. What they don't know is that some teams have already decided to lose madly in next year's season in order to get the first-round pick next year. Because he felt that even if someone liked him, they would not choose him right away. After all, I only played half the game, but what he didn't know was that in an NBA team, the manager's eyes are the ruler. Ida Rico requires the other party to take off their clothes to see the data value, but they don't need it. What the Spurs team didn't know was that this ordinary game had caused the entire NBA to go crazy. Because at this time, they are scoring points crazily over the opponent's heads. Advertisement. Are you coming? Looking at the small forward defending him, Mito Ryunosuke smiled slightly. What the Nanjo small forward was stunned, but in the next moment. Mito Ryunosuke suddenly attacks, but this time, I choose to play with my back. Because there were only 12.5 seconds left in the game. He wanted to put a perfect end to his debut in the beautiful country. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of the ball hitting the ground and the violent collision of muscles. All of them made the audience scream, because this scene is very spectacular for them. No matter how gorgeous your fake moves are, they cannot compare to the physical confrontation between two hot-blooded boys. This monster. The Nanjo small forward had a mask of pain on his face, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain as he tried hard to resist. But will hard work be useful? Useless. He was still pushed into the inside step by Mito Ryunosuke and past the free throw line. I feel like the distance is almost there. Mito Ryunosuke lowered his center of gravity slightly, then turned quickly and jumped. Bang. This last blow was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Nanjo small forward was instantly knocked to the ground with a painful expression on his face. But, the referee did not call an offensive foul. Everyone in the audience was looking at the leaping Sforzan number 6 and the Nanjo center who also jumped up to defend, the next second. Bang. The two collided. Bang. Boom. Goal. So, in everyone's excited eyes, the Nanjo center was knocked away. Mito Ryunosuke performed a one-arm slam dunk. Of course, there was also the basketball hoop that sank. Crack, crack. The moment Mito Ryunosuke let go of the basketball hoop and landed on the ground, the basketball hoop bounced and began to shake up and down. Chapter 127. Are you free this Sunday? There is no way, I dare not use my full strength. Because Alex told him. Dunk on the basketball hoop. Being penalized for a foul is a small matter, but being fined is a big matter. Beep, the game is over. At this time, the final whistle sounded at the same time. The score was also fixed at 143-79. Great. This was such a wonderful game. On the commentary stand, Passerby A was explaining excitedly. Really? This is the first time I've seen the score so far apart on the March Madness stage. Passerby B echoed. Passerby A. Yeah, Southern State University is really strong, but Stanford University is just stronger this year. Passerby B. To be precise, it's Sforza number 6. Let me see his name. He said, then flipped through the team list. Oh, his name is Mito Ryunosuke. Passerby A. I can't believe he scored an astonishing 79 points in his NCAA debut. Passerby B. Wow. That means he's the highest scoring player in the first March Madness. He broke the record. Passerby A. Yes, in today's match, Mito Ryunosuke really reached his peak right from his debut. The fans on the field became more and more excited as the two commentators sighed. This foreigner is so amazing. Judging from his appearance, his age should be. Never mind, I'm face blind when it comes to foreigners. I thought that with Cookie gone, Gus was the only one left in Sfor. Hey, now here comes another monster who is as good as Cookie. What's his name? I don't know. It seems like he's a first-time NCAA player. Although the game was over, people in the audience were still talking about it. On the other side, in the dragon-slaying sword team's lounge. There will be no training this morning. Think carefully about what you want to do in the future. Should we break through obstacles or be content with the status quo? As soon as Toby Shoda finished speaking, Akashi Seijiro smiled and said, of course. Let's start by defeating the Jabberwocky team. There is no bookstore. No, everyone raised their heads and showed a determined look. Obviously, they all agreed with what Akashi Seijiro said. The next day, early morning, there is turmoil in the basketball world of the United States. Many sports newspapers wrote news overnight just to report on the same person. Mito Ryunosuke, a small forward from Stanford University. This foreign player from the land of Sakura scored 79 points, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 12 assists in his NCAA debut. Blocks don't count, only shots are counted, becoming the highest scoring player in NCAA history. From Sports Illustrated. At the age of 17, I'm a high school student who was invited by Godfather Sforzesco to be an external aide. One of the current core players of Stanford University basketball, Mito Ryunosuke. Advertisement: he's like a knight in the night, tearing through the opponent's defense like crazy, the biggest dark horse of March Madness. Voice for Kun, 79 points, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, 12 assists, Stanford University's foreign player Mito Ryunosuke. Is he the basketball god Chow Feng? No. Is he the heir of Chow Feng? The Bleacher Report. Los Angeles, hotel. The two of them had just returned from a banquet to celebrate the team's advancement to the top 32 and fell asleep on the bed. Go take a shower first. Alex spoke up. Can, she was answered with a soft snore. You be ******D. Alex cursed with a smile, then stood up and took off the other person's clothes. Just then, her phone rang. The next day, since there is no competition today, the two were enjoying the spa in the hotel. What? Let me go back and play a game and come back right after. Mito Ryunosuke threw away the note Alex handed him, sat up suddenly, turned his head and asked. Alex nodded. Mito Ryunosuke asked, is he sick? Alex shook his head. Mito Ryunosuke continued to ask, am I sick? Hearing this, Alex lowered his head in thought with a complicated expression. After a while, she raised her head, looked at Mito Ryunosuke, and nodded seriously. Mito Ryunosuke. After a while, Alex took off the mask on his face and asked. Your uncle said to give money. Tell me, how much? 1 million. No, US dollars. What time is the flight? On the other side, after receiving a text message from Alex, Mito Ryota called Monjtel with a smile on his face. A day later, on the shuttle bus. What, Mito, you're going back to Sakura country to compete? The players were incredulous. Even Guts looked over curiously. Yes, after tomorrow's game, Mito will fly back and play against a street basketball team in our country, and then come back. But, Mito, if that's the case, the day after tomorrow when you get off the plane. Advertisement: I barely have time to rest before I have to go on the court. Can my body handle it? Monjtel asked with concern. Because if they win tomorrow's game, they will have a week's rest. Mito, are you crazy? You want to play street games with our country's team, why do you want to go back to Sakura country? Robert looked incredulous. Although the two were asking Mito, they were actually looking at Alex. Don't you know his body yet? After Alex finished speaking, he looked at Robert. Jabberwock. The words fell. Everyone showed shocked expressions and didn't know how to start speaking for a moment. No, that's it. This kind of baseball team still needs Mito himself. Oh, it's the land of Sakura. That's fine. What are you talking about? At this time, Mito Ryunosuke looked at Alex and asked. No, I was just daydreaming. Why are you also daydreaming? Don't learn from Zamao. You be ******D. Just as Alex was about to explain, everyone on the Sforza team spoke up. Let's go too. Tobishoda was watching the dragon-slaying sword team training and was about to say something when the phone rang. Boss, you say? Seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered the call with a flattering look on his face. Ida Riko, who was standing by, was puzzled when she saw this. Yes, I understand. After a while, he hung up the phone. What's wrong? Look how happy you are. Ida Riko asked curiously. It's okay, I found a confinement nanny to take care of grandma. Anyway, for the sake of 100% victory in the next competition, I have to do a third hand. No, we have prepared for both scenarios. After Tobishoda finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Ida Riko, who was already dazed beside him. Instead, she walked up to her father and slapped him on the back of the head. Then, when the other party was about to go wild, he made a silence gesture. At this time, Ida Riko, who followed curiously, was stunned. At this time, Hubu Jungtai slowly took out his mobile phone, pressed a few buttons casually, and put it to his ear. 2 seconds later. Hey, Mito. It's me, your most respected coach. Yes. Let me ask you, are you free this Sunday? Okay, come back on Sunday and play a half or a quarter. This is an order. I'm hanging up. Chapter 128 advanced to the top 16. Myth? After seeing the other party hang up the phone, Ida Jingtora asked in surprise. Hubu Shoda stroked his mustache and nodded. What did he say? Is he willing to come back? Oh, please tell me quickly, I'm so anxious. Ida Jingtora put his hands in his pockets and tried his best to appear calm because he knew the person in front of him. If I show any sign of anxiety, the other party will definitely. You guess. Ida Kagetora and her daughter. Soon, the Sweet 16 qualifying match is coming, and SFO's opponent today is also a seeded team. University of Florida. Their team doesn't have any particularly outstanding players. But, they were able to squeeze into the top 32 teams, so it is conceivable that their strength should not be underestimated. 8 p.m., half an hour before the game. Players from Stanford University and the University of Florida are doing their final warm-ups. Who will win today? Blind guess, Stanford University. It's hard to say. Even though those weekly magazines say that Asian boy is amazing, I don't really believe it unless I see him with my own eyes. Me too. Even though I was at their last game, I still don't believe it. So what? So even if the Asian boys win again this time, I still don't believe it. I will continue to watch the third game. The atmosphere in the basketball hall was extremely hot. After all, as the competition progresses, the NCAA's attention will increase. Not to mention that among the dark horse of the Sforza team, there is also an Asian boy, Mito Ryunosuke, who has suddenly become famous. Obviously, many people are looking forward to his performance tonight, wanting to verify whether he is really strong or just performing exceptionally well. Look, isn't that Kevin? At this moment, a member of the public accidentally caught a glimpse of a figure and spoke in surprise. It really is the Wolf King. I didn't expect him to come and watch the game. Wolf King. Kevin came to the scene to watch the game, which made the fans excited again. In the commentary booth, Passerby A and Passerby B are already in place. They are also doing warm-up work. Hey, Passerby, did you know? The Asian boy is only 17 years old. Passerby B. Oh my goodness, this is really great news, Passerby A. Passerby A. Yeah, who would have thought that this Asian boy who was only 17 years old this year was only 16 years old last year? Passerby B. Oh my god, Passerby A, you are such a clever little guy. Sidelines. Advertisement. The noise continued. Soon after, the warm-up ended. With the starting players of both teams taking the court, the Sweet 16 qualifying match began. Officially started, Stanford University starting lineup. Point guard, William Rodriguez. Center, Tyson Robert. Shooting guard, Jack Stephen. Power forward, Mike Goss. Komei no Fu, Mito Ryunosuke. Opposing starter, Wait. Jump ball. After the two centers got into position, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. The next moment, the two centers jumped at the same time, reaching for the basketball in midair. On the other side, the country of cherry blossoms. Beep. Morning training ends here. After Tobishoda finished speaking, the tired players walked off the field one after another. At this time, Ida Riko came to Hinata Junpei with a towel and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Hinata. Arigato. How does it feel? You should be able to tell that this team is very strong." Hinata Junpei sighed after wiping his sweat off. "Little Kagami, how about a final one-on-one duel?" Kai's Ryota held the ball and looked at Kagami Taiga and said, "Sure." Kagami Taiga couldn't get what he wanted. "Don't get too excited." Satsuki Momoi, holding a notebook, spoke. "If everyone else had the same personality as Kai's, we'd have less worries." Takao Kazunari, who was drinking water, looked at the two people on the field and said helplessly, "I agree." Wakamatsu Kosuke, who was wiping his sweat, agreed. "So I'm going to go in, Kagami-chan? Kai's Ryota is ready to go." "Done. Where are you going?" Akashi Seijiro asked as he looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was about to leave. "The water race has begun." Atsushi Murasakibara's simple words froze everyone. The next moment, no one left on the field. Advertisement. Beautiful country, stadium. Passerby A. Facing the dual core of Sifu, Florian can't resist at all. Passerby B. Yeah, especially Mito. He scored 36 points in the first half and even had the energy to score 32 in the second half. Passerby A. As expected of a tireless scoring machine. Passerby B. What do you mean by tireless scoring machine? Passerby A. Don't you know? The comments are all saying that Sforzesco's number 6 is like a tireless scoring machine. According to the two commentators, the game was already over. Stanford University defeated the University of Florida by 36 points and advanced to the round of 16. Sure enough, none of the teams that made it to the top 32 were weak. Alex muttered as he looked at the score. Although the opponent does not have any particularly outstanding players, their perfect cooperation can indeed cause a lot of trouble to other teams. But, however, Sifu has a monster who can quickly tear apart the opponent's cooperation, Mito Ryunosuke. The game is over. Mito Ryunosuke's new statistics have also been released: 68 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 block and 21 steals. Tonight, this Asian foreign aide who was parachuted into Stanford University once again amazed the entire NCAA circle with his strong strength. After the game, Stanford University Lounge, after Jack changed his clothes, he came to Mito Ryunosuke and said with a smile, "Mito, remember to wake me up tomorrow." "Haha, Jack, you're always the first one to get up, you idiot." Robert said unhappily, "I hate the king of rolls the most. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." William looked at his teammates in front of him and sighed. "Yeah, I'm also looking forward to what Mito's hometown will look like." The small forward, formerly the starter and now Mito Ryunosuke's backup, laughed. "I'm looking forward to it too. I really want to see that teammate of Mito's who loves snacks that Alex mentioned." Robert stood up and said with a mysterious smile, "Robert, do you think we don't know what you're thinking?" The other players saw this and started to jeer. Outside the gymnasium, Muji Tieping walked out with a cane and went to meet Alex, who was already standing next to a jeep. "Sorry, there are too many people." Muji Tieping walked forward and said with some embarrassment, "It's okay, we didn't wait long, let's go." After Alex finished speaking, he helped the other person open the car door. After the other party got in the car, she sat in the driver's seat and started the car. "Mito, congratulations." Muji Tepe looked at the back of the person sitting in the passenger seat and smiled. Chapter 129 Return to Soccer Country. would you like to go back with us tomorrow? Mito Ryosuke didn't turn his head, but raised his right hand, tightly grasped the handle, looked ahead with a serious face and asked. I'm afraid it won't work. I have to have my stitches removed the day after tomorrow. Muji Teppei said helplessly. After a while, the car slowly drove into a hotel. Hi, Muji. Why are you here so late? Hurry up. Sorry to bother you again. Muji Teppei looked at the people at Suffolk University and said a little embarrassedly. Speaking of which, since you're Mito's friend, you're also our friend. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. After a while, everyone in the box raised their glasses and shouted in unison. Cheers to our successful advancement to the round of 16. The next day, the players boarded the plane to the land of cherry blossoms in a daze. Are they okay? Alex asked, looking at the hungover people and Robert who started vomiting as soon as he got on the plane. It's okay, I'm used to it, the male assistant teacher beside him laughed. His name is Bu Shangqiming, and he was specially assigned by Coach Munger to look after this group of young people. Because he was afraid that these young people had no martial ethics and would cause trouble. I want to stop drinking. At this time, Mito Ryosuke, who was sitting next to Alex, said with his eyes closed. Well, this is the 77th time. Alex nodded and spoke calmly. Every time after drinking, Mito Ryosuke would say he wanted to quit drinking the next day, and then that night he would drink what he called resurrection wine, again. They even put it in a nice way. It will feel less uncomfortable if you let it dry. Oh, a man's mouth is a lie. Mito Ryosuke felt like his head was about to explode. He had only one thought. I won't drink anymore, never again. A dozen hours later, everyone arrived in the Sakura country, and as soon as they got off the plane, Mito Ryota sent a bus to pick them up. After Sifu and others put their luggage in the hotel room, they gathered in the lobby. Come on, I'll take you guys out to have some fun tonight. We won't be home until we're drunk. Mito Ryosuke looked at the people in front of him, snapped his fingers and laughed. Alex. Oh, advertisement, Aoyang. Although I don't quite understand what you mean by the hospitality of the host, I want to remind you that the competition will start tomorrow. After Alex translated for him, he looked at the cheering people on the Sforza team and said softly. Doesn't the competition start tonight? It's okay, at worst I can just sleep in tomorrow. Mito Ryosuke waved his hand and said indifferently. You won't tell Murasakibara and the others? Seeing this, Alex could only continue asking helplessly. They don't drink, so they're probably still training. Let's not disturb them for now. After Mito Ryosuke finished speaking, he stepped forward and said to everyone, let's go. In response to him, it was the cheers of the crowd. But, as everyone was walking towards Jinquan Izakaya, Alex accidentally glanced at the street across the street and exclaimed in surprise. Aryo, isn't it Murasakibara and the others? Mito Ryosuke heard this and looked in the direction Alex pointed. I saw Age of Miracles and Kagami Taiga running frantically with anxious expressions as if they were being chased by ghosts. What's wrong? At this time, everyone on the Sforza team turned around and looked at the two people who suddenly stopped and asked. We saw Aliang's former teammates, and they seemed to be worried about something. Alex explained. At this time, everyone also saw the people running wildly. There's nothing we can do. It's late at night and there aren't many people around. Besides, the other person's hair is colorful, so it's hard for them not to notice. Let's go and take a look. Follow me. At this moment, Mito Ryosuke suddenly picked up Alex with a princess hug, and took the lead in running. Seeing this, everyone naturally followed. Put me down. Alex's face flushed in surprise and he said shyly. Can. The only answer she got was Mito Ryosuke's calm voice. You're running too slowly. On the other side, is he a fool? Kagami Taiga, who was running in the front, shouted. Shouldn't it be? Atsushi Murasakibara, who came in second, spoke up. It's not like he hasn't done this kind of thing before. Kai's Ryota, the third, turned around and retorted. It's really hard to say what Ajay said. Aomine Daiki, who was fourth, said helplessly. Advertisement, that's unbelievable. Kuroko is such a hot-blooded fool. The fifth Midorima Shintaro said with a sullen face. Sometimes, even I can't predict Kuroko's behavior, but we have to hurry up. The last Takashi Seijiro smiled bitterly, at this time, in a bar. Teacher Kuroko is lecturing the Jabberwocky team. Maybe in your eyes, we who play basketball are like monkeys. But even so, why don't you allow us to play basketball? Kuroko Tetsuya paused and continued, you don't need any qualifications to play basketball. Are you sick? Did you come all the way here just to say this? Jason Cyber said as if he wanted to beat someone up. Silver. At this time, Nash Gore called Jason Cyber, who looked back at Nash Gore who had stood up and shut up. I thought you monkey would say something, Nashker said as he walked towards the two of them. As he passed Jason Thibid, he patted him on the shoulder and then came to Kuroko Tetsuya. Bang! With a straight kick, he knocked the opponent down. Kuroko. Ida Kagetora said in surprise, oh my. It looks like it hurts. Alan and Nick laughed out loud. Looking at Kuroko Tetsuya lying on the ground groaning in pain, Nashker stepped forward and grabbed his collar, his face gloomy. Stop talking nonsense to me. Who wants to listen to the ideas of you monkeys? Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly let go of his hand, stepped back suddenly, and avoided the fist of Kagami Taiga who had just rushed in. What did you bastards do to my teammates? Aomine Daiki clenched his fists tightly and looked fiercely at the members of the Jabberwocky team. Oh, are you the opponents in tomorrow's match? There are some pretty impressive monkeys this time? Jason Cyber spread his hands and said lazily. After these words were spoken, everyone in the Age of Miracles looked extremely angry. Why are there a few more foreigners here? Judging from their height and attire, they seem to be athletes, right? At this moment, the guests' surprised murmurs were heard outside the door. It doesn't matter. You guys want to do it here too, right? Jason Cyber said, looking at the few people provocatively. Just as Akashi Seijiro was about to speak to stop him, a lazy yet somewhat overbearing voice came in. Hey, son, long time no see. Chapter 130 Reunion. Upon hearing this, the players from both teams turned around. After seeing who was coming, their pupils kept dilating. Because, aside from Mito Ryunosuke, the foreigners behind him were emitting a terrifying aura. Of course they knew who these people were. After all, the live broadcast was not for free. Is this Mito's new teammate? Everyone looks so strong. Everyone in the dragon-slaying sword team thought to themselves that, after all, watching a live broadcast was different from seeing it in person. Breath is something that cannot be explained or understood. Water dear. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at the familiar figure who put Alex down and said excitedly. Why are you here again? Why is the air so smelly wherever you go? Robert followed Mito Ryunosuke, who was moving slowly forward, looked at the members of the Jabberwocky team and spoke. Seeing this, the members of the dragon-slaying sword team immediately made way. Well, Zamao, you've lost weight. Mito Ryunosuke stopped in front of Atsushi Murasakibara, reached out and pinched his cheek. Alex took a quick look around and basically guessed what had just happened. Son, why did you come to my place without telling Dad? Mito Ryunosuke turned his head and said to Nick with a teasing look. This time, Alex started translating immediately without him saying anything. Son, what's going on? Mito has a son. Unlike Nick, who suddenly became angry, the dragon-slaying sword team was extremely confused. Gus, I didn't expect you to come along. Nashker stopped Nick, who was picking up the ashtray, then looked at the bald man in the team and said with a serious expression. Gus? He's the Gus. Upon hearing this, everyone in the exploding neck dragon team looked at the yawning bald man in shock. At this time, Mito Ryunosuke picked up the phone and dialed a number. 2 seconds later, he hung up the phone. Then he said calmly to the members of the dragon-slaying sword team, all right, there's a game tomorrow, so you should go back and rest. After that, he turned to Atsushi Murasakibara and said, see you tomorrow, Zamao. Leave this to me, okay? Okay, water dear. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded, then glanced at the Dragonslayers and said to them, let's go. I don't want it, but they beat Kuroko, Kagami Taiga and Aomine Daiki got angry. Let's go, there's no point in us staying here, healing Kuroko is more important. I'll leave this to Mito. Advertisement. Akashi Seijiro also spoke. Why? Because he is a bad boy. When the others heard this, they were stunned. Are you Mito Ryunosuke? This isn't. Ida Kagedora stepped forward, looked at Mito Ryunosuke and said, but before he could finish his words, who are you? Ida Kagedora, this brat. He is Riko's father and more importantly. This time, it was Alex's turn to speak. Oh, you go too. Ida Kagedora. In the end, he resisted the urge to strangle the other person and left with the dragon-slaying sword team and others. After watching everyone leave, Mito Ryunosuke slowly walked up to the Jabberwocky team. He sat down on the booth. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took out one. He threw it into his mouth with a swish. After lighting a cigarette, Mito Ryunosuke exhaled a puff of cigarette expressionlessly. Huh, at this time, seeing this, everyone from Sifu also came forward and sat down. When Robert passed by Jason Thibault, he even bumped into the other's shoulder. Robert. Just as Jason Thibault angrily shouted this. Boom. 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 The roar of several motorcycles was heard outside the door. After a while, I saw many young people with strange hairstyles walking in. In their hands, they either held iron pipes or swords. Some even came in with bricks they had just picked up at the door. What's going on? Is this the Sakura Country Gang? Jason Cyber looked at the situation at the scene, swallowed and muttered. Not to mention him, even the guests in the bar were so scared that they stood up and ran quickly towards the back door. Of course, the Sifu team was also surprised. What happened to Fat Four? Should we call the police? As everyone was shocked, the leader walked into the box. Brother, these are the foreign devils, right? At this time, everyone looked at Mito Ryunosuke, who was sitting in the middle of the seat smoking a cigarette. Jabberwocky team. SFO University. So it was someone Mito called. Hee. Do you want to fight, or play ball? Advertisement. Mito Ryunosuke stared at the members of the Jabberwocky team and asked in a deep voice. Alex quickly translated. Are you also the player who will play against us tomorrow? At this time, Nashker looked at Mito Ryunosuke in a deep voice. Mito Ryunosuke heard this and suddenly raised his head, looking at the other party in disbelief. Damn, if you could speak Sakura Mandarin, you should have told me earlier. What? Not fighting anymore. Mito Ryunosuke put his feet up on the table and looked at the other person teasingly. Play ball. Nashker frowned and said fiercely, there's nothing we can do. Didn't you see that those people looked like they were ready to take action? And it seems that there are quite a few people outside the door. Beat. What to fight with? Sure enough, what the international student from Long Country said before was right. Don't mess with the local bullies. Although everyone in the Exploding Neck Dragon team was furious at this point, they still had to bow their heads. Especially Nick. If looks could kill, Mito Ryunosuke would have died many, many times. Are you going to fight as Sifu? Then I'll find a place, okay? Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking, and Alex translated it to everyone at Spore. Ha ha ha. I advise you to just fight. Everyone on the Sforza team burst into laughter, and Robert spoke first. Do you want us to give you 20 or 30 minutes first? Jack immediately made up the attack. I have no interest in fighting them, the people we want to fight. It's you, tomorrow, we're going to beat your monkey team to pieces. Nashker said harshly, but to their surprise, no one spoke. The biker gang members couldn't understand, and the people of the Spores team are trying hard to hold back laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did he just say? Ha 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 ha. You're going to beat Mito to pieces on the court? Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore, Jack. Hit yourself with a bottle and let me feel sad. Get out of here. Why don't you hit yourself? Damn it. Why can't I think of sad things at this moment? Ha ha ha. Team Exploding Dragon looked at their compatriots who were already laughing so hard that they were holding their stomachs, with question marks on their faces. What happened? Alex frowned. Why does this scene seem familiar? Chapter 131 Revenge Time. After a while. Brother, do you want it? Yamashiro Jiro watched the Jabberwocky team leave, then made a knock gesture towards Mito Ryunosuke. No need. Tonight, bring a few of your trusted brothers and have some fun at Jinkwan Izakaya. I'll treat you. Thank you, brother. Watching the bikers leave, Alex sat down next to Mito Ryunosuke and said, I didn't realize you're quite generous. I don't have to pay anyway. Mito Ryunosuke said calmly, then looked at the people of Sifu. Change the scene? The next day, Mito Villa. Mito Ryunosuke slept until noon. No more drinking, never drinking again. He looked at the ceiling and muttered, after a while. After recovering from his shock, Mito Ryunosuke went downstairs and saw a familiar figure, purple hair. When did you come here? Shueichin, I came here very early, but since you were not awake, Alex and I just had something to eat. Atsushi Murasakibara, who was playing the game console, turned around and said blankly. It's getting late. You should hurry up and wash up, we'll be gathering soon. Alex came out from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge and said. Okay. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the bowl of porridge, his heart warmed, and he spoke. After saying that, he turned and went upstairs to wash up. After dinner, the three of them came to the stadium where the game would be held tonight. The dragon-slaying sword team's lounge. Mito, you're back? Hubu Shoda looked at the three people who had just entered the room and said with a smile on his face, isn't a sense of security back? Why you again? Mito Ryunosuke felt helpless. How come Lao Deng always becomes his coach? I have a question. Let me borrow your hand, I want to ask you. Tobi Shoda hurried forward, pushed Atsushi Murasakibara aside and smiled. Explain. Mito Ryunosuke was somewhat helpless, and Alex covered his mouth with his hands and smiled, then looked at Kagami Taiga. Hi, Taiga. I'll make the decision for you today and only let you play half the game. Tobi Shoda asked. Mito Ryunosuke didn't say anything, but nodded. He knew that although this Lao Deng was not a very good person, his tactics were really dirty. You can mess with other people's mentality in a matter of minutes. Okay then. Advertisement. After Hubu Jungtai finished speaking, he walked in front of everyone and said, next, let me tell you about today's tactics. It's very simple. In the first 2 quarters, you all have to give it your all and don't hold back. Just blow the other guy up. As for the second half, I have other plans. I guarantee that these little bastards will lose all face. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Huh? Why are you all wearing the same brand of shoes? And clothes too? Mito Ryota looked at everyone and suddenly said in surprise. Is the brand I endorse so famous in the land of Sakura? At this time, the field was already packed with spectators. Photos of the dragon-slaying sword team members played on the screen, and soon the announcement began. A dream team of high school students assembled in a week after facing unheard-of insults from Jabberwock. The team's name comes from the sword used to defeat the monster Jabberwock in the fairy tale Alice. That's Vorpal Swords. Dragon Slayer team. I didn't expect that a last-minute competition could be prepared so thoroughly. Shinji Kogane looked at the scene on the field and was slightly surprised. Because they insulted all the basketball fans in soccer country, almost everyone who watched the last game will come to watch it. Yi Yuajun looked at the field and said seriously. At this moment, all the lights in the stadium dimmed, and the next moment, the atmosphere lights lit up. I really didn't expect that a basketball game could be turned into a nightclub. Mito Ryunosuke complained while looking at the dazzling lights. Cough cough cough. Upon hearing this, Ida Jingtora immediately started coughing. In the first quarter, the dragon-slaying sword team sent out Age of Miracles as the starting lineup. The Jabberwocky team remains the same. At this time, the radio sounded. The time for revenge has come. Dragon Slasher team versus Exploding Neck Dragon team. Wow. When the music ended, the audience burst into an uproar. Hey, that monkey didn't dare come up last night? Jason Thibault was the first to taunt. At this time, the referee walked between Jason Thibault and Atsushi Murasakibara with the basketball, and then raised the basketball. The game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the basketball high into the air. The two men jumped at the same time, both trying hard to reach for the basketball. As expected by the audience, Atsushi Murasakibara jumped even higher. The ball was instantly hooked into Akashi Seijiro's hands. Because this is the land of Sakura, they naturally thought that Atsushi Murasakibara, the top center in high school, could not lose. He wants to beat Murasakibara. Murasakibara was training like crazy every day when you were away. Advertisement. Tobi Shota glanced at Mito Ryunosuke and smiled. Not bad, it looks good. Mito Ryunosuke looked at Atsushi Murasakibara on the field, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Jason Thibault lost the jump shot, which surprised the Jabbers, but they still quickly returned to defense. Akashi Seijiro did not choose to play a fast break, but instead slowly advanced with the ball. Just after he passed half court, he took 2 consecutive dribbles and suddenly accelerated. He just made a fake move and changed direction behind his back and passed Sek. Then, surrounded by Nash, Gore and Nick, he turned around and threw the ball back. The basketball flew straight towards the opponent's basket. Trample tread. At this time, Aomine Daiki ran over quickly, pushed the ground hard with both feet and jumped high. After receiving the basketball, he directly dunked it by switching hands between the legs. Bang! Goal! Wow! The audience became excited instantly. After all, as long as they can beat the annoying Jabberwocky team on the opposite side, it will be the most stress-relieving thing for them. I told you I can't speak beautiful Mandarin, a-hole. Forget it, since you guys don't understand Sakura Mandarin anyway, I'll just speak with basketball. Aomine Daiki walked past the Jabberwocky players, turned around and looked at them and spoke. Upon hearing this, Mito Ryunosuke's eyes lit up while he was sitting on the bench. He looked at Aomine Daiki with an expression of, I found a confidant. Ball possession changes. Nash Gore got the ball, crossed half court, and quickly passed it to Nick. Nick received the ball outside the three-point line and jumped up quickly to shoot. Kai's Ryota, who suddenly jumped up to defend, blocked the shot. These monkeys. Nick gritted his teeth. Good, Hinata Junpei and others began to cheer. Soon, the ball flew away and was caught by Akashi Seijiro. The moment he got the ball, he did not choose to dribble, but passed the ball behind his back, and the basketball came into Aomine Daiki's hands. As soon as he got the ball, he passed Alan, who had just come to defend, in an instant. So fast, I can't believe he's an Asian monkey. Alan, who was a little slow to react, turned around in surprise. Chapter 132. The sign of Teiko Light. Aomine Daiki drove wildly all the way and rushed towards the opponent's basket. As soon as he reached the three-point line, he was stopped by power forward Sek. You're not the only ones who grew up playing street ball. Aomine Daiki did not choose to break through immediately, but stopped and looked at the other party and said lightly. After saying this, Aomine Daiki dribbled the ball behind her back quickly, and when the opponent was concentrating on defense, she flicked her wrist. The basketball flew from behind him to behind Sek. Bang! As soon as the basketball bounced, Sek turned around in surprise. I saw Aomine Daiki had already jumped over me, caught up with the ball and continued running. The next second, Aomine Daiki jumped high, turned in the air, and dunked the basketball in his hand into the basket from behind. Bang! Goal! Nice shot! Everyone on the dragon-slaying sword team's bench cheered. Dad! Ida Riko looked at Ida Jingtora beside her excitedly. The age of miracles is truly amazing when it's put together. Ida Kagetora spoke. On the court, the Jabberwolves have the ball. Nash Gore got the ball, turned around and rushed towards the opponent's basket. Bring it on. Just after half court, Akashi Seijiro came up to defend. Stinky monkey. Nash Gore could only stop abruptly and look at Akashi Seijiro in front of him with a cold face. His dribbling movements became faster, and suddenly, he broke through to the right. Akashi Seijiro naturally followed up, and Nash Gore made a quick stop and then dribbled quickly to the left. But, seeing that the opponent caught up again, Nash Gore had to pass the ball. Monkeys, don't get too cocky. After receiving the ball, Sek jumped up and slam dunked. This scene made everyone in the audience feel bad. Who is the monkey talking about? Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly turned around and jumped up quickly. Soon he caught up with Sek. He raised his right hand high and slammed the basketball. Bang! Big hot pot. As expected, the basketball was hit away. The falling basketball was caught by Midorima Shintaro. As soon as he got the ball, he put both hands together and got into a shooting posture. What are you doing standing there? Aren't you afraid to attack? Alan and Nick had playful smiles on their faces as they looked at Midorima Shintaro in front of them. Advertisement, idiot, in today's morning fortune-telling, Cancer is number 1 in terms of fortune. Midorima Shintaro finished speaking, then jumped high and threw the basketball. Swish. The basketball flew towards the opponent's basket with a sound of breaking through the air. Swish. Goal, 3 points. Wow, it appears, Midorima's three-pointer. Go, dragon-slaying sword team, kill them. Why hasn't Teiko no Hikari come on stage yet? I came here just for him. I don't feel safe without him. You fake fan, Teiko no Hikari never plays the whole game. Yes. Bullshit, haven't you seen the live broadcast of Teiko's Light at the NCAA game? He's going to play in the NCAA. Bro, tell me more. This three-pointer completely made the audience in the stands boil with excitement. However, their conversation went further and further. On the bench. Why is there a remote control here? Alex was a little surprised. That's Xiaojian's lucky charm today. Takao Kazunari spoke. On the court, on the Jabberwocky team's side. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that there are players like this in soccer country. Alan looked at the other side who had already taken a defensive stance and said with some surprise. It's okay, just a group of slightly stronger monkeys. Nashker narrowed his eyes. Yes, next, it's time to let them know what the difference in strength is. Jason Cyber said with a cruel smile. Seeing this, Nick also smiled and passed the ball to Nash Gore. After the Jabberwocky team passed half court, Alan rushed up and blocked Atsushi Murasakibara. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki immediately went to defend Jason Thibault. The next second, Nash Gore quickly passed the ball to Jason Thibault. It's Jason Thibault versus Aomine, Kagami Taiga said in surprise. You want to play singles with me? Aomine Daiki read it with a serious expression. It's the same for everyone, so let's start with you. Jason Thibault smiled, dribbled the ball a few times, and then suddenly accelerated. In an instant, he broke through Aomine Daiki. Impossible. Aomine was actually passed. What a fast speed. Outside the venue, those old acquaintances were all surprised. After breaking through his opponent, Jason Thibault came to the basket and jumped for a slam dunk. Atsushi Murasakibara reacted and quickly returned to defense. Both of them jumped at the same time. Advertisement. Caught up. Seeing Atsushi Murasakibara already putting his hand on the basketball, Wakamatsu Kosuke said excitedly. I saw two people competing in strength in the air. What a great strength. This is the common idea of the two people. But, next second. What was incredible to everyone was that the two men had already landed, but they still kept pressing the ball. Beep. How is it possible? Murasakibara can't block the basketball. That man has great power. Everyone was surprised. Ball possession changes. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. Kai's Ryota received the ball and quickly launched an attack. Just as Seke came up to defend, he jumped and passed the ball to Akashi Seijiro. The latter received the ball and turned around and shot backward. Tread? Jason Thibault suddenly ran up and jumped to put the ball into Nash Gore's hands. How is that possible? Xiao Zheng was covered, Mibuchi Ryo said in disbelief in the audience. He was able to make up for the loss at such a long distance. What a strong explosive power. Akashi Seijiro exclaimed while falling. At this time, Jason Thibault landed and ran quickly towards the opponent's basket. Seeing this, Nash Gore threw the ball directly into Jason Thibault's hands. Seeing this, Midorima Shintaro and Kai's Ryota quickly followed. Kai's Ryota. Damn, is this true? Midorima Shintaro. I can't catch up at all. Is this the speed of you monkeys? There's nothing we can do about it. You'll just have to keep your eyes open and watch. After Jason Thibault finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on the ground and jumped up at the free throw line, then took the ball with both hands, swung it in a big circle, and slammed the ball into the basket. Bang. Goal. Jumping from the free throw line? Two-handed windmill dunk. Isn't this Teiko no Hikari's signature move? This guy can actually do it. That's so fake. There was an immediate sound of disbelief from the audience. Myth. At this moment, everyone in the audience turned their eyes to Mito Ryosuke, who was slumped in the chair with his eyes closed and dozing off. See, monkeys. You will never be able to learn these moves in your lifetime. No matter how hard you try, you can't make up for the absolute gap in strength. Jason Thibault yelled. Everyone in the audience. Kais, when you get a chance later, give him a shot back. Akashi Seijiro, who had just run back, said with a sullen face. Chapter 133 Sorry, I already knew this trick, haha. I just showed off some of my real skills, and this is what you guys are like. The monkey is so weak, I feel very embarrassed, ha 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 ha. Jason Tibe, who was preparing to return to defense, turned his back to the crowd and started talking trash. I'm going to crush him. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at the other person's back and said unhappily. Jason Sibo's sudden exertion caught the Dragon Sword team and others off guard. Next, after the opponent scored 2 goals in a row, Atsushi Murasakibara looked at everyone and said, Shizai, I want to single him out. Good. Akashi Seijiro looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who had a serious expression on his face, nodded and said gently. The others also showed serious expressions. Ball possession changes. Akashi Seijiro, after dribbling the ball across half court, Atsushi Murasakibara ran out of the three-point line to ask for the ball. But Nash Gore's figure instantly blocked Atsushi Murasakibara's way. This made Akashi Seijiro's pupils shrink as he was about to pass the ball. Akashi's pass can't be used. Ida Riko was also surprised. There was no other way, so Akashi Seijiro could only pass the ball to Kai's Ryota. As soon as Kai's Ryota caught the ball, a flash of yellow lightning flashed in his pupils. Facing Nick's quick defense, he began to dribble quickly, with Akashi's figure appearing behind him. The next moment, Nick only felt a discomfort in his ankle and suddenly sat down on the ground. That's the ankle finisher for Akashi, go ahead. As soon as Kai's Ryota passed Nick, Sak immediately came up to defend. Kai's Ryota passed the ball directly to Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki, who had just received the ball, also had a flash of blue lightning in his pupils. He rushed to the backboard quickly, and facing Jason Thibault who came to defend, he jumped up quickly to the left. Aomine Daiki grabbed the ball with her right hand, pulled her leg hard, and threw the basketball towards the basket in an instant. Bang! Goal! Wow, formless shot, nice shot. The audience roared again. That speed and that posture. Is this some kind of juggling basketball? Alan and Nick were surprised again. Zone. They're opening a zone now, so don't be afraid. Oh, it's okay. When Hayama Kotaro was halfway through his speech, he suddenly remembered Mito Ryosuke on the bench and immediately changed his words. Ada, Huang Huang. Satsuki Momoi looked at the two figures, as if he saw the two of them when they were in Teiko Junior High, and his eyes suddenly became a little hazy. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled at Satsuki Momoi and shouted to the field, "Come on, Aomine, Kais." Advertisement on the court, the two men in the zone were standing in front of Jason Thibault who had the ball. Don't think you're gonna win, you muscle-brained bastards. The real battle has just begun, Aomine Daiki said fiercely, his eyes flashing with blue lightning. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them rushed forward to defend with the same movements and speed. That's the forced liberation zone, Sakurai Ryo said in disbelief. Perfect imitation. Hayakawa Mitsuhiro Jingya Dao. What's going on with them? Damn, the movements are completely different from before. Sek looked at the two men in disbelief and was surprised at the double teaming of Jason Thibault. Awesome. The strongest combination super killer move, double team. Furuhata Mitsuki said happily, clenching his fists. That big guy, let alone breaking through, even dribbling is extremely difficult now, right? Shinji Kogane also said happily. The haze they had just been in had now dissipated. On the court. Damn it, you guys are so annoying. Facing a double team, Jason Thibault dribbled the ball with difficulty, looking for an opportunity. Bang. But the next moment, his ball was instantly intercepted by Kai's Ryota. How is that possible? The members of the Jabberwocky team were collectively shocked. Nice shot. Everyone in the dragon-slaying sword team shouted in unison. Amazing. Perfect imitation. Really lives up to its reputation. Even I thought there were two Aomines on the field. Wakamatsu Kosuke said excitedly. I can't stand it, they're too tacit. Kagami Taiga was surprised when he saw the two people running at the same speed on the field. The next second, Aomine Daiki, who was running, suddenly stopped and blocked Jason Thibault who was returning to defense. Go, Kais. Kai's Ryota heard this and understood instantly. I saw him rushing towards the opponent's basket quickly. He suddenly jumped up from the free throw line and shouted in the air. I already knew this move. Then, he held the ball with both hands, swung it in a big circle, and dunked it towards the basket with force. Bang. Go in. Wow, it's here. Kai's perfect imitation of Mito's two-handed windmill dunk. Ah. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. No, this is Kai's slam dunk. Why are you yelling Mito? I don't know. My heart wants to yell Kai's, but my mouth won't listen to it. This dunk made the whole audience boil. On the court, Kai's Ryota landed and turned to look at Jason Thibault, who had just returned to defense. He spoke to the shocked expression on Thibault's face. Is this trick difficult? After saying that, he returned to defense with Aomine Daiki. Advertisement, damn it, you bunch of dead monkeys. Looking at the backs of the two people, Jason Cyber's teeth were about to break. I didn't expect to be double-teamed with you, Aomine Daiki pretended to complain. Life is full of drama. Kai's Ryota smiled, just don't hold me back. Aomine Daiki's laughing path. I know, Kai's Ryota also laughed. Well done. Akashi Seijiro came in front of the two and smiled. Ball possession changes. So that's how it is. The defense range of these two people is indeed very large. But it's not that difficult. Nash Gore got the ball, slowly dribbled across half-court, and read. Seeing Nash Gore suddenly smile in front of him, Akashi Seijiro thought to himself that something was wrong. Really, the next moment, the opponent's basketball suddenly disappeared. When the basketball reappeared, it was in Nick's hands. Nick received the ball and made a shooting gesture. Seeing this, Midorima Shintaro immediately stepped forward to block the shot. In an instant, Nick took a step back at the speed of light and made a fadeaway jump shot. Even Midorima Shintaro finally reacted and jumped up quickly. But, didn't touch the basketball either. Swish. Goal, 3 points. Step back, fade away, Takao Kazunari murmured. And his movements are very neat, Wakamatsu Kosuke said in surprise. Wow. There was an uproar in the audience, because on the next ball, Nick received Nash Gore's strange pass again. After Seke's pick and roll, Atsushi Murasakibara was also blocked by Alan. So he could only watch Nick make another three-pointer. There is no way, because Kai's Ryota and Aomine Daiki need to defend Jason Thibault together. So the dragon-slaying sword team is now 3 versus 4 ball possession changes. Kai's Ryota looked at the close score and said casually, I think. The double team is a bit exaggerated. Little Aomine, can you let me defend that guy alone? I can't stand it, then you come first. As soon as Aomine Daiki finished speaking, Atsushi Murasakibara was dissatisfied. No, I'll crush him. Chapter 134 Kai's Ryota erupts. I don't understand what you're arguing about, Murasakibara. Others don't understand, but don't you understand what your coach means? At this time, Midorima Shintaro stepped forward, stretched out his middle finger and pushed up his widened glasses. As soon as this sentence came out, this made Atsushi Murasakibara, who was originally full of fighting spirit, completely stunned. Little Midorima, what do you mean? Kai's Ryota asked. Green boy means that we don't need to fight, we should all use our strength and not hide anything. Atsushi Murasakibara, who was originally stunned, said lightly. That's what I mean. I have to say, we are so lucky to have a coach like him, he has calculated everything. Midorima Shintaro shuo dao. Hey, what are you talking about? The second of the Dragon Slayer team's two idiots asked. Aomine, Midorima means that we should fight with all our might, even if one of us is weak. That hot-blooded idiot, the bigger of the two idiots in the Dragon Slayer team, will take over immediately. The first half was our revenge battle with the Jabberwolves. Because we don't have a second half, Akashi Seijiro walked forward and said with a smile. Why no second half? I've trained my endurance well, so playing the whole game is no problem. Aomine said with a frown. Kai's Ryota suddenly thought of something and looked in the direction of the Jabberwocky team. Because in the second half, Coach Toby will unleash that monster and plunge the opponent into the abyss. Midorima Shintaro said expressionlessly. Aomine Daiki, Kai's Ryota. At this time, they all looked towards the bench, then. Next second. Everyone. Because not only Mito Ryosuke, but even Alex now has his head on Mito Ryosuke's shoulder and falls asleep. What happened to them? Kai's Ryota stretched his shoulders, took a step forward, and asked casually. Maybe it's jet lag. Aomine Daiki also took a step forward and said helplessly. What are they doing? Ida Riko was surprised when she sensed the changes in everyone in the Age of Miracles. This is too chaotic. Satsuki Momoi also spoke up. They have understood the idea of that big yin coin. Ida Kagedora said with a tisk. After she finished speaking, Ida Riko took a deep look at Tobishoda, who was drinking wolfberry tea very calmly, and there was even some admiration in her eyes. How amazing. No wonder he always looks confident of winning. Ida Kagedora. On the court. Akashi dribbled the ball across half-court and immediately passed it to Kai's Ryota. Advertisement, go ahead, Kai's. In the audience, Mitsuru Hayakawa suddenly shouted. This shout directly scared Nakamura Shinya, who was standing next to him. You stupid monkey, I'm going to beat you to pieces. Jason Thibaut opened his arms and defended in front of him. I didn't expect that I would be the first to do such a thankless job. Kai's Ryota chanted, then dribbled the ball quickly left and right, and the shadow of Aomine Daiki slowly emerged behind him. The next second, he broke through Jason Thibaut. However, if our game is only half a game, then there is really no need to conserve energy. Kai's Ryota thought to himself and then quickly jumped up. Don't be so arrogant. Jason Thibaut quickly caught up, jumped up suddenly, and reached for the basketball frantically. But, after Kai's Ryota recalled that Kasumatsu Yukio asked him to win this game. The yellow light in his pupils became brighter, bang. Goal. Impossible. Even though Jason jumped late just now, he was actually pushed away by that yellow-haired monkey. Alan said in disbelief. Zone plus, perfect imitation, even though it's only a few minutes, it's definitely. At this moment, he is the strongest player on the court. Midorima Shintaro narrowed his eyes and blurted out. The next moment, when the Jabberwolves were serving the ball, Kai's Ryota made a sneak attack and intercepted the basketball that Alan had passed. Then he turned around and passed Sek, who was coming back to defend. Finally, he jumped high and dunked with one hand. Bang. Goal. Next, it's Kai's turn to perform. He was able to tear through the opponent's defense every time and score goals in various ways. Charge, Dragon Slayer team. Lu Wei shouted in the audience. The scores widened. Himuro Tatsuya looked at the score 32-16 and spoke. Come on, Dragon Slaying Sword team, the audience cheered. But, just as Kai's Ryota raised his hand to take the ball, the basketball slipped out of his hand. He also knelt on his knees. Beep, the Dragon Slaying Sword team requests a substitution. Hateful. I wanted to score one more goal, but I couldn't even move. Advertisement. Kai's Ryota gritted his teeth and tried desperately to use his willpower to stop his shaking body. What a shame. He looked at his teammates who gathered around him and muttered. How so? You performed very well. Akashi Seijiro stepped forward, immediately helped Kai's Ryota up, and slowly helped him off the field. Kagami, you go ahead. Hubu Jungtai took a sip of tea and said lightly. Yes. Kagami Taiga said excitedly that he had been horny and thirsty for a long time. There was 1 minute and 32 seconds left in the game. Hey, out of gas? Nick looked across and smiled. Nonsense, that kind of form can't last long. They fought so hard in the first quarter, what are they going to do next? Haha. Sek quipped. They were not panicking because they knew that there were still two monsters in their team who had not yet taken things seriously. Although Nick and Mito have fought, the other party did not follow the rules of martial arts and only hit people instead of playing basketball. Ball possession changes. It's a shame that someone so amazing is out of gas. Nash Gore held the ball and looked at Akashi Seijiro and spoke softly. I don't regret it at all, because we have more than one talented player in our team now. Akashi Seijiro Amidanato. Hearing this, Nashger looked a little surprised. But he still quickly passed the ball to Jason Thibault. As soon as Jason Thibault got the ball, Atsushi Murasakibara came up to defend him. Seeing Atsushi Murasakibara, Jason Cyber grinned and turned to the opponent's right. Then he jumped up suddenly, put the ball in both hands and prepared to dunk. Atsushi Murasakibara quickly followed suit and jumped up to defend. Atsushi Murasakibara, who had just jumped up, felt the aura emanating from the other party and showed a shocked expression. Wait, are you kidding me? Didn't he just give his all? Hey, Jason Thibault sneered and slammed the basketball into the basket with force. Bang. Bang. Goal. Damn it, Atsushi Murasakibara thought to himself as he touched his bruised forehead. Beep. The referee requests a timeout. With Atsushi Murasakibara injured, the game was also suspended. That aura is not good. It's a wildness that's not on our level. Kagami Taiga gritted his teeth and looked at Jason Cyber and said in a deep voice. How is it possible that foreigner's wildness turned out to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex? In the audience, Kotaro Hayama exclaimed, Chapter 135 Emergency. Murasakibara, are you okay? Akashi Seijiro walked forward, held out his hand, and asked with concern. It's okay, Shizzy. Can you try to get the ball to me on both offense and defense later? Atsushi Murasakibara asked with a serious expression. You want to go one-on-one with Jason Thibault? Akashi asked. I'm going to crush him, Atsushi Murasakibara said, and walked towards the bench. After he left the field, the team doctor rushed over and treated Atsushi Murasakibara's wound. Since it was just a minor break, it was cleaned up quickly. Little Rico, little Satsuki, can someone give me a rubber band? Just as everyone was preparing to go on stage, Atsushi Murasakibara walked up to the two women and spoke softly. The two women looked at each other, somewhat confused. Give. Finally, Satsuki Momoi was the first to react. He quickly took out a rubber band from his pocket and handed it over. Thanks. Atsushi Murasakibara took the rubber band and said while tying her hair. The game continues. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. Akashi dribbled the ball across half-court and quickly passed it to Midorima Shintaro. Nick rushed forward to defend. After two unsuccessful attempts to break through, Midorima Shintaro passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. As soon as Atsushi Murasakibara got the ball, he slapped it hard, put his hands together, and then exerted force with his body. Instantly crashed into Jason Thibault. Bang! The collision of muscles made a dull sound. Sensing the opponent's strange strength, Jason Cyber groaned, but mocked, Is that all the strength you have? Atsushi Murasakibara showed anger, and the next moment, he twisted his right foot and a white airwave blew up. Bang! The airwave that just appeared was instantly blocked by Jason Cyber. What a powerful back-to-back. Kogane Shinji Jing Ya Dao. No, it still doesn't work. I can't squeeze in, Yi Yuajun said seriously. You actually want to go head-to-head with Jason Thibault, stupid monkeys. Nashger said with a sinister smile. He knew that Jason Thibault was a man with the body of God. In terms of strength among his peers, few can compete with him. They were all watching the two men colliding with each other under the basket. At this time, both of them gritted their teeth and fought against each other. Roar! At this moment, Atsushi Murasakibara roared and a huge bear appeared behind him. The next second, the giant bear started to fight with the Tyrannosaurus Rex behind Jason Thibault. Advertisement not enough. Not enough. Atsushi Murasakibara gritted his teeth and persisted, recalling the words of Kenichi Okamura and Kensuke Fukui. To unleash all your strength, you have to learn the correct movements. Murasakibara, you make too many unnecessary movements. Fukui Kensuke, so you've been playing basketball based on your feelings for so many years? Then I think even Kagami can play better than you. Okamura Kenichi. Murasakibara, calm down first. If you continue like this and meet someone stronger or taller than you will just get beaten to pieces. At that time, he still remembered saying, there can't be such a person. But when watching Mito Ryosuke's live broadcast, the guy named Robert was this kind of person. If I want to fight alongside Mizukin, I must become stronger. End of memories. A flash of purple lightning flashed in Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes, and he exerted force with his entire body, crashing into Jason Cyber again. Then, suddenly, he turned around quickly and made a fadeaway jump shot. Without the pressure from Atsushi Murasakibara, Jason Thibault couldn't control his strength and almost fell. Swish. Goal. What? Jason Cyber said in disbelief. Small Murasakibara. I've seen this expression before. It's like Kagami-san genuinely enjoying a confrontation with a strong opponent. Kai's Ryota and Kuroko Tetsuya on the bench looked at the smile on Atsushi Murasakibara's face in disbelief and were surprised. Ball possession changes. At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara was running after Jason Thibault, with a genuine smile on his face. Bang! Not long after, the two collided again, only, this time it was Jason Thibault who had the ball. The other members of both teams looked at the two in surprise. This stinky monkey actually has the aura of a wild beast. Jason Cyber gritted his teeth and squeezed Atsushi Murasakibara hard. Then imitate Atsushi Murasakibara and suddenly do a turnaround jump shot. Bang! Instantly, he was blocked by the high-jumping Atsushi Murasakibara. How is that possible? Jason Cyber was really shocked at this time. Soon, the ball was caught by Akashi Seijiro. He immediately organized a quick attack. Then it was passed to Kagami Taiga, who passed it to Atsushi Murasakibara, who was running in the front. Atsushi Murasakibara received the ball, dribbled a few times, held the basketball tightly in his left hand, and jumped towards the opponent's basket. "Don't underestimate me, you stinky monkey." Jason Thibault quickly caught up and jumped with the other. "But it's useless." Bang, bang, two voices rang out. Atsushi Murasakibara not only dunked over Jason Thibault, but also knocked him to the ground. Advertisement, wow. The audience cheered again. Their eyes collectively turned to Atsushi Murasakibara, who was returning to defense and high-fiving Aomine Daiki. Sharp. Murasakibara's unnecessary movements are gone. Hinata Junpei was a little surprised. I often think that Murasakibara's physical strength is so different from those around him. So he always takes precautions for himself during the game, but in front of someone like Jason Thibault who is physically stronger than him, he can then fully display his full strength, so that's why he is so happy. Kai's Ryota explained. With little time left in the first quarter, Murasakibara had already scored 6 points on Jason Thibault and blocked 3 shots. Just as Atsushi Murasakibara got the ball in the final seconds and was about to jump up for a slam dunk. "I was actually afraid of him just now? Impossible? There is no one stronger than me, it can't exist." Jason Sibo looked at the other person's back and said something in his heart, then a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. At this time, Sek also caught up. Tread, the three of them jumped up at the same time. Although the two tried their best, they still couldn't defend against Atsushi Murasakibara. Bang. Goal. But, the next moment, Atsushi Murasakibara's pupils darkened. An arm swung towards Atsushi Murasakibara's face. Bang. Atsushi Murasakibara fell to the ground and pressed his left hand in pain, with cold sweat on his face. Beep. The first quarter is over. At this time, the final whistle sounded. Murasakibara, team doctor. Tobishoda was the first to run over, pushed Jason Sibo away, and then observed Atsushi Murasakibara's injury. In a moment, the whole audience was silent, all concerned about Atsushi Murasakibara's situation. "Tiger, what's wrong?" Tobishoda frowned and spoke in a cold voice. "It looks like a fracture," Ida Kagedora said after checking for a while. "Are you kidding me? You did it on purpose?" Kagami Taiga turned around and yelled at the Jabberwocky team. "It's an accident, it's really an accident." Jason Thibault raised his hands in apology, but there was no apology on his face. "A-hole." Aomine Daiki frowned and looked at the Jabberwocky team. "Scum." Midorima Shintaro also cursed angrily. "I can still fight." Atsushi Murasakibara gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. Chapter 136, Emperor I. "Hey, don't mess around. Wait for the team doctor to come and treat you." Ida Kagedora looked worried. "I don't care, I can crush that scum with one hand." Atsushi Murasakibara showed a terrifying expression, stared at Jason Cyber fiercely and shouted. "Murasakibara, go get treated." At this time, Hubu Jungtai walked forward and said indifferently with a sullen face. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara was startled, then looked at Tobishoda. "I promise you, that person will never leave this stadium." "I see." Looking at Tobishoda's vicious eyes that were like a cold blade, Atsushi Murasakibara felt a chill sweeping through his body. At this time, the team doctor rushed over. After examination, it was determined that it was just a contusion and would heal after a few days of rest. Although it was only a bruise, they still helped Atsushi Murasakibara down for treatment. "I'll leave it to you guys from now on. There's still one quarter left. Don't let me down, okay?" Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly turned around and looked at everyone and said. "That's for sure, leave it to us," everyone echoed. "Don't disturb him yet." On the bench, Tobishoda stopped everyone who wanted to wake up Mito Ryunosuke and the others. "Why?" Everyone was puzzled. The Ministry of Revenue's face was as cold as ice. He took a sip of tea and said in an icy tone. "Because, Murasakibara is really injured this time." On the other side, the Jabberwocky team. They were not very relaxed at this time, and they all looked at Nashgore. "Relax, their 2 aces are gone, and there's only one left. He couldn't open the zone for the remaining 3 quarters, so he still won." Nashgore drank some water and said lightly. Although he said this, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. He actually let these monkeys stay ahead. Soon, the 2-minute break was over. Kuroko Tetsuya Dingukaryu Atsushi Murasakibara Kami-chan. The Jabberwolves have the ball. Nashgore and Akashi Seijiro faced off again. "Did you use a double-triple zone? But then again, the center is out, so why not stop struggling in vain?" Nashgore laughed. "Don't forget, we are leading now." Akashi Seijiro Amidanato, stinky monkey, advertisement. After Nashgore finished speaking, he suddenly increased his speed and broke through directly from the right. Seeing this, Akashi Seijiro hurried to catch up, but Nashgore quickly turned right and came to his left. "Can't defend, still no, I can't win now." Akashi Seijiro dark path. At this moment, Nashgore's strange pass appeared again. By the time everyone reacted, the ball was already in Alan's hands. Not good, he passed the ball to Alan. Everyone was shocked. Because the one facing Alan was Kuroko Tetsuya, who had the weakest defense. Got it. Alan caught the ball and jumped, smiling. In the blink of an eye, Aomine Daiki, who was originally defending Jason Thibault, came in front of him. How is that possible? He ran over such a long distance in an instant. This guy is so scary. Alan was shocked. Thanks to what Midorima said just now, I don't have to worry about this section. This time, it's my turn to perform. Aomine Daiki smiled and suddenly jumped up. Oops, this ball will be blocked, Alan said in surprise as he looked at Aomine Daiki who had appeared in front of him. He had no choice but to grab the ball behind him and immediately pass it to Jason Thibault. At this moment, Aomine Daiki in midair smiled. Ha ha ha, stinky monkey. As soon as Jason Thibault received the ball, he started laughing twice, then jumped up and was about to dunk. You just p***d me off. Kagami Taiga ran over quickly, jumped up suddenly, his pupils flashed red, and he stared at Jason Cyber angrily. I will never lose to a villain like you. After saying this, he just waved his hand suddenly, and with a pop, the basketball was knocked away. Wow, Kagami defended it, so fierce. Kagami, they both entered the zone. Both aces have awakened. In the stands, Saren's players cheered happily. The dragon-slaying sword team did not choose a fast break, but slowly pushed across half-court. Can you hear me? I'm asking you for a favor, advertisement? At this moment, Akashi Seijiro, who was dribbling the ball, suddenly said. Well, I can guess. At this moment, another voice popped up in his head. Akashi Seijiro, my style of play will be restrained by Nash, I need your eyes. Akashi Seijiro, too, it's fine, but do you really want to do this? I've done things to them that were too harsh before, and it might upset the player's balance. Akashi Seijiro, it doesn't matter, we are teammates now, the best teammates. Akashi Seijiro, too, I understand. Then I'll join the battle, just for the sake of victory. As soon as he thought of this, he had already arrived in front of Nash Gore. After dribbling the ball twice, he passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro. At this moment, Nash Gore's pupils suddenly dilated in disbelief. When did this guy get there? Bang! Suddenly, the basketball turned a corner, and flew directly into the hands of Aomine Daiki who had already jumped high. Bang! Bang! After receiving the ball, Aomine Daiki slammed the basketball into the basket. Goal. Hateful. Can all of you monkeys zone? Nashgur stared at the few people viciously. After a while, can you all enter the zone? He dribbled the ball across half-court and asked Akashi Seijiro who was in front of him. No comment, but I advise you to worry about yourself. Akashi Seijiro had a sullen face at this time and spoke in an extremely cold tone. Ah, Nash Gore sneered. What did you say? After saying that, he immediately prepared to use the pass without warning. But, Akashi Seijiro's pupils shrank at this moment, and he intercepted the ball in an instant. I absolutely do. Beep, out of bounds, the black team has the ball. At this time, the referee also blew the whistle. Impossible, he actually managed to intercept Nash's pass. Sek said in shock, this is the Emperor Eye, which means. Midorima Shintaro murmured as he looked at Akashi Seijiro's back. Is it out of bounds? I haven't been here for a long time, so I'm a little rusty, that's all. Akashi Seijiro looked at his palm, then suddenly his eyes became stern. I will grab the next ball. Although my unpredictable pass still had some subtle passing movements, it was obvious that the monkey's prediction just now was not an ordinary one. Does he have those eyes? I'll try again later, Nashgur said to himself with a sullen face. Even though Akashi said that before, it's still quite intimidating to see it again. Takao Kazunari smiled bitterly, but now that we're all on the same team, he's a very reliable teammate, isn't he? Kai's Ryota said with a smile. Chapter 137, Eye of the Devil. On the court, Nash Gore received the ball again and Akashi Seijiro came up to defend. So he quickly dribbled the ball between his legs and suddenly broke through from the right. Dribble behind the back, so fast and without any preparation. In the audience, the Rakuzan trio of the Five Without a Crown said in disbelief. But it's useless to Xiaojung now. Mibuchi Ryo smiled and said. Sure enough, Akashi Seijiro came up to defend him immediately. How is it possible? He can actually react. Sek was surprised again. Nash Gore made a cut sound, stopped suddenly, and wanted to make a fadeaway jump shot. But just as he was about to throw the ball, bang! Akashi's hand instantly slapped the basketball away. Now I am sure that this monkey also has those eyes. Nashgur in the air stared at Akashi Seijiro below and thought to himself. After the latter stole the ball, he quickly ran forward and rushed towards the opposite basket with the ball. Don't even think about going over there, Sek, who had already returned to defense, opened his arms and shouted. Get out of here, Akashi Seijiro Kaiko Ideographic period. What? Sek was bewildered. This is an order, and you remember. At this point, Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball between his legs, knocking Sek down. As he passed by him, he said, my orders are absolute. After saying that, he quickly did a layup. Alan, who had rushed back, had already jumped up. Seeing this, Akashi Seijiro received the ball and passed it to Kagami Taiga who was following him. Kagami Taiga received the ball, jumped up quickly, and pulled the bow to full length with one hand. Amidst the shouts of, go, Kagami, the basketball is about to be dunked into the basket. Bang, a huge palm slapped the basketball away. Seeing Jason Cyber suddenly appear, Kagami Taiga and Akashi Seijiro showed shocked expressions. The flying ball quickly landed in Alan's hands. At this time, everyone rushed towards the basket of the dragon-slaying sword team. One team is attacking and the other team is defending. Alan saw Kagami Taiga catching up and quickly passed the ball to Jason Thibault. Jason Thibault jumped up and dunked. Even if Aomine Daiki opened the zone, he couldn't stop this goal. Bang. Goal. Ball possession changes. Nash Gore faced off against Akashi Seijiro again. Can. Advertisement this time Nash Gore took a step back and passed the ball to Nick from behind. Beautiful. The moment the pass was made, it barely avoided Emperor Ai's defensive range. Did he see through it so quickly? Yi Yuajun in the audience was a little surprised. On the court. Damn, the quality of this forced pass is so poor. This monkey is getting more and more annoying the more I look at it. Nash Gore said with an unhappy look on his face. Alan received the ball, cooperated with Nick, and shot a three-pointer over Kuroko's head. Swish. Goal. 3 points. The next game, the two teams began to stalemate again. Midorima Shintaro on this side was already being double-guarded because of his three-point shooting in the first game. There is no way around it, people with cheating heads will always be targeted. On this side, Kagami Taiga and Aomine Daiki had to jointly defend the muscular monster Jason Thibault. But the Jabberwolves were in an equally difficult situation. Facing Kagami Taiga and Aomine Daiki who had opened their zones, they were unable to defend at all. At this time, Midorima Shintaro walked up to Akashi Seijiro and said lightly. Akashi, there are 5 minutes left, if we want to keep the score wide open. I understand. Akashi Seijiro nodded. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball across half-court and started to waste time. He is waiting. The next second, everyone saw Midorima Shintaro making a shooting motion and jumping quickly. Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very complicated right now. But in order to win, I hope they can succeed, but if they succeed, I will be a little unwilling to accept it. The others looked at Takao Kazunari, who had a complicated expression and was talking to himself, with confusion. What is he doing? Sak and Nick were bewildered. At this time, Akashi Seijiro moved. He just swung his hand and the ball landed in the hands of Midorima Shintaro. Let me go, this shot is perfect. Takao Kazunari smiled bitterly. What the hell? The members of the exploding dragon team looked at the basketball in the air in surprise. Bang. Swish. As soon as the basketball was passed to Midorima Shintaro, he quickly shot the ball out. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Nice shot. Defend. 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 The audience were all cheering for the dragon-slaying sword team. On the next ball, Seke managed to shoot the ball despite being defended by Kagami Taiga, and it actually went in. Advertisement ball possession changes. Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball across half-court and confronted Nash Gore at the three-point line. The next second, he felt Midorima jump and passed the ball directly to him. Bang. Swish. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Haha, even though I was feeling complicated just now I feel much happier than I imagined. Although I don't want to admit that he does better than me, I still have to admire him. Their cooperation is perfect. Takao Kazunari looked at the two people on the field and smiled bitterly. On this side, Midorima Shintaro has already scored 3 goals in a row. The score was 58-35. Everyone was excited. The difference was more than 20 points. Ball possession changes. As soon as Nash Gore received the ball, he took a deep breath. Then he slowly dribbled the ball across half-court and said, to be honest, I was a little surprised. This is the first time I've seen someone with eyes like this. The same eyes as mine. Akashi Seijiro's pupils dilated as he looked into the other's eyes. What did this guy say? Same eyes? Could it be the same as Emperor Ai? Everyone in the dragon-slaying sword team was surprised. But don't get me wrong, it's just the same principle. Having said that, Nash Gore stepped in and instantly came in front of Akashi Seijiro, revealing a wicked smile. After all, my Eye of the Demon King is more advanced than yours. How dare you enter the Emperor Ai's defense range? Yi Yuajun said in disbelief. More advanced than me? Stop bragging. Akashi Seijiro thought to himself, then his pupils glowed red and he began to observe the other party's movements. Change hands behind my back and break through from my right side? Akashi Seijiro, who sees the future, responded quickly. At this moment, Nash Gore was doing the same action as he saw the future with his eyes. But even behind the defense, Nash Gore did not choose to change hands, but suddenly continued to dribble the ball with his right hand and broke through to the right. Because Akashi Seijiro had shifted his center of gravity to his right, his center of gravity was unstable and he missed the target. Akashi's thoughts were revealed. That wouldn't be wrong, he, like Akashi, can see the future. Kagami Taiga thought to himself in disbelief. But the next moment, facing Aomine Daiki's defense, Nash Gore passed the ball directly to the Knicks. Just when everyone hadn't reacted yet, Nick has already taken off and shot. Midorima Shintaro jumped up to defend, but it was of no avail. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Chapter 138 Nash Gore's Strength. How did that just happen? I can't react at all. There was an uproar in the audience. Mibuchi Ryo. Xiao Zheng was actually passed? Hayama Kodoro. And On the court, Aomine Daiki wiped the sweat off her face and looked at Akashi Seijiro. This is difficult. His ability is actually the same as yours. There was no way, if he and Kagami Taiga didn't open the zone, he wouldn't be able to stop Jason Thibid. No, above me. Akashi Seijiro Lao Shi Dao. It seems that you already know that your eyes can only see one person. But I can see everyone at the same time. In other words, the future of this game cannot be beyond my expectations, even God cannot do it. Ha ha ha. Nashgur pointed at Akashi Seijiro and the others and boasted with a smile. Ball possession changes. As soon as Akashi got the ball, he quickly came to Nash Gore. Then one foot stepped into the opponent's penalty zone. What? Same move as Nash did last round, Uru. Liu Wei said in surprise. Without hesitation, he just leaned forward. Himuro Tatsuya said in surprise. I don't care how many people's futures you can see. In a one-on-one situation, it's useless. After Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, he used his ankle to finish and dribbled the ball quickly. Nash Gore was not knocked down, but instead kept close to the defense. Since we are all people who can see the future, are the conditions 50-50? Midorima Shintaro didn't jump this time because he was not sure if Akashi could pass the ball to him. The two fought on the field for a while, and it ended with Akashi passing the ball in front of him. Aomine Daiki received the ball, quickly drove to the basket, and then jumped up for a slam dunk. A big hand directly picked up the basketball in his hand and sent it flying. Bang! Aomine Daiki slammed dunks with her bare hands. How is that possible? Looking at his empty hands, Aomine Daiki was shocked. This is the speed at which he opened the zone. How could he possibly keep up? How is that possible? Satsuki Momoi screamed in surprise, returned to defense. Kai's Ryota saw this and quickly stood up and shouted. Akashi Seijiro reacted and quickly followed. Advertisement. That goal just now wasn't unexpected at all, same eyes. Why can I get past you but you can't get past me? Because this is, at this point, Nash Gore suddenly dribbled quickly, knocked down Akashi Seijiro, and then quickly made a layup. What a difference in strength. How is that possible? Akashi was actually finished off by his opponent's ankle. The last time he was finished by an ankle was the last time. Oh, I remember that time. There were sudden sounds of disbelief from the audience. This side. Upon seeing this, Midorima Shintaro immediately stepped forward to defend. It was broken through in one encounter. Nash Gore took 1 step, 2 steps, and jumped up to dunk. Don't even think about it. Kagami Taiga, with red lightning flashing in his pupils, quickly caught up from behind, jumped up suddenly, and stretched out his hand to block the basketball. Nash Gore took the basketball back with his left hand and hooked it with his left hand. What? Kagami Taiga's eyes widened. Beep. Clang, clang, clang. Swish. Goal. The goal is valid. One more penalty. Compared with the brutal battlefields I've been through before, this score is nothing. I can make up for it in minutes. After landing, Nashgur turned around and looked at the players of the dragon-slaying sword team, saying with a serious expression. His breath was detected by Jason Cyber. At this moment, Jason Thibid looked at Nash Gore with a serious expression. Are you serious about this? Ball possession changes. This time, Akashi's pass was intercepted by Nash Gore. He immediately took the ball and attacked quickly. Facing Aomine Daiki who came back to defend, he just let out a light breath. Then, while the opponent was stunned, he quickly dribbled past Aomine Daiki. Switch hands. And very quickly, Wakamatsu Kosuke and Hanada Junpei were surprised. Facing the defense of Kuroko Tetsuya and Midorima Shintaro, Nash Gore just flashed past Kuroko Tetsuya. Then he stopped suddenly, accelerated to the left and knocked Midorima Shintaro down. He jumped up suddenly at the basket, grabbed the ball with one hand, and was about to dunk. Kagami Taiga, who was already blocking the basket, jumped high with an expression that showed he was determined to get the ball. But it's useless. Bang. Goal. Advertisement? Is this true? It's too scary, isn't it? Kaneyama Kotaro cannot leave faith behind. He passed 3 guys and dunked over Kagami. Genbuya Yongji said loudly, is he going to be serious now? Himuro Tatsuya was a little surprised. Come on, monkeys. I'm going to start catching up, so be prepared. Nashgur, who had landed, turned his head and looked at everyone with a gloomy expression. Soon after the Jabberwocky team returned to defense, Midorima Shintaro stepped forward and said calmly. His moves were noticeably different from before, from those fancy catches that tricked opponents into playing legitimate basketball. I'm afraid this is his original style of play and Nash Gore's true strength. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious. Whatever happens, we don't have time to be shocked. Just because those scumbags are so strong, should we be afraid? Aomine Daiki picked up the basketball and said seriously. After that, the others smiled. Aomine Daiki got the ball, his eyes flashing, and after breaking through Allen, he ran into Jason Thibault. He swung the ball quickly and it landed in Kagami Taiga's hands. Kagami Taiga dribbled the ball only twice before he put both hands together, jumped up suddenly, and slammed the ball into the basket with one hand. Bang! The ball goes in. Ball possession changes. Nash Gore easily passed Akashi Seijiro and made a fadeaway jump shot. He turned around immediately after landing and raised his right hand. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Although Nash Gore started to perform well, Jason Thibaud suffered a lot. It was too difficult for him to face Kagami Taiga and Aomine Daiki, who opened zones at the same time. One has an endless supply of amazing moves, while the other's jumping ability is like it's spring-loaded. Nash Gore had it easier on this side. He just had to keep an eye on the ball passed by Akashi Seijiro to Midorima Shintaro. Even though the score is behind now, he shoots 3 points and the opponent scores 2 points. The score will be caught up sooner or later. Time passes by little by little. Aomine Daiki and Kagami Taiga are also about to run out of energy. The score is getting closer and closer. Now it is 72-66. Only 6 points difference. Facing the full power Nashgar, the situation of the dragon-slaying sword team, which is also running at full power, is not optimistic. Although Jason Thibaud couldn't defend, he was secretly holding back. Just to prepare for the second half, there are only 53 seconds left. Kuroko Tetsuya's pass allowed Aomine Daiki to score another 2 points. The score difference has widened to 8 points again. Chapter 139. Because he is the protagonist, Ida Jingtora raised his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and looked at the score. No time. Ida Riko clenched her fists and looked towards the court. 15 seconds left. Satsuki Momoi on the side clasped his hands together and watched the situation on the court with a nervous look on his face. Defend against his three-pointer, we must bring the score to 10 points. Aomine Daiki gasped. As long as we can defend against this shot, we still have a chance. Kagami Taiga was also breathing heavily and sweating profusely. It's useless. No one can defend me, you can only watch helplessly as the score is reversed. Nashgore said with a confident smile. Akashi. Midorima Shintaro, who was blocking a position with Sek, thought to himself as he looked at Akashi in front of him. At this time, Akashi Seijiro, who was defending Nash Gore, heard a voice in his mind. It's time to say goodbye. Akashi Seijiro, what did you say? Although he was talking to another personality, his body was still trying to defend against the other person. Akashi Seijiro, too. You should know that Nash is very strong and we can't beat him. But when I saw his demonic eye, I also noticed a possibility. I think Emperor Eye is not inferior to Devil's Eye, it's just not perfect yet. Akashi Seijiro, is this the only way? Akashi Seijiro, too. I will choose to disappear, so that the Emperor Eye will be complete and will definitely surpass the opponent's Demon King's Eye. I shouldn't have been there, but I'm already satisfied just to be able to play with everyone at the last moment. Thank you. Nash. Suddenly, Akashi Seijiro's pupils widened as he looked at the startled Nashgar and continued. You say you can see the future of everyone on the court, but you're just observing. I know how to use my eyes better than you do. If my opponent can see the future, then I will let them analyze the best solution and see the future. After saying that, Akashi Seijiro moved. Just when Nash Gore was about to dribble the ball, he suddenly grabbed the ball and intercepted it. Then quickly launch a fast break, charge. There was an uproar in the audience again. Seeing this, the members of the exploding dragon team hurried back to defend. But, Akashi Seijiro simply dribbled the ball a few times before passing it back behind him. What? The Jabberwolves saw Midorima Shintaro catching the ball and thought to themselves, oh no. I've been waiting for this moment, this ball general. After Midorima Shintaro finished speaking, he quickly jumped under his own basket, and when he was midair, he threw the basketball out with force. The basketball drew a perfect arc and fell steadily into the basket. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Advertisement. Beep. The first half is over, please take a 10-minute break. The second half starts in 10 minutes. The whistle blew and the announcement followed. Oh, Midorima was so handsome just now. We won. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Age of Miracles couldn't lose to anyone other than my idol. What's wrong? You guys popped some champagne at halftime. You know nothing. No. Are you new here? Yes, I just came here today with my girlfriend. Get lost. Show off your affection, that's quick. The audience was in an uproar, they all cheered in triumph. Some of the audience even raised the fireworks in their hands and opened them. Did you win? Alex was confused after being woken up by the quarrel. The first half just ended. Then you didn't know that yet? Mito is very popular online. Even the official website has admitted that Mito Ryosuke will play half the game. Hinata Junpei let out a breath of foul air and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Although they didn't want to admit it, the three substitutes had already decided that Mito was more secure than the Age of Miracles. At this moment, the Jabberwocky team was collectively wondering, why were even the audience shouting victory? What's even more abominable is, there are even people setting off salutes. What's going on with them? Alan listened to the cheers from the audience, his face full of question marks. Because we were leading by 11 points in the first half, did that mean we won the game? Jason Cyber said unhappily. He decided that he would definitely beat up that B********* D with blue and crimson hair. On the dragon-slaying sword team's bench. Wait, what are you doing? Tobi Shota yelled nervously. His words scared Hinata Junpei, who was about to wake up Mito Ryosuke. What happened? Hinata Junpei stopped reaching out to Mito Ryosuke and asked weakly. It's not time yet. Just as Tobi Shota finished speaking, he saw Atsushi Murasakibara walk out with a bandage on his hand, and he immediately changed his words and said, I'll do it. So, in the eyes of the crowd who were filled with disbelief, Tobi Shota pulled Atsushi Murasakibara and walked in front of Mito Ryunosuke. He immediately grabbed the other's collar with both hands and took a deep breath. "Ah, Mito, wake up, everyone. 6. Want to die?" Advertisement. Mito Ryunosuke stared at Tobi Shota with murderous eyes and asked. Upon hearing this, Tobi Shota immediately brought Atsushi Murasakibara to his side and asked, "How can you still sleep in this situation?" Atsushi Murasakibara, purple hair, who did this? Mito Ryunosuke asked with a sullen face as he looked at the bandage on the other's hand. Shueichin, I'm fine, shut up. Mito Ryunosuke said, and looked at Tobi Shota. Who did it? Tobi Shota took a deep breath. Although it was the white-haired guy across the street who did it, it was indeed an accident, so. This time, please don't do anything dirty. Let them remember you when they see the basketball in the future. Purple hair, huh? Mito Ryunosuke ignored Tobi Shota and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with a gloomy face and asked. As soon as those words were spoken, an oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone in the dragon-slaying sword team. Atsushi Murasakibara thought for a while before nodding blankly. Soon, the second half of the game was about to begin. At this time, Hubu Jungtai stood in front of everyone. In the second half, the players who came on were. Before he finished speaking, the three substitutes showed nervous expressions. Because they all knew that the basic physical strength of the Age of Miracles had reached its limit. There is a high possibility that I will be the one starting in the second half. Point guard, Kazunari Takao. Center, just as Tobi Shota said this, Mito Ryunosuke suddenly spoke, and the two voices fused together. Mito, I play center. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and smiled. The others showed expressions of disbelief. At this time, Tobi Shota continued, shooting guard, Hinata Junpei. Power forward, Kosuke Wakamatsu. At this point, he looked at Mito Ryunosuke and asked with a smile. Last one, who do you want to play? Mito Ryunosuke looked up in surprise when he heard this. He found that everyone was looking at him and immediately raised his lips. Alex. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Alex. Alex looked like he was still sleepy and pointed at himself. Huh? Just kidding, let's just go with Brother Kun. Mito Ryunosuke stood up and began to twist his body, making a clicking sound. Are you sure? Tobi Shota ignored Kuroko Tetsuya, whose eyes lit up beside him, and asked. Mito Ryunosuke put his hands into his shorts, looking lazy. Certainly, because he's the protagonist. Chapter 140. Kunshan Rely. Thank you, Master Blackstar, for the great healthcare. Master, don't you just live your life? On the other side, the Jabberwolves bench. How dare these damn monkeys celebrate early? I will definitely not let them have an easy time in the second half. Jason Cyber kicked a stool with red eyes and cursed. Jason. Nashgore sat down on the stool and called out softly. Shut up. In a rage, Jason Thibault took one look at Nashgore's stern gaze and immediately shut his mouth. Don't worry, I'll let you start making trouble in the second half. Their main forces should have already exhausted all their strength, no one can stop you. Nashgore raised his right hand, placed it in front of him, moved his fingers and said coldly. The dragon-slaying sword team bench. What happened to them? Why did they suddenly go crazy? Hinata Junpei asked, looking towards the opponent's bench. But it seems to have gone quiet again. I can't stand it. Wakamatsu Kosuke touched his neck and twisted it and said. It's just a little louder. Aomine Daiki wiped the sweat off his face and said with disdain. Yes. Atsushi Murasakibara Zantong Dao. Okay, listen to me. At this time, Tobi Shota walked forward, looked at everyone and spoke. Seeing that they were all looking at him, Tobi Shota cleared his throat and said, good job in the first half. It wasn't what I expected, but that's okay. As for the players who will start in the second half, I will only arrange tactics for you once. Upon hearing this, the four people who were about to go on stage looked serious and extremely serious, afraid of missing a single word. Relax a little, don't be so nervous. Tobi Shota curled his lips and continued, in the third quarter, you can play your own way. Because I think that since it's a rare opportunity for me to play, it's a good thing to let you see the gap between me and the opponent. But if you really have no way to deal with them, then pass the ball to Mito. He will solve it for you. Beep, the second half, the third quarter begins. Come on, Vorpal Swords. As soon as Tobi Shota finished speaking, a whistle sounded. Huh? Why are all the substitutes on here? Are you admitting defeat? You know nothing, didn't you see number 1 is here too? Isn't he also a substitute? Ignore him, he doesn't know anything about basketball, he's here with his girlfriend. Bakayashi, advertisement, myth, kill the other side. The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. When the audience saw the man in the number 1 jersey, they cheered loudly. It seemed as if the entire stadium was shaking with the cheers. 2 viewing area. Wakamatsu actually made it to the court. However, the audience's cheers were completely different from the first half. Sakurai Ryo said with some surprise, of course, because. At this point, Jin Jishong pushed up his glasses and said, the monster is out of the cage. But surprisingly, Wakamatsu actually played with that monster. Susa Yoshinori also smiled. I hope the captain can perform well and not embarrass us. Sakurai Ryo smiled helplessly. Shutoku viewing area. Takao is on the court, ha ha ha, have they admitted defeat? Kimura Shinsuke laughed jokingly. I think this arrangement is good. It's a good thing for them to see the gap between us and the other side. Miyachi Kiyoshi looked calmly at Takao Kazunari on the field and smiled. What a shame. I'm about to go to university. I heard Otsubo's sister is also studying at Shudoku. Kimura Shinsuke turned around and asked. Yeah, I heard you're going to apply to be the manager of our basketball team. Miyachi Kiyoshi nodded. Rikuzen viewing area. Oh my, why didn't they ask me to be a substitute at that time? Kotaro Hayama said with an envious look, you're so noisy. Mibuchi Ryo said bluntly. How dare Coach Toby arrange this? How confident is he in Mito? Genbuya Yongji said in a deep voice. Saren viewing area. Is Coach Toby crazy? How dare he let Hinata play? Enrico didn't even try to stop him. Shinji Kogane covered his mouth and laughed secretly. I'll tell the captain, Yi Uejun said seriously. And me. A haiku by Furuhata Mitsuki, you. Shinji Kogane looked at the two of them angrily, then sighed. On the court. What's going on with you guys? Are you deserters? Jason Tebe looked at the Dragon Sword team's bench with a gloomy face. Advertisement the person he wanted to beat up didn't even show up. This punch full of anger feels like hitting cotton, which is disgusting. What's the matter with all substitutes? The members of the Exploding Dragon team also had gloomy expressions. If you admit defeat, just announce the result directly. I'm too lazy to play with you monkeys, Nashker said with a cold look in his eyes. Huh? What are they talking about? Suddenly, Jason Cyber felt a pain in his chest, and then looked in disbelief at Mito Ryosuke, who had turned his back and hit him with his back. But he didn't dare to use too much force. After all, he had already promised the Ministry of Revenue that he would defeat these foreigners with basketball. Monkey, are you the sender? Coach Hubu didn't say anything? Just play your own way? Takao Kazunari, bang. Mito Ryosuke raised his head and looked at the other person calmly and asked. This is called Kunshan Kao, a magical skill for blocking positions. Upon hearing this, Team Exploding Dragon was stunned for a moment. What does he mean? I hope you can still say such things later. Sons, your dad is here. Bang. Okay. But his expression was not relaxed at all. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was indeed a big gap between him and the other party. At this time, Mito Ryosuke, with his hands in his shorts, kept hitting Jason Thibodeau with his right shoulder. How is that possible? How'd I play? Didn't you see my Xiaogen is still sitting down there? The game begins. Akashi Seijiro stood up and replied coldly. Jason Thibodeau. Jason Cyber gritted his teeth, then took a deep breath, put his hands in front of his chest, and rushed forward. Kai's Ryota spread his hands, indicating that he was the second one who didn't understand. Mito, it seems like we're being looked down upon. Wakamatsu Kosuke passed the ball to Takao Kazunari, who slowly dribbled the ball across half-court, thinking to himself, how should I play? Another monkey with a language barrier, don't they usually study their beautiful Mandarin? This monkey, I'm going to beat him up, that's you guys. You're the one who hurt Zamao, right? Jason Cyber asked with a sinister expression as he looked at Mito Ryosuke standing in front of him. Aomine Daiki was the first one who didn't understand. This monkey has great strength. Takao Kazunari ran up to Mito Ryosuke and said with a familiar smile. After Mito Ryosuke finished speaking, he shouted something to the other side, put his hands into his shorts, and walked towards the basket on the other side as if taking a walk. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other, so Nick asked to fight. Chapter 141 I can do it too. I used all my strength this time, but I couldn't move it at all. Jason Thibodeau looked shocked. Then, not believing in evil, he took a deep breath and hit Mito Ryosuke again. Still no movement. Bang, at this time, Mito Ryosuke's Kunshan Kao hit again. Jason Cyber only felt like he was hit by a huge hammer, and he groaned and took 2 steps back. Certainly, this scene was seen by Atsushi Murasakibara. He actually tried to knock the water kiss away, what an idiot. But, at this moment, the sound of the ball being intercepted was heard. Nash Gore instantly intercepted Takao Kazunari's dribble and then quickly launched an attack towards the opponent's basket. You monkeys, die. He came to the basket and jumped up suddenly to dunk. Tap tap tap. A dense sound of footsteps came from behind. In the blink of an eye, the owner of the footsteps was in front of him and jumped up suddenly. How could he be so fast? After Nash Gore saw who was coming, he quickly pulled his hand back, quickly switched the ball to his left hand, and then made a hook shot. It's that trick again. Kagami Taiga on the bench saw this and said with a frown. Don't worry, Shueichin is not as bad as you. Atsushi Murasakibara's path of confidence. Kagami Taiga. At the moment the basketball flew towards the basket, Mito Ryosuke retracted his right hand, raised it again quickly and slapped the basketball, then shouted. FK your basketball dream. Bang. Wow, big hot pot. But what did he mean just now? I don't know, but, being handsome is enough. The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. This shot made the audience excited again. Lu, what did Mito just say? Himuro Tatsuya turned his head and looked at Lu Wei and asked. I advise you not to know. Lu Wei clenched his fists tightly, hating the person who taught Mito Ryosuke long Mandarin. Even scarier than Kagami's hovering. Ida Riko murmured with a surprised expression. I didn't expect that after just 2 NCAA games, Mito has become even stronger. Tobu Shoda was very pleased. advertisement on the court. The flying ball was caught by Takao Kazunari, but as soon as Takao Kazunari grabbed the ball, he saw Mito Ryosuke running towards the opponent's basket and raising his hand to make a throwing gesture to himself. A high pass. Although he was a little confused, he still threw the basketball high in the direction of Mito Ryosuke. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone in the audience appeared. Midorima Shintaro even stood up suddenly, with a look of shock on his face. Mito Ryosuke came to the three-point line and jumped high, making a shooting gesture. The next second, he first used his left hand to block the basketball flying from behind, then quickly put his right hand on it and exerted force. Swish. The basketball flew out of his hand like a cannonball and shot quickly into the sky. Then it drew a perfect arc and fell towards the basket. Swish. Goal. 3 points. FK. Liu Wei suddenly shouted, Dragon Country's national essence, and stood up immediately. Ah, Mito. I love you. You're a man. What do you know? Same SX love as true love. What a fast speed. What an amazing alley-oop three-pointer. Can a human do those actions he just made? How come my Mito isn't a human? You say he is not a human? Are you sick? Why are you talking so loudly? This goal once again pushed the atmosphere to a higher level. Unlike the excited crowd on the field, Takao Kazunari stared blankly at his hands, muttering to himself. Is this the ball from me? This perfect pass came from my hands? Good pass, keep up the good work. At this time, Mito Ryosuke, who had already returned to defense, spoke as he passed by him. Yes. Takao Kazunari came back to his senses, the gloom from being interrupted just now swept away, and he immediately responded excitedly. At this moment, he looked like a child of more than 100 months old, with a proud look on his face. On the bench. This kid is actually starting to get carried away. Midorima Shintaro cursed with a complicated smile on his face and sat back on the bench. The exploding neck dragon has the ball. At this time, Nash Gore dribbled the ball across half-court and passed it to Jason Thibault. As soon as Jason Thibault got the ball, he faced Mito Ryosuke, who was defending him. It's right, one-on-one, haha, although this monkey is quite powerful, he actually dared to fight Jason alone. When Alan saw this scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Advertisement after all, Mito Ryosuke just showed off his speed, his ability to stay in the air, and his jumping ability. But Jason Thibault had a strange expression on his face at this time and did not dribble the ball immediately. This scene made the Jabberwocky team a little confused. What happened to Jason? Others don't know. Jason Cyber knew that the monkey opposite him was definitely more powerful than himself. If his own strength was only 6,000, his must be at least 10,000. There is no other way. Jason Thibault can only explode his clothes. The next second, a violent aura swept out from his body. He's gone wild, Ida Kagetora said with a frown. But when he turned around, he saw everyone with normal expressions, and then he shut up obediently. On the court. Bang, facing Jason Thibault, he broke through with the ball. Mito Ryosuke still stood in front of him with an expressionless face. Can't move? How is that possible? The members of the Exploding Neck Dragon team showed expressions of disbelief. That man is known for having a body of God, how could he not be able to knock over a monkey? Seeing that he failed to knock Mito Ryosuke away, Jason Sibo immediately turned around and broke through from the left. Bang, the two collided again. This time, Jason Sibo suddenly sat down on the ground to everyone's shock. Beep, the referee requests a timeout. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Because he saw. No, everyone in the audience saw it. Jason Sibo, with a mask of pain on his face, was pressing his right shoulder and breathing heavily. He felt that what he hit was not a person, but an armored vehicle. That's it. Mito Ryosuke snorted coldly and looked down at Jason Cyber. Although the opponent was an opponent, the injury was sustained in his own country after all, so the team doctor still came to check the injury. Wasn't this white-haired guy very aggressive just now? Why is he trying to scam people now? I don't know either. He dribbled the ball and hit someone and ended up falling down first. I was a little worried before. Even if it was the light of Teiko, how could we possibly win against the opponent with a bunch of substitutes? What now? Now, I think I can do it too. 6. On the dragon-slaying sword team's bench, the 4 players who just came off the field actually had a feeling that, if this team always stays like this, winning the national championship will be easy. It's different from the nervousness I felt when I first came on stage. At this moment, Hinata Junpei and Wakamatsu Kosuke actually felt that playing only half a game with Mito was too little. As for Takao Kazunari, this kid is still thinking about his pass. Chapter 142 Carry away, Mito, you. Tobishoda pointed at Mito Ryosuke and said helplessly. It's none of my business, he bumped into me on his own. Mito Ryosuke spread his hands. Mizukin, are you okay? Atsushi Murasakibara handed over the water bottle and expressed his concern. Others may not know it, but he knows the power of Jason Thibault. Although he knew that Mito couldn't be in any trouble, he still asked out of concern. It's okay. He's far worse than Robert. Mito Ryosuke said, took the water bottle and started drinking. The other side. How's Jason? It's nothing serious, the doctor said it was just a bump. Nashker said in a deep voice, thinking. Why do these troublesome monkeys appear one after another? Whenever they had that friendly match, these people appeared. They wouldn't say those words either. After the words fell, the expressions of the others became serious. That number 1 is so perverted. Strength, speed, jumping ability, coordination. They are all crushing our side. Even though he only shot 1 ball, with that kind of action, his hit rate wouldn't be low. No wonder the audience opened the champagne in advance. No wonder those monkeys gave their all in the first half without considering the second half at all. It turns out that the second half was taken over by this monster. The game continues. Although Jason Thibaut was not seriously injured, he did not dare to use brute force to attack Mito Ryunosuke. After dribbling a few times and finding that he couldn't break through, he could only pass the ball to Alan. Alan used a fake move to shake off Kosuke Wakamatsu and scored over his head. Ball possession changes. On the bench, everyone looked at the 3 of them with concern. Although they have Mito Ryunosuke, everyone knows that the other 3 are still far behind. After halftime, Gao Wei and Cheng Ji looked at Nash Gore warily. Even dribbling is done behind the back. He wanted to pass the ball to Mito Ryunosuke, but the opponent was standing under the basket, playing with Jason Thibaut. Bang! 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 The 3, Kunshan Kao, made Jason Zibe feel a surge of blood in his body and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Swish! At this time, Takao Kazunari had barely passed the ball. Suddenly, the basketball turned a corner and flew above the basket. Kuroko's shot. Ida Kagedora said with some surprise. Because Kuroko Tetsuya couldn't possibly pass such an unexpected ball. In other words, he only passes the ball that his teammates can catch. That's Kuroko's belief. No matter what kind of ball he passes, Mito will definitely catch it. Ida Riko recalled the scene of the 2 of them working together on the baseball field and smiled. Advertisement. When Ida Kagedora said this, she was immediately shocked by the scene before her. I saw Mito Ryunosuke, who was already fighting for position with Jason Thibaut on the right side of the basket. In the blink of an eye, he came to the left side, then jumped at the same time with Sek and Jason Thibaut and touched the basketball. Bang! Without any surprise, Mito Ryunosuke caught the ball with 1 hand and slammed it into the basket. Goal. Hateful. This damn monkey. The veins on Jason Cyber's forehead bulged, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. When the 3 of them landed, Mito Ryunosuke's elbow hit his face. Bang. Jason Cyber looked at the other party's blocking arm in surprise. Such a quick reaction. This scumbag. Aomine Daiki saw this and immediately stood up and cursed. It's over. Alex was awakened by his shout. After taking a look at Mito Ryunosuke on the field, she closed her eyes again. Tobi Shota was worried that Mito Ryunosuke would go berserk and attack. Mito's next move put him at ease. Mito Ryunosuke simply reached out and patted the arm that had just blocked the elbow. Then he pulled the corners of his mouth and shook his head while returning to defense. Hateful. Looking at the other party's mocking and half-disdainful expression, Jason Cyber became even angrier. Mito, are you okay? Gao Wei and Cheng Cheng stepped forward and asked. Fine. Ball possession changes. This time, Nash Gore did not choose to break through, but instead dribbled past Takao Kazunari, took a step back and jumped to shoot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Ball possession changes. I'm sorry, I can't guard him. Takao Kazunari came up to the team members and said apologetically. It's okay, Takao. Wakamatsu Kosuke comforted him. In this quarter, you guys can shoot whenever you can, and don't worry, I'll take care of the rebounds. On the next ball, I'm switching with you. Mito Ryunosuke looked at Jason Cyber across from him and said calmly. But I can't stop that muscle monster, right? Takao Kazunari complained. Who told you to treat him? Mito Ryunosuke turned his head, asked a question, and then ran towards the opponent's basket. Upon hearing this, Takao Kazunari looked at Wakamatsu Kosuke with a look of concern. Then he dribbled slowly across half-court. Bang. Bang. On this side, Mito Ryunosuke had an indifferent expression and used the Kunshan Kao with increased force. Bang. Bang. Advertisement. With every hit, Jason Thibaut took a step back. This monster. His face had turned the color of liver, and he was gritting his teeth, enduring the pain and holding on. No. This ball is too fast, this idiot. When Kanyoshi Shang looked at Wakamatsu Kosuke, who was making an extreme move, he frowned and spoke. How could the captain make such a mistake? Sakurai Ryoya was a little surprised. Bang. Sure enough, the ball bounced out of the frame. Rebound. Players from both sides shouted. Then, Mito Ryunosuke and Jason Thibaut both jumped up. Bang. Mito Ryunosuke received the ball, then turned his entire body 180 degrees and slammed his hands hard towards the basket. Don't even think about it, goodbye. Even the people on the bench cheered. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. Atsushi Murasakibara's destruction hammer Murasakibara didn't work just now, but now Mito has used it. It's really hot. Bang. Click. Click. After a while, there was an instant uproar in the audience. Oh my god. What did I see? Mito Ryunosuke walked past Takao Kazunari, who had a dazed look on his face, left a few words, and headed towards the bench. Alan was startled by Jason Thibaut, who suddenly spit out blood. He hurried forward to support him and shouted loudly to the outside of the court. It was caused by anger and collision, but he will be fine after 2 months of rest. They collectively carried Jason Thibaut out. Jason Thibaud's face turned pale, and he was now trembling as he leaned against the basketball hoop, not moving at all. Everyone saw several team doctors running in. Phew. If he had not been struck by the tremendous pain, with cold sweat on his head and frantic gasping for air, everyone would have thought he was unconscious. That's not. Okay, I'll switch defense with you in a moment. Takao Kazunari. Can. The others were also shocked, and the team doctor ran over quickly to check the injuries. Boom. Atsushi Murasakibara was so excited that he clenched his fists. Is Mizuka avenging me? Jason Cyber tried to stop him, and then a whisper he couldn't understand came into his ears. Following the shouts of the Jabberwocky team, everyone looked at the figure that was knocked into the basketball hoop. Goal. Just as Alan stepped forward and helped Jason Cyber, the latter suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a warm current gushed out of his throat. After a while, the team doctor's examination results came out. Then, Jason, are you okay? Doctor. Call a doctor. Chapter 143 Classic Reappearance. The game continues. The Jabberwolves have the ball. Let's have some fun. As soon as Nash Gore crossed half court, Mito Ryosuke came up to defend him. Stinky monkey. Nashgar said through gritted teeth as he looked at Mito Ryosuke in front of him. It's right. The number 4 on the opposite side seems to be very powerful. Defend. Defend. There were cheers coming from the audience. Is Mito okay? He can see the future, Kagami Taiga said nervously. He knew that if Mito was breached, it would be a huge blow to the morale of his side. You'll have to ask Akashi about that, Midorima Shintaro Dan Dao. I can only say that seeing the future and being able to prevent the future are two different concepts. Akashi recalled the previous match and forced a helpless smile. On the court, Nash Gore took a deep breath, opened the Eye of the Devil, and suddenly accelerated his dribbling to break through. But, Mito Ryosuke took a step forward to defend. Nashgar was a little surprised and quickly changed direction to break through. The result is still the same. As the two of them got faster and faster, the people outside the field became more and more nervous. They all know, this was not only a singles match between the two players, but also the first collision between the pillars of the two teams. The result will have a great impact on the team's morale going forward. At this moment, Mito Ryosuke, who was on defense, suddenly raised his hand, glanced at Wakamatsu Kosuke, and shook his wrist forward. How dare he be distracted at this time? Liu Wei is very angry now. Do you look down on little Nash? Himuro Tatsuya said in disbelief. Wakamatsu Kosuke understood, and although he was confused, he still ran towards the opponent's basket. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Nash Gore suddenly accelerated again, rushed forward and turned around, and passed Mito Ryosuke. Bang bang. Then, rushed to the basket, but just when he was about to take 2 steps to jump and shoot, he was surprised to find. Where's the ball? Where is the basketball that I just threw? Swish. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Nashgar turned around suddenly. Then I saw Mito Ryosuke had, gently, thrown the ball out. Good pass. Advertisement after receiving the ball. Kosuke Wakamatsu jumped up suddenly and threw the basketball towards the basket with both hands. Bang. Goal. Wow, what just happened? You ask me. I couldn't see how he stole the ball from the opponent. You are not alone. Baka. In contrast to the audience's uproar, 3 people on the field were feeling turbulent, their faces filled with embarrassment. I think Mito must have intercepted the ball when we broke through just now. Akashi Seijiro spoke first, interrupting Aomine Daiki who was about to speak. Kuroko Tatsuya. Yi-shan, did little Nash's actions just now resemble you? Mibuchi Ryo turned her head and looked at Hayama Kotaro with a smile. Kanoyama Kotaro. How is that possible? Nash didn't even notice when the ball was stolen. Alan and others couldn't believe it, but they dared not say it out loud, let alone laugh it out loud. Even though Nash Gore's dribbling and layup movements with air were a bit funny. That's it. Mito Ryosuke looked at Nashgar in front of him and snorted coldly. The latter had a sullen face, said nothing, and ran directly back to his own basket. Mito Ryosuke saw this and didn't say anything, just shrugged. Ball possession changes. This time, Nash Gore once again refused to believe in evil and chose to play singles. As a result, he was defended by Mito Ryosuke and was about to commit a violation before forcing a shot. Clang. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. I don't know if it's because my mentality exploded. Although the backup center of the Jabberwolves grabbed the rebound, he was not paying attention and the basketball was picked up by Kuroko Tatsuya who suddenly appeared. Takao Kazunari received the ball and quickly passed it to Mito Ryosuke. He did not attack as quickly as everyone imagined, but dribbled the ball slowly and waited for the opponent to return to defense. Just when the substitutes of the dragon-slaying sword team were about to run away, Mito Ryosuke waved his hand to stop everyone. Mito wants to play solo? Ida Riko said in surprise. What? Ida Kagetora suddenly turned to look at his daughter. This monkey. Nashgar's eyes were gloomy. Being a proud man, he would never admit that the monkey was stronger than him. The only people who are stronger than him are those from his own country. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. Stop looking down on others. Advertisement at this time, Mito Ryosuke suddenly accelerated and pushed the ball across half-court in an instant. Facing Nick who was coming forward, he simply changed direction from behind and knocked him down. Next up, the double-team defense of Allen and Sek. Mito Ryosuke made a quick left move, paused, and then moved forward again. With a bang, the two men collided with each other. Then he stopped abruptly at the three-point line, held the ball with both hands, and made a shooting gesture. The next second, Nash Gore quickly stepped forward, and when Mito Ryosuke's bent leg suddenly straightened, he jumped up to defend. But Mito Ryosuke's next move made the audience, who were originally cheering loudly, stop shouting. Just because, he grabbed the ball with his right hand and pulled it back. Not good. Fake move. Nashgore looked down at Mito Ryosuke and thought to himself. He was responded with laughter from the audience. Ha 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 ha. It appears, the classic play of Teiko no Hikari. Ha ha ha, he reminds me of, what did you remember? Mibuchi Ryo was looking at the passerby sitting on his right with a smile on his face, and asked with a murderous look on his face. No. Nothing. The latter immediately gave in. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me? Of course, Nash Gore, who had just landed, understood the voices of the audience. Even if he didn't understand, he was not blind. Because Mito Ryosuke didn't shoot the ball at this time, but held the basketball in front of him with a playful look on his face. Then, he was so angry that he immediately reached out to grab the basketball. Mito Ryosuke just raised his hand slightly to avoid his interception. What? Nash Gore was incredulous, but he refused to give up. Akashi, if it were you now, would you be sure? Aomine Daiki looked at Mito on the court, teasing Nash Gore like a monkey, and then turned his mouth away and asked. I didn't have it before, and I don't know now, but it should be possible, right? Akashi Seijiro looked deeply at Aomine Daiki and spoke. On the court, Mito Ryosuke, who had been playing for a while, caught a glimpse of three people coming from behind. Then he put away his smile, made a dream move, passed Nash Gore, and jumped to shoot. Brush. Goal. This goal not only made the audience cheer continuously, but also shattered the winning spirit of everyone on the Exploding Dragon team. They had originally vowed to win the game in the second half, but now their minds were filled with. Can't win. How could we possibly defeat this monster? Chapter 144. The game is over? At the same time, on a special bus. Teaching assistant, why didn't you wake us up? Yeah, the game is almost over. Everyone in Sifu complained with sad faces. I can't help it, who told you to drink so much last night and sleep so soundly today? And he didn't even set the alarm clock. Bu Shang Qiming pushed his glasses and said lightly. But inside I was thinking, damn it, I overslept too. So, on a bus traveling through the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, frantic cries and screams erupted. On the other side, Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. Because Nash Gore has been blocked by Mito Ryosuke. So the Jabberwolves could only allow Nick to score. Although Hinata Junpei is good, he is still some distance away from Nick. On the other side, Kuroko Tetsuya went on a killing spree. I saw Takao Kazunari dribbling the ball across half-court. Facing Nash Gore's defense, he passed the ball directly to the back. Sek, who was running after him, turned his head in disbelief. I saw Kuroko Tetsuya had already passed the ball, and the basketball instantly flew towards Mito Ryosuke. Bang! Bang! A one-handed slam dunk resounded throughout the stadium again. Wow! The next second, the audience's cheers followed. Ball possession changes. You don't have to worry about not getting in, you can still shoot if you have even a slight chance. We have the rebounds anyway, so we just have to be careful not to get blocked or stolen. Mito Ryosuke looked at the three people except Kuroko and said that, then ran directly towards Nash Gore, who had just crossed half-court with the ball. As soon as he saw Mito Ryosuke running over, Nash Gore passed the ball to Nick without saying a word. This time, it was still a contest between Nick and Hinata Junpei. Hinata. Ida Riko on the bench said worriedly. Because so far, Junpei Hinata has not scored a goal. On the contrary, the Knicks have already made 3 3-pointers over him. Even though Hinata Junpei was concentrating on defense at this moment, he was still fooled by Nick's 2 fake moves. After he dribbled past Hinata Junpei, he suddenly jumped up and shot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. The fourth one. A feeling of unwillingness gushed out from Hinata Junpei's body. Ida Riko looked at this scene and tugged at the corner of her clothes with her little hands. As smart as she is, she certainly knows that it is Mito Ryosuke who is taking care of these 3 substitutes. Advertisement after all, a person's power is limited. On the court, it was the dragon-slaying sword team's turn to fast break. As soon as Takao Kazunari dribbled across half-court, he saw Sek and Allen defending Mito Ryosuke. These people are amazing. Even though they don't have a coach, they can still make the right decisions in different situations. Ida Riko sighed, but they are still too young. Hubu Shota took a sip of tea and said lightly, Ida Riko turned her face in surprise, but her father pushed it back. Ignore him. It's finally here, but are you ready? Mito Ryosuke looked at the 2 people in front of him and showed his white teeth. Just as the 2 were wondering, Mito Ryosuke ran quickly to the left. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurried to follow. They can't catch up. Not only that, Mito Ryosuke ran to the left line and stopped, waiting for the 2 of them. The 2 could only grit their teeth and speed up. After finally running over, Mito Ryosuke accelerated to the right. 2 people. # After going back and forth several times, they were completely exhausted. Seeing this, Takao Kazunari quickly passed the ball to Hinata Junpei. Hinata Junpei took a deep breath and got into shooting position at the three-point line. Jump and shoot. Bang! The basketball bounced out of the rim and was grabbed by the center of the Jabberwocky team. There was a long pass from the opposite side, and Nash Gore received the ball and dunked. Bang! Goal. If you want to train these monkeys, you can only watch the scores get pulled in. Nash Gore said lightly as he passed by Mito Ryunosuke. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really couldn't defeat this monster right now. But rather than lose, he didn't want to be played like this by the other team, not taking him seriously. What's going on, Hinata? He didn't score even though there was no one defending him. Is this the 6th goal already? Kogane Shinji Lian Bian Tu Sao Dao. He must be nervous, after all, his current opponent. But even in the age of miracles, I can't win without using all my strength. Yi Yuajun said seriously. This guy is so prone to failing at crucial moments, Lu Wei complained again. Captain, can't you just watch the game quietly? Himuro Tatsuya said helplessly. When he and Atsushi Murasakibara went to watch a game in the past, he would not make noise, but it was a very expensive prerequisite. On the court, the dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. This time, it was Nash Gore who came to defend Mito Ryunosuke. Advertisement: there is no way. If Alan and Sek also leave the field, then they will really just be sparring partners. This time, Takao did not pass the ball to Hinata Junpei, but passed it directly to Mito Ryunosuke. The latter got the ball, he made a quick breakthrough past Nash Gore and headed straight to the basket. Seeing this, the others surrounded them and started defending. Swish. At this time, the basketball that was supposed to be in Mito Ryunosuke's hand now appeared in Hinata Junpei's hand. He had no time to react and just jumped up to shoot. Swish. After running a lap, he returned to the 3 substitutes of the dragon-slaying sword team. The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. Huh. That's not right. Why should I cheer when he scores a goal? Wakamatsu Kosuke. What's going on? Ha 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 ha, we win. Jabberwocky. The game is over. Unlike the audience in the auditorium who reacted. Wow. Vorpal Swords wins. We win. Takao Kazunari. Is the 3rd quarter over? What team is comparable to the NBA? Teiko no Hikari is the coolest. Mito Ryunosuke ran over and pulled the confused Hinata Junpei to run around the basketball court. Hinata Junpei. Later, even Junpei Hyuga could score 3 points over them. In the end, the score was fixed at 167 to 122, I think so too. Final match. Everyone in the dragon-slaying sword team. Facing the serious Mito Ryunosuke, they were completely defeated. Audience. He was completely dejected. The next game is easy. After Kuroko Tetsuya passed the ball from a long distance, Mito Ryunosuke received the ball, jumped directly from the free throw line, and dunked with a 2-handed windmill. Beep. Game over. While running, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Woo woo woo." Wow. Goal. 3 points. Then, while they were all confused, Mito Ryunosuke signaled to pick up Hinata Junpei and throw him into the sky. Bang. 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 Sound of fireworks. Kuroko Tetsuya. Only Mito knows where I will be. Asterisk. On the court. He scored a goal. Even Nash Gore, who was a little bit dissatisfied before, was intercepted by Mito Ryunosuke several times, and then dunked over him several times. Chapter 145. Challenging Suffolk University. Ida Kagedora was the first to stand up and cheer. Atsushi Murasakibara also returned to his simple and honest self with a smile on his face. Kai's Ryota regained his strength and pumped his fists across the court. Kagami Taiga and Aomine Daiki hugged each other and laughed twice, then looked at each other for a second and pushed each other away in disgust. Midorima Shintaro suppressed a smile and pushed up his glasses with his middle finger. Akashi Seijiro had a serious expression, as if he was saying goodbye to someone. Satsuki Momoi even hugged Ida Riko and laughed happily. However, Hubu Jungtai had already run to the passage. Wife, listen. After saying that, he quickly turned on the speakerphone of his phone and faced the venue. The players on the field were also very happy. Wakamatsu Kosuke and Hinata Junpei hugged each other and shouted. Takao Kazunari also jumped up. Kuroko Tetsuya just smiled and looked up at the score. The strong players from various universities in the audience also showed long-lost smiles. After all, this battle is about face. Especially those who had lost the game before, they were more excited than anyone else at this moment. Compared with the cheers like a mountain torrent that suddenly rang out in the stadium. The silence from the Jabberwocky team was even more deafening. Inside the temporary restaurant of the stadium. This place has become the place where the dragon-slaying sword team holds its celebration banquet. Everyone ate the fried chicken, pizza, and other food that the other team members had just bought. Drinking various juices and smiling all the time. Drink it all. Ida Kagedora suddenly raised his beer and shouted happily. Minors cannot drink alcohol. Hinata Junpei looked at Ida Kagedora somewhat helplessly. Then just drink something else, in short, drink. Ida Jingtora said happily while opening a beer, then he handed the opened beer to Tobi Shota. Ahu, I don't drink beer anymore. I drink the wolfberry wine that Mito taught me to make. There's even a nursery rhyme about this wine. Toby Shota took out a large bottle of mineral water from somewhere, poured himself a glass, and said mysteriously. Lao Yin. No, Shota, how about this wine? Ida Kagetora hurried over and asked. Listen to me. No, 1 cup will stimulate your appetite, 2 cups will protect your kidneys, 3, 4. Oh, give me some, mainly because I have no appetite lately. But didn't you eat a lot just now? Quick, pour me a glass. Riko's dad is really generous with his money. Satsuki Momoi, who was standing by, sighed as she watched the scene in front of her with a drink in hand. Stop talking. Advertisement at this time, Ida Riko was lowering her head and covering her face, looking as if she was too embarrassed to face anyone. And on the table of Age of Miracles, I can't stand it. They forced us to come here. I thought something had happened. Aomine Daiki complained. I think it's good, there are plenty of snacks here anyway. Atsushi Murasakibara came over and sat down with a bunch of snacks in his arms and said. By the way, where did Mito go? Aomine Daiki asked. Oh, Shueichin, he and Alex went to pick up their teammates and will be here soon. Atsushi Murasakibara said as he unwrapped the chocolate bar. Mito's teammate, huh, Aomine Daiki muttered. Speaking of which, Akashi, is it really okay to celebrate so casually? Midorima Shintaro asked, turning around while holding a fried chicken drumstick. Okay, wasn't it like this when we were in junior high? Akashi Seijiro fan Wen Dao. Yeah, it's the most lively when there are a lot of people around. Isn't that right? Saren's classmates. Kai's Ryota took a chocolate bar from Atsushi Murasakibara and said without paying any attention to the murderous look in the other party's eyes. Yeah, team building activities are more lively when there are more people. Saren's group echoed awkwardly, sorry, I'm late. At this time, several tall figures appeared in front of everyone. The originally happy atmosphere was broken in an instant. They all looked at Mito Ryosuke and the 7 people behind Alex. Let me introduce you, this is assistant coach Kiming. This is Mike G's, from the SFO team. They are Mito's former opponents and current teammates. Hello. Hello. After Alex finished his introduction, the 2 parties began to greet each other. After a while, everyone, I have a great suggestion. At this time, Akashi Seijiro stood up and spoke. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. I just asked Alex, and Mito's next match is in 7 days. Murasakibara's injury will take 2 or 3 days to heal, so I want to give Mito and Kagami a farewell. I want to have a friendly match with Mito's teammates. Stanford University NS, the Dragon Slayer team. Advertisement Akashi Seijiro said gently with a smile on his face. Okay, we also want to meet Mito's former teammates. Robert looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and smiled. Of course you can, but let me be frank, we won't let you off just because you're young. William took a sip of the resurrection wine and laughed. Just don't cry if you lose. Jack also laughed. Following Alex's translation, the eyes of the players on the Sforza team brightened up and they all agreed. As for Kiming, he was only too happy to do so. It's okay, Alex, we're playing against professionals. Go ahead and fight, but don't bring me along, I'm not interested. Kagami Taiga said with a fighting spirit. If I could discover a basketball prodigy who's as good as Mito Ryosuke this time. Mito Ryosuke took a sip of beer and said lazily, besides, they are all professional players. Mito isn't going, then I won't be going either. Wakamatsu Kosuke, Takao, I think you have a point. Akashi Seijiro smiled at Mito. Guts heard Alex's translation and raised his glass directly to Mito Ryosuke. Before Akashi Seijiro could finish his words, Alex interrupted, wait. Aomine Daiki is also full of fighting spirit. Thinking of this, Kiming laughed out loud towards the sky. Yes. The substitute players here used an old skill, telepathic communication. Kagami is right. I want to play in the NBA in the future, so it's a good thing to know the difference early on. Kuroko Tetsuya. Hinata Junpei. I agree too, but who will bring it up? That's it, 3 days. Before, the coach brought back Mito when he came for a trip. Everyone. Akashi, you have to know that even if Aoyang and Guts don't play. They said what we wanted to say. No, we are playing a game. Why is the assistant coach so excited? We didn't plan to invite you, Mito-san. Midorima Shintaro adjusted his glasses and spoke. Ha. The SFO team can also easily beat the Jabberwolves. Kazunari Takao. I think it's not impossible for the first half's dragon-slaying sword team to play against the second half's dragon-slaying sword team. I don't know. Is he going to play too? Alex took a deep breath and explained to everyone. After all, I am going to play basketball in the beautiful country. Although it is a high school, it is also a good idea to see the strength of the university in advance. Yes. Chapter 146, Mito, is popular the next day. Today, the front page headlines of major sports media in the land of Sakura have swept the country. Their headlines all published photos of the same person, Mito Ryosuke. This time, the group is no longer junior high and high school students. In Sakura, everyone who likes basketball pays attention to him. Certainly, the number of his fans is also growing. Shocked. Teiko no Hikari is such a man. Who would have thought that after the Winter Cup, Teiko no Hikari would go to the beautiful country to participate in the NCAA. And achieved exceptionally brilliant results. Not only that, even many NBA teams in the United States have gone crazy trying to get him. Here, we at the newspaper feel that Mito Ryunosuke is not only the light of Teiko, but also the light of soccer country. Exposing the feat, meet the basketball genius Mito Ryunosuke. Family, who understands, originally fighting in the NCAA, the light of Teiko, actually ignored his own rest and rushed back as soon as possible because his country was humiliated, leading the Age of Miracles to face the Jabberwolves. Not only did the light of Teiko lead Age of Miracles to victory, but he also didn't ask for any appearance fee. I cried my heart out, don't eat my eggs. Teiko no Hikari endorses the Mito sports brand. Who would have thought that the sports brand, Mito, which has risen in such a short time, could actually invite Teiko no Hikari to be its spokesperson? Therefore, our company has decided to support Mito Ryunosuke, who has brought glory to the country. Our year-end bonus is to buy each employee a pair of Mito sneakers. Kun talks football. I didn't expect that he would be the spokesperson for the Mito sports brand. My youth is my own decision. Mito sneakers make my youth more wonderful. Are you still worried about not having good sports shoes? Are you still worried about not having good clothes for exercise? Mito sports brand, satisfying all your needs, basketball miscellany. Mito Company. President, from the end of the competition last night until just now, our sales have reached 350 million. At this time, the secretary in professional attire walked in and said excitedly, "Only 350 million? Then I'm going to run away with my sister-in-law." Advertisement before Mito Ryunosuke could finish his words, his secretary interrupted him. "It's US dollars. Ha ha ha, I told you, even though this guy is a bit hateful, people who don't know him well will definitely like him." Mito Ryunosuke said happily as he lit a cigar. "Huh, President, what do you mean?" The secretary tilted his head, puzzled, because the fans who like him now just like his football skills and, well, his looks which are almost more handsome than mine. But as for his character, the fans don't know. Mito Liang Tai Dian La Dian Tu Xiao Dao Adiographic period, but I think the chairman is quite handsome. The secretary looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and whispered, "Well, ask the propaganda department to increase publicity about this guy's good deeds." Mito Ryunosuke flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled. "Oh no, President," at this time, a middle-aged man ran in hurriedly. "Calm down, what's going on?" Mito Ryunosuke said calmly. "The shoes the chairman wore for the competition are sold out. We still have orders for over 100,000 pairs, and now they're out of stock. How is that possible? All the orders are from America, and we have quite a few here too. It's probably thanks to today's sports news." The middle-aged man said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He had lived for decades and had never seen such a crazy thing happen. Hurry, tell the production department to increase production." As soon as Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking, the middle-aged man said, "Yes," and turned to leave. Then Mito Ryunosuke stopped them. "Wait, tell them to step up their efforts now and get the first batch of merchandise out." Meanwhile, at Tokyo Airport, the Exploding Neck Dragon team was standing in the machine hall with bags of all sizes. They gathered around Jason Cyber with heavy expressions. "Damn it, they actually gave us the receipt," Jason Cyber said unhappily as he looked at the receipt in his hand. The next moment, they all showed surprised expressions. Seven digits. "Nash, how much is that in US dollars?" Jason Thibaud quickly turned and looked at Nash Gore. "Damn it. Who knew?" Nash Gore yelled. "Really? What should I do then?" Jason Cyber stepped forward and handed over the receipt. "We can't go back after paying this." Advertisement. The rest of the team members had 3 black lines on their foreheads. "It's all that damn uncle's fault. What kind of revenge match is this?" Nashker snorted, then his eyes widened red as he recalled Ida Jingu. He then looked up to the sky and roared, "Those damn monkeys." At this time, Alex came back from buying breakfast and was surprised to see Atsushi Murasakibara. "It's okay, Alex, I've eaten." Alex sat on the sofa, looked at the two of them and suggested, "Huh, what are you doing here so early?" "Morning, Shueichin." Atsushi Murasakibara. "Murasakibara, why are you here so early?" "I'm sorry, I didn't buy you breakfast." Nashker, standing in the middle of the raft, was wearing a white shirt that couldn't be blown away. He crossed his arms and looked straight ahead with a serious expression. "No, shall we go watch them train later? They spent a lot of money the week before." "They all went to training. I felt bored, so I came to find you." The dragon-slaying sword teams practice gym, Mito Villa. "Oh, I didn't expect that I would have to train on the last day of the holiday." The Jabberwocky team and others were paddling the raft frantically. Mito Ryunosuke immediately shook his head, because behind them, countless shark fins were appearing. Kai's Ryota asked after slumping on the ground and complaining. At this time, Akashi Seijiro chuckled twice and said, "There now." Everyone wondered, and then they fantasized in their hearts. Atsushi Murasakibara said while eating potato chips. Atsushi Murasakibara said as he stretched his still aching wrist. But then again, what happened to those people? See. He didn't want to go to that sweaty place during his break. Aomine Daiki said as she twirled the basketball on her fingers. In the boundless ocean, a flag with the name of Jabberwock was erected on a raft. It's at sea. Mito Ryunosuke was lying on the sofa, saying enviously. "It's great to be young, full of energy. I don't know, this is not our business. Chapter 147 Atsushi Murasakibara's Special Training. So where are you going? You can't stay at home all day, right? Alex complained. That's a good suggestion, it wouldn't be a problem if Bingshi brought some food with him when he came. Mito Ryunosuke stretched and said, you're so lazy, hey. By the way, Aoyang, do you want to teach Murasakibara a few moves? You don't want to see him get beaten up by Robert, right? Alex suddenly had an idea and spoke. Upon hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara, who was originally concentrating on eating potato chips, suddenly brightened up his eyes. After all, the Age of Miracles has been training intensively these past 2 days, with the exception of Atsushi Murasakibara who was injured and didn't go. And the dragon-slaying sword team has added a few more substitutes. Because those top players from universities also want to have a fight with the professional players from the United States. But it's only been 2 days, what can I learn? Do you think the purple hair is me? Mito Ryunosuke said with a look of rejection on his face. Murasakibara, your Mizuki just wants to see you. Looking at the cocky Mito Ryunosuke, Alex turned to Atsushi Murasakibara and spoke. The next moment, Mito Ryunosuke interrupted. Alright, can't I teach you? Murasakibara, Alex smiled instantly and held out his palm to Atsushi Murasakibara. The latter understands. Bang, I said enough is enough. Looking at the two people high-fiving each other, Mito Ryunosuke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, the gym. Akashi, your phone. At this time, Hinata Riko shouted to Akashi Seijiro who was still practicing on the field. The latter responded and walked over. He took the phone, saw the caller ID, frowned, and walked to a deserted corner. Then he took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello, father. What's wrong with Akashi? You look so serious. Hinata Junpei, who had just come off the field, glanced at Akashi Seijiro who was still on the phone and asked. I just saw the caller ID and it looked like this. Ida Riko said honestly. At this time, everyone had finished training and came over to drink water. Akashi hasn't finished his call yet? Could it be a fan calling? Kai's Ryota said with a smile. Advertisement, who do you think has as many fans as you? Aomine Daiki uttered a, huh. Hey, you guys don't know yet, right? Speaking of fans, Mito has the most fans right now. The internet is going crazy. I saw it too. Oh my goodness, not to mention the Mito, even the sneakers we're wearing are sold out. Aomine, don't you like wearing AJs? How about you give me the pair you're wearing and I'll buy you a pair of AJs? Takao Kazunari said half-jokingly. Do you think I'm like that idiot Kagami and don't go online? Don't think I don't know how much this pair of sneakers is being sold for. Aomine Daiki rolled her eyes and said, Aomine, you idiot, who are you calling an idiot? Kagami Taiga immediately refused to do it and yelled. I'm talking about you, the one who calls others idiots as the idiot. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the two people who were arguing again, then turned to look at Kai's Ryota. Kai's, isn't Murasakibara here? Little Murasakibara? Looks like he went to Mito's house. Hearing this, Kuroko Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, then looked at Akashi Seijiro. After a while, Akashi Seijiro hung up the phone and walked over. Akashi, what's wrong? You look so serious, is something wrong? Kai's Ryota asked directly. Nothing, just, I guess we don't need to be in the same school anymore. Akashi Seijiro was silent for a while and sighed. It turns out the plans cannot keep up with changes. On the other side, there is a baseball field in the suburbs. Zamao, what do you want to learn? Mito Ryunosuke asked, his hands in his pockets. Alex was holding a basketball and looking at the two of them with a smile. Atsushi Murasakibara thought for a moment before speaking. Mizukin, I want to learn techniques and surpass others. Okay, then I'll teach you a few simple moves. Mito Ryunosuke said, then reached out for the ball. Seeing this, Alex threw the basketball to the other party. Purple hair, you come and guard me. Mito Ryunosuke brought the ball to the free throw line. Good. After Atsushi Murasakibara agreed, he walked to the opposite side of him and took a defensive stance with one hand. The first move is a reverse crotch back. Advertisement. Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking and dribbled the ball between his legs into his left hand. Then with a sudden hit of his left hand, the ball came from behind to his right hand and suddenly broke through to the right of Atsushi Murasakibara. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara immediately took precautions. Good, the second move is a crotch snap. Atsushi Murasakibara immediately went to his right to make up for the deficit. Even Alex was a little surprised by this scene. Atsushi Murasakibara, what a terrifying reaction speed. Atsushi Murasakibara Shing Fen Dao. The first one, reverse crotch and back, is first. Although he reacted just now, his center of gravity was no longer on his left side, so he could only watch the opponent break through and score. If he uses his normal speed, you won't be able to defend against even the first move. She had seen the speed at which Mito Ryunosuke practiced these moves. Atsushi Murasakibara immediately defended. Mito Ryunosuke turned halfway and turned back at the same time. He hit the ball from behind and the basketball instantly came to his left hand. Aoyang, are you going to teach me or should I? Alex sighed helplessly, then dribbled the basketball. Then let's get started. Can, Alex hit. Can, but, the third move, double hips and lower body forward. Atsushi Murasakibara reacted again and quickly followed up to defend. Shueichin, you're amazing. Hearing the voice behind him, Mito Ryosuke grinned and raised his hand. You teach me first, and I'll correct anything wrong when I come back. Mito Ryosuke said, then passed the ball to Alex and turned and walked towards the bushes behind. Atsushi Murasakibara Xing Fen Dao. Murasakibara, what you need to do now is to memorize these moves first. Seeing Atsushi Murasakibara coming up to defend, Mito Ryosuke nodded with satisfaction. Mito Ryosuke made a quick left turn, passed Atsushi Murasakibara from the right, and scored a layup. Just now, Aoyong slowed down his movements in order to demonstrate it to you. Okay. I want to learn water kissing. He had already made up his mind that after learning it, the first thing he would do was to challenge Aomine to a duel. Not to mention other people, even myself, who is wearing glasses now, can't guarantee that I can react. This brat continued to break through to the right. Then he dribbled the ball between his legs with his right hand again. As soon as the ball touched his left hand, he turned left suddenly and dribbled the ball to his right hand. Mito Ryosuke dribbled the ball a few times and then turned right. Okay, Alex, you leave the movements to him first. I'll be back soon. Chapter 148 The Power of Mics. Before we knew it, night had arrived. It's already this late, huh? Mito Ryosuke sighed as he walked. Sorry, Mizuki. Atsushi Murasakibara said with a silly expression. He was so absorbed in the practice just now that he forgot the time. I don't blame you, I'm just expressing my feelings. Mito Ryosuke, who was walking in front, yawned and said. Murasakibara, don't overdo it. Your hand injury hasn't fully healed yet. Alex also spoke. It's just a minor injury, it's okay. You, huh? Kuroko. Alex was a little surprised when he suddenly saw Kuroko Tetsuya walking towards him. Mito-san, Murasakibara-san, Alex. Kuroko Tetsuya was thinking about something when she heard someone calling her name. She looked up and saw the three of them. Brother Kun. Mito Ryosuke raised his hand and greeted. Kuroko, are you done with training? Alex asked. Kuroko Tetsuya Dian to ideographic period. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's go together. Alex invited. I ate it, but can I come with you? Kuroko Tetsuya asked after nodding. Of course, let's go. Mito Ryosuke said as he snapped his fingers, as he. Just then, a voice came from behind. In an instant, Kuroko Tetsuya was knocked down. Satsuki, can you please stop the habit of jumping on Jay whenever you see him? Aomine Daiki's unhappy voice came from behind, because I can't help it. Satsuki Momoi said while holding Kuroko Tetsuya's head with both hands. Excuse me, Momoi-san, could you please get up for a moment? Kuroko Tetsuya said as she tried to stand up. Mito, Murasakibara, Alex, you guys are here too. Aomine Daiki came up and said in surprise. Azzy, are you going somewhere with a G and the others? Advertisement Satsuki Momoi Wendao ideographic period. Let's go eat. Kuroko Tetsuya Oshido. Then. A late-night restaurant in Tokyo, in the box. After the waiter served the dishes and left, Kuroko Tetsuya looked up at Mito Ryosuke. Mito-san, can you tell me about the strength of the SFO team? Upon hearing this, Aomine Daiki immediately stopped preparing to pick up the food. Satsuki Momoi even took out paper and pen from her school bag. You little brat, I didn't expect you all came here to gather military intelligence. Alex grinned. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded honestly. Them? Nothing much to say, just average. Mito Ryosuke took a sip of beer, which Alex ordered, said, and then spoke. What do you mean by normal? Mito, you be *********, D, Aomine Daiki said unhappily. I got you the tissue, and you just farted? Just ignore him. For Aoyong, it's really hard for him to talk about others. Let me tell you. Alex took a sip of beer before speaking. Upon hearing this, everyone except Mito Ryosuke listened attentively. First, there's Stanford's ace, Mike Goss. Even though he didn't play, there's no guarantee he'll get itchy hands at some point. Alex was saying this when Satsuki Momoi interrupted. Who is that? MCG's. That bald guy. Oh. Everyone recalled the white-skinned bald man who was as lazy as Mito Ryosuke. MCG's, it is said that when he first entered college, he defeated the then boss of the SFO team, Rotcouch. It is said that as soon as he joined the basketball team, Coach Munger had him play a one-on-one match against Kutcher. At that time, Kutcher was the third pick in the training camp that year and had already been drafted by a strong NBA team. He was about to leave college to play in the NBA. When Alex said this, the other's eyes suddenly lit up. Then this guy named Kuchi is already an NBA player. At that time, all the players of SFO thought that this singles match would be a lesson from the boss to the younger brother. But after the fight started, it was Gus who gave Cookie a one-sided military training. Of course, this is the same as Aoyong, except that Aoyong at that time liked to play. At this point, Alex glared at Mito Ryosuke. The latter shrugged, then picked up a peanut and offered it to him with the wine. Then what? Yes. Advertisement, the four people asked curiously. Then, the rookie, Gus, just blew up the team's star player. So the Stanford basketball team has always had a saying. These two people completed the handoff in this one single play. Alex spread his hands and said, but in his third year, this rookie himself could not have imagined that he would be subjected to military training by Mito, a high school student. In the following time, the four people became more and more frightened as they listened, but two of them also became more and more excited. Do you think they have a chance of winning? Atsushi Murasakibara. If I defeat the guy named Robert, can I become Mizuki's teammate? It is most uncomfortable when you can't drink enough alcohol. It's time for everyone to say goodbye. After listening to McGreg's experience, the four people behind him were all speechless. Seeing Mito, Ryunosuke shook his head. Alex frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Especially Satsuki Momoi, she was looking at her notebook at this moment with a heavy face. If what Alex said is true, then with this data, one person can beat the dragon-slaying sword team. No, so shocking. Hearing this, Mito Ryunosuke blew out a smoke ring and shook his head. Of course, they all took a shower and changed into pajamas. Alex's eyes were hazy, but his tone was worried. Because they have Brother Kun, Aomine Daiki. I really want to fight them right now. Shock. Because this guy's stats are not inferior to Mito Ryunosuke at all. Satsuki was referring to the performance records of Mito Ryunosuke she had seen so far. Alex was a little surprised because she really didn't think the dragon-slaying sword team could win. Have no idea. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Are you that optimistic about Murasakibara and the others? It's just that when we parted, we each had our own thoughts. After a while, after 3 rounds of drinking. After all, no one drank enough just now. If so, then I will defeat him. This way you can go to bed and sleep directly after drinking. Back at the villa, Mito Ryunosuke continued drinking with Alex. Mito Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a deep drag on the cigarette in his hand, then stubbed it out and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Next, I'm going to tell you about the players who will be playing, starting with the toughest point guard, William Rodriguez. Chapter 149. Dragon-Slaying Sword Team vs Suffolk University. 2 days later, at the Dragon-Slaying Sword Team training ground. Dragon-Slaying Sword Team vs Suffolk University. There were no spectators in this game. Just 2 teams of players and some familiar names. No, are you guys crazy? Why schedule a match so early in the morning? Mito Ryunosuke Toso Road. Alliang, don't you always say to do it in a big way and disperse early? Besides, you're really not worried? Alex asked with a smile. What am I worried about? Mito Ryunosuke asked with a yawn. None of the substitutes from Stanford University are here yet. Alex smiled and said that this meant that the sport team basically needed to play the entire game. Wasn't the halftime break extended? I thought you didn't care. While the two were chatting, Keeming walked in with the Stanford team. Mito, Alex. Hello. After a brief greeting, they went to warm up. After the warm-up, players from both teams took their positions. The dragon-slaying sword team did the same as usual and sent out the Age of Miracles first. With Ida Riko throwing the ball, the game officially began. Atsushi Murasakibara and Robert jumped at the same time. As expected, Robert, who was a head taller than Atsushi Murasakibara, grabbed the ball and slapped it to the power forward. The power forward did not choose a fast break, but passed the ball to William. William received the ball and started to organize the first attack. I heard you guys have been practicing these days? William dribbled the ball and looked at Akashi Seijiro and made a joke. But what responded to him was the opponent's focused defense. Don't be so nervous. William smiled and passed the ball at 0 frame. Swish. The basketball was in Jack's hands in an instant. Bang bang. Bang. Jack simply did a behind-the-back butterfly move and dribbled the ball from behind to his left hand. The moment his left hand touched the ball, he turned around and moved it from his crotch to his right hand. The next second, he passed Midorima Shintaro. By the time he reacted, Jack had already shot. Swish. Goal. It's amazing, although they seem to play casually, their coordination is really good. Satsuki Momoi muttered as he looked at the SFO players on the field. Because when Jack jumped just now, all the players of Sforza had already returned to defense. They all believed in Jack, there was no way he would miss the shot. Yeah, that move of the butterflies flying through the flowers from behind was also very beautiful. Kagami Taiga said in surprise. Advertisement. Although the opponent did not use any particularly cool moves, he now has a feeling. The rhythm of this basketball game has been taken over by the sport team. The silent feeling of oppression is the most deadly. Ball possession changes. Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball across half-court and William came up to defend him. Instead of passing the ball, he dribbled the ball quickly and chose to break through William. What's going on? Akashi wants to play solo, Kagami Taiga said in surprise. It's just the beginning, and Akashi chooses to play solo? I think not only Akashi, but everyone else would also like to meet Mito's new teammates. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled. I understand, on the court. That's a great dribble. If Robert was guarding you, he would definitely fall. William maintained a smile on his face and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert's roar came from behind. You fart. If you have the guts, let him in. That won't do. William's expression froze and his eyes darkened. Bang. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, he intercepted Akashi's basketball. Then with a powerful swing, the ball flew towards the small forward who was already rushing towards the opponent's basket. Good pass, William. Tap tap tap. After receiving the ball, the small forward rushed to the basket and jumped high. With a stretch of his right hand, he slammed the basketball high into the basket. Bang. Goal. At this time, Kai's Ryota came over with a look of surprise. Just now, the small forward was too fast and I couldn't keep up. As expected of Aji's replacement, his speed and jumping ability are beyond reproach. Satsuki Momoi said while looking at the small notebook. The night before, they had learned from Alex that Mito Ryosuke played small forward on the team. He replaced the original starting small forward, SFO. Akashi, are you okay? Aomine Daiki stepped forward and asked with concern, and everyone else looked over. It's okay, they're very strong, Akashi Seijiro said with a gentle smile. Seeing this, the others also felt relieved. Well, they're indeed very strong. Aomine Daiki looked at Team Sifu with a fighting spirit. We have to score a goal. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. Akashi Seijiro swung it to the right as soon as he received the ball. Bang! The ball came into the hands of Midorima Shintaro. He just got into position and then jumped up and shot. Hey, what does he want? Advertisement? No martial ethics? Jack frowned as he looked at the basketball that had already shot into the air. Swish. Goal, 3 points. There were no exclamations or applause from the audience. Because there were no spectators for this game, but one person's eyes lit up instantly. There's a good seedling. Stanford University ball. That would be boring. Jack came in front of Midorima Shintaro and smiled. I just hit you back. Midorima Shintaro said calmly, taking precautions against Jack. You little brat. Jack smiled helplessly. On the other side, William made 2 fake moves and then slammed the ball towards the basket. Your name is Murasakibara, right? After Robert finished speaking, he jumped up. Bang. After catching the basketball, he slammed the ball towards the basket. Because his words just now made the other party stunned, although Atsushi Murasakibara also jumped, he was still half a beat slower. Bang. Goal. Oh my god, no martial ethics. Atsushi Murasakibara, who was dunked on, was very angry and looked at Robert angrily. Crush you. What? Robert suppressed his smile and spread his hands. I'm going to blow you up, Atsushi Murasakibara said it again in beautiful Mandarin. Come on. Robert made a cheeky, come on, gesture to Atsushi Murasakibara, then laughed and ran back to his own rebound. He just lobbed it. Damn it, they're underestimating us. Kagami Taiga, that hot-tempered guy, got angry again. Is it possible that if it weren't for Mito, they would have looked down on us? Kuroko Tetsuya said seriously. Kagami Taiga. Kuroko, you change. You never said that when you called me Guang before. Kuroko Tetsuya. It was you who wanted to abandon me and go play in America. And, speaking of light, thinking of this, Kuroko Tetsuya turned her head to look at Mito Ryosuke who was resting his head on Alex's legs. At this time, the score on the field is 6-3. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. At this time, Kai's Ryota, who was about to serve, looked at Jack who was already standing in front of Midorima Shintaro with some surprise. Chapter 150. A tough match. Is this full court defense? Have no choice, he could only pass the ball to Akashi Seijiro. After the latter pushed the ball across half court, he saw Atsushi Murasakibara and Robert fighting in the interior. Atsushi Murasakibara was holding Robert down with both hands. After all, the other person is not only a head taller than him, but also a lot stronger. Murasakibara-san, your strength is not enough. Robert smiled as he easily occupied the best attacking position. Crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara secretly increased his strength and said through gritted teeth. Sudden, a giant bear appears behind Atsushi Murasakibara. After the giant bear roared, Robert clearly felt that the other party's strength was growing stronger and stronger. How long can you keep this up? Robert glanced at the giant bear with disdain and said lightly. Then gradually increase the strength. Looking at the two people wrestling, Akashi Seijiro could only pass the ball to Aomine Daiki first. As soon as Aomine Daiki received the ball, the power forward came over to defend. Interesting. Looking at Aomine Daiki's serious and excited expression, the power forward grinned. But, the next second, Aomine Daiki lowered his center of gravity, dribbled the ball quickly, and then passed the power forward from the left. Passed. Well done, Aomine, as expected, bang. Before the crowd outside the court could finish their exclamation, the power forward suddenly turned around and slapped the basketball out of Aomine Daiki's hand. How is that possible? Aomine Daiki turned her head and looked behind her in disbelief. What a quick response. Did even Aomine lose? Everyone outside the venue suddenly felt depressed and thought to themselves. So strong. No wonder even the monster Mito was beaten by the opponent at the beginning. Is this the strength of the top NCAA teams? Alex, I can't believe that soccer country can have such amazing players. It's amazing. At this time, Bu Shang Keeming turned to look at Alex and said. I can't promise you anything else, but Mr. Keeming, I can promise you this. This high school team is full of talented players, and they are all sophomores. Alex looked at the other person and smiled. Oh right, they're only in their second year of high school, so there are still 2 years left. Bu Shang Keeming felt a little disappointed when he heard this. Although these guys are still a little too young, their talents are more abnormal than each other. If a piece of uncut jade cannot be carved well, then no matter how talented it is, it will not go very far. Advertisement what? You're asking about Mito? Sorry, no comment. On the court, it's still a clash between Aomine Daiki and the power forward. However, this time it was the power forward who had the ball. Friend, I'm here? the power forward dribbled the ball slowly and smiled at the other player. Aomine Daiki didn't understand, so she could only watch the basketball seriously. The two of them were breathing faster and faster. Sudden. The power forward moves. He was like a wild beast, dribbling and accelerating madly, constantly trying to break through the opponent. A flash of blue lightning flashed in Aomine Daiki's eyes. The movements also quickened. The two of them did this, one attacking and one defending, breaking through and sticking to each other. Neither up nor down, moving like lightning. In an instant, the two of them passed Kai's Ryota, whose face was 3 parts stunned and 7 parts shocked. What kind of abnormal speed are these two people at? I didn't expect that when Aomine started the zone, the opposing power forward could actually keep up. Just as everyone was shocked, the power forward has reached the basket, jumped high, and is about to dunk with the ball in one hand. Aomine Daiki also jumped up from the right and slapped the basketball. But, the power forward curled the corner of his mouth, flipped his hand, and threw the basketball behind him. Swish. Bang. Jack received the ball and jumped up to shoot. Midorima Shintaro hadn't recovered from the fight between the two men yet. When he came to his senses, he saw Jack throw the ball. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Sure enough, those who can play ball with monsters are all monsters. Jin Jishong narrowed his eyes and looked surprised. What an amazing match. Even in the Age of Miracles, they could only be suppressed by them. Ida Riko was surprised. The data of each of them is much better than that of Age of Miracles. Satsuki Momoi was also surprised. They're scarier than the Jabberwocky. How could there be a team in the world that is so strong in every position? Shinji Kogane looked incredulous. The rest of the people were also extremely depressed. Through these two friendly matches, they realized that there are always people better than you. After all, it's still a huge gap for a national competition in the Sakura country. I haven't played a losing game in a long time. Advertisement at this time, Tobi Shota slowly covered the thermos cup and said lightly. On the court. Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball with a serious expression, his mind full of thoughts. Our overall strength is still a long way off, how can we win? Just after halftime, he passed the ball to Aomine Daiki. Aomine. Satsuki Momoi looked at Aomine Daiki, who was desperately dribbling on the court, with a worried look on his face. He has always been like this, whenever he meets a strong opponent. His eyes will light up and he will easily forget himself in playing one-on-one with the opponent. But, Aomine looks so happy now. Bang! At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Aomine Daiki's ball was intercepted by the opponent again. Soon, with a long pass from Jack, the basketball came into the hands of Robert, who was already running towards the basket. He jumped high and flew towards the basket like a giant ape. Bang! Snap, snap. A double-handed slam dunk pushed everyone's surprise to the highest point. Next, Kai's Ryota had no way to deal with the small forward. It seemed as if the opponent had already figured out all of his attack routes, forcing him to force the pass every time. However, Atsushi Murasakibara's new moves, followed by fadeaway jump shots, stunned everyone in the audience. It was difficult for the other four to score. Beep. As the first quarter ended, the score was 25-7, on the bench. It's really surprising that they are so strong. I must crush him. Atsushi Murasakibara had a hash on his forehead and ate a sour lemon with an unhappy look on his face. The opponent hasn't even used up his full strength yet, but they've already consumed so much energy. This shows how terrifying the opponent is. Satsuki Momoi looked at the 5 people who were panting, with a sad expression. Because of this game, no one was there to finish it off for them. They can only rely on themselves to play the entire game. Although there are substitutes. But if the starting lineup is beaten, what's the point of the substitutes? This time, it feels even harder than the previous few days' matches. Kai's Ryota wiped the sweat off his face and complained. It's more than just difficult to beat them. We've been suppressed by them in all aspects. Midorima Shintaro said after taking a sip of water. Akashi Seijiro also responded, honestly, I was really scared. They were just playing by the book, and we had our hands full. Chapter 151 Tacit Cooperation. At this time, Hubu Jungtai stood up and came to the front of everyone. Okay, I'll arrange the tactics for the second quarter. The other side. I have to say, these little devils are really pretty good. Jack grinned as he drank his water. It's almost the level of the Second Army. I can't believe that Sakura country would. But they're still young, so it's okay. William was halfway through his speech when he glanced at Mito, shrugged, and changed his words. I think so too. The speed of the green-haired guy at the beginning really scared me. The power forward also spoke. But, Alex, why isn't your apprentice playing? Yeah, is he a secret weapon? Seeing everyone looking at him, Alex could only say helplessly, sorry, no comment. Not long after, the second quarter began. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. This time, Kuroko Tetsuya replaced Kai's Ryota. Akashi Seijiro dribbled across half-court. While William was defending, he immediately passed the ball towards Aomine Daiki. The next second, amidst the surprised expressions of the Stanford students, the basketball turned a corner and landed in the hands of Atsushi Murasakibara. The latter made a fadeaway jump shot before Robert could react. Swish. Goal. Oh my god, what the hell? Not the pass just now. I hadn't noticed that blue-haired guy was on the court yet. It seems that I have to keep a close eye on him. Hearing the discussions of the Sforza team, Ida Rico was surprised. Kuroko was discovered after just one goal. Ball possession changes. After William pushed across half court, he passed the ball to the small forward. You're a great passer, but I wonder how you're doing defensively? After that, the small forward used a misleading Eurostep to dribble past Kuroko Tetsuya and then scored a layup. Although Atsushi Murasakibara wanted to provide backup defense, he was no match for Robert, who was more experienced and stronger than him. Although I had scored a few points by dribbling over his head before. But in the confrontation of muscles, he couldn't gain any advantage. Next, Kuroko Tetsuya was completely blocked by the small forward. The small forward continued to score over Kuroko Tetsuya. This won't work. Azi's visual guidance has no effect on them at all. Moreover, they took advantage of Azi's defensive weaknesses and widened the score. Satsuki Momoi frowns. Others were also a little depressed. Advertisement: the other party doesn't play by your rules at all. As long as they are given an opportunity, they will attack this weakness frantically. It seems that in their team, there is no such thing as individual play, only tacit cooperation. Not only that, the opponent did not let go of the ball at all. It can be said that they did not give us any chance at all. In this situation, even the old Yinbi Hubu Shoto was extremely troubled. Beep. The dragon-slaying sword team requests a timeout. There is no way. If we don't take a timeout, the score will widen to 30 points. The current score is 42-15. At this time, Tobishoda was thinking with a serious face. I felt like I was back in the final of the All-Daxia League in the first half. At that time, I was also helpless against the Age of Miracles at Teiko Junior High. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Mito, they would have been nailed to the pillar of shame. Unlike the depressed dragon-slaying sword team, the atmosphere on the other side is relaxed and cheerful. Assistant, are we going back after the game? Yes. Can we play for 2 more days? No, well. But we can set off tomorrow. Great, then I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Mito Ryosuke, who had been dozing off, sat up instantly and said, let's go. Get lost. The game isn't over yet. Alex knocked the other person's head and said angrily. Upon hearing this, the latter closed his eyes and lay down again. When everyone saw this scene, they consciously ignored it and started chatting nonsense again. There's no way, even though Age of Miracles is very strong. But for them, it was like playing a competition against the second team. Just play according to the rules. After all, there's too big a difference in age and height. Soon, the timeout ended and the game continued. Really? The Dragon Slayer team has changed again. Kuroko has been replaced by Kagami Taiga. Midorima Shintaro Huan Shang Lakai's Ryota. They're going to play an offensive game. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. Akashi then pushed the ball across half-court, and Kai's Ryota stepped forward to set a screen. Jack smiled and stepped forward to provide defensive support. Ken. Atsushi Murasakibara immediately appeared and blocked Jack. Facing Robert, who rushed to defend, Akashi Seijiro quickly passed the ball to Kagami Taiga, who had already run to the basket. Advertisement: he jumped high, took the basketball and threw it towards the basket. You're a bit naive. At this time, the small forward jumped high and slapped the basketball. Bang! The basketball was instantly knocked away. How did they react so quickly? Even in the Age of Miracles, before Mito Ryosuke appeared, wasn't everyone unwilling to submit to each other? Yeah. After all, they're Mito's teammates. Takao Kazunari stuck out his tongue and smiled, but the next second, the smile disappeared and he looked at the field worriedly. Indeed, although I don't want to admit it, the opponent as a whole is crushing us. Kai spread his hands and said. Tobishoda sighed. Shinji Kogane was even more surprised. Everyone is wild? It's a bit difficult. The other side seems to be an impenetrable wall. It's hard to imagine this is just one team. Robert and Jack stepped forward and said. How about this, Coach Hubu, let's have the Dragon Slayer team too go out. The expressions of the other 4 people instantly became serious. You know, at this time, Jin Jishong frowned and said. Furuhata Mitsuki said with cold sweat, the next second. Everyone in the room was shocked. The aura they exude. Are they serious about this too? William looked at the 5 members of the dragon-slaying sword team and smiled. Unexpectedly, after seeing their teammates being picked and rolled, the others were able to find the person they needed to defend in an instant. Hearing this, what he actually wanted to say was that if it were the Sakura country, any player with these skills would have high aspirations. Flashes of lightning flashed in everyone's pupils. I know, this is just a joke, right? Even Kagami failed? The situation on the field is very unfavorable to them. Since they are serious, let's be a little serious too. Why do you think this game was played? No way, the whole team is in zone. This is scary. Aomine Daiki said while panting. Tobishoda said with a frown. Kogane Shinji Jingya Dao. This was what they had just discussed, to take the enemy by surprise. Damn, it feels like they are just like us, all aces. I do have a way to score in a short period of time, but if the score continues to widen, this method will be useless. Takao Kazunari said, shaking his fist. Chapter 152: The Second Door. The game continues. After Akashi brought the ball across half-court, he broke through at an extremely fast speed. William was not to be outdone and kept defending closely. The two of them moved so fast that they turned into two afterimages in an instant. Just when everyone hadn't reacted yet, bang! The basketball has been passed to Aomine Daiki. Facing the power forward, the two of them turned into afterimages and chased him. This breath, the wildness within, oh my goodness, are they still human? I can't see clearly at all. The thought of continuing to compete with these monsters this year gives me a headache. This year is okay, but next year, everyone outside the venue sighed heavily in their hearts. Alyang, do you want to go fight? Alex lowered his head and asked after seeing that it was now a single game between Kagami Taiga and the small forward. No fight unless you pay, Mito Ryunosuke said with his eyes closed. You're not short of money now, why are you still so obsessed with money? Alex complained. Others may not know, but she knows that the market value of Mito Company is getting higher and higher. You don't understand, I'm taking the consequences for you. Mito Ryunosuke Mito. What's this about cause and effect? Why do you always say things that are so hard to understand? Alex's face was full of questions. Money can buy marriage, but it can't buy true love. Money can buy a luxury watch, but it can't buy time. Money can buy the best doctors, but it can't buy health. Money is not everything, on the contrary, it is the root of suffering. Alex pondered for a moment at Mito Ryunosuke's words and nodded. I think you have a point. Money is not everything. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Mito Ryunosuke. So give me your money too, and let me bear the pain alone. Alex. On the court. The ball has reached Atsushi Murasakibara. After receiving the ball, he slammed it hard and his body like steel crashed into Robert. Bang. The sudden strange force knocked Robert back a step. The next second, circles of white mist appeared under Atsushi Murasakibara's feet, rolling rapidly like a tornado. Until it covered his entire body. At the same time, Atsushi Murasakibara also jumped up with his back to the basket and then turned 180 degrees in the air. That's more like it, advertisement. Robert laughed loudly and jumped up quickly. Bang. The two bodies collided again, but just when everyone thought Atsushi Murasakibara would use the destruction hammer. Unexpectedly, this guy has no moral principles. Following Robert's collision, he made a fadeaway shot. Swish. Goal. Beep. The goal is valid, 1 penalty point added. Robert. Everyone. After a while, swish. Goal, 1 point. This kid has something. Robert looked at Atsushi Murasakibara's back as he returned to defense and smiled helplessly. Can you do it? He already scored 12 points on you. At this time, Jack ran over, picked up the basketball and smiled. I scored 16 points on him. Robert was unconvinced. Oh, so you're 4 years older than me, so the gap is only 4 points. Oh. You're talking nonsense. Jack, if you have the guts, get over there, I'll pinch you or you'll be done for. Robert, irritated by Jack, shouted loudly. Dragon-slaying sword team. Why are you arguing? Good shot, Murasakibara. Akashi Seijiro high-fived the other person and said. Murasakibara, where did you learn all these moves? Kai's Ryota, who came running over, asked curiously. Oh, Shueichin taught me. Atsushi Murasakibara answered blankly. Aomine Daiki. Ball possession changes, but at this time, William had just crossed half court. The ball was suddenly intercepted by Aomine Daiki. Not only that, he quickly passed the ball to Kai's Ryota. The latter was stunned. Aomine Daiki had already lowered her body and instantly jumped over Robert, who was coming back to defend. Bang. The first thing that came to Kai's Ryota's mind was to pass the ball back. Advertisement, so he imitated Kuroko Tetsuya's quick pass and hit the basketball with his palm. Swish. The basketball landed in the hands of Aomine Daiki, who had already jumped up. Bang. Goal. After the ball went in, everyone on the field fell silent, looking at Aomine Daiki, who had landed in astonishment. After a while, I realized, what an amazing alley-oop. What happened just now? Aomine actually stole the ball from William. This is. Hubu Shota suddenly stood up and said in disbelief. Old yen coin, that's. Ida Kagedora also reacted, and the two looked at each other. Coach Hub, what exactly happened just now? Hinata Junpei came over and asked. Seeing this, the others also came over. Aomine actually entered the second door. Yes, the second door is the ultimate goal of many basketball players. With the concerted efforts of Tobishota and Ida Kagedora, everyone began to understand. What is the ability of this second door? Midorima Shintaro clenched his fists, forced himself to calm down, and asked. The first door of the zone is to allow you to increase your strength, jumping, speed, vision, and reaction to 100%. The second door will double your 100% strength. That's right. Not only that, the player who enters the second gate will become telepathic with his teammates. His teammates will be able to interpret his every thought. After Tobishota finished speaking, Ida Kagedora nodded and continued. After asking, Yi Yuajun looked at the field and asked seriously. That is to say, Aomine entered the second door. Can we perfectly cooperate with anyone? Yes, this is the horror of the second door of the zone. Ida Kagedora nodded. After saying this, Takao Kazunari suddenly said in surprise, When I fought against Jabberwolf before, Mito and I played together, and it seemed like this. What? Upon hearing this, Tobishoda and Kagedora looked at each other in surprise again. Takao is right. I've partnered with Mito-san twice, and it's undeniable that it was very comfortable. It's like I know what Mito is thinking, although sometimes I wonder if passing the ball like that is too risky. But when I think about the person who will catch the ball as Mito, I always feel that he will definitely catch it. Kuroko Tetsuya also spoke at this time. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, if you want to enter the second door, you can't enter it every time, because it's not like the first door, which you can slowly master. Ida Kagedora stroked his chin and pondered. Yes, some people enter the second door once, but could not enter the second time. Some people may never even get there once in their entire lives, which is why it is considered the ultimate goal for basketball players. Hubu Jungtai continued. Chapter 153. The score closes. On the other side, Alex, could you introduce him to me later? The assistant coach looked at Aomine Daiki on the court with an excited tone. Even MCG's, who was sitting next to him, nodded. This kid is good. Of course he can, but he's not old enough to go to college yet. Alex looked up and said, now she no longer gets excited about who plays better. It's okay, we can get to know each other first. Keeming smiled slightly. On the court, the score has reached 48-24. Aomine Daiki has scored 3 goals in a row. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and the smile on his face never disappeared. This kid is quite difficult to deal with, the power forward said, breathing heavily. It doesn't matter, Jack shrugged, looking relaxed. Anyway, this game is also to see the level of Mito's previous teammates. It now seems that this team is very strong. At least in the soccer country, there should be no rivals. The game continues. From the moment Aomine Daiki stepped into the second door, the score became closer. At the basket, due to the addition of Kagami Taiga, Robert also found it difficult to score. There's nothing I can do. Although the opponent is short, he can jump high. Coupled with the increasing strength of the purple-haired kid, it became difficult for him to gain a position. Not long after, the second quarter ended with Aomine Daiki's random shot into the basket. The score was 56-41. The score was narrowed down to 15 points. But the players of the dragon-slaying sword team were not happy. Because, the physical strength of several of their main players has basically reached its limit. Mito, they are really nice, especially the little brat with green hair. William smiled while drinking water. The others are pretty good too, much better than when I was in high school. The power forward also smiled while drinking water. He had the most uncomfortable time in the match just now. Entering the second door, Aomine Daiki, the speed is more than 1 level faster. Why? Do you want me to arrange tactics for you? At this time, Keeming looked at everyone and smiled. That's not necessary. I was just complaining to Mito. William grinned. Be careful, don't get hurt. Don't forget, you still have a competition in 2 days. Advertisement. Alex looked at the seafood team and said helplessly. On the other side, in the third quarter, Midorima, please replace Aomine. Akashi, when the time comes, you should cooperate with Midorima and see if you can tie the score before they react. Hubu Shoda looked at everyone and made arrangements. Good. Hearing this, Midorima Shintaro and Akashi Seijiro nodded. Kagami, if they fail, you're the scorer, and as for Kai's, save your perfect imitation for the fourth quarter. If you can't score in the third quarter, pass the ball to Murasakibara. Tobishoda continued with a sullen face. Yes, everyone agreed. 20 minutes later, because the SFOR team had no substitutes, the halftime break was extended. The third quarter begins. Akashi Seijiro pushed the ball across half court, looked at William in front of him, and then dribbled quickly. He's not playing for singles, but buying time for Midorima. The next second, the two of them made an alley-oop 3-pointer in front of the incredible gaze of the SFOR team. Swish. Goal, 3 points. Can we still play like this? Jack said in surprise as he looked at the back of the opponent returning to defense. Interesting, that green-haired brat's hit rate is really scary. William also said with narrowed eyes, although the opponent hardly pitched the ball. But judging from the opponent's 3-pointers throughout the game and the 3-pointers from alleys, they were not that bad either. Fortunately, Jack was guarding them the whole time. Do we need a switch? William looked at Jack and asked. No, I want to see if I can block him if I jump after him. Jack raised the corner of his mouth and said unconvincingly. What's the name of that green-haired kid? Keeming asked excitedly. This trip was really the right one. If these little guys could have formal training methods, they would definitely be dark horses. Moreover, except for number 4, the others are talented enough. However, it seems that number 4 is not simple either, although he is a little shorter. On the court. As soon as William crossed half court, Akashi Seijiro came up to defend him. At this time, his Emperor Eye was already activated, and he almost intercepted William's ball several times. This little devil actually has those eyes. After William passed the ball reluctantly, he looked at the other party and said secretly. The power forward received the ball and rushed to the basket quickly. But, the next second, Kagami Taiga blocked his way. He broke through, stopped suddenly, and turned around. He passed the basketball to Robert. Advertisement. Without Kagami Taiga as a troublemaker, Robert was once again in the best position. But, just as he jumped up and was about to make a hook shot, The little devil with red lightning in his eyes suddenly appeared behind him. Pop! The basketball was taken away in an instant. What a fast speed! I didn't expect that besides the blue-haired kid, there was another difficult one. At this time, the basketball had been caught by Kai's Ryota, who took advantage of everyone's surprise to quickly pass it to Midorima Shintaro. The latter received the ball and jumped to shoot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Another three-pointer throughout the game. Sorry, my attention was just caught by Robert. Jack looked apologetic. It's okay, just follow our plan. Don't rush, William smiled. Damn it, how come number 10 is so fast too? Robert said angrily. It was because of this number 10 that I had trouble positioning myself before, and now I was even ambushed by the opponent. So angry. Good job Kagami, Shinji Kogane waved his fist happily. Finally, Kagami got into the game. Okay, let's keep going at this pace. Sakurai Ryoya also joined the cheering team. Alion, where are you going? At this time, Alex looked at Mito Ryosuke who had already stood up and asked. Bathroom. 3 black lines appeared on Alex's forehead, and then he waved his hands impatiently at the other party. Bathroom. The air was filled with smoke. If you have something to say, I'm very busy now. Mito Ryosuke, who was smoking a cigarette, picked up the phone impatiently. Let me tell you something. No matter which NBA team approaches you this year, don't agree. Mito Ryota's voice came from the phone. Speak human language. Just listen to me. Don't worry, I've already picked a team for you, and the price is very high. Mito Ryosuke heard this, tugging at his pants with one hand, and asked calmly, how high? 3 billion. That's fair enough. US dollars. Hearing this, Mito Ryosuke's lazy expression froze for a moment, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Chapter 154 Kai's three-pointer on the court. When Mito Ryosuke came back, the third quarter was over. The score is 76-69. They played well. Mito Ryosuke sat down next to Alex and said in surprise. Of course. After all, I was the one who taught Taiga. Alex said with great pride. Just now, Kagami Taiga also broke through himself and scored a lot of points. The main reason is that the players of the Spores team wanted to save energy, so there was no clothing explosion. Mito, your former teammates were amazing. William saw Mito Ryosuke coming back and walked up to him and smiled. Just like you guys, average. Mito Ryosuke curled up the corners of his mouth after hearing Alex's translation. UB*****D. When Jack and the others heard the translation, they naturally laughed and cursed. There is no way, because the opponent is the number 1 ace of his team. Thank you for your hard work. After Tobishoda finished speaking, he looked at the others and said, the people who will appear in the last section are Akashi, Aomine, Kai's, Midorima, and Murasakibara. Yes. Everyone who was drinking water nodded. Hearing this, Kuroko Tetsuya lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. It's okay, Kuroko, we're from Dragon Slayer Team 2. Seeing this, Gao Waichung immediately stepped forward to comfort him. It would have been fine if he hadn't comforted her, but once he did, Kuroko Tetsuya, who was originally just feeling a little down, felt even more lost. Everyone felt bad watching this scene. There is no way, the opponent is too strong. They were exhausted from defending one player by themselves, and it was impossible for them to distract themselves to help defend Kuroko. There is nothing you can do about the opponent who will hold on tightly as soon as he gets a chance. Although Kuroko's pass was unexpected, the disadvantage was too obvious, the defense was too weak. And, there are only 2 people who can make an alley-oop three-pointer pass now. Kai's, how many times can you imitate a full-court three-pointer? Tobishoda turned his head and asked, 10 times should be enough. No, 5 times at most is enough. At the beginning, you cast one, and then. At last, the Minister of Revenue smiled and began to plan his tactics. Not long, the whistle for the 4th quarter sounded. Sure enough, the last quarter still let Age of Miracles play. Alex looked at the field, nodded and said, I think this section will be interesting to watch. Advertisement Mito Ryosuke raised his head, looked at William and the others and smiled. Alex was stunned for a moment, then followed Mito Ryosuke's gaze and his pupils began to dilate. Because, the expressions of William and others at this moment were the same as when they were about to seriously beat Mito Ryosuke. How is that possible? They weren't serious before. Shinji Kogane, who was off the court, looked at the others from Stanford University in disbelief and surprise. Well, there's a different aura about them. Yi Yuajun also frowned. Damn it, were they just playing a trick on us? Kagami Taiga's bad temper is back again. I don't think so. I guess they were just conserving their energy. Ida Kagetora thought for a while and said, yes, because they have no substitutes and everyone has to play the whole game. Tobishoda explained. After hearing this, everyone felt better. Certainly, not only them, but also the Age of Miracles was surprised. Oh my god, I thought I saw taillights. Kai's Ryota's expression was a little bad, but he still teased. Yes, great, now you are worthy of being our opponent. Aomine Daiki said with an excited expression. Midorima Shintaro didn't say anything, but adjusted his glasses and looked at the people from Sforza University. So I said. Atsushi Murasakibara sighed and continued, it's not easy to defeat Mizuki. After saying this, everyone's expressions felt better. It turns out that we are catching up with Mito Ryunosuke without realizing it. Beep. The game begins. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. To the surprise of the SFO players, it was Akashi Seijiro who served to Kai's Ryota this time. What is he doing? I'm going. Stop making trouble. Under the surprised gaze of Stanford University and others, Kai's Ryota, who received the ball, had already made a shooting gesture and then jumped high. He can't be like you and can also take three-pointers all over the court, right? Jack, who was standing in front of Midorima Shintaro, looked at this scene and asked in disbelief. No comment. Midorima Shintaro had just finished speaking when the basketball was thrown out by Kai's Ryota. Swish. The basketball shot high up like a missile. Then, to the surprised expressions of the SFO players, the basketball drew a beautiful arc and fell into the basket. Swish. Goal. 3 points. In the fourth quarter, the dragon-slaying sword team took the lead. Advertisement. No way. At this time, the small forward who was returning to defense sighed. Congratulations, you're joining the full-court defense. Jack laughed as he ran beside him. It's a bit tricky indeed. William also sighed. Just one sharpshooter like this would be enough of a headache, but the other side actually has two. Oh my god, Alex, what's the name of number 7, Kai's Ryota? Alex frowned as he looked at Keeming, who came closer again. Goal. Silence fell upon them. Finally, when he was about to commit a 5-second violation, he threw the ball directly to Aomine Daiki on the outside. Just when both of their attention was on William, the latter made a hook pass. As soon as Akashi Seijiro got the ball, he was stunned by the situation on the court. The next moment, on the Dragon Slayer sword team's side, Furuhata Mitsuki said happily. Can, bang, facing Robert's defense, a blue lightning flashed in his eyes, and then he jumped up forcefully and threw the ball towards the basket with one hand. Soon after, Aomine Daiki made 2 free throws. Aomine Daiki dribbled the ball quickly and broke into the penalty area of the SFO team alone. Robert reacted quickly and swatted the basketball away. Aomine Daiki reacted quickly and turned around to avoid the power forward's steal. For a moment, Akashi Seijiro didn't know who to pass it to. Akashi was screened by Robert, but fortunately Atsushi Murasakibara quickly came up to defend. Great, only 3 points away. Bang! William faced Akashi and made a strong attack on the left side. Because everyone was looking at the field with serious expressions. No one responded to him. Bang! On the court, ball possession changes. The score was 79-75. Beep, foul, fortunately. A ghostly figure suddenly jumped out and pounced directly on the basketball. The ball was passed to Robert, who was following up. He jumped up despite Atsushi Murasakibara, who came to defend quickly, and slammed the ball into the basket with one hand. Seeing this, everyone on the bench of the Dragon Sword team was surprised. They got it back just like that? Sudden, beep, the score is valid, 1 free throw. The Sforza team directly used the death defense, full court defense, chapter 155, 4 difficult minutes. SFO has the ball. William crossed half court and passed the ball directly to the power forward. The power forward who just got the ball was immediately double-teamed by Aomine and Kai's. But he still relied on his physical fitness to break through to the outside line. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara immediately came up to provide support. The power forward grinned and quickly passed the ball to Jack. Jack broke through, stopped suddenly, turned right and returned to the 3-point line. He suddenly jumped up at 45 degrees and shot, swish. Goal, 3 points. Ball possession changes. Facing the opponent's deadly defense, Akashi Seijiro still made a long pass and passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara made 2 aerial passes and then passed to Aomine Daiki. Facing a double team from both big and small forwards, Aomine Daiki followed suit, quickly passing the ball to Akashi Seijiro while navigating 2 players. The latter immediately passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro, who had already jumped. Swish. Goal, 3 points. The fierce counterattack of the Dragon Sword team also ignited the desire to win of the Sforza team and others. Over here, William opened fire as soon as he got the ball. After accelerating past Akashi Seijiro, he quickly broke into the basket from the 3-point line. Withstanding the double-team defense of Atsushi Murasakibara and Kai's Ryota, he put the basketball into the basket with a single layup. Swish. Goal. They're moving so fast, I can hardly keep up with them. Mitsuki Furuhata was surprised as he watched the game on the field. It's the last game now, I definitely won't hold back. Yi Yuajun said seriously. On the court, Kai's Ryota received the ball, looked at the small forward in front of him, took a deep breath, and became eager to try. The next second, he gave up the pick and roll with Aomine Daiki and went straight to single-handedly attack the small forward. He just dribbled the ball from the right back to his left hand and then broke through quickly from the left. That's Mito's backward turn, wonderful, pretty. Go ahead, Kai's. After Kai's Ryota deceived the small forward, he went straight through the defense of the power forward and Robert and made a layup. Bang, whoosh. Goal. The SFO team has the ball. After William crossed half court, he passed the ball directly to Jack. Jack received the ball and immediately passed it back to William, who passed to Akashi. Advertisement. After receiving the ball, William went straight into the inside. Then, under the opponent's 3-man defense, he directly took the shot and made a layup. Bang, whoosh. Goal. Beep, the goal is valid, one more penalty. Oh my god, that guy is so scary, in such a short time, he already scored 2-2+1 goals. Jin Jixiangyi said in surprise, it's hard to say who will win this match. Wakamatsu Kosuke was also very surprised, he also didn't expect that in the current era of miracles, where everything is exploding, the opponent can still score goals in an orderly manner. The following game was like a fight between gods. Every second is a classic, attracting the attention of people outside the venue. They kept their eyes on the game on the field, afraid of missing any goal. However, as time passed, the physical strength of the members of the dragon-slaying sword team began to run out. Tobi Shota also had to use a pause, on the bench. Looking at the players in front of them who were silent and gasping for air, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. There are 4 minutes left in the game, but these 4 minutes felt more like a century to the current dragon-slaying sword team. Nothing else, simply because they had all performed exceptionally well just now. Hubu Shota was the most uncomfortable at this time. Because looking at the current situation, the only starters who can barely play are Midorima and Atsushi Murasakibara. However, the score came to 106-103, still 3 points behind. The next match, Midorima, Murasakibara, Kagami, Hinata, Takao. In the end, Tobi Shota announced the final lineup. After the words were spoken, everyone felt unwilling in their hearts and silence appeared on their faces. There's no way, Kai's Ryota had already shut down 2 minutes ago. Aomine Daiki now has difficulty even walking because after Kai's Ryota left the field, the burden of attack fell on him. Akashi was not having a good time either. Facing William who was firing on all cylinders, he even used up his last bit of energy to barely keep up with the opponent's speed. Takao, if there's a chance later, you and Midorima should continue to cooperate in the alley-oop. But if there is no chance, you can pass it to Hinata. Remember, if you can't break the opponent's defense, pass it to Murasakibara. Yes, on the other side, it seems the opponent has run out of energy. William gasped for breath, glanced at the Dragon Sword team's bench and spoke. Alex, how come your apprentice still has the energy? Robert looked at Kagami Taiga and said helplessly. You said Murasakibara and I were having a good time, but you had to come in and interfere, being the third party. Wouldn't it be better for you to find your corresponding position carefully? Advertisement, it's so annoying. Taiga, his stamina has always been very good. Alex smiled, kindly. Then, as planned, it's time for your performance. William looked at the small forward and Jack and smiled. No problem, leave it to us. But William, can you guard the green-haired guy now? I tell you, if you're not paying attention for a moment, he'll be ready to shoot. Jack quipped, worry not showing on his face. I'll try my best. William replied with a smile. Beep, timeout is over, game continues. Watching the players go on the court, Tobi Shota sighed and turned to look at Wakamatsu Kosuke. You should also get ready. If Kagami fails later, you will go on the court. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wakamatsu Kosuke said with a heavy expression. The game continues. Before Takao Kazunari could cross half-court, the ball was intercepted by Jack. This idiot. What's going on? This kind of mistake shouldn't be made. The dragon-slaying sword team's bench exclaimed in disbelief. On the court, Jack got the ball and attacked quickly, jumping and dunking directly under the empty basket. Bang. Goal. 2 points. Feel sorry, Takao Kazunari said as he looked at his teammates running back. This game is over. Seeing this, Tobi Shota sighed and said. Why? Shinji Kogane asked immediately. The others also came over. This is human nature, and it's the same for you. If you were to go on stage now, you would definitely make the same mistake as Takao. Tobi Shota sighed. Why? Kogane Shinji's second question. Because you've already decided that your opponent is invincible, and you're just substitutes. Ida Kagetora spoke. Once upon a time, I was in the same situation. Facing the dream team of the beautiful country, I couldn't even think about giving my best. As soon as he got on the court, he couldn't even exert half of his usual strength. Hubu Jungtai nodded, his tone somewhat helpless. Because in their minds, the other team can't even beat their starting lineup. Besides, I am a substitute. Under such pressure, what can they do? Only 1 out of 10 survives. Chapter 156 Interruption will be supplemented. After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Yes. If I were to go on stage at this time, I would definitely be restricted. Not to mention his full strength, he couldn't even exert 50% of it. In other words, poor psychological quality, as expected. The next game. Not only Takao, but even Hinata Junpei made frequent mistakes. The score was 117-105. In just 1.5 minutes, the gap had widened to 12 points. There were 2.5 minutes left in the game. Don't underestimate these 2.5 minutes. It was just like the past 2.5 years, like a mountain pressing down on the dragon-slaying sword team. Beep. The dragon-slaying sword team requests a timeout. There was no other way. If they didn't take a timeout, they would really lose. Although everyone had realized it before, now that they have come this far. It would be too painful to give up easily, so boring. At this time, MCGs stood up and muttered, Alyong. Well, they lost. Mito Ryosuke knew what Alex wanted to say, and said lightly as he looked at the purple-haired boy who was trying hard to get a position with Robert on the court. Alex, the difference between your substitutes and the starting lineup. Keeming found it difficult to speak. Alex certainly understood what he meant. I know what you want to say, but I still want to say that those people are also very powerful, but... She hadn't finished her words yet. Gus stood up and stretched himself. Mito, how about we have a game and bet on these 2.5 minutes? Advertisement with Alex's translation. A scene that surprised the SFO team appeared. Mito Ryosuke was seen moving his body along with Guts. Okay, Emil. After a while, Mito, what's going on with you? Tobishoda asked in surprise. Stop talking nonsense, do you want to fight? Mito Ryosuke asked, looking at the already stupefied people. Ha ha ha, hit. Seeing this, Tobishoda immediately made arrangements. In the last 2 minutes, Takao, Kuroko, Murasakibara, Midorima, you play. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They were very surprised by Hubu Jungtai's arrangement. After all, Midorima is the scorer and also his old partner, who will Gaowei pass to? Mito, Midorima. But, they didn't see. Wakamatsu and Hinata looked lost. Besides, Kuroko Tetsuya and Takao's eyes lit up. Water dear. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Mito Ryosuke. Don't hold me back. Mito Ryosuke grinned. I won't, I'll crush him. Atsushi Murasakibara Jian Sadamichi. Advertisement, the game continues. When the players from both teams come on the court, everyone's eyes were on them. The dragon-slaying sword team has the ball. Kazunari Takao dribbled the ball across half-court. His mentality calmed down instantly. He didn't know why, but ever since he knew he was going to play against Mito Ryosuke, his lack of confidence had disappeared. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He was there for everything. He wasn't the only one who had this indescribable feeling. Hayari Kuroko Tetsuya. Now, Kuroko Tetsuya no longer has to worry about being outscored by the opposing shooting guard. Because he knew. Mito was there, different from everyone else's full sense of security. Mito Ryosuke was dribbling the ball and looking at McGregor's in front of him. Are you coming? As soon as Mito Ryosuke finished speaking, he rushed towards the opponent's left side like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the basket. Facing the defense of 3 people, he suddenly jumped up, raised the basketball with one hand, and slammed it towards the basket. At this time, Robert and others quickly surrounded and suddenly jumped up to defend. Can, bang, bang. Goal, 2 points. Chapter 157, Narrow Victory. Ball possession changes. After getting the ball, McGregor dribbled it twice between his legs at an extremely fast speed and broke through from the right side. Mito Ryosuke took a step forward and came up to defend. Seeing this, Gus smiled slightly, then turned right and threw the basketball backwards. Robert jumped up from under the basket, caught the high ball, and dunked it into the basket. Bang. Goal. Ball possession changes. Speed up the pass, back. Swish. The basketball passed through the crowd like a flash of lightning and landed on Mito Ryosuke, who had already run to the opponent's basket. Bang. After receiving the ball, Mito Ryosuke stepped on the ground with his right foot, jumped up suddenly, held the ball with one hand and slammed it towards the basket. Bang. Goal. Next. Gus made a mistake and was interfered by Mito Ryosuke when he broke through with the ball, and his shot hit the rim. Atsushi Murasakibara and Robert jumped at the same time and reached out to touch the basketball. When have you ever been able to out-rebound me? Suddenly, a voice sounded and Robert was startled. A powerful right hand appeared in the pupils of both of them, and with a bang, it grabbed the basketball. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, he clasped the ball with both hands. Bang. As soon as he landed, he passed the ball to Takao Kazunari, and then rushed towards the opponent's basket at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement facing Williams' interception, Takao Kazunari passed the ball directly to Midorima Shintaro. Seeing this, Jack smiled, then took a step forward and stood in front of Midorima Shintaro. But, bang! The basketball turned a corner and quickly shot towards Mito Ryosuke. The latter received the ball and made an elegant pull-up jump shot. Swish. Goal, 3 points. When did he appear there? Jack looked at Kuroko Tetsuya in surprise. Although the opponent had been on the scene before, it would not be as silent as it is now. The stronger the light, the lighter the shadow. With Mito Ryosuke present, Kuroko Tetsuya's presence is even less noticeable. Ida Riko smiled as she looked at Kuroko Tetsuya, who was smiling on the court. Not only that, even my teammates didn't notice Kuroko Tetsuya just now. Tobishoda nodded. At this time, everyone on the bench looked at the others who also had surprised expressions on their faces. Good pass. At this time, Mito Ryosuke, who was returning to defense, came up to Kuroko Tetsuya and smiled. Thanks. Pa. Watching the two high-five each other, Ida Riko was genuinely happy. Even when facing such a strong opponent, it seems like the team members feel more relaxed with him around. Little kid, this is a sense of security. Tobishoda unscrewed the teacup and began blowing the tea inside while laughing. And Mito Ryosuke makes up for Kuroko's defensive weaknesses very well. Advertisement Ida Kagedora was surprised when he saw the opposing small forward's ball being intercepted by Mito Ryosuke, who came to defend him. But the next moment, the crowd's surprise went far beyond that. Mito Ryosuke suddenly threw the ball towards the floor. Then, Atsushi Murasakibara, who followed, suddenly jumped up, caught the bouncing basketball with both hands and threw it towards the basket. Bang. Goal. Snap, snap. Atsushi Murasakibara seemed to have vented all his resentment for the game on this dunk. Handsome, purple hair. Hey hey, pa. Looking at the two people high-fiving each other, Alex also smiled. This is the first time I've seen Aliyong give up the ball like this. The next game. It's Takao's highlight moment. He jumped up and lobbed against Mito Ryunosuke and Midorima Shintaro at the same time. But the players of Sforzesco suffered a lot. You said you should jump along. What if he passes on the teachings to Mito Ryunosuke, who can keep him in the air long enough? If you don't follow, he will pass it directly to the green-haired guy. The opponent can still score a goal. Finally, after Midorima Shintaro's buzzer-beating alley-oop. The game is over. The score is 142 to 144. Chapter 158 Akashi Conqueror, additional update. Thanks to the master of San Wu Ya for the certification. Lower left quadrant circular arc, asterisk operator, lower right quadrant circular arc. We won. In an instant, everyone in the audience cheered. On the field, players from both sides shook hands. You guys are pretty good. William looked at Akashi Seijiro in front of him and smiled. The latter also smiled. We lost this time, but we will win next time. Okay, I'm looking forward to the next game too. Murasakibara, you're pretty good, but you're still a ways off. Robert shook Atsushi Murasakibara's hand and laughed. Next time, I'll crush you, ha 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 ha, don't take it so seriously. Ha ha ha, we won. Takao Kazunari ran up to Miyagi Kiyoshi happily and laughed. Looking at the cheering crowd, Hubu Jungtai's face showed no joy or sadness. He won. Night. Everyone gathered at Jinkwan Izakaya. They were all bidding farewell to the departing Sevilla team and Kagami Taiga. Although we are reluctant to leave, we still send our blessings. Of course, we also added each other's contact information. The night is getting deeper. As soon as Akashi Seijiro returned home, the butler came to greet him. Master, the master is waiting for you in the study. I see. Akashi Seijiro said, and walked straight to the study. After a while, boom, 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 come in, father. Akashi Seijiro walked through the door and came to the desk and said respectfully. Even if it is his second personality, he usually says, even family members are unforgivable. But when he really faced his father, he didn't dare to say a word. Because, at this moment, sitting in front of him was his father, Akashi Seomi, who had always been strict with him and was extremely majestic. Sit down. Akashi Seicho handed over a half-filled cup of tea and said lightly. Yes. Akashi Seijiro sat down obediently. I didn't like you playing basketball at first, but someone convinced me. Akashi Seicho spoke with a serious expression. Yes. Advertisement. Do you want to play in the NBA? Hearing this, Akashi Seijiro was stunned, but he still raised his head and said to his father whom he respected and feared, I do. That kid from the Mito family, are you really unable to beat him? Akashi Seicho suddenly laughed and asked, Father, he smiled? Akashi Seijiro was a little surprised, but still replied respectfully, yes, he is very strong. I know because his father was also a sports freak. Akashi Seomi seemed to recall something funny and laughed. This made Akashi Seijiro even more flattered. This seemed to be the first time that his father chatted with me as a friend. But at the same time he was also confused. Could it be that his father and Mito's father were old acquaintances? You are all 17 this year, and there are still 2 years left. After you graduate, I will form a joint venture with Mito Company to build a player team for you. At that time, how far you can go will depend on your own efforts. Of course, I won't help you find players for this team, you need to rely on yourself. Akashi Seomi took a sip of tea, put away his smile and said. Yes. Although I had some guesses before, I was still surprised when I actually knew about it. I know what you want to ask, I can only tell you that Mito Ryunosuke will also be on this team. Okay, go and have some rest. Yes. Father. Upon hearing this, Akashi Seijiro stood up and said respectfully. Looking at his son leaving, Akashi sighed. Dream? He. The next day, after everyone saw off the Sforza team at the airport, they walked out the door and got on their respective means of transportation. Saren didn't leave immediately, they all stood in front of the bus waiting. Waiting for Kagami Taiga and Kuroko Tetsuya to finish their whisper. Afternoon. A hamburger restaurant. Akashi, what's going on this time? The last Kuroko Tetsuya arrived and asked, nothing, I just wanted to tell you. After I graduate from high school, my family and Mito Corporation will form a joint venture to establish a team in the NBA. I am just here to invite you in advance. Akashi Seijiro looked at everyone and spoke with a smile. What? Everyone was surprised. No, Akashi, that's the NBA, we. Kai's Ryota was the first to speak, and although he was a little surprised, he knew that this was a little unrealistic. Although they are very strong, but if they rely on the players they have now, even if they go, they will still be the bottom team. Isn't there still 2 years left? Isn't 2 years enough time for you to train properly? Akashi Seijiro Kaikoto Ideographic Period Advertisement. I have no objection, but what has the training been like these past 2 years? Aomine Daiki shrugged and said, rather than going to the United States to be discovered by scouts in the future, it is better to play with teammates you are familiar with. Of course, we train individually. Don't forget, the spring trials are coming soon. Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, looked around at the eager crowd, and continued, "We'll have to be rivals for 2 years before we step into the NBA together. This year, we will definitely be the champions." Kai's Ryota smiled and laughed. "I won't give the championship to you." Atsushi Murasakibara raised his head and looked at the others and said. Hearing this, the others looked at him in disbelief. Texas. Senior Muji, why are you here? Muji Tieping was so happy that he drank half a bottle of Coke in one breath. Mito, Alex, Hi, William. Ha ha ha, Murasakibara, this year, Yosen can't stop me. After that, the others all forced a smile. See you at the national competition. Kagami Taiga took off his headphones and asked in surprise. Hi, Muji, my opponent this time is. Aomine Daiki also smiled. You can also follow along with your usual training. Alex, who was standing by, was watching Mito Ryunosuke translate. Since Muji Tieping's foot had healed, Manjitel was happy and agreed to let him watch the game as a substitute. More than 10 hours later, at the airport in the United States. So, everyone on the plane, Mongard introduced the opponent's information. Hi, Muji. The next day, because tomorrow, they will face the quarterfinals. Akashi Seijiro stood up and looked at everyone and said. Considering the other person's talent and love for basketball. Alex smiled as he looked at Muji Teppei waving towards him. Mito Ryunosuke and the others had just gotten up and were about to take a plane to their next destination. Tonight, Mito Ryunosuke and the others drank too much again. Of course, the beautiful country is more suitable for him. Of course I'm here to welcome you. Muji Teppei walked forward, looked at Kagami Taiga and smiled. It's not surprising that Kagami Taiga transferred schools. 5M Chapter 159 Troy Volt 4 hours later, Texas, the closest hotel to tomorrow's game. When they had put their luggage away, they gathered in the restaurant for dinner. But, Manjitel and Bu Shangqiming were staying in the room. Are you telling the truth? Manjitel said in surprise. Of course, there are at least 5 extremely talented players. Bu Shangqiming placed The Age of Miracles and photos of Kagami Taiga on the table and said excitedly. Except for this one who has been poached by St. John's Preparatory High School, the rest are still in Sakura country. Bu Shangqiming pulled out a photo of Kagami Taiga and spoke. St. John's Preparatory High School? That's a really nice place. Mungtel muttered as he looked at the photo of Kagami Taiga. This is Aomine Daiki, she plays power forward, Godfather, you know. He is the player who entered the second door of the zone. What? Hearing this, Mungtel stood up in surprise, snatched the photo of Aomine Daiki and looked at it carefully. Not only him, but also this guy called Midorima Shintaro. 3-pointers throughout the game, alley-oop 3-pointers. With a 3-point shooting rate that is almost 100%, he is simply the second Curry. In this world, NBA players are stronger, shit. Mongtel snatched the photo of Midorima Shintaro again. Then there was this little Asian giant called Atsushi Murasakibara, 2.08 meters tall, who was completely dominated by Robert's strength. But he has a pretty good skill around the basket and a fadeaway jumper. Kiming smiled and picked up the photo of Atsushi Murasakibara and said. Oh, then this one is pretty ordinary, Mongtel said without looking up. No, that's not right. Not to mention that he's also 17 years old, just from what I heard, he's Mito's best partner. If I'm not mistaken, he has the highest talent among these guys, and he still has a lot of room for improvement. Kiming shook his head and showed his white teeth. Well, you're not wrong to say that, but compared to the previous two, it really doesn't have much highlights. Mungtel nodded seriously and analyzed. Really, judging from his height and arm span, he might be considered a giant in the land of Sakura. But for the beautiful country, the holy land of basketball, it is just average. Let's not talk about the NBA, just look at the team they will face tomorrow. The opposing team has a 2.12 meter tall center named Troy Volta. Not only that, Troy's weight reaches a terrifying 450 pounds. Advertisement. What's even more terrifying is that Troy can dribble past opponents like a top point guard. He has both a giant body and a dashing playing style. He once led the team into the round of 16. He was also spotted by a well-known NBA team. This guy is called Akashi Seijiro. His only 2 highlights are his jumping ability and speed, which are comparable to others. The second one is the eyes that can see the future. Of course, the disadvantage is also obvious, he is too short. Kiming picked up Akashi Seijiro's photo and said. What a shame, these 2 bright spots can offset his shortcomings. What about this last one? After Mungtel put away the photos of Aomine Daiki and Midorima Shintaro, he looked at the photo of Kai's Ryota and asked. This guy is called Kai's Ryota, and he can imitate any player's style of play with just one look. But he is still in the growth stage, and there are many difficult playing styles that he cannot imitate. Listening to Kiming's words, Manjitel was silent for a long time. After a while, he slowly spoke. This kind of player is indeed suitable to be used as a secret weapon, but... Having said this, he and Kiming looked at each other and spoke together. Not fit to be an ace. The SFO team was unaware of the conversation between the two. They were now in the hotel restaurant, feasting on their meal. Alex, the Dragon Slayer team is playing against Suffolk University? Tell me who won? Muji Teppei looked at Alex in surprise and asked. If Aoyang isn't counted, the Dragon Slaying Sword team lost. Huh? Mito's on stage too, Muji Teppei said in surprise. I'm telling you. After a while, after listening to this, Muji Teppei smiled brightly and said, Hinata must be so beautiful. Not only did they beat the Jabbers, but they also beat Stanford University. I can already imagine how this kid will show off to me when I get back. But, I can still laugh at him. By the way, Aoyang, can you accompany me to buy something later? At this moment, Alex suddenly spoke. Okay, I also want to buy something. Mito Ryosuke Dayang Dao Ideographic Period, advertisement in the afternoon, the three of them appeared in the mall. Since the other players had to rest, Muji Teppei also came out. After a while, Mito Ryosuke and Kiyoshi Teppei appeared in a coffee shop. They sat at the door, drinking coffee while waiting for Alex to come shopping. We really don't have to go with her? Muji Teppei asked. No, only a fool would go shopping with a girl, Mito Ryosuke said, shaking his head. He had regretted it ever since the first time he had accompanied Alex to the mall. How come girls can go shopping so much? People who usually find it tiring to pick up a package can actually make a dog paralyzed with fatigue. Mito Ryosuke said that playing a game is not as tiring as going shopping with a girl. By the way, Kagami's departure must have been a big blow to your team, right? Mito Ryosuke took a sip of coffee, frowned, and put the cup down. Then he pushed it aside. There have been setbacks, but we will also try our best in this year's national competition. Muji Teppei laughed. But I sighed inwardly. Without a trump card comparable to the Age of Miracles, the results will not be much better. Everyone in Sarin knew this, but there are still a few months left. If I stay at Stanford and train hard, I should be able to scare them when I go back. Thinking of this, Muji Teppei felt calm again. Aoyang, come over here and help me carry it. Just when Mito Ryosuke was about to say something, Alex's voice came. The two looked at each other, smiled helplessly, then stood up and walked towards each other. Aoyang, let's go take a look. When they walked to an open-air baseball field and looked at the players sweating profusely, Alex made a suggestion. Hee. Mito Ryosuke raised the bag in his hand and sneered. There aren't many people now, so there's enough space. Let's go, Alex said coquettishly to the other party. Take the clamp out of your throat before you speak. Mito Ryosuke doesn't buy it. It's a rare opportunity to come to Texas, don't you want to take a look? In no mood. No, you do. Chapter 163 v 3rd Street Basketball. Final, Mito Ryosuke still couldn't persuade Alex, and after confirming that she would do the laundry tonight, the three of them walked into the baseball field. What? Muji Teppei. Oh, he had no idea. Troy, take them down. That person is so foul, I think they've won 3 games. I guess this one will be fine too. As soon as the three of them sat down, they heard the audience's cheers. Aoyang, that person is your opponent in tomorrow's match. Alex said excitedly as he looked at the figure who was killing everyone on the baseball field. I can't believe how such a huge body can use such smooth moves. Muji Teppei was also surprised, on the baseball field. It's a 3v3 game. At this moment, Troy was like a heavy tank, dribbling the ball and pushing someone to the basket in one go. Then he turned left and hooked his hand, and the basketball went into the basket. There are no slam dunks, only layups. Why'd I feel like he's both heavy and light? Mito Ryosuke also looked at the fat man who was dribbling the ball quickly between his legs and making crazy fake moves, and muttered. With that physique, he can actually dive into the basket like a catfish and score a layup. This fat guy is not restricted by his own weight. On the contrary, he is more flexible than the short guy opposite him. Not only that, his playing style is also extremely flirty and explosive. Troy can easily perform 360 degrees turns, man-ball separation and other moves. He can make all kinds of passes without looking at anyone, and can also control the ball like William. This scene is indeed quite shocking. In the short time that the three of them were surprised, the 3 Trojans had already won the game. Next team. Next team, is there no one left? The black man with Troy yelled to the audience. But everyone just looked at each other. No one dares to go up. Forget about the one I just had S*X with. Is there anyone else you want to play with? Aoyang, play a game? Alex asked with some itchiness. Alex, you're kidding, right? Muji Teppei was a little surprised and said. That giant was obviously incredibly strong, with perfect strength, reaction, speed and jumping. On this baseball field, who? Oh, that's okay. If you don't play, you can't beat me. Mito Ryosuke said with a shrug. Advertisement, I'm rich. Alex smiled and whispered in the other person's ear. How many? Alex didn't answer Mito Ryosuke, but instead gave him a mysterious smile. Troy, it seems no one dares to fight anymore. At this time, Troy's teammate smiled helplessly. Just as they turned around to change to another baseball field, Alex stood up and asked loudly. Are there any bets? What? I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be a woman. There are 2 more Asians. Haha, you still want to bet? Do you know who's on the other side? Several audience members laughed and spoke. Then do you know who that Asian guy is? At this time, several rough voices sounded. In an instant, several figures surrounded the people. What? Get your damn phone out and check it out, Asian boy, Mito Ryosuke. On the other side, bet? How much do you want to bet? Troy and others have arrived in front of Alex. 2,000? Alex said this and glanced at Mito Ryosuke. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, he continued. 5,000? 5,000? Is this woman crazy? Is she so eager to give money? How about I take the gamble? Ha ha ha, add me in. Facing the audience's ridicule, Alex ignored it and continued to look at Mito Ryosuke. After seeing the other party stretch, she put her hands on her hips and looked at Troy and the other two. $5,000. Okay, we agree. Troy's black companion said. Aston, this is bad, isn't it? Troy said in a somewhat naive manner. Fine. Aston patted Troy's shoulder and smiled. Ha 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 ha. Who gave this BCH the courage? The opponent is the strongest center from the University of Texas, Troy Volta. Really? Then do you want to bet with me? I bet on the women's team to win? Yes. Do you dare? Passers-by who had checked the phone before became tough. I dare you. Loyo, ignore them. Why not? They're sending money. Let me tell you, that Asian guy in the baseball cap is called Asian Boy, Mito Ryosuke. Hiss. Advertisement. Hearing this, everyone gasped. I didn't expect that a dragon and a chick would appear at the same time on a small baseball field. After hearing the voices of the audience, Aston looked at the Asian boy in the baseball cap with some surprise. Then, the pupils opened wider and wider. Oh, you're my opponent tomorrow, the foreign player from Suffolk University, Mito Ryosuke? Troy walked forward and smiled at Mito Ryosuke. Listening to Alex's translation, Mito Ryosuke also stood up, walked forward and said with a smile. Hello. A person's shadow is the name of a tree. As the two teams came on the court, the audience immediately burst into the most enthusiastic cheers. Wow, ha ha ha, the teams playing tomorrow will have their aces facing off tonight. Who do you think will win? I actually wanted to choose an Asian boy. After all, I watch his game videos every day. Actually, but Mito's other two teammates are a bit lame. Yeah, there's a girl, and there's another one. Isn't she also a basketball expert like Mito? Who knows? Can we just watch and be done with it? Soon, amid everyone's discussions, the first ball began. Fortunately, Alex got the initial ball possession through the coin toss. Outside the venue, several figures had secretly taken out cameras and were filming. Muji Tieping serves the ball out of bounds. The basketball naturally passed to Mito Ryosuke. As soon as he received the basketball, Troy naturally came up to defend him. The two aces met at the beginning, and the audience naturally burst into cheers again. Bang, 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 the two bodies collided instantly. What surprised Troy was that this Asian boy was so strong. If it weren't for its own tonnage, it might have been knocked back just now. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the ball hitting the target continued, and Mito Ryosuke dribbled the ball between his legs, then quickly combined the ball and was about to shoot. Seeing that his opponent's knee was already straining, Troy quickly jumped up to defend himself. Mito Ryosuke grabbed the basketball with his right hand, then jumped against Troy's body. Bang. When the two collided, Mito Ryosuke threw the basketball. Swish. Goal. 2 points. Wow. No way, 3+1 right from the start? Are you new here? In a 3v3, only 2 points are counted from beyond the arc. Is this the point? Isn't the point that he and Troy collided and still got along fine? Chapter 161 inches big change? Most people outside the venue dropped something, jaw dropped. Good shot, Aoyang. Alex walked over to Mito Ryosuke who was about to take a free throw and said with a smile while clapping his hands. Swish. Mito Ryosuke made one free throw, however, Muji Tieping failed to grab the falling basketball. After Aston grabbed it, he quickly passed it to Troy outside the three-point line. As soon as Troy received the ball, Mito Ryosuke was already in front of him. Troy dribbled the ball quickly between his legs and broke through to the right. But, just when Mito Ryosuke was about to defend, Aston came up to set a screen. Bang. Shit, this guy has so much power, it feels like it's on par with Troy. Aston groaned. After Mito Ryosuke knocked Aston back 2 steps, he turned quickly and ran towards the basket. Bang. Then when Troy was making a layup, he jumped up suddenly and caught the basketball thrown by the opponent firmly in his hands. Finally, a pass before landing. The ball came into Alex's hands outside the three-point line. Alex threw a high lob directly into the basket. Bang. Mito Ryosuke landed and jumped up again, caught the basketball, and then smashed it into the basket. Bang. Goal. The score is 4-0. Troy picked up the fallen basketball and passed it high to Aston outside the three-point line. After the opponent receives the ball, he faked a move to get past Muji Tieping, then jumped and shot. Swish. Goal. 2 points. Mito Ryosuke exerted force and collided with Troy again. Bang. The sound of muscles colliding could be heard. Damn, how come he's stronger than me? Troy took a step back in surprise and watched the other party grab the ball and pass it to Muji Tepe. Damn it, Troy actually lost in strength, you know. Troy's strength is so great that even the great shark praises it. The Asian boy in front of him was shorter than Troy and only 1/3 of his size. They couldn't figure it out. How could such a terrifying power burst out from such a small body? Certainly, not only do they not recognize Sister Lee, but even Mito Ryosuke does not recognize Sister Lee. Advertisement, but at this time he had already stepped forward to screen for Muji Tieping. Muji Tieping passed the ball to Alex, then quickly get to the basket. At this time, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Alex dribbled the ball twice to his left, then slammed the basketball with his right hand. The ball passed between her legs, and her right hand, which had already reached behind her, caught the ball and dribbled it behind her back. The basketball came to his left hand, and then he suddenly turned around and moved the basketball from his left hand to his right hand. She had already dodged the person defending her, and then passed the ball to Mito Ryunosuke in a second. Oh my god, I didn't see that. Sam Goldberg had his back to the ball. Who the hell is this woman? I also want to know how she can do such a difficult move so easily. The audience was extremely surprised, but the more surprising thing is yet to come. I saw, Mito Ryunosuke didn't even look, just turned left and hit the basketball with his left elbow. The basketball flew quickly towards Muji Teppei. The latter was stunned for a moment after receiving the ball. After reacting, he quickly turned around and jumped for a slam dunk. Bang! Goal! It was so exciting, I didn't even have a chance to breathe. Me too, I dared not blink, for fear of missing anything. Is this the Asian boy, Mito Ryunosuke? He's really that scary. I told you not to read too many Dragon Country novels, they always say things I can't understand. The following game was exactly as everyone thought. The Asian boy won. The game ended with Mito Ryunosuke's pull-up three-pointer. The score is 21-9. The rule of 3v3 is that whoever gets 21 points first within 10 minutes wins. If the score is tied after 10 minutes, an extra game will be played. Alliang. At this time, Alex ran towards Mito Ryunosuke with a smile. Just when I wanted a hug, he dodged me. Stop talking nonsense, go get the money, and have some late-night snack. What? Alex pouted as he watched the other person walk towards the shopping bags, then turned and walked towards Troy and the others. Mito Ryunosuke, he's really amazing, but I won't lose again tomorrow. Troy muttered as he watched the three people leave. For him, street ball is just a hobby. I received formal basketball education and advocated team basketball full of muscle confrontation. It's not this kind of fancy street ball performance. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Advertisement. Great. As expected, beer and barbecue are a perfect match. In the hotel, in Muji Tieping's room, Mito Ryunosuke laughed while eating the grilled steak he had just bought. Mito, why are you eating here? Muji Teppei looked at the two people in pajamas and said with a sullen face. When I bought it just now, the other party insisted on packing it up. And when he came back, he said he wanted to take a shower first. Because neither of us likes a room filled with the smell of barbecue and alcohol. Mito Ryunosuke said seriously, then he and Alex smiled at each other and clinked their glasses. Muji Teppei. Alex, doesn't Mito have a competition tomorrow? Why did you let him drink so much? Kiyoshi Teppei looked at Mito Ryunosuke with resentment, then turned and said. Alliang, there's a competition tomorrow, don't drink so much. Upon hearing this, Alex immediately turned around and said to Mito Ryunosuke. Roll. After hearing the other party whisper this word, Alex turned to look at Muji Teppei. He said it's okay. Muji Teppei. Don't worry, Alliang is not such a casual person. He must have found out today that Troy is no match for him. That's why he's so happy now. Alex's words made Muji Tieping nod in a puzzled manner. Mito Ryunosuke. Meanwhile, in Sakura country. Afternoon. Yosen basketball arena. Bang. The camera turned to Atsushi Murasakibara, who was performing a one-handed slam dunk. Ton, take a break. Himuro Tatsuya looked at the breathless Atsushi Murasakibara and said with concern. Yeah, and we have a practice match with Shutoku tomorrow. Liu Wei also stepped forward and expressed his concern. Masako Araki did not say anything, but looked at Shota Tobi, who was drinking wolfberry tea beside her. After a long silence, she finally spoke. You mean, you're going to poach people? Yeah, in previous years you didn't watch the All-Daxia League, you only cared about the tall and talented rookies. But now you see, basketball is not always a sport for tall guys. Hubu Shota took a sip of tea and said lightly, yes, after the big change of Yosen, the overall strength is now. It's hard to describe Masako Araki in a few words. Missing Fukui, Okamura, and the biggest trump card, Mito Ryunosuke. If Yosen can't recruit a few good talents this year, then the king's position will be lost, although Mito Ryunosuke will be back next year. But, Yosen High wants to win 3 consecutive championships. Chapter 162 Dapping Duahui Shutoku High School. Stop for a moment. At this time, Yuya Miyagi, the new captain, Miyagi Kiyoshi's younger brother, walked in with a girl with twin pigtails. Captain, who is this? Takao Kazunari was the first to ask. Looking at the players who had gathered around her, the girl lowered her head nervously and shyly. Only, from time to time, her eyes would steal a glance at Midorima Shintaro. Is this the Midorima senpai that my brother mentioned, Shutoku's ace, one of the Age of Miracles? Let me introduce you, this is Otsubo Tae, the younger sister of senior Otsubo Taisuke. Now he's the manager of our basketball team. As soon as Miyagi Yuya finished speaking, Otsubo Tae bowed suddenly and said, please give me your guidance. She also worked hard to be a good basketball team manager. In addition to supervising players' practice, the basketball manager also has to manage the team's daily affairs. Most of the time I have to go out and collect information about other teams. Certainly. Otsubo Takai is still a third-year junior high school student, and she still has more than 10 days to go before she is promoted to high school. But, thanks to her elder brother, Otsubo Duerui was able to come to the team first to familiarize herself with the team. Wow, such a cute girl, she looks nothing like Otsubo-san. Takao Kazunari said in surprise. Okay, that's the thing. One more thing is that we're going to have a practice match with Yosen. Miyagi Yuya hits the road. Hearing this, everyone showed serious expressions. Yosen? Is that the new king team from last year? Otsubo Tae said with some surprise. I had only heard about it from my brother at that time, and during the national competition, it was also a full-scale competition. The Winter Cup is the stage for the National 3 exam, so. But then again, even if she didn't go to see it, she could still learn a lot from her brother. Especially, I could always hear my classmates on the basketball team expressing their longing for the new king, Yosen Hai. Yes. Miyagi Yuya cleared his throat and continued, this year's Yosen isn't as strong as last year. But for us now, our overall strength is still much higher. Yeah, those old rivals all retained more than 3 main players, but Shudoku, only Xiaojian and I are left. Gao Weicheng said sullenly. Bang, Miyagi Yuya suddenly stepped forward and chopped the opponent's head with a knife. After Gao Weicheng said, it hurts, he said, how dare you look down on me. Although my performance last year was not as good as my brother's, I will definitely surpass him this year. As the captain, I will prove it with results. Well, it seems that Kimura-senpai's younger brother will be attending Shudoku next month. At this time, a substitute spoke up. Advertisement. What? How many brothers and sisters do you have? Isn't this nepotism? Takao Kazunari said with his eyes wide open. What nepotism? Speak to me properly. Of course, we all judge based on our strength. Moreover, there may be some talented students joining the first grade this year. In short, the new year is really worth looking forward to. Yuya Miyagi's loud voice. We. Otsubo Tae watched the conversation between the two, covered her mouth and held back her laughter. Brother is right, Senior Takao is really funny. Night. Yosen's group did not leave. They sat together in the screening room, watching the live broadcast. Stanford University versus University of Texas. Oh my god, that number 7 across the way, looks like Godzilla. Passerby looked at Troy in shock. Certainly, not only him, but the entire basketball team was shocked. Not only that, they also saw it under the camera. I saw the person who came to watch the game, the strongest center in the NBA, Shaq. So, before the game even started, they were already sweating for Mito Ryosuke. Certainly, Juryu Atsushi Murasakibara, he was looking at Robert on the court at this moment, and said secretly, don't lose to that fat guy. At the same time, the following people were also watching the live broadcast. The Akashi family. With this kind of body type that can dominate the basket, I can't think of a countermeasure. Akashi Seijiro sighed as he looked at the two teams preparing for the jump ball. Yosen screening room. How could it be that even Robert couldn't jump over him? Passerby B looked at the screen in disbelief as the 450-pound fat man easily hooked the ball away. Atsushi Murasakibara clenched his fists tightly. That was Robert who suppressed me for 4 quarters. It seems that there are many powerful people in the United States. Even more than the soccer country, but he didn't have time to think about it. Because Troy had already dunked over Robert's head. Not only them, even the audience were surprised. This time, the Invincible Stanford University conceded the first goal. Advertisement. Unlike the worried people outside the field, Guts walked up to Mito Ryosuke and asked. Mito, are you okay? Okay. Mito Ryosuke rubbed his temples and made an okay sign. Damn, I will never drink craft beer again. Then he jogged across half court, mentally blacklisting Roosevelt number 10. What happened to Mito? Yeah, why are you so listless? Not only the audience in front of the TV, but also the audience in the auditorium had the same question. And on the bench, Mungtel took a deep look at Alex who was dozing off beside him. Young people really know how to have fun. Bang. At this time, Mito Ryosuke has received the basketball pass by William. I heard that you took care of my Troy yesterday. The opponent's small forward came up to defend and stared at Mito Ryosuke meaningfully. Ken, in response, he received a pass from Zero Frame. Bang. The basketball instantly came into Gus's hands. The latter suddenly pressed his shoulder to assist his hand and broke through from the opponent's left side. Facing the power forward who had reacted, Gus pulled back from behind, misled his eyes, stepped forward and turned his hips to break through the opponent from the left. Facing Troy's forward defense, Gus took a step forward, passed the ball, and made a layup. The basketball then spun into the basket at an extremely fast speed. Swish. Goal. Ken. Gus was also knocked away by the heavy Troy. But the referee didn't blow the whistle. This guy has the same strength as Mito, it's terrifyingly big. Gus complained after being pulled up by William. Ball possession changes. After Troy received the ball under the basket, he pushed Robert to the basket. This guy. Robert gritted his teeth and tried hard to resist the other party. Ken. The next second, Troy turned around with the ball and almost knocked Robert down. Just as Robert was stabilizing himself, Troy turned around with the ball and passed him. Then he suddenly threw the ball into the air, without even looking at it, trotted over 2 steps, and pointed his finger at the camera with a S******y expression. At this time, the Texas power forward had already jumped high, caught the basketball and slammed it into the basket. Bang. Goal. Chapter 163 Traveling Through Time Again? Shizai, I want to go to the beautiful country next month. At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly spoke. Himuro Tatsuya couldn't believe his ears and looked at the other person in surprise. I plan to go to the beautiful country to practice with Shueichin before the national competition. Done, now that you mention it, I have the same idea. But I probably won't go looking for Mito, Himuro Tatsuya said gently. Atsushi Murasakibara heard this, but did not answer, but nodded. On the TV screen, Mito Ryunosuke has blocked 3 consecutive shots on the small forward. It's nothing, I just think the other person is very noisy. So I was just a little bit angry to the angry Mito Ryunosuke. Not only the opponent, but even Stanford University looked at him in disbelief as he dunked, stole the ball, blocked the shot, and broke through. Even in the end, I was too lazy to do any fake moves. He directly used his body to smash a bloody path, and then madly destroyed the opponent's basket. Even Troy started to behave himself after being knocked, flying, a few times. Because even if there were 3 people defending together, Mito Ryunosuke was like a bulldozer, pushing them away. As for dribbling the ball and colliding with others? Nope. After all, his speed is too fast, and the opponent can only defend himself after he breaks through him. With the roar of the audience, the game came to an end. 142-79, the next day. Mito Ryunosuke, who was drinking resurrection wine, received a call from Atsushi Murasakibara. He was a little surprised at first, but after making sure that the other party was serious, he nodded in agreement. Soon, over time, March Madness has also ushered in the final decisive battle. Suffolk University versus Rock University. There are still 5 days until the final. But, at this time, basketball fans from all over the United States came to the venue of the finals in Dayton in advance. Because in 5 days, at a neutral venue in Dayton, there will be a game that even the NBA will have to give way to. Afternoon. After dinner, the two were taking a walk in a square. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shit. Mito Ryunosuke suddenly felt unwell and spoke. He ran towards the public toilet not far away. Advertisement. Really, Aoyang still speaks so rudely, Alex said, then took out his phone and looked at the memo. 10 minutes later, a van came and quickly stopped in front of her. Before Alex could react, the strong man who got out of the car put a sack on him and threw him into the car. Boom. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. This scene scared the old woman who was walking nearby. At this moment, she was tremblingly walking to the place where Alex was kidnapped and picked up the mobile phone on the ground. Then slowly press a series of numbers on the phone. At this moment, Mito Ryunosuke just came out of the toilet and was stunned by the scene in front of him. I traveled through time again. How else could Alex have suddenly aged so much? Young man, are you a friend of that lady? She was just kidnapped. This is the license plate number I wrote down. The old woman said anxiously as she looked at Mito Ryunosuke running over. I don't know. The old woman was stunned, then quickly gestured. Seeing the other person's hand constantly pointing at the phone, Mito Ryunosuke took the phone and asked, "Is this the license plate number?" The old woman nodded. She was held hostage. Mito Ryunosuke continued to look at the old woman who was pinching his neck and guessed. Although the old woman didn't understand, she nodded. What, car? Ford minivan. Ford. Hearing this, Mito Ryunosuke understood the word Ford and quickly ran towards a man who was about to park his motorcycle. I'm very sorry. What? The man was very surprised to see a young man standing in front of him and saying sorry. But, he understood the next second. Bang! Mito Ryunosuke knocked him down with a right hook punch, then stepped forward and took out the key. Immediately get on your motorcycle and start it, over there. When the old woman saw this scene, she said to herself, cool. Then he pointed in one direction and shouted madly. Thank you. Mito Ryunosuke yelled and started bending over. On the other side, a Ford van driving on a suburban road. Advertisement, sorry, girl. Our boss wants to talk to you about something, so as long as you stay quiet, we won't do anything wrong. At this time, one of the minions said, what on earth are you? Alex was furious and before he could finish his words, the other party taped his mouth shut. If you dare to take it off, I don't mind using my socks. Hearing this, Alex, who was about to push it open with his tongue, stopped. Who are these people? I definitely don't have any grudges against anyone. Well, I wonder if Aoyang will call the police if he doesn't see me when he comes out. I don't think so, he doesn't even speak beautiful Mandarin. Then will Aoyang wait for me here forever? What if I can't wait? This is also his first time in Dayton. What if he forgets the way back? I dropped my phone there, will he pick it up? If you find it, will you call back to Sakura Country for help? Just as she was thinking about what to do, the driver's voice rang out. Boss, there's a motorcycle following us. Get rid of him. Alex also looked back, his pupils widening. Mito Ryunosuke, not even wearing a helmet, followed behind on a motorcycle with a cigarette in his mouth. Mito Ryunosuke knew that it would be useless even if he caught up with him now. So I kept my distance. Damn it, dump him, yes, boss. The driver said, and quickly stepped on the accelerator. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the car that began to accelerate, made a tisk sound, threw away the cigarette butt, and bent down. Boss Muken, what should we do if we can't get rid of him? The driver asked. Then kill him. The man named Makun's eyes suddenly became fierce. Hearing this, Alex hurriedly shook his head frantically, making sounds. Yes. After the driver finished speaking, he slowly slowed down the car until the two cars were almost the same distance apart. He slammed the handbrake and stepped on the brake, and the car came to an abrupt stop. Mito Ryunosuke at the back frowned when he saw this and slammed on the brakes, but the motorcycle still slid from the left. Bang! The motorcycle, which was close to the ground, instantly hit the guardrail next to it. Aliang, looking at the black smoke coming out from behind, Alex shouted anxiously. But no one paid any attention to her. The driver stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away again. Chapter 164. Death Fight. Two people lost contact. What a hassle, I'll have to ask Garcia to treat me to a late-night snack. At this time, Mito Ryunosuke, who was holding the chassis bracket of the car, said with a sinister expression. Tick, 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 drops of scarlet blood were dripping from his right shoulder. After a while, the van arrived at an abandoned auto repair shop in the suburbs. Several people roughly threw Alex onto the only bed in the factory. Here we are. After they finished speaking, they stood aside. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over with several bodyguards in suits and ties. Hello, are you Alex? The middle-aged man spoke politely. Hiss. Alex, whose tape was ripped off by the other party's men, glared at them and asked, Who are you? Don't get me wrong, we're just asking someone to do something for us. Just sign this piece of paper. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a bodyguard came over with a contract. At the same time, bang! Mito Ryunosuke dropped his hands and fell to the ground. Hiss, it hurts. After climbing out from under the car, he rubbed his two arms, which were extremely sore, and took a deep breath. Click, click, click. Just as Mito Ryunosuke was stretching his aching body, Alex's voice came from inside. What do you want to do? So he walked in quickly. You'd better do as we say, otherwise, those young people will be very hot-tempered. Alex, whose clothes had been cut into zebra patterns by the dagger, gritted his teeth and looked fiercely at the middle-aged man who was speaking in front of him. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the people who had just kidnapped her stretched out their hands with obscene looks and slowly walked towards her. Just when Alex was about to collapse, a cell phone was suddenly raised in front of her. Alex. Everyone. Who are you, little brat? How did you get here? Court death. Aryo. What are you doing? Looking at Mito Ryunosuke, who was recording a video of him with his phone, Alex felt a complicated feeling in his heart. She was very happy that the other party came to save her. However, she was more worried about the other person's safety now. Because, the kidnappers had already drawn their knives. Ha ha ha, this expression of yours is not good, quickly return to your previous expression. Not scared, right? Mito Ryunosuke put down his phone and smiled at Alex. Advertisement Alex was stunned. At this moment, a dagger was stabbing towards Mito Ryunosuke. Bang! In Alex's surprised expression, Mito Ryunosuke threw a right elbow and hit the opponent in the face. Oh, my nose. You're the Asian boy, Mito Ryunosuke. Ha ha ha. Since you were here, you. Two voices sounded at the same time. Stop talking, I don't understand what you were saying, just do it and disperse as soon as possible. That old lady should have called the police. After Mito Ryunosuke stood up straight, he hit the man who was bent over and holding his nose and bleeding profusely with his right elbow again. Bang! The man fell down. Little devil, I'm going to kill you. At this time, the leader of the kidnappers picked up a wrench and swung it over. The next moment, everyone saw Mito Ryunosuke knock the other person unconscious with one punch. I'm really angry right now. After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards the crowd. On the other side, the Yosen basketball court. Murasakibara, are you telling the truth? Tobi Shota asked in surprise. Yes, I'm going to the beautiful country to find water parenting training. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded. Okay then, I'll ask the chairman to approve a long vacation for you. Tobi Shota laughed. Coach Tobi, me too. Himuro Tatsuya awkwardly interrupted the two of them. Sorry, I don't have enough authority, please go find Coach Araki. Himuro Tatsuya. Rikuzen High Ideographic Period. Xiaozheng, Shutoku High really lost. Mibuchi Ryo walked up to Akashi Seijiro and said. That's for sure. Akashi Seijiro paused his training and continued, because, as Shutoku right now, all we can do is wait. What are you waiting for? Kaneyama Kotoro's curious ways. Akashi Seijiro smiled back, waiting for new blood, of course. Meanwhile, the beautiful country. Bang! A figure smashed the tool cabinet. Is there no one who can fight? Advertisement Mito Ryunosuke dealt with the people who had just kidnapped Alex one by one with his punches. What are you barking about, little brat? Speak English, a-hole. At this moment, a man holding an iron rod swung it at him. Clang. Bang. Mito Ryunosuke blocked the blow and the opponent fell down. Stop saying things I don't understand, don't be so arrogant, little brat. Clang. Suddenly, a man behind him hit him on the back of the head with a wrench. Aliang. Alex was already filled with tears, and he said heartbreakingly as he looked at Mito Ryunosuke, who was staggered by the blow. Aliang, be careful. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the bodyguard holding the gun was about to pull the trigger. Since you are so good at fighting, go fight in hell. No, Mito and Alex are going on a date again? With a bang. The man fell to his knees. Boy, you're already a grown-up, and you're still fighting? Bang. The man who had just attacked was instantly frightened by the cold look Mito Ryunosuke turned towards him. He suddenly exerted force. I hate people like you who attack from behind the back the most. Robert heard this and immediately spoke. Godfather, neither of our calls can be reached. Monchtel frowned and looked at his teammates gathered in the lobby with a frown. After a while, a gunshot was heard from the repair shop and... At this time, Gus, who was on the phone, came over and said, Ken. A pitch-black gun barrel was already pressed against the back of Mito Ryunosuke's head. It's already past 6 o'clock. The suit team on the other side didn't say anything. Bang. After a while. But seeing the blood flowing from the other person's forehead, he still mustered up the courage to continue swinging the wrench. After saying that, he kicked the other person against the wall. William said with a frown. Seeing this scene, Alex immediately closed his eyes and dared not look anymore. It's too late. Enjoying the performance in front of you. Just when Mito Ryunosuke was fighting with the people who kidnapped Alex. That's strange, Alex said they would be back after lunch. Alex suddenly shouted. After Mito Ryunosuke finished, he turned to look at Alex and said, Tonight's supper is on you. Is he missing? Godfather, should we call the police? The middle-aged man in the lead sat on a stool and smoked leisurely. Mito Ryunosuke immediately grabbed the wrench that was swinging towards him with his left hand, and grabbed the other person's cheek with his right hand. Chapter 165 The coolest cell phone. Just then, Mongatel's cell phone rang. It's Alex calling. Having said that, he quickly picked up the phone. Currently, a serious case has occurred in an abandoned car repair shop near the central Ami River in this city. There are many seriously injured people here. Please send multiple ambulances to the scene as soon as possible. At this time, a hubbub spoke quickly into the intercom. This guy seems to be the boss of Huose. At this time, another police officer looked at the middle-aged man in a suit with his eyes rolled up and all his teeth knocked out and said, What kind of vengeance? Why such a severe fight? Looking at the people lying on the ground, unconscious and with many joints, twisted, the police officer who had previously requested support through the walkie-talkie frowned. A gun was even used. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Send someone to follow them, and as soon as one of them wakes up, interrogate them. Looking at the 3 bodyguards lying on the ground with guns in their hands and their bodies still twitching, the police officer said coldly. Yes. The time came to half an hour ago. Where's this place? Alliang. Are you okay? Alex woke up from Mito Ryunosuke, broke free from his princess hug, and said with concern. She had seen the middle-aged man shoot Mito Ryunosuke before. Although, Mito Ryunosuke finally turned around suddenly to avoid it, but it seemed that he was still shot. So, exhausted and emotionally agitated, she fainted. It's okay, the old woman and the police just came over, and I can't speak beautiful Mandarin. You fainted again, so to avoid trouble, I took you out first. Mito Ryunosuke said with cold sweat all over his body, and complained in his heart. Sure enough, all the daily bullet dodging was fake. I'm sorry, but are you really okay? Alex blamed himself a little. I actually fainted at the critical moment. It's okay, Nuo, this is your phone, call a car, don't call for nothing. Before Mito Ryunosuke could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed and he sat down on the ground. After taking a deep breath, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it. Taking the phone, Alex asked, Why is it turned off? I was afraid it would suddenly ring when I was trying to save you, so I turned it off. Hearing the other party's words, Alex frowned, then turned around and pressed the power button for a long time. I'll call someone first. At this time, she narrowed her eyes and saw the bright red blood on the phone. Advertisement. Suddenly, Alex turned around as if struck by lightning and saw Mito Ryunosuke with a lit cigarette in his mouth and his eyes closed. Besides, the pool of blood under his butt. Dayton, hospital. Alex sat on a bench with his head down in front of a red sign that read, Surgery in progress. Alliang. At this moment, her hair covered her eyes and her tone was extremely cold. How's Mito? Alex, is Mito okay? At this time, the members of the seafood team rushed into the hospital, came to the operating room, and said anxiously with a worried look on their faces. He was shot by those bastards with guns. Real guns. 5 times. Alex gritted his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. Alex, what's going on? What happened to you earlier? At this time, Monchtel came to Alex who had already stood up and asked him with concern. It's the boss of Huosai. Alex shed 2 lines of tears and spoke in an extremely excited tone. Alex, calm down and tell me in detail. William walked forward in surprise and asked. Alex nodded, his tone becoming dejected as he looked towards the flashing red sign. We just finished dinner, after a while. How dare they? I thought they were just a team that played with a ball, but I didn't expect even the owner was so dirty. Yes, they even want to force you to sign a sale contract. They're crazy. Assholes, I'm going to kill them. Robert, calm down. Didn't you hear Alex say the police are involved? Everyone who learned the truth was furious. Alex, don't worry. Mito is in such good physical condition, he will be fine. Gus soothed, clenching his fists. Yes, he was able to carry you so far, so he should be fine. He just lost too much blood and passed out. It's all my fault for fainting. Woo woo woo. Listening to the player's comfort, Alex covered his eyes and sobbed. At this moment, the originally red light sign suddenly turned green. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Who are the dependents? At this time, the doctor pushed Mito Ryosuke out and asked, Doctor, is Alliang okay? Upon hearing this, Alex wiped away his tears, ran up and grabbed the other person's shoulders and asked, Advertisement, family member, please calm down. Fortunately, the patient was sent to the hospital in time and is fine. The bullet was also removed, and fortunately the crucial shot was blocked by the cell phone. The doctor said, and took out Mito Ryosuke's Nokia. Wow, this phone can actually stop bullets. It looks like a cell phone made in Dragon Country. Long Goji is awesome. Secondly, when the boss of Huosei was hospitalized, 2 men from Sakura Country suddenly shot and killed the police who were guarding him. The news first broke the various crimes committed by the owner of Huosei. Doctor. After a while, it's all about. At this moment, a nurse opened Mito Ryosuke's bed and cried out in surprise. Then he shot the Huosei boss on the hospital bed in the head. In fact, it was a kidnapping organized by the owner of the NBA Fire game. According to the latest clues discovered by the police, 17 injured people were found in an abandoned auto repair shop a few days ago. Doctor, I'm fine now. I have a ball game to play tomorrow. Night falls. The person who injured them and saved them was actually Mito Ryosuke, a foreign basketball player hired by Stanford University. Ah, how so? The beautiful country is shaken. Not only that, in the following days, all kinds of accidents will happen to the members of the fire team. Then she took out her cell phone and called Mito Ryohei. The murderers are all from Sakura Country. The nurse's voice was heard from the hospital. 4 days later, hospital. Meanwhile, a barbecue restaurant. At this time, Mito Ryosuke had been taken back to the hospital by Alex. Mr. Mito sneaked away again. 2 days later, close double-angle bracket. Alex ignored them and just looked quietly at the phone with a bullet casing embedded in it. Mito Ryosuke was listening to the sounds in the shop, eating barbecue and drinking cold beer. Chapter 166. The NCAA finals are coming. Looking at Mito Ryosuke, whose face showed refusal to continue hospitalization, Alex pinched his cheek. Alliang, you can't do any intense exercise right now. Yes, Mito, otherwise the wound will burst open. Don't worry, we will definitely bring the trophy back for you tomorrow. Just take good care of your injuries. Yeah, and don't even think about getting a closed injection. That stuff is not good. Really, if it weren't for my stupid uncle, he would have let me play for a few minutes wearing Mito sneakers. I'm too lazy to go. Looking at his teammates who were trying to dissuade him, Mito Ryosuke muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, I'm really fine now. Besides, you can't do it without me. Mito, what did you say? What do you mean we can't do it without you? You'd better explain yourself clearly. You damn fellow, how dare you look down on us? FK. I can't help it, come out and fight me one-on-one. Looking at his excited teammates in front of him, Mito Ryosuke spread his hands helplessly. Look at you guys, you're anxious again. The next day, in the ward. Alex woke up from her sleep, raised her head suddenly, and looked at the crooked handwriting on the bed that read, Brother is gone. Her pupils widened. Then, in the hospital, a roar was heard, Alliang. Neutral venue. The gymnasium is packed with people today. Just because, today is the NCAA finals, although the official ticket prices have been set very high, even tickets for side court seats have been sold for 80 yuan. Even a stadium with 100,000 seats is still hard to get a ticket. What is the concept? You know, even last year's NBA game where the Los Angeles Lakers made it to the finals only cost $65 a ticket. This also means, the ticket prices for this NCAA finals game have surpassed the ticket prices for all previous NBA games. This heat, but it makes many, capital, envious, because this competition not only has the most popular dark horse, Asian boy, Mito Ryosuke, and there's Smith Garrett, the genius from Rock University. Because, this guy is a player who switched from the football team to play basketball. As a talented player at the winger position in the football world, Garrett can not only easily touch the top of the basket by jumping, but also has the ability to accurately shoot long three-pointers. Advertisement: his body fat percentage is only 8%, but he can carry a weight of 300 kilograms. That's not all. His shoulder impact force is as high as 480 kilograms. So, everyone is looking forward to seeing the power clash between the two. You know, Mito Ryosuke is the one who can knock down the 450-pound Troy. But, they also knew that Mito Ryosuke probably wouldn't play. Because of the kidnapping incident, they also hated the Fireside team. An hour before the finals, countless fans flocked to the stadium, making the atmosphere in the stadium extremely high. The noises of discussion and the shouts of the players after they came on the field were like the sea under a strong wind. Certainly, in addition to the dense crowds of fans, there are also top celebrities and players from all walks of life who come to watch the games because of the suspension of major competitions. It can be said that it is a gathering of bigwigs and heroes. Stanford University bench, it's really lively. Jack exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the bustling audience. Oh my god, so many top celebrities are here. William was also a little surprised. Last year's final was obviously not so explosive. Robert swallowed and said, it's over, I feel like I'm really nervous now, right, Mito? Degree D degree. Water. Myth, You're so noisy. Mito Ryosuke frowned as he sipped a Coke through a straw. Hearing this, everyone from Stanford University gathered around like lightning. Why are you here, Mito? Aren't you recovering in the hospital? Why are you wearing your jersey? At this time, Monchtel came over. Quiet. As soon as the words fell, everyone shut up instantly. Even if you come over, I won't let you play. Looking at the frowning opponent, Mito Ryosuke shrugged. Let's see, if they can't beat them, you'll need me. Myth. William, don't stop me. I want to fight him one-on-one. Robert, are you sure you can beat this freak? William suddenly released his hand that was holding Robert's arm. Advertisement. Robert. You really let go. Then, Robert put away his excitement and placed William's hand in front of him expressionlessly. Then he yelled at Mito Ryosuke again. If William hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten you. William looked at Robert, who was holding his arm. In the commentary booth. Wow, I really can't imagine that someone who was shot 5 times could recover so quickly. Yosen Hai, you're looking for death. Passerby B glanced at the several figures in the field and said excitedly. Ha ha ha, but I'm really looking forward to it. Although Aomine Daiki spoke calmly, her face was filled with worry. Why is he still on the court? Don't worry, Mito will be fine. When everyone saw the familiar figure, they suddenly became noisy. Passerby immediately nodded in response. Seeing the other person's dejected expression, Himuro Tatsuya gently comforted him. Atsushi, Mito is fine. Mito should just be watching the game. So, Passerby A, which team do you prefer? Players from several major basketball schools gathered in front of the TV to watch the live broadcast of the game. Looking at him, does he look like he's in trouble? Yeah, after all, tonight is a clash between Genius Monster and Asian Boy, and everyone is very curious about the outcome. Satsuki Momoi covered her mouth and looked at the live broadcast worriedly. Dear viewers, let's look forward to the start of the game together. I'm just a passerby. With so many big guys coming to watch, I bet today's match will be exciting, right? Cheesy, you said it's really okay for Shui to kiss him, right? Call Alex. Passerby B smiled and set a trap for the other party. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, 2 Academy Ideographic period, Ada, do you think a G is okay? Atsushi Murasakibara asked with his head down after noticing that the camera was no longer lingering on Mito Ryosuke. Passerby laughed and threw away the question. Your question is very tricky, Passerby B. Instead of asking me, you might as well ask the audience in front of the TV which team they're more optimistic about. You know he's a monster. Tonight, is Mito okay? Captain, why are you speaking so softly? Chapter 167 Provocation. Inside the huge stadium. Ah, come on, Asian boy. Kill that gifted monster. Go, talented freak. Knock the Asian boy over, the Asian boys didn't play. Oh, I'll call later. 6. The atmosphere was filled with enthusiasm and the audience cheered wildly when the starting players of both teams came on the court. Stanford University starting lineup. Point guard, William. Power forward, Gus. Small forward, center, Robert. Shooting guard, Jack. Rock University starting lineup. Power forward, Smith Garrett. Others, XX. I don't know them. Oh my god, Passerby B, the data from the back end is out. The entire stadium, with its 97,000 seats, was completely filled. In the commentary booth, Passerby A talked freely. Oh my god, this is amazing news, Passerby. This time, it broke the historical viewing record again. Why did I say again? Passerby B smiled faintly and said. On the other side, several well-known reporters came to interview some Hall of Fame bosses and some top stars. Excuse me, XXX, is there a player you like on the field? Garrett. Gus. William, of course it's the Asian boy, Mito Ryosuke. Unlike those female stars, many male stars or celebrities are optimistic about Mito Ryosuke. On the court, center Robert and Locke have already reached the jump ball position. With the referees, beep, the basketball was instantly thrown into the air. At the stadium entrance, hey, Alex, why are you here? A beautiful figure blocked Alex's way. Advertisement. Suoweya, why is it you? Alex, who was originally furious, became excited when he saw the tall beauty in front of him with charming and sexy lips, long legs and big breasts that could conquer the world. Then, the two women took each other's hands and spun in circles. After a while, inside the gymnasium, I'm here to watch my boyfriend play basketball, what about you? Suoweya smiled mysteriously. You changed your boyfriend again? And he's an old man eating young grass. Alex was surprised because the other party was his former WNBA teammate, so he was about the same age as him. And, currently, no contestant in the competition is over 24 years old. Jealous? Suoweya straightened her proud head and smiled. I'm jealous? I'm here to watch my boyfriend play too. And, Alex said this, and without blushing or beating his heart, he pointed at the other man's shoulder with his finger. My boyfriend is definitely younger than your boyfriend. Ha ha ha, Alex, stop bragging, my boyfriend is only 20, and as far as I know. The youngest player in this game is. The youngest player is. At this point, Suoweya's pupils grew larger and larger. Your boyfriend is that Asian boy? Alex didn't answer, but put his hands on his hips and snorted. She now looks like a proud peacock. I didn't expect that we were teammates, but my boyfriend was my opponent. and he was also the two most popular people in this competition. After Suo Wei-ya sighed, she seemed to remember something and suddenly continued, but the Asian boy is only 17 years old. Can it satisfy you? Alex's pretty face instantly turned red when he heard this. Get out, Alex, you're not lying to me, are you? Suo Wei-ya laughed and was very skeptical. Where's your place? Sylvia was stunned by Alex's sudden change of subject, in the VIP seat behind the bench at Rock University. Oh, then we're going our separate ways. I'm going to the SFO bench. Alex waved his hand, said proudly, then turned and walked towards the passage of the Sforza team. She had forgotten that she was here to cause trouble for Mito Ryunosuke. After a while, Suo Wei-ya finally reacted. How is it possible? As we all know, the team's bench is usually not for outsiders to sit on, even if they are relatives or girlfriends of the team. Alex, this BCH, she really didn't lie to me. Advertisement, however, this time the victory must belong to Garrett. Sylvia sat down and smiled secretly at the two figures, flirting, on the bench of Stanford University. On the court, Garrett did not disappoint his girlfriend. At this time, he is using the big hot pot to destroy Gus's basketball dream. After performing this series of actions that made the audience boil, he returned to his team's bench. This sentence made Sifu and others who were about to complain shut up. How? After all, the only one who can stop that humanoid Gundam now is Mito Ryunosuke. Not only was his body much smaller, but his attacks were also ruthlessly blocked by the opponent. Before Monchtel could finish, Alex interrupted him. Do you understand Aliang's body better than me? And it looks like Alex is the one who got hurt, at this time. He supported his knees with his hands and looked at the score helplessly, 48-19. Of course, they also stand on Alex's side. Not only was his dribbling prowess impressive, but his ultra-long three-pointer also gave Gus a headache. This sentence completely confused Monchtel. There's no way, that talent monster is too scary. Garrett did not leave the court to rest, but walked to the Stanford University bench. People. 6, Aliang, get on the court and beat him. When Alex saw this, his eyes seemed to be spewing flames. For those viewers who know nothing, they all know Mito Ryunosuke's terrifying physical strength. The guy opposite named Garrett is her ex. Then he ignored everyone else, pointed at Mito Ryunosuke, and hooked his finger. Could it be? Because she had just caught a glimpse of Sylvia's smug expression. Facing Garrett's attack, Gus really had a hard time. In the NCAA game, Gus, who is known for his toughness, was actually facing Garrett, who was proficient in both football and basketball. In the first quarter of the game, everyone was surprised. Monchtel. How did I suddenly get to the highway? On the other side, the Rock University bench. But one person did not shut up. Mito is not well yet, can't. What's wrong with this girl? She just refused to let me go on stage. Mito Ryunosuke was full of questions. As soon as the first quarter ended, Gus started gasping for air. Especially with every muscle collision, Gus felt like his body was about to fall apart. A scene that made the whole audience extremely excited appeared. But, Chapter 168, 1 vs 5, Garrett, do you have a grudge against that kid? The other team members gathered around and asked. No, after Garrett finished speaking, he sat down on the stool and started drinking water. I really have no grudge against the other party, but he was very upset that those people actually compared him to an Asian monkey. Originally, Garrett wanted to beat the opponent in this game. But, who knew that the one called Asian boy would not appear on the stage? The media also said that he was shot 5 times, had just been discharged from the hospital, and was still recovering. Garrett felt that he had no way to vent his fighting spirit and was very angry. No one on the other side can stop Garrett. He reminds me of you in the past. The Wolf King turned to look at the Great Shark and joked. Indeed, the game is now dominated by Garrett. Stanford University is in trouble now. The Great Shark nodded and said, it's a pity that Asian boy was unable to play due to injury, otherwise we wouldn't have lost so badly. Yeah, even if he can't stop the genius monster, the Asian boy's elegant playing style shouldn't be any less impressive. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, the other side. Mito, if you feel uncomfortable somewhere later, be sure to tell me. Facing Mongatel's admonition, Mito Ryunosuke patted his body and said, I'm fine. I am indeed fine, although I almost died from the pain when the anesthetic just wore off. But after the system rewards are received, not only did the body fully recover, but it also strengthened by 30%. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so bored that I run out of the hospital every day. After all, the hospital doesn't care whether you are cured or not, as long as the treatment is not completed, they will say you are not recovered yet. Aliang, your health is more important than victory. Alex walked forward and said with a worried look on his face. Although I was impulsive just now, I regret it as soon as I said it. No way, there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Wow, he actually played. Did Garrett's provocation just now work? Although I am very happy now, I am also very worried about his health. What an idiot. Going into the game injured will not only lead to losing the game, but also losing face. Yes. The crowd went wild when they saw Mito Ryunosuke come on stage. Of course, there are those who care, those who are happy, and those who despise. On the court. With Mito Ryunosuke on the court, Guts easily dribbled the ball and scored. Advertisement because Garrett has changed his defensive target to Mito Ryosuke. He wants to suppress the opponent's score to single digits. Ball possession changes. Lock University ball. After point guard Locke came to the three-point line, he still passed the ball to Garrett. As soon as Garrett got the ball, he dribbled between his legs and turned around to break through Gus and get to the basket. Then he stomped his feet on the ground and leapt towards the basket. He held the ball in one hand and had already pulled the bow to its full extent. "You can't guard Garrett," Coach Locke said with a confident smile. He knew too well the dominance of this humanoid Gundam under the basket. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a figure ran over quickly and suddenly jumped up and appeared in everyone's sight. Mito Ryosuke. The next moment, his hand was already in front of the basketball and had touched it. How is that possible? Garrett's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he was surprised, he was only surprised by the other party's speed. As for power, Garrett suddenly exerted force, and his powerful right hand increased the strength to push the basketball towards the basket. You're pretty good. Mito Ryosuke, who felt the other party's strength, spoke in surprise. Then, bang, the basketball was instantly knocked away by him. How is that possible? Garrett was blocked by him. Is it weird? Is it weird to be blocked by my Asian boy? What about giving you 20 or 30 points earlier? In the audience, fans of Stanford University found a way to break through the suppression of the first quarter and attacked crazily with their mouths. Alex. Alyong, so cool, Sovia. How is that possible? Garrett was actually hit by that Asian kid. On the court, Mito Ryosuke landed on the ground, took a lunge, and quickly ran towards the basketball. After a while, he picked up the basketball and attacked quickly. Facing the opponent's point guard, Mito Ryosuke broke through with a quick dribble. Facing the shooting guard, he dribbled between his legs and turned around to continue breaking through. Hateful. How could I not catch up? In the back, Garrett gritted his teeth as he chased after the figure number 6 in front. Over here, facing Locke's center, Mito Ryosuke made a sudden stop, then turned from the right and broke through the opponent in an instant. Don't be so arrogant. At this time, Locke's small forward and Mito Ryosuke jumped up at the same time, stretching out their hands to block the opponent's layup. Advertisement Mito Ryosuke simply flicked the basketball. The basketball, slowly, flies upwards. Then, in everyone's incredulous gaze, it turned into a perfect arc and fell into the basket. Swish. Goal. Wow, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Mito. As expected of my Asian boy, he went 1-on-5 as soon as he stepped on the court. What an amazing lob shot. Ha ha ha, you Locke fans, are you confused? Are your heads buzzing? Unlike the fans of Stanford University, the fans of Rock University were speechless at first, but after a while, some of them started to argue. We just scored 1 goal. Who knows if it was a lucky shot? FK. You're telling me it was a lucky shot to win 5 of them? Show me your luck. If I want to evaluate a refrigerator, do I need to know how to cool it myself? OFK, I'm going to criticize you, and do I even care if you understand the meaning of evaluation? For a time, the fans on both sides almost started fighting. On the court, Locke has the ball. Is he really only 17? His technique is too foul. I can't imagine that he still played with an injury. If he hadn't been injured, the point guard thought to himself and passed the ball to Garrett just past half court. The latter immediately prepared to jump and shoot. But a figure passed by Gus. Seeing Mito Ryosuke coming to defend, Garrett's face darkened. He took back the basketball and dribbled suddenly faster. But the scene that surprised everyone appeared again. No matter how explosive Garrett's style of play is, Mito Ryosuke can always stick to him. That's not all. Even if he hit the opponent with all his strength, the opponent was still as if nothing had happened. Never retreat. This. Bang, just as Garrett was shocked. One hand. He instantly slapped the basketball from his hand. Swish. In an instant. Garrett only felt a gust of wind blowing towards him, and the next second, the loud sound of a ball hitting the ground appeared behind him. Mito Ryosuke dribbled the ball quickly, ignoring the point guard and Garrett who were chasing him from behind. He jumped from the free throw line, drew a big circle with the basketball in both hands, and then slammed it into the basket. Bang. Goal. Crackle, crackle, Chapter 169 winning the championship. Oh, shit, Mito's speed is too terrifying, isn't it? Yeah, I can't believe it, Garrett couldn't even catch up to him. The audience looked at the figure hanging on the basket with shock on their faces. Mito Ryosuke put away his smile and loosened his hands. After landing, he looked at Locke and his men who came back to defend, raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out a finger and shook it. This action made the audience outside the venue excited again. Hateful. Point guard Locke frowned as he looked at the other man's back. Mito, are you okay? Gus walked forward and asked with concern. Mito Ryosuke didn't understand, but seeing the other party's worried expression, he made an okay gesture. Ball possession changes. After point guard Locke pushed the ball across half court, he passed it to Garrett who asked for the ball. As soon as the opponent received the ball, Mito Ryosuke came over to defend. Garrett made a cut sound and dribbled hard to break through from the right. Mito Ryosuke did not choose to defend closely this time, but followed the opponent to the right side of the basket. At this moment, Robert under the basket also came over to defend. Facing the double-team defense, Garrett showed an unhappy expression. Garrett. Seeing this, the point guard quickly raised his hand and shouted. Garrett had no choice but to pass the ball, but a figure directly intercepted the pass. William, good interception. Jack yelled. After receiving the ball, William quickly passed it to Mito Ryunosuke, who was already running towards the opponent's basket. Myth. Lock, the shooting guard, said anxiously. At this time, some of the audience were so excited that they stood up and clenched their fists. Here it comes. Go, Asian boys. At extreme speed, Mito Ryunosuke jumped again, stretched his right hand to the full length, and slammed the ball into the basket. Bang. Goal. Wow, what a cool one-handed slam dunk. That number 6 is so handsome. In the audience, some female stars had unknowingly shifted their gaze from their favorite players to Mito Ryunosuke. Locke has the ball. Seef, 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 myth, myth, myth. With the audience cheering, Mito Ryunosuke faced off against Garrett again. Advertisement, ahem. Mito Ryunosuke pretended to cough twice, then pulled up the corners of his mouth, placed his palms on his knees and pressed them. Facing the opponents, taunting, Garrett gritted his teeth and passed the ball with a fake move. Can. Bang. Mito Ryunosuke swatted the pass away with one blow and then jumped up to grab the ball. After giving William a look in the air, he suddenly slammed the basketball backwards. William understood the situation and took the basketball and threw it towards the opponent's position. Okay, go, Mito Ryunosuke yelled as he landed and quickly ran towards the basketball. Hateful. How dare you look down on us? Garrett, the point guard and the shooting guard chased Mito Ryunosuke frantically. But no matter how fast they speed up, they just can't catch up. Bang. After catching the bouncing basketball, Mito Ryunosuke dribbled it twice, then held the ball with one hand and jumped up suddenly. The three people who caught up from behind also jumped up hurriedly. But, bang, goal. Yeah, Alyoung, handsome. On the Stanford University bench, the substitute stood up excitedly. After Mito Ryunosuke landed, he didn't say a word and ran straight past the people of Rock University with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, that's amazing. As expected of Mito, ha 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 ha. The Yosen players stood up and spoke excitedly after watching the slam dunk just now. He has been pulling us further and further away. Himuro Tatsuya looked at Mito Ryunosuke's camera with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine that in just a few months, the other person has grown to the point where I can only look up to him. There is no way. With my current strength, I guess I can't even make it to the opponent's second team. Certainly, there are many people who share the same feelings as Himuro Tatsuya. For example, Teppei Muji, who is sitting in the audience now. There were also Mibuchi Reo and the other two sitting at Rikuzen High. In the next game, Mito Ryunosuke was like an indestructible beast, madly attacking the basket of Rock University. Time came to the fourth quarter. Everyone at Rock University could only watch helplessly as the score widened. No one can stop it, it's terrifying. It's hard to imagine that his body can actually burst out with such great power. Advertisement. Many top NBA stars expressed disbelief. We can win. The players of Sforza were very excited at this moment because the score had widened to 40 points. And there are only 2.5 minutes left. Even if Mito leaves now, there is absolutely no way they will lose. At this moment, everyone in the audience knew, tonight, the champion has been decided. Beep. As the whistle of the game fell, oh. We are the champions. I never thought that our Stanford University would win the first NCAA championship in our school's history tonight. Ha 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 ha. The SFO team members shouted excitedly at the top of their lungs. They were now running towards the figure that had just landed with fiery eyes. Then, they looked like red fire ants crawling onto people's bodies. One by one they pounced on each other's bodies. One of them patted the head, the other hugged the neck. What's even more outrageous is that there were a few substitutes who took advantage of the situation and gave a passionate kiss. Certainly, not only them, the fans in the audience also cheered excitedly. After a while, Mito, let's go and pick up the championship trophy that belongs to us. Guts put his arm around Mito Ryunosuke's shoulders and said excitedly, no regrets. In the commentary booth, let us congratulate Stanford University for winning their first NCAA championship in school history. Passerby A spoke excitedly, yes, that's right. Passerby B interjected, that's right, although the other players on the SFO team also performed well, Mito is irreplaceable in this game. Passerby A spoke again. Passerby B nodded and said, dear audience friends, tonight is not only the championship night of Stanford University. We will also select this year's NCAA Most Valuable Player. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Some viewers have already guessed it, but I still want to say this. Who is this year's NCAA Most Valuable Player, Mop? The NCAA's MVP is not called MVP, but Mop. Looking at the audience who were collectively shouting, Mito, Mito, Passerby A laughed. That's right, this year's Mop, he is. Passerby B paused at this point, then smiled at Passerby A and shouted at the same time. Mito Ryunosuke. The words fell. There was immediate burst of warm applause at the scene. As well as, shouts, ha ha ha, I knew it, chapter 170 Most Valuable Player. I've liked Asian Boy since his first competition. I knew he would be the champion this year, woohoo. No, it's fine if you're a man and you say such cheesy things, but why are you crying like a woman? Stay out of my business. Humph. In an instant, everyone's eyes were turned to the figure wearing the white number 6 jersey on the field. The eyes of some female stars even looked Freddie, Garrett. Suo Wei-ya looked at the lonely figure on the field and felt uncomfortable. She couldn't figure it out, since the man was seriously injured just a few days ago. Could Mito Ryunosuke, despite his injured body, still defeat Garrett? Impossible. Sylvia didn't want to believe it, on the court. Ahem, the NCAA president picked up the microphone, cleared his throat with a cheerful expression, and began. This year, the NCAA championship winner is Stanford University. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause again. The next moment, he handed the trophy to William. Seeing this, the other players became even more excited. Even Mangatel's body began to tremble unconsciously. After all, he has been waiting for this trophy for too long. This year, the NCAA tournament most popular player is Mito Ryunosuke. At this time, the president continued to speak. After saying this, boom, the entire stadium suddenly erupted in applause louder than ever before. Myth. Myth. Mop. Mop. Mop myth. Mop myth. Mop myth. The moment the applause stopped, cheers followed. Their voices grew louder and louder, one louder than the other. Finally, even the entire stadium began to shake. After a while, the sound gradually subsided. The president came up to Mito Ryunosuke with a smile. Mito, what do you want to say about winning the championship and receiving the MOP award? I'm sorry, Mito. Just as William was about to speak with an embarrassed look on his face, a figure squeezed over. Aliam, he asked you if you were right. After listening to Alex's translation, Mito Ryunosuke smiled meaningfully. Feelings? Isn't that as it should be? Advertisement? Hearing this, Alex looked calmly at the NCAA president and said, thank you to Stanford University for giving me this opportunity to show myself. As for the championship, it's all thanks to everyone. SFO players. Impossible. The next moment, the whole audience burst into enthusiastic cheers again, which shows how popular Mito Ryunosuke is now. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Mito, Alex is really quick to react, though. I guess this isn't the first time she's mistranslated like this, ha 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 ha. The Yosen team members in front of the TV smiled collectively. Some of the substitutes even laughed so hard that they fell on the table. At the stadium, as William finished his words of thanks, the entire venue erupted in cheers like a tsunami. Final, Eastford University won the championship, Mito Ryunosuke won the MOP, and the NCAA National Championship officially came to an end. Night, in a private room of a high-end hotel. All the members of SFO were having a celebratory banquet. Although March Madness has come to an end, the news about Mito Ryunosuke's outstanding performance instantly set the entire basketball world on fire. All NBA teams have decided on all games next year. They are going to play terribly. Because for them, it is impossible to believe that Mito Ryunosuke will not join the NBA at the age of 19. Although the NBA has never lacked talented players, the talent of Asian boy is indeed worth their gamble. Have expectations, there will be doubts. Soon, many questioning voices were heard. What? Even if Asian boys can dominate the NCAA, they can never dominate the NBA. That's right, there's never a shortage of NCAA MOPs in the NBA. Despite the doubts, Mito Ryunosuke gained popularity and fans in the NCAA. Even if the game is over, but many fans still pay great attention to this boy from Asia. 3 days later, Suffolk University basketball team. They were holding a farewell ceremony for Gus at this time. Because Gus is joining the NBA's backstabbing team tomorrow. Gus said goodbye to everyone one by one. Finally, he walked over to Mito Ryunosuke and gave him a big hug. Mito, I'll be waiting for you in the NBA. Mito Ryunosuke. I'm not sure. Alex. No problem. 2 days later, at the airport. Advertisement. Purple hair. Mito Ryunosuke waved his hands and shouted to Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. Water dear. Atsushi Murasakibara took a step forward and gave the other person a bear hug with a pounce. Mito, congratulations on winning the championship in the MOP. Himuro Tatsuya came over and smiled at Mito Ryunosuke. It's no big deal. Come on, I'm hosting you guys tonight. Mito Ryunosuke said, then put his arms around Atsushi Murasakibara's neck and laughed. Alex. Long time no see, Tatsuya, Murasakibara. The three of them greeted each other and followed Mito Ryunosuke. Mito Ryunosuke Sumichu. What surprised Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya was that Teppei Kiyoshi was also here. But after listening to Alex's explanation, the two of them also began to envy Muji Teppei. Shueichin, when are we going to train? Atsushi Murasakibara said with an expectant expression. No rush, take a few days to adjust to the jet lag. Mito Ryunosuke laughed and patted Atsushi Murasakibara on the shoulder. Good. Shueichin's food is still so delicious. Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes lit up immediately after taking a bite of the pickled fish. Chen Yi, why did you follow me? Alex took a sip of cold beer and looked at Himuro Tatsuya and asked. I also want to continue to get stronger, Himuro Tatsuya said seriously. Before Alex could say anything, Atsushi Murasakibara said, Murasaki is right. We all need to continue to get stronger and win the championship this year. Muji Tepe. Should I go back first? After a while. How is Taiga now? Himuro Tatsuya asked while wiping his mouth. I don't really understand either. How about, I take you to Taiga's school tomorrow? As soon as Alex finished speaking, Atsushi Murasakibara shook his head. I'm not going. I want to go to Mizuki's team for training. FKU, you're going to be jet-lagged. Mito Ryosuke rolled his eyes. This kid, he forgets it in a blink of an eye. Oh, then I'll go find Kagami too. Aoyang, are you going? No, okay, then let's go find Taiga together tomorrow. Alex raised his glass and laughed heartily. Mito Ryosuke. Muji Tepe. Aren't you going to ask me? Chapter 171. Asking for directions. St. John's Preparatory High School. At the door, a girl with thick, curly blonde hair and a pair of charming blue eyes was walking out of the campus with a book in her hand. At this time, 5 figures walked in front of her. She originally wanted to go around it, but when she saw the poker-faced handsome man with a teardrop mole under his right eye opposite her, she stopped immediately. Watching several people walking towards her, the girl could only feel her heart beating, thump thump. Alex glanced at the direction the girl was looking at, and nudged Himuro Tatsumi thoughtfully. After the two exchanged glances for a second, Himuro Tatsuya walked forward helplessly. Hello, classmate. How'd I get to your basketball team? Ah, he is so handsome. The high school girl kept stealing glances at Himuro Tatsuya beside her and thought to herself. Then he turned around and asked, Are you here to look for friends? Yes. Himuro Tatsuya said expressionlessly. My name is Amelia. What's your name, classmate? Okamura Kenichi. What a nice name. Behind him, there were 4 figures. Shueichin. Why is she walking so slowly? Atsushi Murasakibara said with a frown. Zamao, this is just a secret crush, Mito Ryosuke said softly with a grin. Aoyang, so you know a lot? Alex frowned. Garcia, take me to the hair salon tomorrow. Mito Ryosuke lowered his cap and spoke. What are you doing at the salon? Hair dye. Alex. I'll help. Mito Ryosuke, am I pretty? Muji Tepe. Kagami Taiga was training with his new teammates as usual. What's wrong? Kagami. Are you giving up? A player number 7 with dreadlocks looked at Kagami Taiga who was panting heavily in front of him and smiled. Stop talking nonsense. Kagami Taiga said, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down as quickly as possible. This won't work. Compared to that person, I am still far behind. Of course he watched all the NCAA games. Mito Ryosuke's report, he knows more than those rivals in Sakura country. This is the thought. A smile flashed across his face, and then he looked at the other person seriously. One more time. Okamura, this is it. Advertisement. Amelia pointed to the basketball court in front of her. Thank you, Amelia, you can go back now. Himuro Tatsuya turned around and spoke gently. Amelia. I didn't expect Taiga to still be so motivated. As they came in, they saw Kagami Taiga dunking. Muji, aren't you going to say hello to your teammates? Atsushi Murasakibara turned his head and asked. Let's wait until Kagami finishes training. It's not good to disturb him rashly. Muji Tieping smiled back. This time, when he saw Kagami again, Muji Tepe felt very complicated. After all, the national competition qualifiers in Sakura country are about to come. Saren without Kagami will be even more difficult than last year. Although I have been training with the Sforza team during this period, my strength has improved a lot. But there is still some gap compared to Age of Miracles. Hopefully, Saren can also recruit talented players this year. Just when everyone was planning to wait for Kagami to finish training before going to say hello. Mito Ryosuke smiled wickedly and whispered to Atsushi Murasakibara, purple hair, how about you find the right opportunity and rush over to block him, or just grab the rebound and dunk him? Shueichin, I don't want it. Although Atsushi Murasakibara is dull, he is not stupid. Even if the other person was a water relative, he would not do such a childish thing. Mito Ryosuke made a tisk sound, then walked into the gym, found a seat and sat down. Seeing this, the others looked at each other, shook their heads, and followed him in. After a while, Kagami, it seems those people are here to see you. The boy with dreadlocks saw several people who were Asian like Kagami, and they all stared at Kagami. So he spoke. Hearing this, Kagami Taiga looked at the location the other party pointed at and exclaimed in surprise. Why are they here? After he finished speaking, the others also looked over. Then, Kagami, are they your friends? Kagami, sure, it's nice to meet such a beautiful older sister. The other team members also gathered around and asked. Because Mito Ryosuke was not only wearing a baseball cap, but also taking a nap on Alex's legs. So for a moment, they didn't recognize him. Kagami Taiga nodded, put down the water bottle and walked over. Seeing Kagami coming over, Alex patted Mito Ryosuke. The latter sat up lazily. Hi, Taiga, Kagami times 2. Why are you here? Kagami Taiga looked at the people in front of him with a surprised tone. It's been so long since we last met, so I came to see my good disciple. Advertisement. Alex laughed. Mito, congratulations. Kagami Taiga ignored Alex and looked at Mito Ryosuke and said. Thank you. Mito Ryosuke certainly knew what the other party was congratulating him for. The one wearing the hat is Asian boy. Oh, shit, it really is. He knows Kagami? Oh, If I had known, I would have asked Kagami to get me some autographs. It doesn't seem too late now, so everyone from the St. John's team quickly walked towards Kagami. Then one by one came forward and hugged Kagami. Hello everyone, I'm Kagami's teammate, my name is Mito Ryunosuke. Okay, I'll play center. Ha ha ha, I have to thank Kagami for that. Alex. Aoyang, just make up the numbers, times 8. Kagami Taiga was helpless. Himuro Tatsuya, I think it's okay. It still has to be the coach, because, Mito Ryunosuke, I'm not interested. Kagami, I love you, Alex. Alex and the others discussed it for a while and actually agreed. Atsushi Murasakibara, then what should I fight? Although I also want to fight Mito Ryunosuke and the others. He even saw his coach among the group of people taking the photo. You guys, wouldn't this make other schools envious? Just now, his coach proposed a friendly match to Mito Ryunosuke. Atsushi Murasakibara, Mizukin, I want to try it. Hearing the team members' request, Kagami Taiga gritted his teeth and said, how come my new teammates are still fans of Mito? Muji Teppei. Is this really necessary? Alex was also going to play, which made him a little nervous. On the other side, get out, get out, get out. Mito Ryunosuke. I am not. Half an hour later, yeah, a friendly match with Asian boys. And, Mito Ryunosuke, then I'll play point guard. Then, seeing his teammates taking out their phones and taking photos with Mito Ryunosuke, 3 black lines appeared on Kagami Taiga's forehead. Chapter 172 Time flies. This friendly match only lasted 20 minutes. Mito team, this side. Center. Atsushi Murasakibara. Point guard, Himuro Tatsuya. Shooting guard, Mito Ryunosuke. Small forward, Alex. Forward. Teppei Muyoshi. I think you guys have a bad habit of always having practice matches, you need to change it. Mito Ryunosuke said while twisting his joints. I know you're all holding back a lot of energy right now, so don't pass it to Aoyang just yet. Each of you can focus on attacking for a few minutes. Alex looked at the 3 people who were full of fighting spirit and smiled. Kiyoshi Teppei looked at Mito Ryunosuke, this feeling. Soon, the friendly match begins. St. John's Center and Atsushi Murasakibara stepped into the jump ball position. Taiga, your opponent is me. Himuro Tatsuya came to Kagami Taiga and said. Tatsuya. With this height, I didn't expect that besides Kagami Taiga, there are other masters in Sakura country. Exclaimed the St. John's substitute. Beep. As the referee threw the ball into the air, the 2 men jumped at the same time and reached out to touch the basketball. What surprised St. John? Atsushi Murasakibara's jumping ability. Pop Atsushi Murasakibara hooked the ball into Alex's hands, and the latter made 2 fake moves to get past the opponent's small forward. This beauty is amazing, she moves beautifully, too. Unlike the substitute's surprised voices, the St. John's coach looked at Alex. Looks familiar. On the court. Alex raised the corners of his mouth as he faced Kagami Taiga, who caught up to defend him. The next second, the basketball instantly landed in Himuro Tatsuya's hands. He and the opponent's center jumped at the same time. Swish. The basketball was shot high. Bang. This is. Several substitutes looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in shock as he jumped high under the basket and caught the basketball. The next moment, Atsushi Murasakibara held the basketball in both hands and slammed it towards the basket behind him. Bang. Goal. Alley-oop dunked. Kagami, your friend is amazing. The St. John's players came to Kagami Taiga and said as they looked at the backs of Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya high-fiving each other as they returned to defense. Advertisement, the game is over. The score is 59-55. Mito team wins. There was no way, St. John's was originally leading by 5 points. But in the last 2 minutes, Mito Ryunosuke suddenly took action. Facing the unbeatable Asian boy, St. John was naturally defeated. They were not disappointed, only excited. After all, he is the most valuable player in the NCAA. Although, the same age as myself. I wonder if we can recruit that purple-haired guy to our school. I'll have to ask Kagami when I get a chance. The St. John's coach kept looking at Atsushi Murasakibara and thought to himself. Due to the arrival of Mito Ryunosuke, some secretly taken photos by students who were lucky enough to watch the training were leaked. Soon after, a huge crowd surrounded the stadium. Is this the appeal of idols? A substitute swallowed and said. It turns out that before I knew it, Aoyang had already become a star. Alex also sighed. Mito-san, please go through the back door. Coach St. John spoke a little embarrassedly. Well, that's troublesome. Alex said. After a while, under the cover of St. John's players, everyone left St. John's Preparatory High School. However, the story did not end there. News about an Asian boy showing up at St. John's Prep High School basketball team is all over the place. But at this time, the protagonist looked at the people in front of him very depressed. The coach of the St. John's team was determined to apologize, no matter what. Since it was a free lunch, Mito Ryunosuke and the others reluctantly agreed. In addition to the players who always had to chat with me about trivial things, Mito Ryunosuke was also depressed. Hayari Atsushi Murasakibara. At this point, he was already confused by the questions from St. John's coach. Murasakibara, are you interested in playing in the beautiful country? Don't worry Murasakibara, if you can come, together with Kagami, we will definitely get a good result this year. Don't worry, Murasakibara. The school will waive your tuition and even offer a scholarship. Murasakibara, faced with the output of the St. John's coach, Atsushi Murasakibara and Mito Ryunosuke both felt that every day was like a year. Muji Tieping. Why don't they eat? Kagami Taiga was chatting with Himuro Tatsuya, but his eyes changed from clear to envious. A week later, Stanford University, advertisement. Oh, Murasakibara. When Sifu and the others saw Mito Ryunosuke and the others, they all greeted them. Especially Robert. Murasakibara, Solo, Alex. Muji Tepe. Murasakibara looked at Robert and said, crush you. After Atsushi Murasakibara and others were released to the school team, they began to lie low. Monchtel also acquiesced to Mito Ryunosuke's not training. After all, he won the first championship trophy for the school. If Mito Ryunosuke was not a student of SFO University, the school management would have built a statue for him long ago. In the past few months, Mito Ryunosuke has fully experienced the meaning of life is worth it. During this period, he slept until he woke up naturally during the day. In the afternoon, I went to the gym to watch everyone train. In the evening, I eat and drink with them. Apart from the occasional visit from the St. John's school team to cause trouble, everything else was normal. Airport. Zamao, I hope I can hear good news in a month. Mito Ryunosuke looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him and spoke. Shueichin, this time, I will win. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Mito Ryunosuke in front of him and nodded seriously. Hearing this, Muji Tieping on the side was speechless. These monsters are really scary. In just a few months, Atsushi Murasakibara went from being beaten by Robert to being able to fight back. You know, Robert is not only the center of the NCAA championship team, but also a junior student. On the other side, Alex was looking at the two people in front of him who were like ice and fire, with a smile. Leave. They're gone. Alex looked at the plane in the sky and sighed. Finally, I can live a leisurely life. Mito Ryunosuke stretched and said. Coach Munger said that if you can win the national competition this time, he will give you a month's vacation. Alex habitually put his arm around Mito Ryunosuke and spoke. For me now, it doesn't matter whether I have a holiday or not. Mito Ryunosuke took out a piece of gum and put it in his mouth. Aliang, don't you want to go back to Sakura country? Alex grinned. In no mood. Why? Because it's a waste of time. Isn't that how you spend your holidays? Mito Ryunosuke stopped and turned to look at the airport. But, before Alex could finish his words, Mito Ryunosuke continued. Can you discuss with Munger if you can give it a 2-month break? Chapter 173 Muji Tepe returns to the team 2 days later. When Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya came to the Yosen basketball gymnasium. Murasakibara, Himuro, are you willing to come back? Liu Wei walked forward with a resentful expression. There were only 3 of us left in Yosen's main force, and you two actually abandoned me. I am a foreign student from Longguo. Not only am I the team leader, but I also have to take care of the new students. Really? So annoying. Hey, are there any new people joining the team? Atsushi Murasakibara spoke in surprise. Well, his name is Kimura Shuji. He's the seeded player in this all-center league in the ace of Kamisaki Junior High School. Liu Wei pointed at the man who was practicing three-point shooting and said. This guy is Inoue Dairo, a forward for Teiko Junior High. Both of them are now our Yosen starters. Liu Wei pointed to another man who was drinking water and said. Teiko. Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes lit up. Junior? You guys go find Coach Hubu. He's been in a bad mood since he came back from the All-Daxia League. What happened to him? Himuro Tatsuya was a little surprised, but spoke in a calm tone. What else could it be? This year's All-Daxia League champion isn't Minguang Middle School. Liu Wei shrugged. Who's the champion? Himuro Tatsuya asked curiously. Teiko Junior High, Atsushi Murasakibara. This year, every university has welcomed fresh blood. It is worth mentioning that the return of Atsushi Murasakibara made Tobi Shota, who was originally in a bad mood, energized, again. On the other side, New York's Chinatown. Aliang, do you want to take extra classes during the holidays? Don't want. Mito Ryunosuke and Alex were chatting while eating Huxia food. Most people in Chinatown can speak beautiful Mandarin. But, to Alex's surprise, Mito Ryunosuke could actually communicate with them in dragon language. So, let's go to the concert. No, so what are your plans? Just eat and drink here. After saying this, Alex smiled helplessly. She has no choice, because Mito Ryunosuke is now a star. The school gate is often crowded with people, and not only that, some people even start to follow us. Originally, Monchtel wanted to arrange a few bodyguards for Mito Ryunosuke. But they were all rejected by the other party. Fortunately, there are not many people in Chinatown who like to chase stars. Advertisement, by the way, the national tournament preliminaries for Sakura High School are in a couple of days, right? We should have no problem reaching the quarterfinals, provided there aren't any monsters like you joining the first-year class this time. Alex said, taking a bite of the fried dumpling he had picked up. It's just a high school club competition, why are you so excited? Mito Ryunosuke shouted, waiter, pay the bill, and turned his head to say. Everyone has something they like, and they all work hard for what they like. Just like you, Aoyang, who never admits defeat every time you drink. Alex smiled. At the same time, Saren High. At this time in the Sakura country, the sky has already darkened. Kuroko Tetsuya was practicing hard alone in the basketball gym. You're still working so hard. Muji Teppei laughed as he rubbed number 2's belly. Kuroko turned around, a look of surprise on his calm face. Senior Muji, when did you come back? Just arrived. Do you want some candy? Muji Teppei asked as he opened a bag of candy. You're welcome. Oh, I see. As he said that, he took out a candy and put it into his mouth. Oh, yes. Kuroko Tetsuya replied dully. This time, I met Kagami. He has made great progress. Muji Teppei said while chewing candy. Really? That's great. Kuroko Tetsuya lowered her head and said calmly when she heard this. Seeing the other party in a daze, Muji Teppei started to catch the ball. Hello. Kuroko Tetsuya reacted and said, oh, and passed the ball. Bang. Muji Teppei, who received the basketball, suddenly bent down. In an instant, he dribbled the ball from the right past the shocked Kuroko Tetsuya. Then, before the opponent turns around, he holds the ball with one hand and slams it towards the basket. Bang. Goal. Kuroko Tetsuya turned around. Senior Muji, you become so strong. Kuroko Tetsuya exclaimed. You can too, don't forget, we are still high school students. Be more confident in your potential. See you tomorrow, Kuroko. Muji Teppei curled the corners of his mouth, then turned and left. The next day. Advertisement, good morning, everyone. Kuroko, you're here. As soon as Kuroko Tetsuya walked into the basketball hall, the others looked over. At this time, Kogane Shinji and Tsuchida Satoshi came over arm in arm. We are today, I'll definitely stop Kuroko, because it was still early, everyone was still warming up. Hello. Just then, a figure walked into the basketball hall. Ah, Teppei, when did you come back? Ida Riko turned around and looked at Muji Teppei and exclaimed in surprise. The others also gathered around. Muji, you're finally back. Kogane Shinji exposes his laughter. Why didn't you call us before you came back? Hinata Junpei moved closer to the other person, then grabbed Kiyoshi Teppei's collar and said angrily. Because long-distance calls are expensive, and I only got back last night. Muji Teppei was not angry at the other party's behavior, but smiled with narrowed eyes. UB**********. Gather. At the beginning of this year, I went to the United States for surgery due to an injury. The reason I didn't come back immediately was that I was participating in basketball training there. I'm Muji Teppei. 195 centimeters, 85 kilograms, I grew a bit taller in my senior year of high school. I play center, please give me some pointers. Muji Teppei looked at everyone and introduced them. Of course, he said this to the freshmen. Is this the person who built the Saren basketball team? Although I heard from other seniors that, apart from senior Kagami Taiga who has transferred, senior Muji is the best in the Saren basketball team. But he doesn't look very imposing. The freshmen thought to themselves as they looked at the gentle and approachable Muji Teppei. Teppei, I think you're okay now, right? Ida Riko smiled, then turned her head and asked. Of course, not only did he fully recover, and after being trained by those monsters, I have become very strong now. As soon as Muji Teppei finished speaking, Yi Yuajun asked, did you learn any new moves? Yes, I can do fancy rope skipping, Muji Teppei said proudly. This is one of the trainings I learned from William. The words fell. The whole place fell completely silent. For a while, everyone looked at Muji Teppei blankly. After a while, does this have anything to do with basketball? Some. Chapter 174. Overcoming all obstacles. Muji Teppei finished speaking, paused, and continued. These are not the main points. The main point is that this year is my last year to participate in the national competition. So, I will definitely try my best this time. The goal is of course. Where is it? Muji Teppei spoke louder and louder. Everyone. After being stunned for a while, Ida Riko raised her head and looked at the other person with a questioning look on her face. Where is the high school league held? Muji Teppei said somewhat embarrassedly. It's different every year, Yi Yuajun complained to the other party. Is this Saren's trump card now? Seeing this, several newcomers took a step back. Okay, but since we're climbing a mountain, the goal is of course to reach the top. However, you should also enjoy the scenery in the middle. Just as Muji Teppei finished speaking, another voice rang out from outside the basketball hall. Hello everyone, I'm this year's transfer student, my name is Ogahara Sihiro. Yosen High, bang, following a terrifying slam dunk by Atsushi Murasakibara. Once again, the freshmen were shocked. Is this the strength of a center in the Age of Miracles? Fortunately, we were not in the same class as them. Fortunately, we are teammates now, they both have become very strong. Masako Araki looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya on the field and said with relief. Of course, if it doesn't work, I won't lose face and ask for leave on their behalf. Tobi Shota drank the tea in his thermos and said calmly. I don't know how Mito is doing now. Araki Masako raised her eyebrows slightly. Of course I'm telling you, he must be slacking off somewhere. Hubu Shota covered the teacup and smiled slightly. Achu, which old man is teasing me behind my back? Mito Ryosuke, who was practicing footwork, sneezed and cursed inwardly. Aliang, you're not catching a cold, are you? Alex, who was applying a facial mask and having a spa, asked with his eyes closed. No, someone must be saying bad things about me behind my back. Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking, closed his eyes, and continued to practice. Advertisement. A week later, the event that excites the entire high school basketball world is here. It is the National High School League, the day before the opening ceremony, Saren. We were eliminated in the finals last year, so we must make it to the national competition this year. Hinata Junpei looked at everyone and said seriously. Although they performed well in last year's Winter Cup, they lost 3 games in a row during the high school league. It's horrible. I took a look. Although we have a good allocation this year, there's no guarantee that some weirdos will suddenly appear in any school. Muji Teppei also spoke. Although there is no monster like Mito this time, the Age of Miracles is still like a huge mountain. If they were to advance again, it would be even more unimaginable. Besides, we are missing an ace in the hole, Hinata Junpei said seriously. This is really exciting news. The good news is that Mito will not be participating in this year's event. The bad news is that without Mito and Kagami, who can stop the Age of Miracles? Ogiwara Seihiro also spoke helplessly. Senior Ogahara, how can you boost other people's morale? The freshman wondered. Ogahara is right. Even in my current state, I can't defeat Murasakibara. Muji Tieping also said helplessly. He was more afraid of encountering the current Yosen than any other Age of Miracles. Because, no one knows better than themselves how much progress they have made at Stanford University in the past few months. Ah, who is the unbeatable Murasakibara that Muji Senpei was talking about? A freshman asked. He's last year's new king, the center of Yosen High, and the center of the original Age of Miracles, Atsushi Murasakibara. Hinata Junpei spoke. Let's not think about these tough opponents from last year, as far as I know. In order to increase their strength, more and more schools are allowing foreign players to join their basketball teams as international students. So we can't take it lightly. Ida Riko listened to what they said, thought for a moment and then spoke. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The next day, at the entrance of Yosen High, is everyone here? Masako Araki carried the wooden sword, turned around and looked at all the team members. The others didn't say anything, but looked at her expectantly. Set off, finally, after Lu Wei said a word, everyone walked confidently towards a bus. The next day, advertisement. The preliminaries of the Basketball High School League officially began. Yosen's first opponent, Tenjia High School, inside a gymnasium in Akita. Players from both sides are warming up. Unlike the relaxed Yosen High, all the members of Tenjia showed their masks of pain. Why play against last year's champions in the first game? Our luck is just as miserable as that of a certain author. Although it is true that you will encounter it sooner or later. But isn't this a little too early? After a while. Warm-up is over. Shooting guard, Kimura Shuji. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that this year's Yosen is still so powerful even without that monster. Small forward, Lu Wei. The new combat mode was able to bring the score to 89-56. Yosen High won the first match of the National High School League preliminaries. After all, this is when Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya have not yet appeared on the stage. Although the existence of Tobi Shota has broken Yosen's original intention of focusing on defense. This time, the freshmen made great progress, not long after. Yosen then faced the second team, Senko High School. I'm really looking forward to the time when they meet. But, center. Veteran. Former backup for Atsushi Murasakibara. I don't think so. I heard that those other strong schools also didn't field their main players, but they still crushed their opponents. Yeah, and Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya haven't played yet. Murasakibara, you and Himuro should stay out of the game for now, leave the opportunity to others. Yosen bench. Point guard, veteran, former substitute for Kensuke Fukui. They also don't want to play against a team that has no fighting spirit. It seems that this year, Yosen is still the one who dominates the scene. Even though Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya still did not play, they still won the game with a huge margin of 115-52 points. Both sides returned to the bench and listened to the coach's arrangements. There is no suspense in this game. Although the opponent was one of the top 4 teams in Akita City last year, and they are a team with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although the game was over, the audience was still discussing. Forward. Dairo Inoue. That's all, but then comes the third battle, and the opponent is Yasi Academy. After listening to Tobi Shota's arrangements, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya nodded. Then the starting lineup is decided. Yosen still won a great victory with a score of 92-73. Chapter 175. The first national tournament. Next is the fourth game, and the opponent is Yinwang High School. Of course, it was still no threat to Yosen, who was killed instantly at 107-52. Yosen is having a great time in Akita, but things are getting tough in Tokyo. 4 representative schools selected by Tokyo Metropolitan Government. Shutoku High, the King of the East. The King of the West, Izumi Shinken High School. Saren High, the King of the South. The King of the North, Jengbang High School. Originally there were 3, but starting last year, with the development of Saren, it has gradually caught up with Izumi Shinken and Masamune. Now these 4 universities are competing for the first place in Tokyo. Today, just like last year, the final of the league will be decided. Seirin High versus Shutoku High. However, the outcome of the two teams is not important because the first and second place teams in each city can advance to the national competition. A week later, as Akita's number 1, Yosun left for Tokyo 2 days in advance to attend the opening ceremony of the national competition. Murasakibara, have you been infected by Mito? Looking at the late Atsushi Murasakibara, Lu Wei said with an unhappy face. I called Shueichin last night, but it was too late. Atsushi Murasakibara arrived late, wearing a baseball cap and yawning. So late, oh, there's the jet lag too. But then again, Shutoku would actually lose to Seirin this time. You know, there is no Kagami in Seirin now. Lu Wei led the team forward, then suddenly remembered something and spoke. Of course. Muji now won't lose to Luzi. Atsushi Murasakibara opened a bag of potato chips, ate 2 pieces and said. I heard that Seirin has a new ace now. Passerby continued. What ace and silver medals? Stop discussing these meaningless things. I only know that the champion this time will be Yosun. Tobi Shota, who was walking beside Araki Misako, suddenly shouted. Coach Hubu is right. This year, you guys better not let down yourselves. Araki Misako said without turning her head, certainly. That's natural. Is that even necessary? Team Yosun looked confident, and followed their 2 coaches as they marched forward with their heads held high. Time flies. 2 days later, Tokyo Stadium. Today is the opening ceremony day, and it is also the day when many strong basketball schools gather. I declare the National High School Basketball League officially open. Advertisement as a middle-aged man's voice was heard. The expressions of the teams in the audience varied. Hey, I'm hungry. I really want to eat a snack quickly. Listening to Atsushi Murasakibara's constant chatter behind him, Himuro Tatsuya turned his head and said softly, Atsushi, the opening ceremony has just ended. Can I interview you? What is the overall strength of the team this year? What are your thoughts on defending your title? Just as they were walking back to the lounge, countless reporters swarmed over. He took the microphone and walked in front of everyone at Yosun High. Wow, are we being interviewed? Murasakibara-senpai's team is even better than ours. This scared the freshmen. Upon hearing this, the other people turned their heads. Then I saw Atsushi Murasakibara surrounded by 3 layers of reporters. Atsushi Murasakibara frowned and looked at the dwarfs surrounding him with an unhappy look on his face. Hamero. At this time, Kiyoshi Teppei's voice reached Himuro Tatsuya, who had just squeezed out of the crowd of reporters. Muji. You guys are really exaggerating. Looking at the scene in front of him, Muji Teppei also swallowed his saliva. Yeah, to be honest, I was also shocked. That's your new ace, huh? Himuro Tatsuya asked as he looked at the new member number 10 who was walking over. Yes. Hello, my name is Ogahara Narihiro, please give me your guidance. Ogiwara Seihiro stretched out his hand and smiled. Himuro Tatsuya also extended his hand and shook hands with the other party, but he always felt that he had seen this person somewhere. Ogiwara, why did you go to Seirin? Tobi Shota, who was walking over, was a little surprised. Coach Hoob, do you know him? But I also feel that he looks familiar. Lu Wei was a little surprised. Of course, Ogahara used to be on the Mako Junior High School basketball team. He was the one who got Mito to join the basketball team. Tobi Shota's words were like a torpedo, creating layers of terrifying waves in the hearts of the people in Yosun. Mito's first teammate. After a while, players from both teams began to reminisce about the past. Little Kuroko. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Kuroko Tatsuya and greeted her. Congratulations, you guys actually managed to beat Shutoku. Lu Wei stepped forward and made his presence felt. Where are you going later? Hinata Junpei asked. Advertisement next second. Everyone looked at him blankly. Of course it's the first match, twos, Shingzi, match. The words fell. Everyone looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Freshmen of both teams. The first game, 2 Academy versus Naruto High School. Since it's the first game, it's still 2 Academy. So many people stayed to watch the game. Wow, that's last year's new king, Yosun High. It feels so oppressive. Huh? Next to them, that's Seirin. Why are they together, talking and laughing? Stop arguing, 2 is here. The audience's enthusiasm remains the same, every year. After the 2 teams came on the court, they changed their clothes and started warming up. In the audience, why isn't Aomine on stage? Lu Wei asked, looking at Aomine Daiki, who was chatting with Satsuki Momoi on the 2 bench. Do you look down on your opponent? Kimura Shu asked. You idiot, it must be a secret weapon like Murasakibara-san and Himuro-san. Inoue Dairo tapped Kimura Shu-sama's head and said. It hurts, just say it, why are you hitting me? Kimura Shu rubbed his aching head and complained. It's not really a secret weapon. In fact, many people believe that strength is king. Like Tiger Woods playing golf, you know that? Muji Teppei turned around and smiled. Ah, Kimura Shu-sama looked confused. Then let's change to the NBA's Big Shark. I know this, what's wrong? Because Tiger can hit the ball so far and keeps winning, golf courses are being made longer and longer to keep the ball in bounds. Because of the great shark's terrifying power, many people deliberately fouled him to stop him. This behavior is called, hack the shark, tactic. Because of this, a new rule was created to define areas where offensive fouls would not occur. In the world of sports, there is always one player who surpasses everyone else. The rules will also change according to that person. This isn't an uncommon occurrence for these foul-strength monsters. Muji Teppei explained with a smile. Following his explanation, the freshmen of both teams suddenly understood. Yes. Although rules are dead, people are alive. But rules are also made by people. Chapter 176 All Daxia League MVP on the court. 2 starting lineup is already on the court. Power forward. Laosheng, Aomine Daiki's backup, small forward, freshman. Center. Kosuke Wakamatsu. Point guard, Kato Hitoshi. Shooting guard. Ryo Sakurai. It is worth mentioning that Kato Ri is the MVP of the All Daxia League. Certainly, he was recruited by Yuan Zekid. With the referee's whistle, the game begins. To everyone's surprise, Wakamatsu Kosuke lost the jump ball. Fortunately, Kato Hitoshi blocked the basketball in time. Kato Hitoshi turned left and dribbled the ball quickly towards the opponent's basket. So fast, everyone at Mingcheng High School was shocked. We have a fast player this year too. At this time, the player wearing the number 8 Mingcheng jersey quickly returned to defense. Kato, I won't lose to you this time. He stopped in front of Kato High and spoke. What a pity, I'm not the one to lead the way today, Osei. Kato Ri smiled slightly, and then, seeing the other party's surprised expression, he suddenly threw the ball back. Bang! The ball came into Sakurai Ryo's hands. After receiving the ball, Sakurai Ryo immediately started shooting. Sorry, he jumped, shot the ball, and apologized. Done in one go. The basketball drew a perfect arc and fell steadily into the basket. Swish. Goal, 3 points. How is that possible, a 3-pointer? The movements were messy, but the attacks were so fast. It's not just number 9, the others are also terrifyingly strong. Is this the basketball powerhouse in Tokyo? It's truly terrifying? Mingcheng's freshman was shocked. Wow, 2. This year's 2 can't be underestimated. The first-year MVP is no less impressive than last year's 2. There were also cheers from the audience. Oops, I'm late again. Kai's Ryota looked at the cheers on the field and complained to himself. Advertisement, isn't this little green? He looked at the figure with green hair, sunglasses and a box in his hand in surprise. Kai's. Midorima Shintaro turned around in a panic, and the box in his hand suddenly opened, and a spring-loaded smiley face jumped out. How could you possibly recognize me? Come on, if I don't recognize you with just sunglasses on, I'll look stupid. Kai's Ryota spread his hands and said, What, Midorima Shintaro Jing Ya Dao? Please take off those sunglasses right away, it's so embarrassing. And what's in that box of yours? Today's lucky charm. Midorima Shintaro ignored the other party's first words and said lightly. I see. You told your teammates you didn't want to watch the game, but you still secretly came to watch it. Kai's Ryota put his hands on his hips and sighed. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just passing by on my way home, that's all. Midorima Shintaro explained. But your house is in the opposite direction, right? Leave me alone. Midorima Shintaro, who was exposed, turned his head away and ignored it. Hey, how's the game going now? Kai's Ryota looked at the field and asked. Nothing happened. Aomine didn't play. 2 is leading the match. Midorima Shintaro said, pushing up his sunglasses. Didn't Zhao King play in the game again? Yes. Midorima, Kai's. At this moment, a voice sounded behind the two of them. Ouch. Akashi. Why are you walking so quietly? Kai's was startled and turned around, looking at Akashi Seijiro angrily. I heard you lost, Midorima. Akashi ignored Kai's and turned to look at Midorima. Yeah, that Muji Teppei has become very strong. Midorima Shintaro was silent for a moment before speaking. I know. I heard that he, Atsushi, and Himuro have all gone to Mito for training in the past few months. Akashi Seijiro said with a smile. What, no wonder. Kai's Ryota cried out in surprise. Midorima Shintaro clenched his fists tightly. A few months can transform a person into a new person. Is this the strongest country in basketball? Kai's, stop being so startled. Midorima Shintaro was equally surprised in his heart, but he remained calm on his face. Akashi, why are you here? Huan Lai Ryota asked. Well, come and see this year's All Daxia League MVP. Akashi Seijiro still had a calm smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Kato? I've heard of him, but nothing spectacular. Advertisement. Midorima Shintaro turned to look at Kato High on the field and said calmly. From the current perspective, this is correct. Our biggest rival is still Yosen. Akashi Seijiro laughing way. Yeah, that little Murasakibara guy trained among those monsters of Spore for several months. Huan Lai Ryota sighed and said, little Murasakibara was scary enough. Murasakibara is more difficult than Muji, there is no doubt about that. Midorima Shintaro said in a deep voice. Although the opponent won narrowly this time, Muji Teppei also made Shutoku suffer a defeat. That's because it happened too suddenly. Moreover, Muji's playing style has changed a lot, and with the newcomer Ogahara Narihiro on the opposite side, Shutoku was unable to adapt for a while. By the way, have you ever received a call from the beautiful country? Huan Lai Ryota seemed to remember something and asked quickly. Yes, but I refused. Midorima Shintaro Dan Dao. Of course I can't agree to that. Don't forget, after you graduate from 3rd grade, you will all be my teammates. Akashi Seijiro said with a confident expression. Compared to reaching the beautiful country with them, the high school game in front of them seems less important. The only thing they can look forward to, apart from reaching the beautiful country, is next year's national competition in the Winter Cup. Because, he will be back in time, there was no suspense in this game. In the end, Aomine Daiki still did not play, and 2 still won the game. Since Yosen's match was tomorrow, they watched the next match. But, in addition to Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya, another person also left early. Kinsen Izakaya. You're here? Masa Asakura looked at the regular customer in front of him and walked forward to greet him with a smile. Isn't this missing you? Tobi Shota smiled and said. Hate it, still the same old position, right? Then, Masaya Asakura took him to the private room on the 2nd floor. On the street. Done, you guys gather together, it's not okay for me to go, right? Himuro Tatsuya looked at the passing vehicles in front of him and said helplessly. It's okay, Shizai said it's a small dinner tonight, it's okay. Atsushi Murasakibara said blankly while holding a delicious stick in his mouth. I can't imagine Akashi being such a leisurely person, but he does have elegance. Himuro Tatsuya gets a headache whenever he thinks of Akashi Seijiro. That guy is too oppressive. When we were in junior high school, we would have dinner together, but in high school, it became less frequent. Atsushi Murasakibara recalled and said, Chapter 177 Barbecue Party. Soon after, the two came to an open space. Murasakibara, Himuro, here. Mibuchi Ryo raised his hands and waved at the two of them. Barbecue. Barbecue. Atsushi Murasakibara was attracted by the aroma and turned into a cute version, walking towards the barbecue grill with saliva dripping from his mouth. Murasakibara hasn't changed. Muji Teppei looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and covered his face. Yeah, that's what Murasakibara is like. Kuroko Tatsuya also smiled. Tonight's small dinner brought together the aces of each strong team. Unlike previous years, they all got along very well this year. Mibuchi Senpai, are you all here? Himuro Tatsuya walked up to him and said with a smile. Kai's won't be here until he finishes filming a commercial, and Aomine and Satsuki haven't come yet. Akashi Seijiro walked over with a skewer and smiled. But he hadn't finished speaking yet, as he, bang. Kuroko Tatsuya was tackled again. I said enough is enough. Aomine Daiki's voice followed. Long time no see, Murasakibara. Wakamatsu Takasuke stepped forward and greeted him. I can't believe Akashi actually organized a barbecue party. Wakamatsu Takasuke looked at the 5 uncrowned generals in charge of the barbecue and said with some surprise. Yeah? Akashi Seijiro smiled back. Where are the others? Aomine Daiki when Dao Ideographic period. Midorima and Takao said they'll be late. Kai should be here with Haikawa. Akashi Seijiro remains polite. Good evening, everyone. At this time, Kai's Ryota and Mitsui Haikawa arrived late. Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time? I didn't expect there would be photography work so late at night. It's not easy for you to go out and earn extra money after the competition. Genbuya Yongji laughed and then burped. That can't be helped. By the way, this is my 3rd photo book that I'm going to publish, if you don't mind. Kai's Ryota smiled and took out a photo album with his own photos printed on it. Looking at everyone with anticipation. This grilled beef kebab is delicious. Akashi Seijiro lowered his head and savored the skewers. That's what I mean. Muji Teppei also spoke. That's too much, you actually ignored me. Advertisement Kai said a little angrily, ha. With the arrival of Kai's at the end, everyone spent a night full of memories. Meanwhile, the beautiful country. Aoyang, are you still not feeling well? It's so annoying that I can't sleep until I wake up naturally during my rest time. Mito Ryunosuke, who had just finished washing up, started complaining as he walked out of the bathroom. But isn't Jessica's hair dyeing appointment scheduled for today? Alex pouted and said, you don't have to be that early. It's only 12 o'clock now. Which good person would get up so early to go to work? Aren't working hours usually 9 o'clock? 12 o'clock is really late. Alex asked, tilting his head. Yeah? Mito Ryunosuke frowned and thought. Yes. Okay, it's probably because I haven't been to work for a long time, so I forgot. Huh? Has Aoyang ever worked part-time before? Alex curiously followed Mito Ryunosuke, who had already walked out the door, and asked. The national competition in Sakura country. The game goes on as usual. As expected, several strong schools have qualified. Finally, the top 8 were born. 2 Academy, Rikuzen High, Shutoku High, Kaijo High, Seirin High, Yosen High, Fukuda Comprehensive, Rapponmatsu High School. Today is the draw day, so each school sent its luckiest player to draw lots. Inside the hotel, Araki Misako looked at the players in front of her with a serious expression. Our opponents have come out. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Some are indifferent, some are excited, some are looking forward to it, and some are afraid. Our opponent this time is Kaijo High. After saying this, the team member's voice rang out. Oh, my sister really likes Kaijo's Kais. If she knew I beat her idol, the sky would fall. Kimura Shu said worriedly. The fight hasn't even started yet, how do you know you've won? Inoue Dairo slapped him on the back of the head. Will we lose? Kimura Shu rubbed his aching head and turned to ask. Is that even necessary? Of course not. No matter who our opponent is, we will definitely be the national champions this time. The players said with confidence. Looking at the players, Araki Misako felt relieved, but her face was still as frosty as ever. Advertisement, I've said it so many times, don't underestimate any opponent. Otherwise, before she could finish her words, everyone laughed and said in unison. Otherwise, we will lose. Coach Araki, don't worry, we won't underestimate the enemy. Yes, what we mean is that no matter who our opponent is, we will give our all. That's good. Araki Misako nodded with satisfaction. Game day. Yosen High and Kaijo High fought the first match of the quarterfinals. The auditorium was already full of spectators before the game started. Even teams from the other 6 schools in the quarterfinals came. Nothing else, because this is Yosen's game, and even though everyone knows that Yosen has a great chance of winning now, Kai's will definitely be able to force out some of Atsushi Murasakibara's strength. After a while, amidst the cheers, Misako Araki led the Yosen group into the venue first. Here comes last year's new king. What a pity that the light of Teiko didn't come. What a pity. Teiko no Hikari went to play in the United States. Even if he came back, he would lose interest in this level of competition, right? Yeah, basketball is only fun when both teams are about equal in strength. Yosen. 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 Listening to the shouts of the audience beside him, Shinji Kobane swallowed his saliva and said, aren't these people too crazy? Of course they do. They all want to know if Yosen can continue to hold that position without Mito. Hinata Junpei pushed up his glasses and said, but I'm curious, isn't Yosen a team known for its absolute defense? Why aren't those first-year students taller? Ida Riko asked in confusion. Coach, you were right. Why? Kobane Shinji is also incomprehensible. Kaijo Lounge. Oh my god, how did I get Yosen? Moriyama Yutaka said with a wry smile, there's nothing we can do about it. We'll meet him sooner or later anyway. Kobori Hiroshi Huan JJJ Dao. What's coming will come, let's go. Kai's Ryota said with a fighting look on his face. He also wanted to see what difference Atsushi Murasakibara made after training in the United States for a few months. I really can't do anything about you. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and followed Kai's Ryota out of the lounge. Don't let me down later. Misako Araki swung her wooden sword and said in a deep voice while looking at the players. Yes. Chapter 178. The quarterfinals begin. It was originally supposed to be Hubu Shota who planned the tactics. Ken, this old guy actually drank too much at Jinkwan Izakaya last night. Still on the way. No way, Misako Araki can only return to her old job. She also went to watch a few of Kaijo's games. Not only Kaijo, she also visited other strong schools. Apart from 2, the only other freshmen who stand out are Rikuzen and Shudoku. So now Kaijo, the strength is about the same as last year. The only difference is, Kai's Ryota is just more powerful. Soon after, the 2 teams began warming up. Murasakibara-chan, please go easy on me for a while. Kai's Ryota walked forward, looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and joked. Huang Zai, even if you say so, I won't let you go. Atsushi Murasakibara turned his head and said seriously. Kai's Ryota shook his head and said helplessly, I really can't do anything about you, then. Come on, warm-up is over. Araki Misako arranged the starting players. Nakafen, Atsushi Murasakibara. Forward, DeLong Inoue. Small forward, Liu Wei. Shooting guard, Kimura Shuji. Point guard, Himuro Tatsuya. And Kaijo's starting lineup has also been decided. Small forward, Kai's Ryota. Center, substitute. Point guard, freshman. Shooting guard, freshman. Changfeng, Hayakawa Mitsuhiro. The competition officially begins. After the 2 sides communicated, they prepared for the jump ball. Atsushi Murasakibara and Hiroshi Kobori walked to the jump ball position. Damn it, is this guy a monster? Facing him, I feel incredibly stressed. Looking at the little giant in front of him, the substitute center frowned and said to himself. At this time, the referee walked between the 2 men, picked up the basketball and threw it into the air. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara and Kaijo's substitute jumped at the same time. No surprises, Atsushi Murasakibara hooked the ball easily. Himuro Tatsuya caught the basketball. Bang, 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 bang. As his dribbling speed became faster and faster, the basketball turned into a red light and quickly rushed into the opponent's inside line. So fast, Kaijo and everyone were shocked, but there is one person who is faster. Advertisement Kai's Ryota had already caught up with Himuro Tatsuya, and he suddenly stopped and turned around to block the other party. Himuro Tatsuya didn't stop either, he just raised the corner of his mouth and turned around with the ball. Swish. The moment he turned around, the basketball was thrown high into the air and flew towards the opponent's basket. Not good, Kai's Ryota thought to himself. Ken, it's too late. Then, Kai's Ryota just turned around and saw. Atsushi Murasakibara jumped high, caught the basketball with both hands, and slammed it towards the basket. Bang. Goal. Snap, snap. Wow. The audience was in an uproar as they looked at the swaying basketball hoop. He had an alley-oop slam dunk at the start of the game. You guys are really merciless. Kai's Ryota turned his head and looked at Himuro Tatsuya with a wry smile. Sorry, I've been abused so much in the past few months, so I need to vent. Himuro Tatsuya smiled back. Weren't all those games before enough for you to vent your anger? Hearing this, Himuro Tatsuya turned around and said before returning to defense, we didn't play in the previous game. Kai's Ryota. Ball possession changes. As the freshman Kaijo crossed half-court with the ball, he was surprised by Himuro Tatsuya who was coming towards him. Because he felt a huge sense of oppression coming from the other party. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Kaijo's forehead, and he was shocked. Is the feeling of oppression so strong just by facing him? Are all the people in Yosen such monsters? Freshman Kaijo didn't dare to move forward and quickly passed the ball to the shooting guard. Hello, senior. Kimura Shuji came up to defend with a smile on his face. You are so polite. Kaijo, the shooting guard who had failed to break through several times, said with a frown. So, he could only pass the ball to Kai's Ryota. Kai's Ryota received the ball and dribbled past Liu Wei with a few fake moves. He easily passed Inoue Dairo who came to reinforce the defense. That speed. It's Aomine. The audience of Age of Miracles were all surprised. Did you use perfect imitation from the beginning? Ken, just when Kai's wanted to step into the opponent's inside line. Tread. Atsushi Murasakibara took 2 steps and came in front of him, taking a defensive stance. Facing Atsushi Murasakibara, who exuded a faint sense of oppression, Kai's Ryota suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Small Murasakibara's changes, it's really big. Thinking of this, he directly used Aomine Daiki's signature move, breaking through Atsushi Murasakibara in an instant and making a layup. Advertisement breakthrough. The speed is good, but if you think you can score against Murasakibara like this, you are naive. Masako Araki on the Yosen bench looked at the situation on the court and said expressionlessly. The next moment, Kai's Ryota's smile froze instantly. A bad feeling swept over my body. Tread, next second. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly jumped up and grabbed the basketball that had been thrown in one hand. Then quickly throw it towards the opponent's basket in midair. Swish. Bang. The basketball turned into a red light, instantly crossed the entire court, and fell into the hands of Himuro Tatsuya who had already run to the basket. The latter just made a 3-step layup. Swish. Goal. Wow. When did number 12 get there? Yosen? 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 The audience burst into exclamations. I think he ran to the opponent's basket when he saw Kai's chose to single out Murasakibara. Midorima Shintaro's glasses turned white, because he was sure Murasakibara could stop the ball. Takao Kazunari agreed. They're even better than when they played the practice match with us. Otsubo Duovui looked at the 2 figures high-fiving on the field and said with her hand covering her mouth. That's for sure, because the 2 of them have been tempered among those monsters. They've gotten stronger. Ida Riko also looked at the 2 figures on the field and exclaimed. Yes. Hinata Junpei nodded in agreement, looking surprised. Senior Muji, what kind of training did you guys do in the beautiful country? Obiwara Seihiro swallowed and said, nothing much, just being constantly ravaged by monsters, so I guess I have some resentment. Recalling that bad memory, Muji Teppei smiled bitterly. There were 3 of them, plus Kagami Taiga who occasionally came to look for trouble. He was rubbed by the Sforza team every day. Not only is the training volume terrifyingly large, but in the afternoon we also get beaten by the opponent. Fortunately, it all pays off. The 4 of them, plus that poor substitute, played 15 minutes of the first game, a difference of 60 points. After last month, the difference was only more than 20 points. Anyway, either he's training or he's on his way to losing. On the other side, the beautiful country. Alliang, who's calling? Alex asked, looking at the gloomy-looking Mito Ryosuke. Birds. Mito Ryosuke plopped down on the sofa and said listlessly. What did you say? He said that in 2 days, the Bosozoku will hold their annual drag racing competition with a prize of 10 million. Chapter 179 The Score Disparity. Are you going back? Alex asked curiously. She knew that the other party still had 45 days of vacation. But it's such a rare opportunity to rest, I don't want to work. Mito Ryosuke said with a conflicted expression. Ever since Kerry became rich, he just wanted to lie down and play games every day and go out for a drink at night. Although this kind of day is boring, it is also comfortable. The other side. The first half is over. Yosen leads Kaijo 57-25. Even though it's half-time. But, the oppressive atmosphere still permeated the entire stadium. In the audience, many players were sweating profusely. Is this the current Yosen? Rather than saying it's Yosen, it's more like this game has been completely taken over by Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. They're both so strong, Kato Hajiri said excitedly as he looked at the figures of Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. Especially the number 9. I never thought that the person who was collectively called Age of Miracles, together with Aomine Senpei would be so strong. Even though Kaijo's number 7 had just been bound by Yosen's number 9, without exception, that guy was much stronger than me. While Kato Hai was full of fighting spirit, he was also glad that he was not in the same class as these monsters. Murasakibara, Himuro, well done, Murasakibara Senpei, Himuro Senpei, you guys are amazing. At this time, everyone in the Yosen lounge came forward to praise him. Oh, thank you. Done, there's a game coming up, don't eat snacks. Hubu Jungtai looked at the two of them and sighed. These two were getting more and more in sync with each other. How dare you say that? You're late for such an important day. Masako Araki's white eyes suddenly appeared behind him. Feeling the murderous aura behind him, Hubu Jungtai swallowed his saliva and said, I can't help it. I was discussing something with some important people last night and forgot the time. Sorry, Coach Araki, there won't be a next time. The other side. The lifeless Kaijo lounge. At this moment, Kai's Ryota felt the most uncomfortable. Although he just scored 20 points. But I already know the gap between myself and Atsushi Murasakibara. I can't win. Although the freshmen on Kaijo's side were not bad, he was helpless compared to the other side who also had Himuro Tatsuya. The current Yosen is far more terrifying than the previous Saren. No, it's even scarier than the original Rikuzen. I didn't expect that Yosen is now adopting the same dual-core strategy as Sifu. An invincible center inside and a very strong point guard outside. There is simply no solution for Kaijo now. Shutoku viewing area. This game is over, but they haven't thrown in the towel yet. Advertisement Midorima Shintaro refuted Takao Kazunari's words, albeit somewhat weakly. Not admitting defeat does not mean you will win. Unexpectedly, they only left two main players like us. Takao Kazunari said helplessly. The biggest weakness of a team with only one strong player is that the other team has someone stronger than you. Just like two in last year's Winter Cup. Aomine lost the game after being restricted by Kagami who opened his own. Original. Kai's has done his best. Midorima Shintaro looked at the thin figure on the field and said with some sympathy. Kaijo now relies entirely on Kai's. Such a team is destined to go nowhere. On the court. As the second half-time draws closer. Two teams also appeared on the field. After a while, the whistle sounded and the second half of the game began. Kaijo has the ball. The Kaijo point guard pushed the ball across half-court, using the center screen to break through Himuro Tatsuya from the right. Next second, he saw Atsushi Murasakibara coming to defend him, but he chose not to continue breaking through. After all, with the 210 centimeters tall Atsushi Murasakibara just standing in front of him, the Kaijo point guard felt a tremendous sense of oppression. There was no choice but to pass the ball to Kai's Ryota who was in the open position. Kai's Ryota is a direct imitation of Midorima's three-pointer. Swish, goal, 3 points, ball possession changes. Himuro Tatsuya received the ball and dribbled quickly across half-court. Then, relying on Liu Wei's screen, he directly attacked the left side of Kaijo's point guard. Just as the opponent was catching up, he quickly dribbled the ball between his legs and broke through from the right side. Here we come. Facing the fast break of Himuro Tatsuya, Kai's Ryota could only come up to defend. Another great pass. Bang. Atsushi Murasakibara jumped high again, caught the ball with both hands, and smashed it back. Bang. Goal. Wow, what a cool alley-oop. Yosen, Yosen, Yosen. Their cooperation is simply amazing, not only gorgeous, but also incredibly violent. This dunk completely made the audience excited. Kaijo has the ball. This time, after the Kaijo defender came to half-court, he dribbled the ball quickly. This first-year student wants to play solo in the ice room? Everyone was a little surprised, but they were not wrong. I saw the freshman Kaijo dribbling quickly and breaking through from the right side. Advertisement when Himuro Tatsuya came up to defend, he immediately changed direction in front of his body. He quickly carried Himuro Tatsuya to the right side of the basket. He saw Atsushi Murasakibara not moving out of the corner of his eye, so he made a decisive fadeaway shot. You are still far away. Himuro Tatsuya narrowed his eyes and suddenly exerted force. He came in front of him in an instant and jumped. Bang. With one big block, Kaijo's point guard was blocked. Suddenly, the place suddenly became quiet, then. Wow, big hot pot, Himuro, Himuro, Himuro. The next moment, the audience's earth-shaking cheers resounded throughout the stadium. Alex snorted. The score was fixed at 147-79. Everyone agreed. Yes, the level gap between the two sides is too big. He didn't realize that there was a tail following him. Following the referee's whistle. Fine, because everyone on the field can see it. Masako Araki looked at everyone changing their clothes and said seriously. No shame, beep, the game is over, on the plane, economy class. Anyway, even if the coach didn't tell them, they would still go and watch it. But after the game, because it's my treat, then why don't we book first class? I don't want to talk to Alyong, he's a stingy person. Seeing this, Kuroko Tetsuya left the auditorium and headed straight towards the Kaijo lounge. Although we don't have a match tomorrow, it is a match between two Academy and Rikuzen High. Mito Ryosuke Unato. Alex pouted and turned his head away, as if he didn't want to pay any more attention to Mito Ryosuke. The people of Kaijo were like wilted eggplants, listless. Alyong, is it really okay for us to leave secretly this time? It's the same time anyway, so it doesn't matter where I sit. Is it a shame? Upon hearing this, Mito Ryosuke put on his eye patch and started looking for Joe Gong. Okay, so, we still have to get up early to see it. Chapter 180 Meeting the Angel again. However, tonight is still the same old routine, to celebrate your advancement to the semifinals. Let's go have a celebration dinner, Tobi Shota said with a smile. Yeah, night, Tokyo Hotel. Aoyang, why don't we go home? Alex asked doubtfully after taking a shower. I've asked Auntie to clean up. Let's get over the jet lag here first. Mito Ryosuke said as he lay down on the bed. That's right, the match between Tu and Rikuzen is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Alex suddenly realized. But the next second, she seemed to remember something and asked, then why don't you tell Murasakibara and the others? We'll see each other tomorrow. What's there to talk about? I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. Mito Ryosuke, who was covered with a quilt, suddenly stretched out a hand from under the quilt and shook it impatiently. Then your motorcycle race, 3 days later. The next day. Today it's Tu Academy versus Rikuzen High. The audience is larger than ever before. One was the former captain, the other was the former ace. The collision of the two will always stir up layers of waves. Aoyang, what should we do? We overslept and the game has already started. Outside the gym, Mito Ryosuke and Alex arrived late. Why are you in such a hurry? We're here to see the result. The process is just incidental. Mito Ryosuke was not in a hurry at all. What's so interesting about seeing weaklings fighting each other? At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the two of them. Oh my god, Angel, it's him, the two said in unison. This puts the young man in front of him in a difficult position. Should he run or not? Little Gray, did you come here specially to greet me? No, I came here to watch the game. No, you came here to find me. After a while, at the corner of the gymnasium entrance, two figures appeared and walked towards Alex. Come on, let's go in. Mito Ryosuke Okiki Haizaki Shogo Wara. Aoyang, you again. Advertisement seeing Mito Ryosuke holding a handful of change in his hand, Alex stopped talking halfway. Because she remembered that the bad boy opposite her had done something very excessive to her. When the three of them entered the gymnasium, there was already loud cheering inside. They saw the score and understood it instantly. Because the current score is 11-11, there's no room left. Alex frowned as he looked at the packed auditorium. Brother, I have a spot. I do. Haizaki Shogo spoke immediately, afraid that he was a second late, and then before the two of them could speak, he added again. As for my own position, brother, there is not enough for you to share. Aoyang, then we. Alex watched helplessly as Mito Ryosuke waved his hand impatiently. Then, the bad boy disappeared in an instant as if he had been released from prison. Isn't there a place there? Mito Ryosuke gave a wicked smile and pointed in the direction of the Shutoku viewing area. Alex. But we are not Shutoku. You look for Mito Ryosuke. Little green hair, please move 2 places over. Midorima Shintaro was sitting quietly, but suddenly someone tapped his shoulder and he instantly became angry. But, he was stunned when the other party said something. This scene filled the freshmen of Shutoku and their basketball manager with questions. Why do the coach and the seniors seem to be frozen in place? But the next moment they understood. Not only did I understand, I was also fixed in an instant. Because, Midorima Shintaro spoke, Mito, when did you get back? I just got back yesterday to do some work. I'll be back next week. Mito Ryosuke watched the people from Shutoku making the gestures of giving up their seats like robots, and then he sat down on the seat that had just been occupied by Takao Kazunari. As for Alex, of course, she sat in the seat that Midorima Shintaro had just taken. He is the best basketball player in high school, Mito Ryosuke. The light of Teiko transcends the age of miracles. Is that beautiful lady next to him his girlfriend? Otsubo Tae quietly turned her head to look at the boy with golden hair, thinking curiously. Certainly, it's not just Otsubo Tae who has this idea, but all the freshmen at Shutoku. Because they know that this name isn't just in high school. Even when they were in junior high school, their voices were incredibly loud. Now this legend, damn, after rounding it off, is sitting right next to me. How can it not be exciting? Advertisement, Mito-san, Alex, long time no see. Takao Kazunari was the first to greet. Alex, long time no see, Takao. Mito Ryosuke. Takao Kazunari. Mito, right? Doesn't Tobi know you're back? Nakatani Jinlang turned his head and said with a smile. Mito Ryosuke. Who are you? Midorima Shintaro, we coach. Mito Ryosuke. Unrecognized. Everyone. Nakatani Jinlang. If I could beat you, I would kill you, you ignorant brat. On Shutoku's side, with the arrival of Mito Ryosuke, they all focused their attention on this legendary young man. As for the game on the field now, I love whoever I want. Because they all knew that if it wasn't for this man going to play as a foreign aide, then, they can only rely on luck to compete for the runner-up. Why rely on luck? Nonsense, just look at Kaijo and you'll know. On the court, for each team, you score 1 and I return 1. Since it was the first quarter, everyone was testing the waters. Mito, will you really come back next year? Takao Kazunari suddenly asked. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking and pricked up their ears to listen. They even think, it's too noisy here, I think so. Mito Ryosuke really thought about it and said, should? If they would pay me more to stay. Before he could finish his words, Alex interrupted him immediately. Aoyang will be back next year. Oh wow, there will be no fun next year, certainly. This is just Takao Kazunari's idea, but he knew what it felt like to be on the same team with the man in front of him. No one can give it to you. This feeling not only makes your playing extremely smooth, but also allows you to forget about the score and just enjoy playing. Hello, Mito-senpai, can I ask you a few questions? At this time, Otsubo Dakai, the manager of the basketball team, took a few deep breaths and asked bravely. Little green hair, switch places with her. Mito Ryosuke's words surprised everyone for a moment. But, before anyone could react, he said the following. Garcia, let me switch places with you. You answer while I take a nap. Chapter 181. Off-field, flying ball, on the court. Rikuzen has the ball. Bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang bang, bang. Aomine Daiki looked at Hayama Kotaro in front of her with an expressionless face. 4 fingers. The opponent was Aomine Daiki, so Hayama Kotaro could only try his best and continue using Thunder Dribble. Swish. The next second, he turned into a yellow lightning and quickly broke through the opponent's right side. Aomine Daiki made a tisk sound, turned her body, slammed her right foot on the ground, and followed. So fast, sure enough, facing Aomine Daiki, who was famous for his speed, Kotaro was still a little slow. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Seeing Aomine Daiki coming to defend him in an instant, Kotaro Hayama was not afraid, but immediately jumped up and prepared to make a layup. Aomine Daiki didn't give in either. He pushed hard with his feet, jumped up, and raised his left hand to block the opponent's ball. In the air, Kotaro Hayama had a serious expression, without the slightest sign of fear. I saw him suddenly retract his hand when he was going for a layup, hold the ball with both hands, shake it around, and hook the shot again. Pull the lever. Can. Bang. Aomine Daiki's delayed right hand had already knocked the ball away when Hayama Kotaro was about to let go. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. You wish. Aomine Daiki, who had landed, looked back and smiled. Hateful. No matter how fast you run, you can't get rid of him. Kotaro Hayama turned around and looked at the other party with gritted teeth. Do you really think you can be faster than me? Aomine Daiki said disdainfully. It's okay. If one time doesn't work, then 2 times. At this time, Akashi Seijiro came over to comfort him. Ball possession changes. This year's junior high MVP, let's have some fun. As Kato Hitoshi dribbled the ball across half-court, Mibuchi Ryo came up to defend him. It's a good thing you guys changed someone to guard me. If it was still Akashi-senpai, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. But his expression did not change, and his tone was extremely flat. Oh my, I'm being looked down upon. Mibuchi Ryo was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and spoke. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Kato Hai's dribbling became faster and faster. He turned his back to Mibuchi Ryo and dribbled along the left side. Suddenly, he hit the ball from behind. The basketball instantly came to his right hand, and then he turned around suddenly. Just when Ryo Mibuchi reacted, Kato hit the ball into his left hand again, then turned around and passed Mibuchi Ryo. Turn positive and negative. This first grade is not easy. Advertisement. Sure enough, those who can win MVP are not simple characters. Takao Kazunari said in surprise. That kid has great talent too. Alex also praised. On the court, after passing Ryo Mibuchi, Kato Hitoshi faced Nagaki Netakiya, who came to reinforce the defense and directly switched hands around the waist. With a hook of his right hand, he threw the basketball into the basket. Wow. This first grader is really strong. Of course, he's the MVP of this year's junior high school. The audience cheered again. Although it's amazing, I actually realized that 2 isn't actually Aomine playing solo anymore. Takao Kazunari suddenly realized, he's growing, too. Midorima Shintaro looked at Aomine Daiki on the field and pushed his glasses. Aren't you going to take action yet? Aomine Daiki asked, glancing at the person next to her. No need. Once you make a move, I will naturally take action. Akashi Seijiro smiled back at Aomine Daiki, after saying this. The 2 of them jogged towards their own basket. Ball possession changes. Akashi Seijiro pushed the ball across half-court and passed it to Ryo Mibuchi. The latter received the ball and gave a look. Netakiya Nagaki understood what was going on. He ran out from the inside and directly blocked Kato Hitoshi on the right side. Pick and roll. Mibuchi Ryo seized the opportunity and played against Wakamatsu Kosuke in a mismatch situation. But he did not choose to break through again. Instead, he held the ball with both hands and jumped to shoot. Damn it. Are you looking down on me? Wakamatsu Kosuke naturally jumped up as well. But, he was surprised to find that Ryo Mibuchi was getting further and further away from him. It's heaven. Ryo Mibuchi's fadeaway jump shot went straight into the basket. Swish. Goal. I'm used to the quiet, so it's hard to sleep in a place like this. Garcia, let's go. Just when the game was getting heated, Mito Ryosuke suddenly stretched and said. Huh? Mito, you're not going to watch anymore? Takao Kazunari turned around and asked. Tae Otsubo. Did he see it just now? I won't watch it anymore. A game between 2 weaklings is boring. Mito Ryosuke yawned. Advertisement hearing this. The expressions of everyone in Shutoku suddenly turned cold. Especially Midorima Shintaro, he even clenched his fist. Aryo, aren't you going to meet up with Murasakibara and the others later? Alex quickly changed the subject. She could feel the angry looks from everyone in Shutoku. I suddenly had an idea. What do you want to do again? Alex felt uneasy when he saw Mito Ryosuke's expression at that moment. Who of you has a basketball? Mito Ryosuke turned to look at the Shutoku group, ignoring their murderous gazes. "Oh, you know, this is a match between Tu and Rikuzen. Be careful," as the audience yelled. Mito Ryosuke took the ball and suddenly stood up, pulling Alex with him. "Mito-senpai, I have it. What the hell are you doing? If you need to go to the bathroom, hurry up and don't block others." After these words were spoken, everyone in Shutoku was extremely shocked. Certainly, at this time, Mito Ryosuke ignored the others and said solemnly while holding the ball in his hands. Instead, Mito Ryosuke actually threw the basketball. "Bakayaro. Who is that?" Seeing that the other party had already made a shooting gesture, his pupils widened. "What is that? There's a fly ball." The basketball fell like a missile in a strange arc and flew straight towards the basket of Tu Academy. Even the people sitting near them found it incredible. "Little green hair, you should be glad that I'm not participating this year." "Goal." Alex turned around to apologize to the other party, then immediately turned back and punched Mito Ryosuke's arm. The teammates of both teams raised their heads, their pupils filled with shock, as they watched the basketball flying towards the basket. "But next year, if you still can't motivate me, I'll be Midorima Shintaro from Yosen." Because, what shocked them was not Mito Ryosuke's words. Although Midorima Shintaro was confused, he still raised his head and looked at Mito beside him. Swish. At this time, a freshman substitute took out a basketball from his backpack and said, "Aliang, what are you doing?" It just so happened that Kotaro Hayama was standing at the free throw line, preparing to shoot. "Sorry, we'll be leaving soon. Bibliobibibi." Alex and everyone in Shutoku were in the same boat. What was he going to do? Swish. The audience behind him immediately became unwilling. Thanks. Chapter 182 Escape from the Gymnasium. It's coming from the direction of Shutoku. At this moment, with the operation of the staff on the field, a light shone in the direction of the Shutoku players. In an instant, everyone saw Mito Ryosuke still in the shooting posture. "It's Teiko no Hikari, he's back? Wow, did he shoot from that place? But what does he mean? Yosen viewing area. This B********D. I'm going to chop him up." Alex too, actually played along with him. "Is that Mito-senpai from Teiko no Hikari, our team's ace? He's amazing." On the court. "What does this B*******D mean?" Aomine Daiki looked at Mito Ryosuke unhappily and cursed. "I don't know either, but he was able to make the shot from that position." Akashi Seijiro was shocked but shrugged. Kotaro Hayama looked at the basketball in his hand in disbelief. "I haven't even shot it yet, and the ball went in?" Tu bench. "He made the shot from that far away, and before he even jumped." "Is Aji so scary now?" Satsuki Momoi covered her mouth with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. Beep beep beep. "Security team. Catch that kid." At this time, the angry shouts of the staff were heard over the radio. Then, amidst the variety of different expressions of the crowd, Mito Ryosuke extended his finger, pointed to Yosen's position, and then hooked it. At last, he immediately grabbed Alex's hand and said, "Run! Why are you still standing there?" "Huh?" Alex was so confused that he was dragged out of the gym by Mito Ryosuke. "Do you recognize the person just now?" At this time, a dozen security guards stood breathlessly in front of the Shutoku group and asked. Everyone shook their heads. "Damn it, Chase, honestly, I'm starting to feel lucky that I didn't run into this guy during practice." A freshman looked at the security guards leaving back and swallowed. Takao Kazunari didn't say anything this time, but looked worriedly at Midorima Shintaro, who lowered his head. I thought to myself. That scene just now, it was clearly a declaration of war against Midorima Shintaro. No, it's not even a declaration of war. Yosen bench. "Murasakibara senpai, Murasakibara, where are you going?" Everyone looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who suddenly stood up and asked. The people nearby looked over curiously. Will this guy suddenly shoot a ball as well? "I'm going to find Mizuki." Atsushi Murasakibara said this and quickly walked out of the field. Advertisement, Himero, just follow him. Masako Araki frowned as she looked at Himuro Tatsuya, who was also about to stand up. "Yes, coach." Seeing Himuro Tatsuya leaving, Araki Masako finally smiled. "This kid, is he back to participate in that competition?" Outside the gymnasium. "Aliang, such a long distance, when did you secretly practice again?" Alex supported himself on his knees, breathing heavily. "There's no way, this guy is pulling me too fast, otherwise, she wouldn't have been out of breath so heavily for such a short distance." Luck. Mito Ryosuke looked back at the gym and grinned. It was luck indeed. I originally thought that if the ball could hit the basket, the goal would be achieved. As a result, it actually went in. To be honest, I was also surprised when I scored the goal just now. But, this is the purpose achieved, right? After a while. Then where are we going? We can't even watch the game now. Alex asked as he regained his breath and stood up. Waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Water dear. Alex. Them. Alex looked at the two figures jogging out of the gym and smiled as well. A convenience store. The four of them sat at the table, eating snacks and drinking soda. Shueichin. Why are you back? Atsushi Murasakibara asked while eating snacks. Miss you. Mito Ryosuke took a bite of half a sausage and spoke while chewing. Really, will you play the next game with us? Atsushi Murasakibara asked expectantly. After he finished speaking, Himuro Tatsu, who was drinking coke, also looked over. No, I'll be back in a few days. Besides, Zamao, you won't forget the agreement between us, right? Mito Ryosuke asked seriously after swallowing the sausage in his mouth. No, I will win. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly looked serious. Done, you're wrong. We will win. Himuro Tatsuya continued with a smile. Advertisement. You all need to work hard. Alex looked at the two of them with relief and said. After a while. Mito, you're not the one to mess up other people's games like that. Aomine Daiki walked in with an unhappy look on her face. Of course, not only Satsuki Momoi follows behind, but also Kuroko Tatsuya. Why are you here? Alex asked curiously. I called Murasakibara-san, but when I got here, I just happened to run into Aomine and the others. Kuroko Tatsuya Lao Shi Dao. Let's go, change the scene. Mito Ryosuke snapped his fingers and said as he watched the sunset. Alex understood and opened him a bottle of wine. It's still useful if you don't play together, but it's basically useless if you play together. It's okay, I already did it myself. 7 people sat around the dinner table, eating with relish. Akashi's tactics are so disgusting, it's always hard to defend against them. Mito Villa. After a while, Mito, what nonsense are you talking about? Done, swallow it first before you speak. After the 5 dishes were served, everyone picked up the cups in front of them. Mito Ryosuke and Alex returned to the villa early under the pretext of packing. Mito Ryosuke finished speaking and then gave a look. No way. At night, the moon just appeared. Aomine Daiki drank a glass of juice in one gulp and huffed. Ryosuke drank half a bottle of Mito in one gulp, ignoring the quiet Aomine Daiki and continued, as for Kun. Alex took a sip of beer and said, your freshman is like a low-profile version of you. The troops were divided into 3 groups. Aomine Daiki's bad temper is back again. It's a bit difficult. Your current team is too weak, except for Rikuzen, of course. Shueichin, this is so good. Let's start with 2. There are only 2 of you who can play, but your playing styles collided. Kuroko Tatsuya, Aomine Daiki and others went to buy drinks. I didn't expect you to lose in the end, after clinking glasses. Next time, I won't lose again. Sorry Kuroko, I forgot to get you food. Ton. Although Aomine scored the most goals, they still lost the game by 2 points. And of course Himuro Tatsuya and Atsushi Murasakibara went to buy ingredients. Mito Ryosuke drank a lot and naturally became more talkative. The sound of clinking glasses could be heard. Chapter 183 Leaving Sakura Country. Mito Ryosuke paused for a moment before continuing. Your situation is okay, about the same as last year. It's only a short distance away from Muji Tieping. Everyone. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Let's play a game, whoever loses drinks, Mito Ryosuke said, shaking his hands. The next day, in Chairman Taiko's office, are you willing to come back? Mito Ryota looked at the lazy figure in front of him and scolded with a smile. I guess you know where I'm going before I do. Mito Ryosuke said with a gloomy expression. After this year, I will be 18 years old. That means there are many things to control. Lao Deng, I have tolerated you for a long time. Have you managed to get some female celebrities from the beautiful country? Mito Ryota said with a wicked smile. Tell me, what do you want from me? Seeing that the other party ignored him, Mito Ryota shrugged nonchalantly. You will be 18 in a few months. When the time comes, at your coming of age ceremony, I will give you a big gift. Mito Company, when did you know, boy? I'm just lazy, not stupid. So what are your plans then? Mito Ryota was a little surprised, but he still asked with a stern face. I don't have any plans. If possible, I want to continue to be a useless person who eats and waits for death. Mito Ryosuke stretched, then put his feet on the table and said lazily. But his eyes were extremely clear. By the way, since you are not a child anymore, I don't need to hide it from you anymore. When you graduate next year, Genshin and I plan to form an NBA team for you. Now that old guy is buying Huose, I have no interest in playing. Can't you think about your country? When the time comes, it would be great if you could form an Asian team. Honestly, old Deng. I have no interest in this country and I have no feelings for it. But I can take those kids out to play for a year. In a year, I will say goodbye to basketball completely. Mito Ryosuke lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Oh, forget it. You have your ideas, so just do as you wish. Mito Ryota seemed to have aged a dozen years upon hearing this. He realized that he had just met his nephew today. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Mito Ryosuke put out his cigarette, stood up and asked. If possible, I would like to ask you not to be too aggressive when the time comes. Advertisement, I'll think about it. Mito Ryosuke finished speaking and left the office with an expressionless face. As soon as I went out, the originally gloomy expression changed instantly. Taiko Junior High School, in front of the office building. Alyong, what did you talk about with your uncle? Alex ran over and asked curiously. He wants me to find him a niece-in-law from the beautiful country. Mito Ryosuke Yang Landau. You dare? What do I have to do with you? Alyong, stop, you take me for an idiot. In the office building, Mito Ryota looked at the 2 figures chasing and playing downstairs and sighed. Eiji, I take back what I said before. Your son is nothing like you. To be more precise, it's more like you and Mariko. Haha, it is indeed your product. A week later, at the airport. Araki. What are you doing? Alex looked like a little wildcat with his fur standing on end, looking at Misako Araki who was also carrying a suitcase. Who made me owe this brat money? Araki Misako glared at Mito Ryunosuke in front of her and said. You. Alex was speechless. This story began 4 days ago. A competition among bikers. Naturally, Misako Araki also secretly participated. Only, she had an accident. For some unknown reason, her motorcycle suddenly exploded while turning a corner. Misako Araki also fell down, just when she thought she was going to die. Mito Ryunosuke, who was in first place, suddenly stopped and turned around. Next, it is the old-fashioned, hero saves the beauty, scene. Mito Ryunosuke gave up the first place and the prize money for her. So, the latter was moved and fell in love with Shueichin. Even if my opponent is Chizai, I will definitely win. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at the boy in front of him and said firmly. I trust you. Mito Ryunosuke patted Atsushi Murasakibara's shoulder and said. Mito, have a bon voyage. Please say hello to William and the others for me. Himuro Tatsuya also spoke. Mito Ryunosuke nodded and turned to walk towards the terminal. Seeing this, Misako Araki and Alex snorted and followed. Advertisement after a while. Looking at the direction where the three disappeared, Himuro Tatsuya spoke. Done, let's go too. 3 days later. Today is the biggest day in high school basketball. National competition finals. Certainly, same as last year. Yosen High versus Rikuzen High. The game hasn't started yet. On the court, on the other side, the beautiful country. Who do you think will be the champion this time? Although they lost to Yosen, the people of Saren only blamed their bad luck and never doubted their own strength. Soon, most of them smashed out of the frame. Ogahara Seihiro also asked curiously. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara even shot a three-pointer with a basketball. As soon as the highly anticipated players from the two teams came on the court, they attracted flash cameras and screams. Kuroko, who are you looking for? The two women looked at each other, then snorted and turned their heads away. A roast meat shop in Chinatown. I'm telling you guys, that's enough. Do you think I'm purple-haired? Mito Ryunosuke's head is bigger. Yosen's warm-up seemed much more relaxed. All the strong schools and spectators had already gathered at the door and entered the gymnasium together. Rikuzen High still adhered to the group's planned movements and warmed up in an orderly manner. Some support Rikuzen, while others firmly believe in Yosen. On the Rikuzen side, Akashi Seijiro leads 3, uncrowned 5, players and a freshman forward. During the warm-up session, seeing this, Aoyang, try this. The warm-up time is over and the starting lineups of both teams have come out. The audience started talking before the team even took the field. It's hard to say, because Teiko no Hikari wasn't here this time. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, Mito Ryunosuke frowned as he looked at his bowl, which had been piled up like a small mountain of food picked up by the two women in front of him. Certainly. Yes, but fortunately, the absence of the light of Teiko makes the final battle between the old king and the new king full of tension and excitement. Mito, this is delicious. Due to Mito Ryunosuke's previous influence, everyone just carried out some simple activities. Because, this year's Yosen is really amazing. Chapter 184 Rikuzen vs Yosen. Yosen's side hasn't changed either. Center Atsushi Murasakibara, point guard Himuro Tatsuya, and so on. The starting players of both teams came to the jump ball position, said, please give me your guidance, and started the jump ball. Jump ball, of course, it was Nedekiya Eikichi and Atsushi Murasakibara who had just burped. When the referee saw that both players were ready, he threw the ball into the air. Nagayoshi Nedekiya and Atsushi Murasakibara immediately jumped at the same time and reached for the basketball in midair. No surprises here. In the Sakura high school world, he won the jump ball against Atsushi Murasakibara, who was his teammate. On the other side, they should start the game at this time. After eating and drinking, the three of them were taking a walk, and Misako Araki suddenly spoke. Who do you think will win? Alex asked, touching his bloated belly. If you ask me, I'll definitely say Yosen, Misako Araki uttered a, huh. Although I want to refute you, I can't imagine that they can lose in their current state. Alex laughed. The two of them have a really powerful synergy. Faced with Alex's mysterious tone, Araki Misako immediately turned into a curious baby. Tell me about it? Glancing at the two girls, playing around, behind him, Mito Ryunosuke sighed. At this moment, his phone rang. The two women fell silent instantly. What? Mito Ryunosuke picked up the phone after seeing that the caller ID was Monjdel. At the same time, Rikuzen has the ball. As soon as Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball to half-court, Himuro Tatsu came up to defend him. He didn't open his eyes immediately, but instead moved his hands twice before passing it to Ryo Mibuchi. There's a gap. Come on, Lingyang's sister. At this time, Rakuzan's substitute excitedly said. Mibuchi Ryo immediately jumped up and used Sky. There's an opening. This opening is where I'll crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara narrowed his eyes, instantly came in front of Ryo Mibuchi, and jumped up to block the shot. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ryo Mibuchi's pupils contracted. How could it be so fast? And, this is jumping too high. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Bang! Then, advertisement Ryo Mibuchi could only watch helplessly as his shot was blocked by Atsushi Murasakibara. My god, the distance has become so far, this is too scary. Wow. A blocked shot caused an uproar among the audience. Not only is he taller, but his movements are also getting faster. Genbuya Yongji said in shock. In just a moment, he could run out of his sight and leap towards Mibuchi Ryo. Liu Wei grabbed the falling basketball and quickly passed it to Himuro Tatsuya. The latter launched a fast break directly. In an instant, he was outside the opponent's three-point line. Akashi Seijiro is faster. In the blink of an eye, he returned to defense. Sudden. Himuro Tatsuya made a sudden stop, put the ball in both hands and prepared to shoot. But Akashi Seijiro did not jump because he saw that Himuro Tatsuya only made a shooting gesture and did not jump. The next second, Himuro Tatsuya threw the basketball in his hand instantly. Swish. Goal. What? How is that possible? He didn't jump when shooting just now. Did I see it right? I saw it too. He really didn't jump. That's amazing. The movements are so neat and smooth, the audience exclaimed in surprise. Even little Akashi didn't react. How on earth did he do that? Kai's Ryota said with an expression of disbelief. He didn't do anything, he just pulled up and shot it. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses and continued, it's just that his movements were so smooth. So Akashi didn't react, and the opponent had already entered the shooting state. Now that you put it that way, I agree. Although his movements are very ordinary, the quality of each one of them is terrifyingly high. Kai's Ryota praised. Well, he and the informal Aomine are two completely different extremes. Midorima Shintaro glanced at Aomine Daiki beside him and spoke. His fundamentals are so solid, it's hard to imagine that a high school student could have such a solid foundation. Kai's Ryota nodded in agreement with the other party. From the sudden stop with the ball, to the movement and momentum of raising his hand to shoot, it looked like a complete fake. Aomine Daiki frowned and observed Himuro Tatsuya. If it were me just now, I would have jumped. Advertisement. But, once you jump, you are already in a losing the ball state. Well, I have to say, Himuro's feints are really impressive. Satsuki Momoi also praised. Well, his feints are the most perfect I've ever seen. Aomine Daiki followed suit. The most perfect one shouldn't be. Before Satsuki Momoi could finish his words, Aomine Daiki interrupted. He's not human. Satsuki Momoi. Midorima Shintaro and Kai's Ryota nodded at the same time. Bang. Mito, look at the time, the second half should have started. If you can't win, I'll drop you, dominate the match, and then. Even if he is Akashi, I don't want to lose to any of them again. When I competed with him last year, I felt the gap between him and me. Don, of course. Atsushi Murasakibara bent down to pick up the drink that had fallen from the drink machine, then said calmly, next, will you hold back? Masako Araki said softly while watching TV absent-mindedly. Let's not talk about this anymore, why aren't you guys sleeping yet? Hearing this, Masako Araki turned around and gave Alex a beautiful smile. There's no point in worrying, the outcome is inevitable, isn't it? Now I may not be unable to fight him, the first half of the game is over. After he finished speaking, he turned around, opened the lid of his drink, and looked at Himuro Tatsuya who was sitting on the bench. Shizi, let me tell you, I won all the championships this year, even you can't hold me back. Done, I know that. Drop. Mito Ryosuke played with the game console in his hand, a smile on his face. Alex turned his head and spoke, soon. Himuro Tatsuya said this with overwhelming fighting spirit emanating from him. The score difference is not that big now. I feel like Kaizai didn't give his all in the first half. Atsushi Murasakibara drank his drink and walked up to Himuro Tatsuya. At this point, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. 2. After the other party finished speaking, Atsushi Murasakibara spoke lightly. Atsushi Murasakibara listened attentively to Himuro Tatsuya's words and continued to drink his drink with an expressionless face. Ball possession changes. Alliang is right. Instead of worrying about their grades, it's better to choose to trust them. Himuro Tatsuya sat on the bench and said while looking at the ring in his hand. Crush them. Chapter 185 Dream Team 8, on the playing field. The audience was already enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Because, this is the last game of the national competition. Is it the new king who dominates or the old king who seeks revenge? The second half begins. Rikuzen has the ball. After Akashi Seijiro got the ball, he quickly dribbled across half court. You can tell from his expression that he is serious. When he passed half court, Himuro Tatsuya had already taken precautions. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya was suddenly startled because he could feel the changes in Akashi Seijiro. Because in the other person's eyes, not only did a flash of red lightning pass through, but there was also a red circle around the pupil. His body instantly turned into a shadow, and after turning left and right, he passed by Himuro Tatsuya. So fast, just when Himuro Tatsuya thought to himself that something was wrong. How is that possible? Impossible. How could Murasakibara have arrived at the place I wanted to go earlier than me? Akashi Seijiro's pupils widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Because, in front of him, Atsushi Murasakibara, who was as strong as a mountain and emitted a terrifying aura, had already blocked his way. How on earth did Murasakibara do that? In the audience, Kai's Ryota showed a surprised expression. This is similar to Kuroko Tetsuya's observation eye. Hinata Junpei said in surprise, even if it's Shizai, I'll crush him to pieces. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly stole the basketball from Akashi Seijiro and immediately dribbled the ball for a fast break. Advertisement, counterattack, come on, Yosen. Kotaro, Lanzu Ta, Mibuchi Ryo reacted and spoke loudly. Kanoyama Kotaro, looking at Atsushi Murasakibara, who exudes a dangerous aura. Kotaro Hayama was so frightened that he didn't move. Because. Roar. With a roar of a giant bear, Atsushi Murasakibara's speed was like a daimyo-ji running at 180 miles per hour. Akashi Seijiro frowned, and the red lightning reappeared. He turned around suddenly and chased after him. How is that possible? I can't even catch up with Murasakibara. What a joke. Mito is gone, I won't allow anyone to beat me. Akashi Seijiro's speed increased again. Shizi, it's time. Atsushi Murasakibara stomped the ground hard, and his whole body rushed towards the basket like a cannonball. FK. Free throw line, Murasakibara and more. How is that possible? It's my turn to take over this game. Bang. Goal. Snap, snap. Advertisement. A month later, beautiful country, Stanford Basketball Arena. The opponent of this friendly match is our country's Dream Team 8. Manjitel said with a serious expression as he looked at the people in front of him. Is it the Dream Team 8 with Black Mamba, Howard, Little Emperor, Flash, and Guage? Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha, I'll definitely ask for an autograph then? Me too. Ha ha. Hearing that they were going to play a friendly match with their idol, the people from Stanford University were so excited that they started raising their hands and cheering. Originally, this friendly match was held for the World Cup. The United States has formed a Dream Team with all the top NBA stars and will basically play a friendly match with the NCAA champion team 2 weeks before the World Cup. Of course, this is the 8th generation of the Dream Team. Don't get excited yet, you have to perform well for me this time. Because this will be of great benefit to your future NBA career. Manjitel said seriously, but he was thinking in his heart, should I send Mito away and let him continue his vacation? Aoyang, we still have 3 days of vacation, why don't you go back? Alex asked as he looked at Mito Ryosuke lying on the beach, enjoying the sunbathing. No one answered. Myth. Masako Araki walked over angrily with a coconut in her hand and took off the other person's sunglasses. Mito Ryosuke turned his gaze away from the beauties in bikinis on the beach and said in confusion. You spend your days eating, drinking and having fun. It's not like what the Ministry of Housing said, that you have to get up at 4 in the morning to train every day. Araki Masako said a little angrily. Mito Ryosuke, Chapter 186 The Grandest Friendly Match. Time flies, 3 months later. During this period, after a series of sudden events occurred, the relationship between the three people warmed up. And here at Stanford University. Manjitel still told Mito Ryosuke about the friendly match. Not interested. Why? Mito Ryosuke shrugged and didn't answer. During these 3 months, I still couldn't understand some English. However, I still have a basic understanding of many commonly used ones. Aoyang must feel that he has no money. Although you're telling the truth, that's the Dream Team. There's nothing I can do. Aoyang has long been obsessed with money. Alex and Masako Araki whispered behind them. Mito, don't you just dislike them? William was surprised. You know, it's almost impossible for people who play basketball to not have idols. Unless you were a player from the ancient era, I'd rather like you than them. Huh? Why? William is not Sister Lee, because you bought me a drink? Mito Ryosuke rolled his eyes. Midnight Bell, Mito Villa. Due to the arrival of Araki Masako, Mito Ryosuke had to buy a villa in the United States. Advertisement, Aoyang, we will have a friendly match against the Dream Team in 3 days. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Alex asked. Masako Araki also looked over curiously. The two slightly tipsy women looked, a feast for the eyes, at this moment. Participate. Mito Ryosuke raised the corner of his mouth and said. What about you today? Hearing this, the two women were surprised. Not only do they have to participate, I also want those people like Sifu to wear full-body Mito branding. Mito Ryosuke drank a can of beer in one gulp and spoke. You don't have to be surprised, after all. I'm the boss now. 1 day later, the Age of Miracles, and the strong schools of each team who received the information gave up their games and basically boarded the plane to the United States. The next day, Mito, Ryosuke and the other two entertained the people who came from the soccer country. Day 3. Today is the basketball game that the whole United States is watching. What? You ask why I didn't pay much attention to it before? That's of course because this year there's the biggest dark horse, Asian boy. It was also reported that the Black Mamba and the Little Emperor had reached a consensus, one defending the first half and the other defending the second half. Advertisement, they want to teach this mob from Asia a lesson. In short, this game shocked the entire basketball world. Even basketball fans from other countries. You'll have to spend a lot of money to climb over the wall to watch the live broadcast. Nothing else, just because they all want to see Asian boys get humiliated. Today, at the United Center in Chicago, a star-studded gathering of big names from various fields. Even Mito Ryohei and Akashi Seishin also came to the MVP area, ready to watch the game. The people who were familiar with the Age of Miracles and Saren naturally sat on the bench of SFU. The rest of the people, through their connections with Stanford University, sat in good seats in the audience. Countless reporters had already set up the highest definition cameras, ready to record the entire process. The seats now are already fully occupied, just because. This is not open air and there are only about 25,000 seats. So, a ticket for the worst seat has been sold for $2,000. And you can't get it, there's 1 hour left in the game. The atmosphere among the fans in the stadium was already overwhelming and full of discussion. At this time, I don't know who shouted, "Here it comes, Chapter 187 is he declaring war?" It's this year's NCAA champion, Stanford University. The one walking last is the Asian boy, right? He doesn't look very fierce. They're in trouble this time. Once Gus leaves, the dual-core system becomes a single-core system. In order to make the SFO players less embarrassed, the organizers had no choice but to let them play first. But the audience doesn't care and just speaks out loud whatever they want. "We are not favored." Listening to the audience's discussion, Jack said with a smile. Anyway, they don't care, because all the opponents are top stars. It is not something that Stanford University can touch on. Besides, the idol of every player on their side is on the other side. We can lose the ball, but we must get the autograph. Certainly, Mito Ryosuke is not among these people. Alyong, just fight normally. Alex gave a small smile as he looked at Mito Ryosuke sitting in his seat. Ryota is young. Not even 18 years old yet, he has to face a strong team composed of many top NBA stars. Moreover, every single member of the Dream Team is ace of a strong NBA team. Mito Ryosuke didn't answer, he just looked calmly at the two stars on the opposite side who were looking at him with fighting intent. "Mito, you play forward for a while." At this time, Monchtel came over and asked. Mito Ryosuke nodded. Seeing this, Monchtel smiled kindly. "If you say that everyone in the audience has a bad impression of Stanford University." Then, Monchtel was the only one who felt that Stanford University could win. "Nothing else. It's because of the accident in front of us. Others may not know the true strength of those stars. But Monchtel knew most of it, because those guys are also players who have played in college games. He couldn't guarantee it now, but he could definitely guarantee that if it were at the same time, no one would be able to suppress Mito Ryosuke. Even the current Black Mamba and Emperor can't do it. The Dream Team is here." I don't know who shouted this, but this sentence was like a fuse, instantly igniting the whole audience. Wow, is this the group of monsters Mito has to face? I can't imagine how much of my strength I can still display if I face these monsters. I also want to go up and have a fight. Just watching them made me feel the disappointment of not winning. Sui Kin won't lose. The Age of Miracles was shocked when he saw the Dream Team warming up on the field. For a competition like this, why bother coming here in person when we can just wait for the results at home? Akashi Shicho spoke expressionlessly. "Because your son is not eligible to participate?" Mito Ryota asked in a mean way. Okay, that's what you want to say, right? Advertisement, "My son can play in the NBA next year, but your son can't." Akashi Genshin directly retorted, "My nephew can. Your son can't." Swish, goal. At this time, the Flash did a reverse gyroscope and then made a fadeaway jump shot. Oh my god, is this action serious? William was so annoyed by what he saw. Although he is his idol, he feels a headache when he thinks about facing this monster with extreme speed. Don't scare people. Bang, brother Gua picked up the basketball, and after saying that, he jumped up from the spot and did a 180-degree back dunk. Not only them, even the warm-up exercises of other members of the Dream Team drew cheers from the audience. Alyong. Looking at those difficult moves, Alex looked at Mito Ryosuke, who was leaning against the basketball hoop with some concern. Although I, like my opponent, have played in top basketball events. But there is a world of difference between women's basketball and men's basketball. The next second, not only Alex, but even Araki Misako, whose attention was also focused on Mito Ryosuke, showed a surprised expression. Mito Ryosuke picked up the basketball that William had just thrown in. Then run outside the three-point line. Bang! The loud sound of the ball hitting the ground attracted the attention of everyone in the stadium. Bang bang. 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 Mito Ryosuke dribbled the ball quickly, did a reverse gyro like the Flash, and then followed up with a fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Goal. But it's not over yet, in the surprised eyes of the audience. The moment the basketball hit the ground and bounced back, Mito Ryosuke ran to the basket and caught the bouncing basketball. Then, bang, just jump from the spot, turn 180 degrees and do a back buckle. Snap, snap. Then he picked up the fallen basketball. Amidst the audience's shocked and disbelieving expressions, they repeated all the actions that the Dream Team had just performed while shouting. Wow, is he declaring war? It's not wise to anger these monsters. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Advertisement. The audience was in an uproar, but many people were also worried about Mito Ryosuke. Just because the Dream Team and others are now looking at Mito Ryosuke with a weird look. After a while, Amid the passionate atmosphere of the audience, the warm-up ended and the starting players of both sides came on the court. Dream Team. Center. Howard. Point guard. The Flash. Shooting guard. Black Mamba. Center. Robert. Monchtel looked at the people on the SFO team and frowned. JNMP ball. Want to pause? Faced with the terrifying jumping ability of the beast, Robert could only watch with hatred as the opponent hooked the ball into the hands of the Black Mamba. Wow. This scene, the little Emperor and Mito Ryunosuke immediately caught up. For a time, they're so nervous. Small forward, little Emperor. At this time, the referee also tossed the basketball high. Kome no Fu. Mito Ryunosuke. As the voice fell, Warcraft and Robert stood at the jump ball position. The Black Mamba's signature mid-range shot gave the Dream Team the lead. Everyone's eyes were focused on the little Emperor and Mito Ryunosuke. Goal. Shooting guard. Jack. At the beginning, SFO team. Forward. Passerby. Gus's replacement. Ball possession changes. The teaching assistant asked. It directly pushed the atmosphere in the venue to its peak. Before William could carry the ball across half court, the Flash intercepted it at an extremely fast speed. The latter immediately launched a fast break. After Monchtel finished speaking, William passed the basketball on the court to Mito Ryunosuke. The audience looked at the little Emperor who was spreading his hands towards the Black Mamba on the court, and Mito Ryunosuke who was starting to twist his head, and they started cheering wildly. Swish. As soon as the three men stepped into the inside, the Black Mamba made a sudden stop and followed up with a fadeaway jump shot. No, I've already told William what they should do in advance. Then he took a mysterious step past Jack and scored a layup. Forward. Guaje. Point guard. William. Chapter 188 One-Man Team. Bang. Mito Ryunosuke slammed the ball to the ground. Bang, bang bang bang, it instantly turned into an afterimage and broke through from the right. Faced with Mito Ryunosuke's sudden acceleration, the little Emperor was stunned for a moment. The next second he had already caught up with Mito Ryunosuke. After catching a glimpse of the other person's figure from the corner of his eye, he smiled. Then, he suddenly stopped outside the three-point line and followed it up with a fadeaway jump shot. But, the little Emperor reacted and forced himself to jump in an incoordinated manner. He was surprised to find that he had already fallen down while the other person was still in the air. This is hovering. The next moment, the basketball was thrown out from Mito Ryunosuke's hands. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Wow, it's so cool, Asian boy. Can score easily against the little Emperor. I can't believe that Asian boys have become even stronger during this period of time. But if we provoke the Dream Team like this, the consequences will be serious. Yes, just like the Nigerian country before. The audience was in an uproar. This kid. The Black Mamba looked at the opponent's back as he returned to defense, and thought of how Mito Ryunosuke had just scored using the same move as himself. He immediately felt unhappy, and being competitive, he had already planned to fight the opponent one-on-one. Now in the first half, Mito Ryunosuke's opponent is the little Emperor. I didn't expect Mito to be able to score against those monsters. Kai's Ryota is an unacceptable path. If it were me, I would probably have to be careful even when dribbling the ball, right? Of course, the people in Sakura country also had the same idea as him. On the court, the enraged Black Mamba responded quickly, hitting a three-pointer from the 45-degree angle on the left. The pitch changes. William quickly advanced and found Mito Ryunosuke immediately. The latter connected with Robert who took off into the air. But it is a pity, this shot was blocked by Howard. The Dream Team launched a counterattack. The Beast made a long pass to the Flash, who then quickly passed the ball to the little Emperor. Looking at Mito Ryunosuke who was defending him, the little Emperor used a fishing for the moon from the bottom of the sea move, and the basketball instantly came into the hands of Guaje outside the three-point line. The latter jumped and shot. Advertisement swish. Goal. 3 points. Ball possession changes. Looking at the score on the field, it was 10-3. Mito Ryunosuke's pupils began to shrink, and an aura that shocked all the players in the stadium instantly swept across the entire stadium. Alyong, he's getting serious. This is the first time I've seen him get serious so quickly. Alex and Misako Araki on the bench were surprised. After all, I begged him before but he didn't want to take it seriously. Unreliable. Mito Ryunosuke withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the people of Sifu with a hawk-like gaze. This scene reminded me of 2.5 years ago. When I first competed against Age of Miracles, of course he discovered, if a teammate is unreliable, then kick him out. The game continues. Even without communication, William passed the message to Mito Ryunosuke immediately this time. He was as fast as the wind, tearing through the little Emperor's defense, and then used a phantom step under the basket to pass the Black Mamba who came to defend. Then he jumped up and shot a mid-range shot against the Magic Beast. Swish. Goal. Beep. Defensive foul. Goal valid. 1 free throw. Wow. 2+1. Another 4-point difference. This Asian boy is really something. Yeah, no wonder he's the mop of this NCAA. That's the Dream Team. Not only the audience was excited, but the scouts and managers from various NBA teams were also going crazy. Even the strongest team now, Fu Ren, has decided to let the main players such as Black Mamba sit on the bench in next season. We all want to win the last place of the season. Because they are all determined to get the Asian boy. On the field, no surprises. Mito Ryosuke's free throw was a sure win. Ball possession changes. Stanford and the others are no match for the Dream Team. The Little Emperor broke through the forward SFO with the ball after the pick and roll by Guage. A one-handed tomahawk dunk once again ignited the entire audience. SFO has the ball. After receiving the ball, Mito Ryosuke changed direction behind his back to avoid the Flash's sneak attack and rushed towards the opponent's basket. Facing the Little Emperor who was defending him, he just rushed forward, stopped suddenly, turned right and passed the opponent. Then he used a dream step around the waist to shake off the Black Mamba. Finally, he jumped up from the spot, facing the defense of the Howard, holding the ball with one hand, and slammed it towards the basket. Bang, bang. Goal, 2 points. Oh my god, he actually dunked over that monster. Advertisement. Let's use the Little Emperor's one-armed battle axe slam dunk just now. He's not even 18 yet. Even though the Dream Team is leading now, why do I feel like the Asian boys are better? Nonsense, the Sifuna team is now a one-man basketball team of Asian boy. Yeah, didn't you see that he was the only one who dribbled the ball and scored from beginning to end? A one-man team. How long can he last? Yeah, with the way he plays, he'll be exhausted in just one quarter, right? Although the audience is not optimistic about the Sforza team. They are all cheering for the SFO team now. That kid is very difficult to deal with. The Little Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Mito Ryosuke, saying lightly. Yeah, same as the answer. It's super hard to defend. Black Mamba had already put away his contempt at this point and spoke. Not only that, he's very powerful, Warcraft said as he rubbed his aching chest. His speed and learning ability are also beyond reproach. The Flash also spoke. Ball possession changes. Mito, great job. William met Mito who was returning to defense and said with a smile. The others also smiled. Originally they all thought this was a match without suspense, but they still underestimated their team's ace, actually. It's not that they underestimated the other side, it's just that the Stars' halo is too dazzling. 4 points, Mito Ryosuke ignored his teammates and turned around, his body in a defensive position except for his hands. In the audience, Gus watched the game on the field with a frown on his face. I think you must have had to fight hard because you don't have teammates. I understand how you feel right now, on the field. The Black Mamba here made a pull-up shot and hit the basket. Mito Ryosuke on the other side shot a three-pointer from the right outside line. The Flash here completed a steal and delivered a wonderful dunk that ignited the whole audience. Mito Ryosuke on the other side jumped directly from the free throw line, knocked two people away in the air, and dunked the ball into the basket. Here, Guage singled out forward SFO on the left side and made a turnaround jump shot. Mito Ryosuke fired directly from the right corner and the basketball went into the net. Soon, the first quarter of the game ended. The score was 38-36. The Dream Team is only leading by 2 points. Although they were leading, the Dream Team members were worried. Because, the other party's points were basically earned by one person. Chapter 189 Genius, just the threshold to see him Stanford University bench. Mito, thank you for your hard work. Mito, take a break. As soon as Mito Ryosuke came off the court, the players took towels and handed over water cups. Just because, they were all shocked by Mito Ryosuke's expression just now. Who was on the other side? Those are the top people in the beautiful country. At this time, Mito Ryosuke was like the answer, leading these small shrimps and still keeping the score close. Although they also knew that they would definitely lose this game. Nothing else, no matter what, it is impossible for a person to play the entire game under such high-intensity pressure. But even if they lose this game, the name Mito Ryosuke will leave a legend in the basketball world of the beautiful country. Monchtel even received a call from the school's top management. A statue must be erected for Mito Ryosuke. Alyong, do you want to take a break in the next period? Alex and Masako Araki turned to look at Mito Ryosuke beside them, their expressions full of worry. And Monchtel acquiesced to their behavior. William and others lowered their heads in shame and said nothing. Need not. Mito Ryosuke said calmly, with his head tilted back and half of his face covered with a towel. At the same time, in the audience, Mr. Shui, I must train harder and become your most capable teammate. Atsushi Murasakibara clenched his fists and looked at the figure on the SFO bench. The rest of the people were already so shocked that they were speechless. Turn out to be, is this Mito Ryosuke's true strength? Ridiculous, we originally wanted to defeat him. Who would have thought that Mito's previous fight with us was just like playing house with a child? At this moment, their faith in the Tao has begun to waver. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. These geniuses are no exception. It turns out that we so-called geniuses are just the threshold to see him. Midorima Shintaro sighed and said while pushing up his glasses. VIP position. I've met many geniuses, but they all call my nephew a genius. Mito Ryohei looked at Akashi Shicho with a proud look and grinned. The latter did not look back, but just smiled calmly. He is not your son. Your son is not even a genius. Mito Ryota. Bibliobibibi. Advertisement soon. The whistle for the second quarter sounded. Oh my god, he didn't even take a break. Does he want to play the whole half? Young man, it's not good to be so competitive. The audience was surprised when they saw the figure in the number 6 jersey coming on the court. Dream Team ball possession. The Black Mamba made a long pass to the basket, and Howard easily dunked for the first 2 points. Soon, Mito Ryunosuke dribbled the ball across half-court quickly and shot a long three-pointer directly over the Little Emperor. Then, he snatched the basketball from the Little Emperor and played 1 versus 0 in the frontcourt. Mito Ryunosuke took off and shot the ball with both hands. Bang! Goal, 2 points. Wow, come on, Asian boy. A super long-range three-pointer, plus a slam dunk, overtaking the score. I didn't expect that at the beginning of the second quarter, Asian boys would still be so explosive. Too strong, Asian boy, Asian boy, Asian boy. Soon, from the audience, shouts of Asian boys were heard. Pretty. Monchtel excitedly waved his clenched fist, his expression beginning to twist with excitement. The score on the field, 40-41. Beep, the Dream Team requests a timeout. Wow. The Dream Team's bold move once again shocked the audience. You know, so far in the game, Stanford University has not called a single timeout. The Dream Team, that brought together many top NBA stars, actually called the first timeout. On the Dream Team bench, a coach named Old K immediately began to make arrangements. Black Mamba, Little Emperor, you two will have to double team the damn number 6. Coach, I can do it alone, can you? Let me do it. The Black Mamba and the Little Emperor are unwilling to give in to each other. On the other side, please give me some strength, don't put all the pressure on my Alliong. Alex transformed into Coach Sifu and frowned at William and others. Masako Araki echoed from the side, yes, yes. Advertisement. The game continues. After the timeout, the Dream Team did something that surprised the entire audience. The 2 ace players jointly defended Mito Ryunosuke. Not only that, the Flash even activated the Death Defense against William. As soon as the game started, the Dream Team started a terrifying scoring performance. First, there was Guaji's three-pointer from the corner. Following closely behind was Howard, who was playing smoothly in the interior and completely ignored Robert. Scored 4 points directly in the paint. The score instantly widened to 6 points. Ball possession changes. This time, Mito Ryunosuke didn't wait for William, but ran to Jack to ask for the ball. Jack looked at the 2 top players who were marking Mito throughout the court and found it difficult to pass the ball. No way. Finally, when Mito Ryunosuke was pointing upwards and about to serve the ball illegally, Jack gritted his teeth and threw it upwards towards Mito. Moment. 3 people jumped. Bang! Under everyone's incredible gaze, Mito Ryunosuke grabbed the basketball. After landing, immediately launch a fast break. He directly shook off the 3 people behind him and fought 1 against 2 in the whole game. Facing the defense of Guaji and Howard, Mito Ryunosuke once again shocked the audience. He just ran straight to the corner and made an extreme drifting fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Goal. Wow. This goal once again aroused shouts from the audience that were filled with shock. Bakayaro. Good shot. Ha ha ha. Mito Ryuta instantly stood up, pumped his fist, and laughed. I have to say, your nephew inherited that pervert's athletic genes. No, he's even more perverted than that pervert. Akashi Seishin rarely attacked Mito Ryohei again, but instead looked at the figure on the field who was beginning to breathe heavily and said lightly. As the game continued, the score remained close. Soon, the first half ended with the cheers of the audience, and Stanford University led by 1 point. The whistle blew, and Mito Ryunosuke began to breathe heavily, supporting himself on his knees. No way, the other party is too experienced. Not only did he start to guard all the players from Stanford University throughout the court, but he also left himself open. Can't guard you? Then I'll steal the ball from your teammates. You want to dribble the ball all over the court, and we'll just fast break and take half the court. We can make mistakes, but you can't make even a single mistake. Even that terrifying monster didn't fight him head-on in the end. Based on the opponent's behavior, they should use foul tactics against me in the last quarter. Mito Ryunosuke raised his head, looked at the score of 72-73, smiled helplessly, and muttered. Chapter 190. The second half begins. Halftime break. I didn't expect he still had the stamina. If his information hadn't been made public, I wouldn't have believed he was only 17. Flash said with admiration as he looked towards Mito Ryunosuke in the direction of Sifu. I have to say, he's better than we were when we were 17. Warcraft also came over and said, it's just okay. After the Little Emperor said this, he started drinking water. What do you all think? Akashi Seijiro turned his head and looked at the other 4 people and spoke. Aomine Daiki. I want to go up and fight too. Kai's Ryota. Aomine-chan, we're still a long way from here. Aomine Daiki immediately refused. I know, but I will catch up with them. Midorima Shintaro. Their 3-pointers are basically shot from 0 frames. I can't do that now. Why are you all looking at me? I just want to crush Robert now because he's useless. Atsushi Murasakibara saw several people's eyes fall on him, then looked at Robert's figure and said angrily. Stanford University Lounge. Alliong, do you want to take a break? Right. Alex and Masako Araki asked with concern. No, the latter refused. Why? Because if I'm not confident that I can score more than 60 points in 1 quarter. Mito Ryunosuke took a few deep breaths before speaking. 60. When the two were about to ask more questions, they suddenly understood what the other person was saying. If you think about it carefully, it is true. If he leaves the court, the Dream Team is likely to score 46-1 in one quarter again. Because they did achieve this kind of record during the World Cup. Even if it's a little bit short, we can still score 40 points in the fourth quarter, assuming the opponent continues to score. Mito Ryunosuke really wants to score 60 points in a quarter. But, this isn't fair to you, Araki Masako spoke. Since they speak Sakura Mandarin, I am not afraid of hearing it. Even if the other party understands, so what, facing Mito, even if he understood something, he would become confused. How can the competition be fair? Mito Ryunosuke sneered and stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. In the toilet. Smoke rises and ash falls. 5 minutes later, Mito Ryunosuke washed his face and walked back to the lounge. Mito, thank you for your hard work. Monchtel stepped forward and said embarrassedly. Advertisement: the foreign players worked so hard, but our own players couldn't help at all. Just treat me to dinner tonight. After saying this, Mito Ryunosuke went straight to the team passage and lay down on a bench. The two women who were originally sitting on the bench looked at each other helplessly, and then stepped forward to pinch each other's thighs. Soon, the second half of the game began, with the cheers of the audience. Players from both teams entered the field again. Beep, the second half of the game begins. With the referee's whistle, the game begins. Dream Team ball possession. At this time, the Dream Team had already replaced the Little Emperor and Guage. Harden and a substitute came on. The Black Mamba faced Mito Ryunosuke, started with a crazy tentative step, and then immediately took a shot from zero angle. Bang, after a block, he quickly rushed towards the opponent's basket. 1 versus 0 in the front court. Mito Ryunosuke suddenly stopped outside the three-point line, dribbled the ball behind his back, turned quickly, and jumped to shoot. Show off and pull up, swish, goal, 3 points. It immediately drew cheers from the entire audience. The Dream Team then launched a quick counterattack. With a long pass from Harden, the Flash caught the ball when it was about to go out of bounds. After getting the ball, he directly sent out a high-altitude operation. The Warcraft arrived and completed a wonderful dunk over Robert's head. If it weren't for Mito Ryunosuke, this is exactly what it feels like when an adult hits a child. No way. The overall performance of the SFO team is too bad. Actually, they're not bad, but they're just so far behind the Dream Team. A one-man team is ultimately much worse. The audience has developed an inexplicable liking for the current Mito Ryunosuke. Even though their idol is on the Dream Team, for some reason, they still hope that the winner of this game will be Sifu. Although Stanford University is now leading by 2 points. No one in the audience thought they could win. Hateful. Robert looked at the figure of the monster and cursed himself. This game also made everyone in Sforza realize the gap between themselves and the top stars. I also know the gap with Mito Ryunosuke, although Mito Ryunosuke hasn't said a word yet. But it is more painful for the other person to do this than to blame yourself. The following game did not surprise the audience. Advertisement: the frightened SFO player made another serve error, and the Black Mamba directly accepted this big gift package. A 3-step slam dunk tied the score, after a while. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left and the score had been reversed by 6 points, Mito Ryunosuke had a gloomy expression. He was currently leaning on his knees and breathing heavily. No way, he basically played the entire game alone, and also had to provide backup defense to prevent his teammates from being broken through. And, the opponent's 2-man defense really puts a lot of pressure on me. Although he felt that winning or losing didn't matter. But, the Flash and Warcraft completed the high-altitude operation. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was just like the audience, full of disbelief. Is it possible? Monchtel stepped forward and spoke. In the audience, compared to the first 3 quarters, the audience's cheers were a level higher. Yes. The score is 112-100. Zamao came to watch the game. The night before the game. The next game. Oh my god, Asian boy, still hasn't left the stage. Then just keep your eyes open and watch. Let's do as Mito says. If the opponent uses the death defense, you must pass the ball to Mito before falling. Is he really going to play the whole game? Then. Shueichin, you will win tomorrow, right? Atsushi Murasakibara was looking at Mito Ryunosuke with a worried look, and he was feeling a little regretful now. The camera also turned to the Dream Team's bench. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the SFO players and others and said indifferently. In the next quarter, before you cross half court, you have to pass the damn basketball to me. Everyone could see at this time that the players sitting on the bench had very relaxed expressions on their faces, talking and laughing. Soon, the whistle sounded. You want me to win? Of course I did. The last quarter of the game is coming. Shaq. Did he spend the entire third quarter resting? After the third quarter, the Dream Team had already widened the gap to 12 points. The Beast began to exert his strength, with a stunning performance in the front court and a one-handed dunk that ignited the entire audience. Everyone in Sifu nodded. Chapter 191 returned to the villa. The fourth quarter begins. SFO has the ball. The opponent had the same idea as Mito Ryunosuke. He used death defense at the start. But this time Jack had changed the pass route. He first passed the ball to William under the Black Mamba's crotch, and the latter threw it high and passed it to Mito Ryunosuke. As for the little emperor, he could only look at the opponent who jumped with him and caught the basketball with an expression of surprise. As soon as the ball lands with both hands, Mito Ryunosuke suddenly launched a quick attack. With a behind-the-back change of direction, he dribbled past Howard and drove straight to the opponent's basket. Facing Guaji's defense, he made a sudden stop and started shooting. Seeing this, Guaji thought to himself that something was wrong and then jumped. The other party didn't jump. Just after Guaji fell down, Mito Ryunosuke jumped up and bumped into him. After your body touches the opponent, throw the ball out suddenly. Swish. Goal, 3 points. Beep, the goal is valid, one more penalty. Wow. 3+1. Is it my imagination? Why does it feel like the Asian boy is faster? The audience was in an uproar. The game continues. Guaji made a long pass from the corner, and the basketball fell into the hands of Howard. He was about to make a hook shot against Robert. Tap tap tap. Mito Ryunosuke ran in quickly from the outside and hit the ball hard just as the opponent jumped. Bang. The basketball came into Williams' hands. Seeing this, the latter immediately passed the ball to Mito Ryunosuke, who had already started a fast break. At this time, there was no one under the opponent's basket. Bang bang. Bang. Bang bang. Aoleong, myth. Familiar figures stood up and looked at the boy who was flying at the opponent's free throw line. Tread. Bang. Goal. Snap, snap. The next day, dusk. Mito Ryunosuke and everyone else boarded the plane back to Sakura country. A nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own doghouse. After returning to the villa, Mito Ryunosuke threw his luggage to the ground, ignored the two women who were staring at each other behind him, and lay down on the sofa. Why did you follow? There are so many rooms here, I want to live in one too. Advertisement. Why? Then why do you do that? I'm a tenant. I want to rent it too. Ignoring the two women, Mito Ryunosuke turned on the TV, closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this time, a piece of news was coming from the TV. Asian boy's buzzer-beating three-pointer narrowly defeated the Dream Team. The next day, everyone in Sakura country conducted basketball training in a very tacit understanding. Even Atsushi Murasakibara did not bother Mito Ryunosuke. Because, they both want the other to have a good rest. But what they don't know is, Mito Ryunosuke was now cursing as he took his suitcase and left the villa in the direction of the nearest hotel. And behind him, secretly following two cars filled with bodyguards and the sound of two women, quarreling, was heard from the villa. Time flies, and the Winter Cup is coming soon. During this time, Mito Ryunosuke gave his original mobile phone to Alex. I bought myself a new model of mobile phone and a phone card. Nothing else. There are just too many harassment calls. Not only did I get calls from various NBA teams, but I also received calls from some training camps. There were even calls from reporters and senior officials at Stanford University. It undoubtedly makes me feel overwhelmed, recalling the time when I defeated the Dream Team. At that scene, Mito Ryunosuke shuddered as he saw the hordes of reporters and fans rushing over frantically. Because of his happiness, Montel terminated the foreign aids contract ahead of schedule and smiled as he paid Mito Ryunosuke a penalty of 500,000. Where are the people? Alex and Misako Araki walked around Yosen High and met at the school gate. He clearly just came. Where else have you looked? The next moment, the two women looked at each other and shouted, men's restroom. Achu. In the lounge of the basketball hall, Mito Ryunosuke, who was playing a video game, suddenly sneezed. Shueichin, do you have a cold? Atsushi Murasakibara on the side said with concern. Not far away, rows of freshmen were standing in training. He is Mito-senpai. Wow, I really want to ask him for his autograph. Then go ahead and remember to ask for one for me. I dare not. Advertisement, what's the use of you then? Then why don't you go? I wouldn't dare. Seeing the freshman's timid look, the senior student sneered, then smiled and greeted him. Mito, can you sign an autograph for me? Roll. Okay. After school. Shueichin, can you train with me tomorrow? Atsushi Murasakibara stopped, turned around seriously, looked at Mito Ryunosuke and asked. Okay, but there's one request. You say? Atsushi Murasakibara had a huge smile on his face. Even Himuro Tatsuya, who was standing next to him, was infected. Let Himuro play dice with me tonight, one cup at a time. Okay. Himuro Tatsuya. Aoleong. You be *****D. You're done, kid. At this moment, two angry female voices came from behind the three people. Mito Ryunosuke shuddered when he heard this and then fled in panic. Muro, what happened to Xiaoyazi and Alex? Atsushi Murasakibara asked blankly as he watched three figures fly past him. Children shouldn't ask about adult matters. Atsushi Murasakibara. Muro, why are you also talking like Mizuki? There's nothing I can do. Himuro Tatsuya said this and looked up at the sunset, because Mito's charm is too great. Mito Villa, as the weather starts to get colder. 5 people were sitting around the table eating hot pot. Shufu, are you really not going to participate in the Winter Cup? Misako Araki asked incoherently while chewing a beef ball. Hearing this, the other 3 also turned their gazes over. Even though Atsushi Murasakibara knew that Mito would not be able to participate. As expected, Mito Ryunosuke didn't even raise his head and said calmly. Zamao, tell her. Xiaoyazi, I promised Shueichin that this year, Muzzy and I will win the championship through our own efforts. Atsushi Murasakibara raised his head and looked at Masako Araki seriously. Even Himuro Tatsuya raised his head with a look of fighting spirit. I really can't do anything about you little brats. Araki Masako sighed upon seeing this. Masako, you're already retired, so just ignore them. Don't worry, they know what's going on. When did we make peace? Looking at Alex who was acting like a good guy, Masako Araki said coldly. Then, the two women looked at each other for a second before turning their heads away. HMPH. Chapter 192, Half-Day Tour of Shutoku 5 days later. Shutoku High. Duohui, where are you going? I forgot to get the information. As Otsubo Tae said this, she ran out of the basketball hall and headed towards the teaching building. Really, I actually forgot something so important? Otsubo Tae murmured to herself as she ran. At the same time, at the school gate. A man in a white shirt was standing in front of the gate, watching the students who were about to leave the school after class. The man's white shirt had 3 buttons undone, and his golden hair stood out in the sunlight. I can't stay at home anymore. Huh? We're in Shutoku. Then let's go in and have some fun. The man stretched lazily, then walked into the school. Wow, look. So handsome. Yeah, that guy is so handsome, he shouldn't be from our school, right? And it's very high. Could that person be a celebrity? Now that you mention it, I seem to have seen him in a magazine. So handsome. Along the way, wherever this man went, the girls passing by would whisper to each other. Ken. Just as the man passed the teaching building, a reckless figure bumped into his arms. He could have dodged it, but his heart wouldn't allow him to do so. Then, bang. The two of them bumped into each other. I'm sorry, huh? You're not. Otsubo Tae bowed several times, apologized, then raised her head with dilated pupils and a look of disbelief on her face. Basketball hall. Shutoku's team is playing a scrimmage game. The atmosphere in the stadium was very lively. Swish. Midorima-san's shooting is so cool no matter how long you watch it. Yeah, and his attacks are getting faster and faster. Just as the freshmen were feeling emotional, the door was suddenly opened. Duohui, why did you? A freshman substitute stopped mid-sentence. Pusher A, why are you? Miyachi Yuya patted the stunned freshman, then followed his gaze and his pupils shrank. Water. Mito Ryunosuke. Because he was startled by the figure behind Otsubo Tae. Advertisement in an instant, the players of Shutoku all looked towards the yellow-haired man at the door. Green hair. Mito Ryunosuke raised his right hand and greeted Midorima Shintaro. Midorima Shintaro. What are you doing here? Miyachi Yuya asked while looking at Mito Ryunosuke nervously. Because of the game between the other team and the Dream Team some time ago, everyone has regarded Mito Ryunosuke as an NBA player. Even, it also ignores the fact that he is only a sophomore in high school. Of course I'm here to collect your information. Mito Ryunosuke put his hands on Otsubo Tae's arms. Then he gently lifted her to the right, and Otsubo Tae was moved aside by the other party like a commodity. Everyone. Otsubo Tae, Takao Kazunari, cover your face. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, I'm here to hide from people. Mito Ryunosuke said, walked to the front of the stage and jumped on it with a light leap. Then I lay down naturally. At this time, Midorima Shintaro pushed his white glasses and walked over. Mito, what on earth are you doing here? Didn't I tell you? I'm here to hide. You guys continue practicing and ignore me. Mito Ryunosuke closed his eyes and said, how are we going to train if you lie here? There are benches outside. Please use your 4 eyes to look outside the door. Midorima Shintaro was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then turned and looked outside the door. In an instant, his expression was frozen. Hey, this is the trouble for handsome guys. I envy you and Aomine for not having this kind of trouble. Mito Ryunosuke's mouth curled up. Hearing this, Midorima Shintaro suppressed his anger and quickly walked to the door. Ignoring the group of girls in front of him who were leaning against the doorway to peek at Mito Ryunosuke, he slammed the door shut with a forceful bang. Mito, are you hiding from Alex? Takao Kazunari walked to the front of the stage and asked with a smile. Excuse me, Mito-san, can I ask you a favor? At this time, Otsubo Tae walked forward, bowed and said. Since you're leading the way, go ahead. I know this is presumptuous, but could you tell me about the usual training content at Stanford University? Please. Otsubo Tae closed her eyes and bowed again. Hearing this, Midorima Shintaro, who had originally planned to continue driving people away, also stopped. Advertisement like everyone else, he looked at the lying man with anticipation. Let's have a competition. Mito Ryunosuke closed his eyes, thought seriously for a while, and then said. It's not a secret anyway, so it's nothing to worry about. No, what about the others? Otsubo Tae raised her head and looked at Mito Ryunosuke in disbelief and asked. The other team members also looked at each other. After a while, Takao Kazunari asked. In fact, Nakatani Jinlang had some more to say, but Otsubo Tae didn't say. After Shutoku's training session, many players left. No, and there's no need. Takao Kazunari looked very lost. Others, I don't know, I've only participated in competitions. Takao Kazunari changed the subject, because Yeah, it seems like high school games are too boring for you now. Why is this guy following me? I don't know who he called, and then he went out and said he would be back tomorrow. Then why do you play basketball? Ibari Guesthouse, Kanagawa. Dawei. Where is the coach? Mito Ryunosuke frowned and said after looking at the end missed calls and end messages on his phone. After all, Nakatani Hitoshi, original words, I will find a way to use Mito Ryunosuke to help the team improve their abilities during this training camp. Mito, will you be playing in this Winter Cup? He really didn't know, not even about Yosen's training. Mito Ryunosuke crossed his hands behind his head and said seriously. Mito Ryunosuke did a somersault and stretched lazily while saying this. Besides, when Mito heard we were going to play a practice match with Fukuda Academy, he insisted on coming along. Otsubo Tae said in a low voice. At this time, Otsubo Tae also came over curiously. Actually, I think basketball is a very boring thing. Midorima Shintaro couldn't help it, he stood up and pointed at Mito Ryunosuke who was drinking alone at the last table and shouted. Besides, why do we have to buy his bill as well? He doesn't need training, I have no choice. Senior Midorima, this is tacitly approved by the coach. Takao Kazunari glanced at Midorima Shintaro, who was still practicing three-point shots, and ran to the stage. Chapter 193 Becoming a coach after dinner, everyone in Shutoku took a bath or a walk. Only Mito Ryunosuke finished his bath and went straight back to the dining area to continue drinking. At this time, Otsubo Tae came to him with toiletries and said, Mito-san, I'm not mature. Before she could finish her words, Mito Ryunosuke interrupted her, Shish. What do you think of Shutoku? Seeing this, Otsubo Takai, the team manager, was really worried about the team. Good, I'm talking about the basketball team. I'm talking about the basketball team, too. Mito-san, if it were the current Shutoku, would you feel pressured? Otsubo Tae put down the wash basin and asked seriously. What pressure? Mito Ryunosuke is incomprehensible. That is, if I were to face Yosen with you. I'm not teasing you anymore, do you want to hear the truth? Mito Ryunosuke took 2 sips of beer, replied to a message, and put down his phone and asked. Seeing the other party nodded seriously, he continued. Forget about Yosen, even in my junior high school, you can't beat me. You. Seeing the other person's arrogant look, Otsubo Takai was speechless for a moment. After a while, she watched Mito Ryunosuke open another bottle of beer and sighed. My brother once told me that whichever school you go to, that school will definitely be number 1. He's absolutely right. If it were before, Otsubo Tae would not think this way. She knew it since she had personally watched the videos of all of Mito Ryunosuke's matches, including those in the United States. The man in front of me is simply a super monster. Fortunately, this monster is unlikely to participate in high school basketball games. Well, I agree with what your brother said. Mito-san really isn't modest at all. Ha 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 ha. The next day's training, Shutoku was in full swing. Mito Ryunosuke slept in the B&B until he woke up naturally. I dreamed of this in my previous life, escaping the city and finding a B&B to sleep in until I woke up naturally. Mito Ryunosuke stretched and headed to the bathroom with his toiletries. Since he didn't bring any clothes, he just wore his bathrobe. After the clothes dried, he went out to buy clothes. After all, rich people don't need to carry luggage when traveling. Just as he reached the sink, Nakatani Jinlang was brushing his teeth. Hi, Mito Ryunosuke greeted and started squeezing the toothpaste. Advertisement, it's only 11 o'clock. Why are you up so early? Are you not used to sleeping? Nakatani Jinlang asked while brushing his teeth and looking at the time on his watch. Yeah, a little bit. By the way, I'm busy these days. Can I hire you to be my coach for a few days? Nakatani Jinlang asked as he finished brushing his teeth and started rubbing the towel. I'll discuss this with my wife later. Is it Alex or Araki? Oh shit. This old man doesn't play by the rules. Mito Ryunosuke was about to blurt out, so there's no room for negotiation, but he abruptly changed it to, how much? 1 million, 7 days, US dollars, soccer and national currency? Then I'll ask your wives, make a deal. It's a pleasure to work with you. Mito Ryunosuke returned to the room and angrily kicked the stool in front of him. Damn it, I was threatened by this old man. The next day. Stadium. The coach has said that Mito will be replacing him as our coach this week. Otsubo Tae explained to the players of Shutoku, hearing this. Duohui, what on earth is going on? Except for Midorima Shintaro, the rest of the team members had no objection. Even. Some team members were eager to try. The training content for the rest of you remains the same. Green hair, come over and fight me one-on-one. Mito Ryunosuke snapped his fingers and walked towards the secondary court. Hearing this, everyone looked at Midorima Shintaro with sympathy. Don't waste time, I'm in a hurry. Mito Ryunosuke spoke softly as he passed by Midorima Shintaro. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, he continued. Hurry up, I'll teach you a couple of moves. You're so weak right now. When Midorima Shintaro heard this, he didn't say anything, but pushed his glasses and followed. Okay, you guys should go for your morning run too. Otsubo Tae came to her senses and quickly spoke to the other players. How's it going in there? When the players came back from running, everyone showed an expectant expression. Advertisement certainly, even Otsubo Tae was curious. Bang. The moment they pushed open the door, they all showed shocked expressions. Midorima Shintaro was seen kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his hands and breathing in deep breaths. Mito Ryosuke, on the other hand, stood behind him and glanced at Midorima Shintaro from the corner of his eye. You are not even half as good as that rookie Jack right now. Have you been practicing like a dog during this period of time? 3 days later, Shutoku went to the Fukuda complex. On the Shinkansen, TAE, where are Mito and Midorima? Oh, they said they'd be there before the game, so let's go first. If you don't have time, let me arrange it first. Otsubote's voice became quieter and quieter. At the same time, a motorcycle speeding on the road. The driver looks calm, the passenger looks terrified. Oh, Mito, slow down, what did you call me? Coach, the other side. What, you said your coach and the others haven't arrived yet? Fukuda Comprehensive's coach huffed. Sorry, Otsubo bowed again. How long will it take them? Before he could finish his words, an extremely arrogant voice rang out. Is that Midorima guy so arrogant now? He is Fukuda's comprehensive ace, Haizaki Shogo. Everyone in Shutoku looked at the man who had regained his gray hairstyle and was surprised. Sorry, the temporary coach said he had something to talk to him about and will be here soon. He also said, if you feel like you have to wait too long, just start now. Otsubo bowed again, but she didn't dare to finish what Mito Ryosuke said next. We will be the winner anyway. Really? That Nakatani guy, what kind of crappy temporary teacher is he looking for? Before Coach Fukuda could finish his words, a voice came from the doorway. Excuse me, is this the basketball hall? Hearing this, Haizaki Shogo, who was about to say something harsh, immediately ran to the coach. Coach, I suddenly feel a little unwell. I won't play today. I'll take some time off to see a doctor. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Fukuda Comprehensive Coach immediately asked with concern, his face full of worry. Men always feel uncomfortable for a few days every month. As Haizaki Shogo finished speaking, 2 tall figures appeared at the entrance of the basketball hall. Caught up. Chapter 194. Changed Midorima. Here, here. Seeing this, Otsubo suddenly waved at the 2 of them. Gray hair. Whoosh, brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have greeted you at the door. Looking at Haizaki Shogo, who was full of fawning expressions, Midorima Shintaro seemed to be meeting this person for the first time. Mito, do you know Haizaki? Of course, he is a good man who frequently lent me a helping hand when I was in the most difficult times. Mito Ryosuke laughed and patted the latter's shoulder. Yes. Yes. Haizaki Shogo nodded quickly. Mito Ryosuke, are you Shutoku's acting coach? Fukuda Comprehensive's coach suddenly pointed at Mito Ryosuke in shock. Wow, it's the real Mito Ryosuke. What to do? I really want to go up and ask him for an autograph. What happened, coach? He won't cause trouble for my idol, right? Fukuda's team members communicated with each other through their thoughts. Who are you? Mito Ryosuke's smile disappeared and he turned to look at the other person. I'm the coach of Fukuda General, my name is not important. The Fukuda Comprehensive Coach said this, laughed, and trotted towards Mito Ryosuke. A pen and paper appeared in his hand. Could you please sign for me? Mito Ryosuke. Everyone. Soon, the game started and both sides warmed up. Mito-san, would you like some water? Otsubo took a bottle of mineral water, handed it to Mito Ryosuke and asked. Thanks. Mito Ryosuke took the water, put it on the ground, and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Otsubo didn't bother them anymore, but walked aside angrily. After a while, the warm-up is over and players from both teams are ready to go on the court. On the bench, everyone in Shutoku looked at Mito Ryosuke, as if waiting for him to arrange a strategy. Kimura Shinsuke's younger brother, you and Miyagi will join forces to defend against the gray-haired one. There are no other arrangements, Mito Ryosuke ran Hiromichi. Hearing this, even though Miyagi was a little dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Both teams take the court. The game begins. Kimura's younger brother won the jump ball and hooked the ball to Takao Kazunari. The latter faced the defense of Haizaki Shogo and immediately passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro. Advertisement. Watch out for his three-pointer. Fukuda also adopted a double-team defense on Midorima Shintaro on this side. Something happened that shocked the players of both teams. Midorima quickly broke through from the right, then turned around and shot directly from behind. Swish. Goal. What? How is that possible, this action? Not only did the people at Fukuda Comprehensive get shocked, but it also made everyone at Shutoku question their lives. Midorima doesn't shoot three-pointers anymore, and why is Midorima so fast? Ball possession changes. After receiving the ball, Haizaki Shogo faced 2 defenders and directly imitated Midorima Shintaro's previous move to break through and shoot. Swish. Goal. Shutoku has the ball. As soon as the shooting guard got the ball, Midorima Shintaro reached out for it. Then, aim, jump, shoot. 3 points in the whole game. Swish. Goal. Fukuda at this time. I don't want to play anymore, I'm leaving. This BCH is really cheating. Defend the whole court. Not only can you not withstand it, he can also break through, fake moves. Basically he does everything except dunk. Don't defend the whole court. This guy suddenly made a three-pointer. Even though Haizaki Shogo was always chasing the score, However, facing Midorima Shintaro, who was sometimes 2 minutes and sometimes 3 minutes. My total of 2 points seemed not enough. What, why not shoot 3-pointers? Didn't you see that the other side also had 2 defenders? Mine is plunder, not a perfect imitation. Can't make 3 points throughout the game. In short, this match made Haizaki Shogo very angry. Halftime break. There's nothing to play with. Haizaki Shogo said with an unhappy look on his face. There was no way, the man was still watching from the sidelines, and I didn't dare to do anything small. Otherwise, I would be the second Wagong. Haizaki Shogo recalls the last time he saw Hanamiya. How did you learn to paint? Drawing suits me better, Haizaki. Advertisement. Why? Because I don't want to play basketball anymore. Why? If you face a guy named Mito Ryunosuke, you'll know. On the other side, Takao Kazunari sat down next to Midorima Shintaro. Xiaojin, you really scared me. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Gao Wei continued. By the way, how have you been training these days? Takao, if you still consider me a teammate, then don't ask. Many, S suddenly appeared in Midorima Shintaro's hand holding the water bottle. Like Haizaki Shogo, he also recalled the time when he lost the singles match. If you don't change, you'll always be a burden. If you ever want to play in the United States, one person will be enough to guard you. Because you are so easy to defend, all they have to do is stare at you and block your shot. After all, in America, there are many people who have stayed in the air longer than you. After Nakatani Jinlang walked out of the box door, he turned a corner and entered another box. It's a pleasure to work with you. Tobi Shoda was looking at the girl dancing on the table in front of him and said indifferently. As soon as the game was over, Haizaki Shogo said he was going to the bathroom and hasn't come back yet. Zamao will not lose to you because I believe in him. For you, you have to learn to lay up, even if you don't dunk. In this practice match, the winner was undoubtedly Shudoku. So what if he knows? I'm here to spend money. He's the boss, understand? Are you afraid you'll beat Yosen? Ha 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 ha. Aren't you afraid that he'll know you're here? Tokyo, Jinkwan Izakaya. I can teach you how to shoot faster and how to use fakes to connect with 3-pointers. Midorima Shintaro. Why are you teaching me? Aren't you afraid that I'll beat Yosen in this year's Winter Cup? Tobi Shoda took a sip of foreign wine and smiled without blinking. Nakatani Jinlang handed a stack of banknotes to Mito Ryunosuke. Mito Ryunosuke asked as he was leaving, of course, we are best friends. Right now, he wants to become stronger than any of you. If you want to keep playing, you have to make a change. Otsubo Tae asked in confusion, no, goodbye. Where's Grafer? Just start with the CIC. Mito Ryunosuke put the money into his backpack and pushed a bottle of beer over. I won't drink anymore, I have something to do later. According to the information she got, when Mito Ryunosuke first arrived at the school, Senior Haizaki should have transferred there. Mito-san, are you guys on good terms? Because, Zamao wants to play ball with you guys. Now is the time for them to prepare for the exams. It's a rare opportunity for them to have some free time. Chapter 195 Murasakibara and Himuro's new master? The next day. Mito Ryunosuke just got up. Then he heard the chattering of 2 women sitting at the head of his bed. You guys are so noisy. Aoyang, kid, where have you been these past few days? On the other side, Akashi's house. Have you found a replacement? Akashi Genshin looked at his son with a serious expression and said. Well, Mito introduced an old friend. Akashi Seijiro said this while concentrating on cutting the fried egg in front of him with a western knife. Okay, have you found the other replacements? Well, there are 3 substitutes now. Akashi Seijiro picked up the fried egg he had just cut with a fork and put it into his mouth elegantly and said. Don't fall behind in training, or you'll embarrass my Akashi family. Upon hearing this, Akashi Seijiro's hands suddenly showed veins. He gripped his knife and fork tightly before saying respectfully. Yes, father. As time goes by, the Winter Cup is getting closer. Magazines in the land of Sakura were also in an uproar. Many people are speculating whether Mito Ryunosuke will participate this year. Yosen High Gymnasium. Mito, Coach Araki, Masako Ko. Alex, why are you here? Everyone looked at the 3 figures entering the stadium and was a little surprised. Purple hair, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Where are you going, Mizuki? As soon as Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking, Atsushi Murasakibara asked anxiously. Of course, I'm going on a trip. Oh, so you're not taking the exam? Please, what is my net worth now? I'm still studying. Looking at the cocky Mito Ryunosuke, Atsushi Murasakibara asked blankly, aren't you coming to watch my game? I'll only watch your final matches, because I don't want to see the process, I only want to see the results. Mito Ryunosuke put away his smile and said seriously. Shueichin, I understand. Atsushi Murasakibara said a little disappointedly. Zamao, you have no confidence? Mito Ryunosuke asked, raising an eyebrow. That's right, I won't be leaving until next week, so I want to teach you a few things this week. Mito Ryunosuke said, took off his coat, and walked towards an empty court. A week later, in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Am I pretty? Who Hansen, am back again. Aoyang, what are you talking about? Yeah, why do they look as weirdly? Alex and Masako Araki asked awkwardly after seeing the people around them looking at them as if they were idiots. It's okay, Ignore these pretty boys, come on, I'll take you to see the Great Wall. Aliang, can't we take the cable car? Alex complained as he climbed the Great Wall. No, because I want to tell you something. Mito Ryunosuke, who was walking in front, turned around and smiled at the two women. What's up? The two women asked in unison. If you haven't been to the Great Wall, you're not a true man. If you've been there, you're a fool. The next day, the three of them watched the flag-raising ceremony and then visited the Forbidden City. Certainly, every time Mito Ryunosuke visited a tourist spot, he would take a selfie and send it to Aomine Daiki. Time flies. The Winter Cup arrived in the blink of an eye. Yosun's first opponent, Tokujin High School, inside the competition venue. I don't care whether you are number one in the country or not. You guys underestimate us too much, don't you? All the starting players are first years, I'm really angry. I'm going to make these guys lose their pants. The players of Dajin High School were furious when they saw that Yosun's starting lineup was composed entirely of freshmen. Coach, what are you doing? Lu Wei asked as he looked at Hoob Shota, who was leisurely drinking health tea on the side. I have good cards in my hand, so of course I have to keep them. But, no buts, if you can pass the preliminary round, you can play. By then, you will have the task of leading them into the quarterfinals. Toby Shota still looked relaxed, even though the score was only 2 points ahead. When Lu Wei heard this, he began to look around. Don't look, Murasakibara and Himuro are training at home. Hubu Jungtai took a sip of tea and said lightly. Yosun High Gymnasium. Hey, Shizi, when will the two people who will train us arrive? Atsushi Murasakibara was eating potato chips and his tone began to become impatient. Not only were they unable to participate in the competition, but they also had to come and wait early in the morning, so of course they were a little resentful. Don, be patient. Advertisement Himuro Tatsuya turned his head and spoke gently. Just then, 3 figures walked in from the doorway. Hello, are you Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya? Hearing this, the two raised their heads, their pupils began to shrink, and their expressions gradually became surprise. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, Ice City. The 3 of them took a cruise and enjoyed the scenery of the Songhua River. I didn't expect you would be able to hire these two to train Murasakibara and the others. Alex said in surprise. Is it difficult? As long as you have money, it will be fine. Mito Ryunosuke shrugged and said, but their arrival in Sakura country won't cause. Araki Masako said with some concern. Big Shark, patting Atsushi Murasakibara on the shoulder. Hey, you're Asian boy's partner? Pretty tall? This is a gentleman's sword. If you are satisfied, I will start counting the time. At the end of each day's training, someone would secretly transport them away. Although Atsushi Murasakibara is now 210 centimeters tall, he is still a head shorter than the 216 centimeters tall shark. The game is over. At this time, the freshmen gathered around and asked expectantly. On the other side, that's great. Since it was a qualifying match, there were not many spectators, so the only cheers came from the players. Atsushi Murasakibara, who was indifferent to even life and death, also showed a little fan expression at this time. No, they've already retired, and besides, someone will secretly arrange for them to meet. Yosun High, after a while, with the translation of the translation. He made 2,973 three-pointers in his career, ranking first in shooting guard history. The translator looked at the two of them and smiled. Coach, where are we going to celebrate? The two looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. On this side, Himuro Tatsuya looked at Junzaijin with an expression of admiration on his face. When Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya heard this, their heads immediately dropped like little coon pecking at rice. When the translator saw this, he knew that the two men were very satisfied with their master. The score was 92-77, and Yosun won. The Minister of Revenue remained silent, only sneering. Yeah, we won. Yosun's first years hugged each other and cheered. Mito Ryunosuke showed his white teeth, then turned to look at the boatman. Hey, can you take a picture for us? Very good, Himuro Tatsuya exclaimed in surprise. That's amazing. Great shark, gentleman's sword. Chapter 196. A new journey is about to begin. Dragon Country, on the sea. The cold sea breeze blew across the three people's red cheeks. Mito Ryunosuke's closed eyes suddenly opened, his face serious. Here I come. Then, as the two women looked expectant, he held the fishing rod tightly. The originally calm sea surface began to show layers of waves. It's showing up, Aliang, Mito Ryunosuke. Ignoring the two women shouting on the side, he pulled hard. Bang. The line broke. 3 people, 1 person, 1 fishing rod, catches all the fish that are unwilling to be caught. What I'm fishing for is not fish, but a state of mind. Mito Ryunosuke changed the fishing line with a calm tone. What a shame. Yes. The two women ignored Mito Ryunosuke and said with a somewhat lost expression. After a while, Alex, whose butt was a little numb from sitting, stood up and started to move around. I don't know how they're doing, I trust them. Masako Araki also stood up and stretched her sore shoulders. Aliang, shall we go back? Yes, I've gained several pounds since coming to Dragon Country. Araki Masako echoed. Aren't the finals in 2 weeks? Mito Ryunosuke when ideographic period. Yes. Okay, let's go back the day after tomorrow. Mito Ryunosuke show Wei ideographic period. Okay, a week later, Sakura Country. Airport. My friend, we are going back. The great shark smiled after giving Mito Ryunosuke a bear hug. If you have this kind of work in the future, remember to look for us. Jun Zijian also laughed. It is easy to pay back a lot of money, which is the biggest temptation for people like them who are used to spending lavishly after retirement. Although the big shark is not short of money, he is still very interested in this kind of novel work. Okay. Advertisement. Today is the day of the quarterfinals. The opponent is Kaijo. Inside the Yosen lounge. Coach, I can't take it. Lu Wei cried. You can still grit your teeth against other opponents, but against unknowingly, it will be useless even if you break your back teeth. At this time, bang. The door of the lounge was pushed open, and everyone saw two figures coming in, and their faces showed joy. Kaijo lounge. Damn it, it's been 2 years. Why do you always fail to deliver at the crucial moment? Coach Kaijo stretched out his left hand and slapped his right hand hard. Coach, there's nothing we can do about it. Huanglai Ryota smiled bitterly. If possible, he also wants to lead Kaijo to a better level. Kaijo is not as lucky as other strong schools. First graders can't even make up for it. Meanwhile, 2 Academy. Just as the team was about to walk out the door and get on the bus to head to the stadium, 2 luxury cars drove by and stopped the bus. 2 and the others looked at the 4 figures getting out of the car in surprise. Aji. Why are you here? Satsuki Momoi said happily as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. The other 3. On the bus to the stadium. That was Mito just now. Oh, so. No aura. Why do you think they suddenly came to see Aomine? How should I know? Could it be poaching? Coach 2 frowned and said, I'm going to dig you big-headed ghosts. Can you defeat Yosen? But, Coach, we can't beat them, but if they poach Senior Aomine, we'll be even more defeated. Don't worry, Yosen won't poach anyone, nor does he need to. Why? Glancing at the player who asked the question, Coach 2 sighed. Because they are looking for opponents, on the other side. 2 Academy Basketball Hall. Mito, Akashi, why are you here? Aomine Daiki glanced at the 3 women chatting nearby, then turned around and asked. Advertisement, come on. Mito Ryunosuke shrugged, walked onto the court, and pulled a basketball from his bag. This year's Winter Cup is our last competition. Akashi Seijiro walked up with a smile and said to Aomine Daiki. Why? Aomine Daiki frowned and said seriously, Aomine Daiki. Suddenly, Akashi Seijiro put away his smile and spoke in a serious tone. Aomine Daiki was startled by the sudden volume. Next year we will just join and we will go to the beautiful country to train for a year and then play in the NBA. Himuro Tatsuya was helpless and could only comfort her. But I'm not old enough. My new female colleague is going to sing with me tonight. So -3, I love men. Kaijo bench. As the audience cheered, Atsushi Murasakibara spoke with full fighting spirit. Coach. Shizi, I want to play too. Before Kai's Ryota could finish his words, the coach interrupted him. You need to save your strength. Those 2 on the other side. Hearing this, Hamero, get ready for the second half. You might be needed to play. Yes. Coach Kaijo spoke up. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded vigorously and said seriously. Atsushi, Mito said he'll only come for the finals. No way, so arrogant? You even look down on Kaijo? Akashi Seijiro said seriously. Aomine Daiki. The audience looked at the 2 people sitting on the stools with Yosen and talked about it. Kai's Ryota could only clench his fists and lower his head. Ever since he learned some of the great shark's moves, he couldn't wait to show them off. Kai's, please don't play in the first quarter. Hubu Jungtai took a sip of the health tea and spoke lightly. Stadium. Murasakibara and Himuro are here too. Looks like they'll be taking part in this fight. Okay then, I'll perform in the finals. Seeing that Aomine Daiki didn't say anything, he curled his lips and pointed at Mito Ryunosuke who was playing with a basketball, become his teammate. I don't think so. Look, they haven't even changed their clothes. On the other side, players from both teams went on the court to warm up. Satsuki Momoi. Would you like to join the fire race next year? Chapter 197 You don't even understand Sakura Mandarin? Today's audiences are still coming in droves, after all. This is the first match of the quarterfinals, certainly. There must be other team members among the audience. Such as Shutoku, Rikuzen, Saren, too and so on. There are so many people. Takao Kazunari looked at the dense crowd of spectators around him and exclaimed in amazement. Of course, because everyone wants to know what happened to Yosen when the light of Teiko was gone. Can we defend the title? Otsubo Tae, who was standing by, spoke with a notebook in hand. Xiao Zhen, what do you think of this game? Takao Kazunari turned to look at Midorima Shintaro and asked curiously. Just like last year, the winner is still Yosen. But there's no monster in Yosen this year. Murasakibara is also a monster, and then there's Himuro Tatsuya. It will be difficult for Kai's to win. Most importantly, the person with the lowest fortune today is Gemini. Midorima Shintaro said, adjusting his glasses. When everyone heard this, their expressions became serious and they all looked towards the court. On the other side, everyone from Saren also came to the stands. This time, Kaijo is hanging by a thread. Mujitepe glanced at the audience around him and said with a frown. Yes, one person's team is limited after all, unless. Ida Riko nodded and said, That man's name is Mito Ryosuke. Hinata Junpei said with a very serious expression. Not. Kuroko Tetsuya murmured this, staring intently at the entrance to Kaijo's passage. Compared to this, I'm more curious about the strength of Murasakibara and Himuro, whom I haven't seen all season. Muji Teppei frowned. Well, I heard they've been training in secret. It's really exciting, Muji Teppei smiled. Kaijo was the first to enter as the audience cheered. Kaijo, Kaijo, Kaijo. Although the audience cheered enthusiastically, the expressions of the Kaijo team members were very serious. Atsushi Murasakibara, known as the best center in high school, has grown to a terrifying level after his hard training during this period. Nobody knows. Although they never played. But Kai's Ryota did not dare to be careless. He knew that the opponent would definitely play in this game. Because, what Yosen met this time was their Kaijo. Yosen's here. Advertisement? Yosen? 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 Come on Yosen, fighting Murasakibara. Following the audience's exclamation, the whole venue erupted in even louder cheers. Give me a break, this popularity is still as high as ever. Kotaro Hayama said helplessly. Of course, they're Yosen after all. Akashi Seijiro walked over to Rakuzan's seat with a smile on his face, carrying his backpack. Akashi, where did you go? Kaneyama Kotaro's curious ways. I looked for Mito. What's wrong, Mito? Is he joining in too? Upon hearing this, everyone in Rakuzan turned around and looked at Akashi Seijiro in surprise. No, I just talked to him about some business matters. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. On the field, compared to Kaijo, Yosen gives everyone a strong sense of oppression as soon as he appears. Especially Atsushi Murasakibara, who was still wearing his coat. Not just the audience, even the powerful people present were surprised when they saw him. What happened to Murasakibara? Why'd I feel that there is a terrifying power sealed within him? Like a monster that has been drained of its flesh and blood. On the court, Kai's Ryota naturally saw Atsushi Murasakibara as well. Only, what surprised him was not that the opponent did not change his uniform, but the dangerous aura emanating from him. Certainly, Tatsuya Himuro, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with him, also had it, but it was not as eye-catching as Atsushi Murasakibara. Kaijo bench. Takeuchi Genta's expression turned extremely ugly. He had already felt that he was doomed because he had drawn a bad lot, and could only pray that those two people would not continue to play. These two people finally came, and not only that, Atsushi Murasakibara became even more terrifying. Then, Takeuchi Genta now hates too. Why? Of course they poached the MVP of the junior high school. Otherwise, Kaijo Dual Core may not necessarily lose. Certainly, what made him most upset was that one day he came home in high spirits. I actually saw my goddess hugging a man's arm with another woman. And they were talking and laughing. I hate teacher-student relationships the most. Suddenly, the Kaijo team members were frightened by their coach's shout and were not knowing what to do. Advertisement, Little Murasakibara, aren't you going to play? During warm-ups, Kai's Ryota walked over to the Yosen bench and asked Atsushi Murasakibara, who was eating a delicious stick. Huangzai, I'm not going to play, Atsushi Murasakibara Ramasamichi. Little Murasakibara really underestimated me. Kai's Ryota felt a surge of anger in his heart. Huangzai, I didn't underestimate you. This is all arranged by the coach. Atsushi Murasakibara pointed at Shota Tobi, who was blowing on his thermos cup, and said. Kai's Ryota was stunned when he heard this, then smiled, and then his face darkened. I'll let you play. After saying this harsh word, he returned to the court and began warming up. Soon, before Alex could finish his words of comfort, Mito Ryosuke's voice rang out again. No way. A pull of the lever put the basketball into the basket. Looking at Aomine Daiki, who was sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, Mito Ryosuke said lightly while making the gesture of picking earwax. Kaijo, the 192 centimeters tall center, looked at Lu Wei, who was 205 centimeters tall, and swallowed his saliva. What did you say? Lu Wei passed the ball directly to point guard Yosen. It's time for both sides to jump ball. Satsuki Momoi. But, no surprises. Is this the result of your 6 months of training? Mai-chan, you've seen too much, haven't you? Goal. Kai's Ryota, who was about to make a layup in the air, smiled and quickly retracted his hand. In the blink of an eye, he reached the basket and directly took the ball and made a layup in 2 steps. What the hell is this? He had no choice but to bite the bullet and jump at the same time as Lu Wei. Swish. At this moment, Kai's Ryota jumped out like a ghost and intercepted the ball. Ada. Kai's Ryota's speed is too fast. Mito Ryosuke looked down at the other person, his tone as cold as ice. Yosen's shooting guard quickly caught up from behind, jumped up suddenly, and tried to block the shot from behind. Meanwhile, at 2 basketball arena, this person must be taking hormones. You can't even understand soccer or Mandarin. You're not fit to play, you're too weak. Don't worry, Alliang knows what's going on. Yosen's men reacted instantly and quickly returned to defense. Aomine Daiki instantly became furious. Alex. Araki Masako. Ha 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 ha, chapter 198. Himuro Tatsuya goes on stage. Come again, Aomine Daiki said in a deep voice, then forced herself to stand up. You can barely stand now. What are you going to use to fight? Your second brother? Mito Ryosuke laughed, then grabbed the basketball in his hand with his right hand. Swish. Without even looking back, he threw the ball towards the basket behind him. Seeing this, all 5 of them showed shocked expressions. You know, he is at the free throw line on the other side. A long three-pointer without even looking behind you? Whoosh, bang. The basketball flew over the backboard and hit the wall. Everyone. What was I expecting? What's with that look on your face? You didn't think I could make a shot like that, did you? Mito Ryunosuke looked at the expressions of several people and said with disdain. Bakailu. If you can't make the shot, then what are you shooting for? Anyone would misunderstand your action just now, okay? The 5 people said angrily. Have a good rest, and come to my house every night from now on. Mito Ryunosuke ignored the murderous glares of several people and turned to leave. Seeing this, Alex and Misako Araki also gave Satsuki Momoi an apologetic look and followed. On the other side, the first quarter ended. Due to Kai's Ryota's outburst of anger, the score has reached 35-12. But, Yosen, on his part, was not in a hurry at all. If my guess is correct, that imitating kid will have a break in the next period. So, you just need to bring the score back. Hubu Jungtai took a sip of tea and said lightly. Yes. The players answered in unison. Young people are young people after all. After saying this, Tobi Shota glanced at Kaijo's bench and slowly closed the lid of his cup. Soon, the second quarter begins. Yosen has the ball. As expected, Kai's Ryota had already gone off to rest. Point guard Yosen dribbled slowly across half-court and then scanned the situation on the court. Facing Kaijo's point guard, Yosen's point guard seemed to be more skilled. I saw him constantly using fake moves to shift the opponent's center of gravity. Finally, he seized the opportunity to break through from the right. By the time Kaijo's point guard caught up, he had already passed the ball to Lu Wei. Lu Wei raised the corner of his mouth, turned around and jumped for a slam dunk. Poor Kaijo's center, even though he tried his best to jump, the opponent still slammed the basketball into the basket. Bang! Advertisement goal. Next, Kaijo, without Kai's Ryota, kept losing points. The score was about to be caught up. The rest of Kaijo's team is so far behind. Akashi Seijiro looked at the situation on the field and said lightly. Xiao Jung, how about we dig Kai's over here? Mibuchi Ryo said with a smile. Yeah, Akashi, isn't that what you always planned? Kotaro Hayama also spoke. Not now, Akashi Seijiro said with a faint smile on his face. Why? Because I will also quit the basketball team next year, just like Kai's. What? Beep. As the whistle sounded, the score in the second quarter was frozen at 52-48. Although Kaijo was still in the lead, everyone knew that the game was about to end. Wow! As the audience roared, everyone's eyes turned to the figure who followed onto the stage. Yosen's number 12, Himuro Tatsuya, the Masters, on the court also looked at the figure standing under the basket. Kaijo has the ball. The point guard crossed half-court and naturally passed the ball to Kai's Ryota. You've become stronger. Looking at Himuro Tatsuya who was coming to defend him, Kai's Ryota didn't dare to be careless. Thanks. Himuro Tatsuya didn't deny it either, but just stared at the basketball the other person was dribbling. Kai's Ryota also looked at the other party seriously. 1 second later, he took a deep breath. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. Kai's Ryota dribbled the ball faster and faster. Suddenly, he slammed the basketball from his right hand to his left hand, and then made a sharp change of direction to pass the opponent. Himuro Tatsuya reacted instantly and blocked the opponent's path. But, Kai's Ryota seemed to have anticipated this. He used his right foot as the axis and turned left in an instant. Himuro Tatsuya narrowed his eyes and took a step forward to defend himself again. After turning around, Kai's Ryota looked towards the basket, put the ball in his hands and prepared to shoot. Himuro Tatsuya quickly raised his hand. Neither of them jumped. After a stalemate of half a second, Kai's Ryota curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly jumped up. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya also jumped up. Swish. Advertisement amidst everyone's disbelief, the basketball passed through Himuro Tatsuya's palm and shot towards the basket. Goal. Is this true? Isn't this Himuro Senpai's ultimate move, the Kagero shot? Damn it, he can even imitate this, Yosen's players also exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. As long as it's a skill, no one can be unique. Himuro Tatsu was not angry either, he just smiled faintly. In the audience, I can't believe Kai's actually copied his opponent's special move. Takao Kazunari said in surprise, nothing surprising. Midorima Shintaro looked at Himuro Tatsuya's back on the field and spoke lightly. Xiao Jung, how can you not be surprised? Gao Weicheng curled his lips. On the court, Kai's Ryota did not cheer with his teammates after scoring the goal. Because, it was just one goal. Moreover, the other party did not show any surprise and still looked like a modest young man. Presumably, he has an even more powerful backup plan. Ball possession changes. After Yosen crossed half-court, he passed the ball to Himuro Tatsuya without any hesitation. Because when we were on the court, the coach had already explained. This section of the game is entirely controlled by Himuro Tatsuya. After receiving the pass, Himuro Tatsuya looked at the basketball and recalled the time he had been training with Gentleman's Sword. Are you coming? Looking at Kai's Ryota who was guarding him closely with a serious expression, Himuro Tatsuya smiled and said. Seeing that the other party did not react, Himuro Tatsu started dribbling the ball. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. As the basketball spun, Himuro Tatsuya was like an arrow shot from a bow, and with a swish, he passed Kai's Ryota in an instant. How is that possible? Kai's Ryota said incredulously. The opponent's speed was too fast just now, but he guaranteed that Himuro Tatsuya had made at least 2 fake moves. Reinforce the defense. Upon seeing this, Kaijo's players immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. Facing the forward who came to reinforce the defense, Himuro Tatsuya made a big turn behind his back and passed the opponent. Then stop suddenly and jump. Tap tap tap. At this moment, Kai's Ryota suddenly rushed up and jumped right after him. Things that make Kai's Ryota's heart palpitate appear. I saw Himuro Tatsuya grab the basketball with his right hand, then suddenly hooked his hand and threw the basketball out. Swish. Goal. Caught up. Chapter 199 Fierce Confrontation. Kaijo has the ball. After Kai's Ryota received the ball, Himuro Tatsu came up to defend. At this time, Kaijo's forward came over to set a screen, and Kai's Ryota seized the opportunity and quickly passed Himuro Tatsuya. Just as he jumped to shoot. Bang, Himuro Tatsuya ran over instantly, jumped up suddenly and blocked the shot, then swatted the basketball away. How is that possible? His speed, how could it be so fast? Kai's Ryota showed an expression of disbelief. Good shot, Himuro. Lu Wei caught the flying basketball and threw it out with force after shouting, fast break. The height Huang Zai just jumped was much lower than usual. Atsushi Murasakibara squinted his eyes, looked at the situation on the field lazily and said lightly. It wasn't just him who spoke. Many experts also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This number 12 will be our toughest opponent in the future. Hateful. Kai's Ryota said through gritted teeth as he chased after the Yosen small forward who was dribbling the ball on a fast break. Swish. The basketball was instantly passed to Himuro Tatsuya. Kai's Ryota also came back to defend. The two of them were deadlocked at the 3-point line. Can the testing be over? Himuro Tatsuya smiled and asked. What? Kai's Ryota looked surprised. Next second, Himuro Tatsuya's smile disappeared. He suddenly bent down, and quickly broke through from the opponent's left side. After 2 big steps, he jumped up and shot. Swish. Goal. Goal. In this ace showdown, Kai's is completely outmatched. What on earth did number 12 go through during this period? There was an uproar in the audience, and many people were shocked. In their eyes, the Age of Miracles represents heaven. Except for the man who opened the sky, the rest are not worth mentioning at all. Now there are 2 people who have broken through the first level of sky. This is just the beginning. Are you kidding me? Little Murasakibara hasn't even played yet. If I lose, it would be too bad. I definitely don't want to lose to this poker face guy. Advertisement Kai stared at Himuro Tatsuya's back and said unwillingly to himself. Although Kaijo is trying very hard to widen the gap, he is still unable to stop Yosen's current offensive. Otsubo Tae said as she looked at the situation on the field. Faced with Himuro Tatsuya who has already caught up with him, I think Kai's must be very unwilling to accept this. Takao Kazunari murmured as he looked at Kai's Ryota's figure. There's nothing we can do about it. If it's that monster, he definitely has a way to maximize Himuro's abilities. Because, he has always adhered to the principle of, my destiny is in my own hands. Midorima Shintaro's glasses turned white, and he said it calmly. Xiao Zhen, don't you believe in fate the most? No, I no longer believe in fate. What I believe in is. Midorima Shintaro said this, recalling the scene of his first meal with Mito Ryosuke. Then he raised the corners of his mouth and said, you must have the courage to ask heaven. Yosen bench. It's over. Hubu Shoda crossed his arms and said with an extremely confident expression. Well, from the moment Shizai showed that expression, I knew that Wangzai had already lost. Atsushi Murasakibara is a complete fool. Murasakibara, I'm curious, what exactly have you been going through during this time? Tobu Shoda asked curiously. It's not his fault. Originally, only a few people including Kawamura Ryuichi knew about this matter. Coach, please spare me, I don't want to recall the past. Atsushi Murasakibara said, and lowered his eyes. Then recalled every afternoon. He is on a team with Junzaijin, and Great Shark is on a team with Himuro Tatsuya. It was a competition. That taste is so G sour and refreshing. Kaijo bench. Ever since I knew that Monster had returned, I anticipated the growth rate of the Yosen players. However, the growth rate of number 12 is beyond my expectations. Based on our current strength, there is simply no good way to deal with him. If Atsushi Murasakibara also plays, Takeuchi Genta performed his signature, Shanzuo move, staring at Himuro Tatsuya and muttering. Kaijo has the ball. Really, I feel so useless myself. It's really annoying. Is he holding on so hard just to force Murasakibara to play and then lose the game? But even so, as long as I can force little Murasakibara out, I'm happy to do it. Kai's Ryota dribbled the ball, frowned, and looked at Himuro Tatsuya in front of him and thought to himself. Everyone in Yosen naturally felt the aura brought by Kai's Ryota. That's interesting. Himuro Tatsuya smiled and looked at the person in front of him. I can't believe you would say something like that. Advertisement, I can't help it. I've been abused so much lately, so of course I have to release the pent-up anger. Himuro Tatsuya finished speaking, and his eyes changed. The aura of the two people is getting stronger and stronger. They're going to get serious. Akashi Seijiro sensed the aura of the two and said with a serious expression. Bang. Bang. Kai's Ryota lowered his body and used the same move that Himuro Tatsuya had just used, and was about to break through. So fast. Dribble at full speed with all your strength. Lu Wei looked at the other party's actions in surprise. It's amazing, but, then, the speed increased. But, the situation suddenly changed. Lu Wei stretched out his hand and prepared to take the basketball. Kaijo, are you okay? Your health is your most important thing? Wow. Ball possession changes. At Lu Wei's signal, the rest of Yosun's team also gave up their positions to the two. Kai's Ryota spoke, quickly lunging forward, and with a snap, he smacked the ball towards Kaijo's center forward. What, nice copy, Himuro, don't underestimate me. Suddenly he was outside Kaijo's three-point line. Kaijo's perseverance is truly amazing, really, I had already prepared it and wanted to let Atsushi come up and play around with the idea. Bang. Atsushi Murasakibara just finished speaking. The latter received the ball, and in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he suddenly turned around and jumped, holding the basketball with both hands and smashing it towards the basket. I'm sorry, done, but I think the best way to show respect to this kind of person is to seriously defeat him. But, Kai's Ryota said nothing, but stood up and jogged back to defense. Seeing this, Kai's Ryota took timely precautions. It's just 2 points, why are you risking your life? Himuro Tatsuya retracted his surprised expression, then reached out to pull up the fallen Kai's Ryota, saying helplessly. This is still far from enough for today's students. There was an uproar in the audience. This guy is becoming less and less likable. Himuro Tatsuya dribbled the ball and muttered. Goal. Himuro Tatsuya suddenly turned right quickly, and with a snap sound, he knocked Kai's Ryota's dribbling ball away. Bang. Himuro Tatsuya looked at the hand that had just pulled Kai's Ryota and sneered. Yosun has the ball. 6M Chapter 200 Basketball is a sissy sport at the same time. Mito Ryosuke and 2 girls are shopping, Coach Araki. At this moment, a dozen people suddenly came towards us. The middle-aged man in the lead greeted them, Coach Mizutani. Araki Misako waved. This is Coach Mizutani-jun from the boxing club. Araki Misako introduced. Hello, Mito-san. Mizutani-jun certainly knew the influential figures in the school. Come on, coach, we still have to go watch the game. At this time, a student wearing a Yosun school uniform expressed dissatisfaction. The person he was dissatisfied with was, of course, Mito Ryosuke. Why do so many freshmen join the basketball club? As a result, very few people joined the boxing club this year. Of course, the culprit is the person in front of him. I'm sorry, Chongsheng is just like that. Mizutani-jun scratched his head embarrassedly. However, he did not stop. Why is Tobi Shota, who came later, earning twice as much as me? They're both coaches, but he came in later. You seem hostile to me. Mito Ryosuke stared at Chongsheng in the well and asked with narrowed eyes. How dare I? Mito Ryosuke immediately became unhappy after hearing the other party's yin and yang words. But seeing that the other person was still a child, he shook his head. But Mito can endure it. Can Misako Araki endure it? Classmate, what do you mean? Araki Misako said with a sullen face. It's nothing, I just don't understand why so many people like sissy sports. Why do all freshmen join the basketball club? I didn't know that before, but now I know. So it's basketball that attracts girls after all. Chongsheng from the well said, Tisk, Chongsheng. Mizutani-shun scolded, but there was no blame in his tone. You mean to say basketball is not as good as your boxing? Araki Misako said in a tone as cold as ice. Although she is a basketball coach, don't forget that she was not only the leader of a biker gang, but also a master of karate. I don't dare. I just suddenly feel that Mito is only suitable for playing basketball. After all, if he comes to our boxing club, it won't be so easy to become famous. People in the well often say with disdain. Alyong, forget it, he's still young, don't bother with him. Alex saw Mito Ryosuke suddenly curl his lips, thinking that something was wrong, and quickly stopped him. Others may not know. Advertisement, but she knew. This kid's terrifying physical fitness. Not only can he withstand 5 bullets, but he can also take down 20 or 30 people by himself. And, even with his iron head, he only suffered a mild concussion after being hit on the head by a wrench. Your name is Chongsheng, right? What a pity. Mito Ryosuke's smile disappeared and he said calmly. What a pity. It's a pity your name isn't Chongsheng. I don't know much about boxing. How about a fight? Okay, Alex. Amen. Boxing gym in Tokyo, under the ring. Do I need to wear a helmet when boxing? Why do I need to wear a helmet? The staff member was confused by Mito Ryosuke's question. Huh? Because boxing is about striking. Don't boxers have to wear equipment? Say it again. You're saying again that you need to wear equipment when boxing? Mito Ryosuke Xiaozhongdao. Well, it's just because it's your first time boxing, and I want to protect you. Jingxia Chongsheng said with a smile. But Mizutani-jun did not stop him, and his little thoughts were naturally guessed by Araki Misako. Although she was upset, she was about to show some concern for Mito when she was stopped by Alex. I don't need it. Let's talk about the bet, Mito Ryunosuke said, and then went up to the ring. Alex, what are you? Before Araki Misako could finish her words, Alex spoke first and said softly, now I'm praying that Aoleong doesn't beat the other person too badly. After all, the other party is still a child, Araki Misako. Final, the stakes were set at 50,000 Sakura coins. I'll treat you to a big meal later. As soon as Jingxia Chongsheng finished speaking, the team members in the audience laughed and cheered. Chongsheng, be careful, don't beat our school star silly, or you won't be able to afford the compensation, ha ha. Ha ha ha, yes. A star is rushing to give us money, so we'll gladly accept it. With everyone cheering, the game began. The game starts. Chongsheng in the well arrogantly performed various, provocative, boxing moves. Ken, Mito Ryunosuke just stood there straight, looking at someone as if they were a fool. This look instantly stimulated Jingxia Chongsheng, and he immediately got into position and took tentative steps towards Mito Ryunosuke. Come on, Chongsheng, he's so pretentious, teach him a lesson. Haha, you don't even know the moves, and you still want to try boxing? Ha ha ha. Bang. As the others laughed, Jingxia Chongsheng swung his right fist violently and hit Mito Ryunosuke's left cheek. Advertisement. On the other side, Tokyo, Stadium. On the court, with 6 minutes into the fourth quarter, the score was 77-92. Kai's Ryota was now propped up on his knees, breathing heavily. So strong, Nedekia Eikichi exclaimed. Has Yosen become so strong now? Mibuchi Ryo was also surprised. Himuro Tatsuya lost his balance and was broken through by Kai's Ryota. Even if I'm alone, I can't lose. Nice shot. Kai's Ryota held the ball in both hands and slowly began the next movement. Kaijo's trump card, Kai's Ryota, goal. Perfect imitation, it really is quite difficult. Don't worry, Huang Zai can't beat Shi Zai now. Senior Lu Wei was actually dunked on. Bang. He shouted at Lu Wei who was coming to defend him, then stretched his right hand to its full extent and slammed the basketball into the basket. Kaijo has the ball. His trembling hands holding the thermos gave him away. After Kai's Ryota passed Himuro Tatsuya, he changed 3 steps into 2 and jumped directly. Ken, Himuro Tatsuya didn't fall. That's right, Kai's Ryota reached for the ball. How is this possible? Ken, Kaijo's coach and substitute immediately stood up and shouted excitedly. Tobi Shota was not as anxious as the other substitutes, but spoke calmly. Keep going Kaijo, and he passed Himuro Senpai. I am Kaijo's ace. This is. Huang Zi used Kai Zi's Emperor Eye to quickly turn, and then used Ching Zi's super-fast dribbling to break through Shi Zi. The audience supporting Kaijo shouted at the top of their lungs. Yosen's replacement was incredulous, Emperor Eye. Atsushi Murasakibara frowned and spoke calmly. Fortunately, Atsushi Murasakibara's words calmed down Tobishota's originally shaken heart. Here I come. Himuro Tatsuya looked at the yellow circle outside the other person's pupil in surprise. He can't. Chapter 201 You fell down before I even exerted any strength? This, Age of Miracles, is truly astonishing, but since you are like this, I will give you a toast in return. Himuro Tatsuya said, pushing his feet hard. The whole person rushed towards the opponent's basket like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Lu Wei saw this, immediately throw the ball hard towards Himuro Tatsuya. Bang! Himuro Tatsuya caught the basketball steadily with a small jump. Counterattack. What a fast speed, and, is he going to slam dunk? As the audience cheered, Himuro Tatsuya dribbled quickly towards Kaijo's penalty area. Then he jumped suddenly under the basket and made a full attack with the ball in one hand. Kai's Ryota was also very fast. He jumped high, and the back of Atsushi Murasakibara appeared behind him. He slapped the basketball with his hand. Aomine's agility, combined with Murasakibara's Gai Nabe. In the audience, Sakurai Ryo said in surprise, it is a pity. If it were the current Dun, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. That's the old Dun, Himuro Tatsuya yelled, then suddenly hooked the ball towards the basket in the air, turning a slam dunk into a hook shot. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, the basketball drew a perfect arc and fell into the basket. Swish. Goal. What? No way, Kaijo is in trouble. Sister Lingyang, can you protect him when the time comes? At this time, Kotaro Hayama suddenly asked. I don't know, after all, we've never really fought each other. Mibuchi Ryo said honestly. Akashi, do you have any ideas for dealing with Yosen now? Nedekia Eikichi looked at Akashi Seijiro and asked as well. Hearing this, everyone in Rikuzen looked towards the red-haired figure. I don't know either, because Murasakibara hasn't played yet. Akashi Seijiro propped up his head with his hands and said calmly. It's a good thing our next opponent isn't Yosen. Mibuchi Ryo looked towards two with sympathy and said helplessly. On the court. Kaijo has the ball. That poker face is too strong, isn't it? I didn't expect that he was not only fast, but also had excellent coordination. When did this monster evolve to this level? Kaijo's players gasped for breath and exclaimed at the figure returning to defense. The other side. Well done, Himuro, advertisement. Lu Wei stepped forward, clapped his hands and smiled. The other team members also came forward to praise. The game isn't over yet. We have to defend well for the next shot. Himuro Tatsuya looked at his teammates and said with a gentle smile. Yes, on the other side, boxing gym. Mito Ryunosuke, who took a punch to the cheek, didn't react at all. Seeing this, although Jingxia Chongsheng was surprised, his motor nerve reflex immediately led him to swing his left fist again, hitting the opponent's right cheek with a bang. Boxing? That's it. Mito Ryunosuke took a step back, shook his head a few times, and said lightly after making a clicking sound. What? How is this possible? Chongsheng's punch can reach 180 kilograms of force. Besides, Chongsheng's size is obviously a level higher than his opponent's. The boxing club players all showed expressions of disbelief. Alex, what's Ryunosuke doing? Masako Araki was also surprised. Is Ryunosuke so resistant to blows? Just watch, there's no way Aoyong will lose to that brat. Alex smiled mysteriously. On the ring. Damn it. Stop looking down on me. Chongsheng in the well roared angrily, then took a bow step forward and threw a punch with all his strength. Can. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Jingxia Chongsheng's full-strength attack hit Mito Ryunosuke in the face with a bang. This time, the yellow-haired man remained motionless. Can. How? Just before Jingxia Chongsheng finished speaking in surprise, Mito Ryunosuke suddenly moved. He suddenly swung his right hand and punched out. Bang! His fist hit the opponent's left hand that was protecting his chin. The next moment, Chongsheng's hands suddenly dropped vertically in the well, and his whole body fell down like a zombie. Boom! There was a muffled sound from the ring. How is that possible? One punch. And this was even when Chongsheng blocked it with his left hand. Not only that, they also brought boxing gloves. Oh my god, how powerful are his punches. Chongsheng. 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 Seeing this, the people from the boxing club rushed to the ring and observed his injuries. You fell down before I even exerted any strength? Mito Ryunosuke looked coldly at Jingxia Chongsheng lying in front of him and snorted coldly. Advertisement. After a while. Go home. Looking at the direction the ambulance left, Mito Ryunosuke looked at the two of them and asked. The game is almost over at this time, right? Alex looked at the time and spoke. Should we go have dinner with them? Araki Masako asked with a smile. Let's go buy some groceries. I don't think that old man Deng will treat us. Meanwhile, the gym. On the court, there was only 1.5 minutes left. The score has reached 98 to 112. The 14-point gap basically announced the end of the game. Can. They both shouted at the same time. Muji Tepe looked at the field and smiled. If that's the case, then the outcome is still uncertain. The latter dribbled quickly towards the opponent's basket. Rebound. At this time, the basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Lu Wei stopped talking midway. Kai's quickly passed the ball to Kaijo's shooting guard. As soon as the latter received the ball, the opponent's point guard came up to defend him. Yosen's Inoue Dairo suddenly jumped up and reached out to touch the basketball. On the court. Even though Kaijo was at the end of his rope, Kai's Ryota refused to admit defeat. But, so at this rate, can Kai's really hold on until the end? Don't underestimate me, clang. The basketball was intercepted by Kai's who suddenly appeared. Kimura grabbed the rebound over the Kaijo center and immediately passed it back to Yosen. He intends to persevere through the match, but the price of perfect imitation is a rapid depletion of his physical strength. Ida Riko in the audience frowned and said in a deep voice. Kogane Shinji Jingya Dao. I encountered. The latter caught the ball, jumped, and shot. Watch me. Good job. Huh? When the Kaijo point guard just crossed half court and wanted to pass the ball was intercepted by the Yosen point guard. Lu Wei quickly dodged to position himself under the basket, then jumped up. Don't worry, we still have a chance. The Kaijo point guard, who was returning to defense, comforted the shooting guard. But judging by the current situation, Kai's energy consumption is even slower than before. Bang. Kaijo has the ball. Kimura Shuji has already passed the basketball to Himuro Tatsuya. Chapter 202 3-man defense. Himuro Tatsuya took a deep breath, then faked a move and passed Kaijo's point guard from the right. But, standing behind the point guard is Kai's Ryota. Himuro Tatsuya was forced to stop. It's not over yet. Kaijo's shooting guard came up from his right side and reached out to steal the ball. This is, Takao Kazunari said in surprise, three-way defense. Mo de yu yi jing ya dao ideographic period. The left side is open, but the opponent deliberately let Himuro break through from the right side. Keep his weight on the right side, and it's too late to change it now. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses up, analyzing. The timing is perfect. Himuro has nowhere to run. Otsubo Dakai also frowned and looked at the figure wearing the number 12 jersey on the field. Just when everyone in the stadium thought that the ball would be intercepted. Atsushi Murasakibara just ate his delicious sticks in silence. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya suddenly grabbed the basketball and threw it behind him with a swish. How is that possible? His passing skills, when did they become so advanced? Nakatani Hitoshi looked at the figure on the field in disbelief and said in surprise. Bang! Lu Wei received the ball, dribbled a few times, and immediately hooked the basketball high and flew it towards the basket. In an instant, Himuro Tatsuya, who had already jumped over 3 people, jumped high and stretched out his left hand to touch the basketball. Not good, he's too fast. Kaijo's center looked at Himuro Tatsuya, who had already jumped high into the air, with a look of shock on his face. But, just then, Kai's Ryota's figure leapt high from behind the opponent and flew towards him, shouting, "Himuro!" He jumped so high, Kimura Shuji was surprised when he saw Kai's Ryota's figure. Can, bang, goal. This goal was still scored by Himuro Tatsuya. Wow, it went in. What a cool alley-oop, Kaijo can't stop this number 12 at all. He can actually dunk. The audience cheered again. Even Tobi Shota clenched his fists and said, okay. No, at this time, Kaijo's team members gathered around and looked worriedly at Kai's Ryota, who was sitting on the ground. There's less than a minute left. No matter how hard you try, this time you lose. Advertisement. Himuro Tatsuya looked back at the Kaijo group and said calmly. So strong. Everyone in Kaijo's pupils shrank, and they thought to themselves. He's amazing. Even that three-man defense can't stop him. Kotaro Hayama looked at Himuro Tatsuya's figure and exclaimed in admiration. If it's just that it can't be stopped, then it's fine. Akashi Seijiro supported his head and said lightly. Kaijo has begun to fall into a vicious cycle. If this continues, it will be impossible to catch up. Mibuchi Ryo also spoke. Good shot, Yosen. Yosen is widening the score like crazy. Awesome. Yoho. Come on, Yosen. Even the audience had already decided on the winner of this match. At this time, the players on both sides were gasping for breath. Kaijo has the ball. Can, just when the point guard wanted to pass the ball to the shooting guard before he crossed half court. Bang. Himuro Tatsuya, who suddenly appeared, intercepted the ball. Counterattack. Liu Wei ran forward to provide support while shouting to his teammates. But his trip was in vain, because Himuro Tatsuya has already held the ball with both hands, ready to shoot. Don't even think about scoring this goal. Kaijo's point guard chased up from the right side, jumped up suddenly and shouted. Can. Himuro Tatsuya didn't jump either. Oops, fake move. Kaijo point guard secretly thought that this was not good. Sure enough, Himuro Tatsuya waited for the opponent to fall, then suddenly jumped up, bumped his body into the Kaijo center and shot directly. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Beep. Defensive foul. Goal valid. 1 free throw. Wow. 3+1. Yosen. 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 As the referee's whistle sounded, the audience immediately boiled over. Wow, what's going on? Almost all the audience is cheering for Yosen. Kaijo's substitute looked at the audience on the field and had a bad thought. Now Yosen has completely made the audience his ally. Although Murasakibara did not play, Himuro Tatsuya's outstanding performance in the second half has already impressed them deeply. Takao Kazunari was surprised as he heard the audience cheering. Of course, after all, not only is Murasakibara not playing in Yosen, but even that star monster hasn't come over. Advertisement. It's normal for the audience to think that Yosen High is still number 1 this year. Midorima Shintaro looked at the situation on the field and analyzed it. The other side. Aliang, why do you always buy fish? Alex looked at the several different kinds of fish that he and Misako Araki were holding, his face full of questions. Because, I want to eat fish. Mito Ryunosuke didn't look back. After saying this, he continued to stroll around the fish market. Ryunosuke, you don't need to buy so much food even if you want to. Are you possessed by a cat? Araki Misako also said with a frown. Alex smiled and spoke. I knew it. I really lost to Yosen. At this time, no nuclear wastewater has entered the sea. Stadium. Thank you, you're amazing too. Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking and came to another stall. Boss, give me a raw fish. We are the top 4. They were just like in the national competition. They were stopped in the quarterfinals by Yosen again. Himuro Tatsuya also stretched out his hand and held the other person's hand tightly. Hello, I'm Araki Misako. Certainly, a few minutes later. The score was fixed at 129 to 104. Then he really can't figure out Aliang's current position. I'm going to make a fish feast tonight. All you have to do is wait and eat. As the whistle sounded at the end of the game, the freshmen cheered excitedly. I didn't expect Murasakibara-chan to not play. I couldn't win. You become too strong. Hey, you bought too much. Kai's Ryota sighed deeply upon hearing this. Dun is more powerful than me. While the two girls were laughing, Mito Ryunosuke came over with 3 different kinds of fish. Let's go home. Misako, who's calling? Listening to the audience's cheers, Kaijo's team members looked sad. After putting her phone in her pocket, Misako Araki picked up the ingredients and said lightly. Kai's Ryota walked forward with a smile, extended his hand and looked at Himuro Tatsuya. Kai's Ryota touched his hair and said with a somewhat uncomfortable tone. We won. Even though you said that, I still want to ask, how strong is Murasakibara now compared to you? Alex asked curiously. It's okay, it was the chairman. Mizutani-jun called to request that Ryunosuke be disciplined. At this moment, Araki Misako's phone rang, so she could only put the ingredients in her right hand on the ground, took out her phone, and answered the call. Chapter 203 Choice Yosen Lounge. We won. That way, we'll make it to the semifinals. The newcomers to Yosen were cheering. The old student occasionally smiled while tidying up his things. Murasakibara-senpai, Himuro-senpai, where are you going? At this time, Kimura Masaru looked at the two people who were about to leave and asked curiously. Keep it a secret. Himuro Tatsuya turned around and smiled, then walked out of the lounge with Atsushi Murasakibara. Senior Huang Lai, aren't you going with us? Outside the passage, the other team members looked at Huang Lai Ryota and asked. Haha, I have something to do, you guys go back first. Huang Lai Ryota smiled, waved to everyone, and then walked in another direction. Leave him alone. Coach Kaijo sighed as he looked at his back. The stairs outside the gymnasium. Huang Lai Ryota looked at Akashi Seijiro's back and shouted. Little Akashi, you came to me. Little Kuroko, little Murasakibara, Himuro. Akashi Seijiro turned around, looked at the other person's increasingly incredulous expression, and raised the corners of his mouth. Huang Lai, wait a moment, we still need Midorima. What about little Aomine? Huang Lai Ryota asked. When with Satsuki. Where are you going? Kai's Ryota asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Mito Villa. At the door. Wow, little Mito's place is so grand. It's comparable to little Akashi's. Kai's stood at the door and shouted in surprise. Kai's, keep your voice down, it's making too much noise. Midorima Shintaro said while holding an axe. Little Midorima, don't you think you were even more deafening like this? If little Mito hadn't greeted you just now, you wouldn't have been able to come in. Kai's Ryota said with a pout. Ignoring the two noisy people, Atsushi Murasakibara walked to the door and started knocking. Boom boom boom. Shueichin, we're here. The camera moves to the school bags of each school, and then to the dining table. Wow. Why are there only fish? Advertisement. Kai's Ryota looked at the table full of fish dishes and said in surprise. Does this reflect that we are redundant? Midorima Shintaro held his chin and analyzed calmly. How is this possible? Aomine Daiki got a hash on her forehead and yelled at the other person. Aliang said he wanted to eat fish, so we made a fish feast. Alex said helplessly, holding his head. Shizzy, you just said there was a mysterious person, why hasn't he arrived yet? Atsushi Murasakibara kept his eyes fixed on the dish. Akashi Seijiro sat up straight. He just sent me a message saying he won't be coming, but will come over when the time comes. The last one is ready. Himuro Tatsuya came out of the kitchen carrying the last dish and smiled at everyone. You say it or I say it. At this time, Mito Ryosuke also walked out of the kitchen, sat between the two women, looked at Akashi Seijiro and said. You tell me, you're the ace, Akashi Seijiro Unado. What trump card? Kai's Ryota asked. Kai's, shut up. Little Aomine, you're so scary. Ahem, at this time, Mito Ryosuke cleared his throat and looked at everyone. Next year, Akashi Seijiro will handle the suspension procedures for you. Just when he said this, Kai's Ryota wanted to interrupt again. Why? But before he could finish his words, he was scared by everyone's eyes and closed his mouth, revealing an aggrieved expression. Because, next year, you will all go to the beautiful country with me to participate in formal training. We will be a team then. Shueichin, will you be the starting player? Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly raised his head and asked. I won't fight you because you are all newcomers and you will all grow through experience. Mito Ryosuke shook his head and explained, oh. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded dumbly. As for the reason, it's because red hair and I acquired Huosei, and after a year of training, we will play in the NBA. Of course, I asked you to come here because someone suggested it, because for me, it doesn't matter who my teammates are. Having said that, Mito Ryosuke sat down. He glanced at the crowd again and said, I've finished speaking. Who joins and who leaves? Once you have made your decision, if you really don't want to join the fire match, you can leave after dinner. Of course, if you join, I will give you a contract with an annual salary of $500,000. Akashi Seijiro also continued Mito Ryosuke's words. After saying that, he also picked up the cup in front of him and started drinking, just like Mito Ryosuke. The difference is, one is a drink and the other is an ice beer. Of course I'll join. I want to play with Mizu-kun. Atsushi Murasakibara was the first to speak. Of course I'll join in. Advertisement. Himuro Tatsuya said with a smile. After the two of them finished talking, the whole room fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads and began to think seriously. Mito Ryosuke and Akashi Seijiro were not in a hurry either, and just sat there quietly. In the entire room, Atsushi Murasakibara was the only one looking anxiously at the delicious food in front of him. The next day, today's match is Shutoku vs. Saren. In the lounge. Xiao Zhen, why are you so listless today? Is there something on your mind? As the two teams came on the court, the atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak. Takao Kazunari was tying his shoelaces and looking at Midorima Shintaro with a worried look on his face. Atsushi Murasakibara's lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. The time is almost up and we can go on stage. Murasakibara, are you kidding me? Aomine Daiki sighed as the mid-range shot missed. Today's opponent is Saren, but everyone should not take it lightly. Then there's Saren High School, the biggest dark horse for 2 consecutive years. Ken, Clang. Not only Aomine Daiki, but even Satsuki Momoi looked up in surprise. Takao Kazunari looked at the motionless Midorima Shintaro with a serious face, then walked over and shouted in his ear. Satsuki Momoi, who was sitting next to him, was also absent-minded. At this time, Otsubote's voice was heard outside. Although Kagami is gone, the strength of Teppei Muji, who has returned from the United States, cannot be underestimated. Miyagi Yuya asked. Certainly, instead, He stared at the mobile phone holder in his hand. Midorima Shintaro still did not answer. Chingzai, let's play a game. 5 goals, if you score 1, you win. Xiao Zhen, it's time to go on stage at the same time. On the playing field. Good, Midorima, what's your rank today? Baseball field. Out they are. The traditional powerhouse team that has made it to the quarterfinals for 11 consecutive years, Shutoku High School. At this time, Nakatani Jinlang pushed the door open and walked in. This was followed by cheers from the audience. Led by Nakatani Hitoshi, Shutoku entered the arena one after another. Aomine Daiki was practicing her ball skills, but her mind was thinking about what happened last night. Midorima Shintaro did not answer. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Chapter 204. Sakura Country Number 1. I'm not kidding, Alex asked me to come find you. Otherwise I wouldn't bother coming. Atsushi Murasakibara spoke lazily while eating potato chips. Didn't the person whose hair covered half of his eyes come with you? Aomine Daiki when Dao ideographic period, Shizai. He went to the gym first. Chingzi, stop talking nonsense and start fighting. Interesting. It seems you've been with Mito for too long and have forgotten my strength. Aomine Daiki licked her tongue and raised the corners of her mouth. After a while. How is this possible? Da actually lost to little Murasakibara in a one-on-one duel. Satsuki Momoi was surprised when he saw Aomine Daiki gasping for breath with her knees supported on the baseball field. The strength that little Murasakibara had demonstrated just now had already broken all her previous records of him. Even though people grow, how can they grow so fast? Currently there is only Atsushi Murasakibara. Even Himuro Tatsuya can't compare to this. Leave. Atsushi Murasakibara casually threw the basketball hoop in his hand into the bushes and said lightly. Then, as he walked out of the baseball field, his speed increased. After a while, he started running wildly, muttering, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Ada. Looking at Atsushi Murasakibara who fled for fear of crime. Satsuki Momoi withdrew his gaze and looked at Aomine Daiki worriedly. Satsuki, let's go too. Jay's match is about to start. Aomine Daiki took a breath and said expressionlessly. On the way. Aomine Daiki smiled, recalling what Akashi Saishuru said to her when she left last night. When we were still striving to become the #1 high school basketball player in Sakura Country. He has already stood at the top, from the moment he beat Stanford University. No, the moment he beat the Dream Team. He is already the #1 basketball player in our Sakura Country. That's why he won't be playing this year and he won't be playing house with us anymore. These words really touched me yesterday, but what made me make up my mind was, today's Atsushi Murasakibara. How long has it been? The other party has far surpassed me. That terrifying power, as soon as he got the ball, revealed the momentum to destroy the opponent's basketball hoop. Advertisement Aomine Daiki decided that if he wanted to become stronger, he could only do the same as Atsushi Murasakibara. Join. Ryo, Satsuki said. Murasakibara broke the basketball hoop on the baseball field. After Alex hung up the phone, he yelled at Mito Ryunosuke who was still sitting on the sofa playing games. Murasakibara, this guy. Masako Araki, who was peeling fruit, suddenly stood up and spoke coldly while holding the fruit knife. If it's broken, find someone to fix it. Mito Ryunosuke shook his hands, then looked at the screen that said, you have failed, and lit a cigarette. You are not cut out for playing games, even I can easily beat you right now. Masako Araki sat down and regained her composure. You don't understand, I'm just enjoying the process. Just like the gentlemen in Longguo who were given a day off on May Day, are they fit to be slaves? No, they were just unlucky, I never doubted their talent. Alex came over with a drink, so you're saying the guys are just enjoying their work? Yeah, just like the author Go. Stadium. Done, why are you so late? In the stands, Himuro Tatsuya looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who looked panicked and asked. Cheesy, if you want to watch the game, just come by yourself. Atsushi Murasakibara did not answer but complained. Done, don't say that, know yourself and know your enemy. Himuro Tatsuya covered his head and said, it's better to go back, I have no interest in watching this kind of game right now. Atsushi Murasakibara said with an unhappy look on his face as he looked at the players warming up on the field. Hey, the seaweed salt flavor. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya suddenly took out a bag of potato chips and said. Atsushi Murasakibara took the potato chips and said, I want to eat them. Look, they're all in pretty good shape, except for Midorima, of course. Himuro Tatsuya said as he watched the two teams finish their warm-ups and prepare for the jump ball. Oh, Atsushi Murasakibara lowered his head and tugged at the bag of potato chips. Done, which team do you think will win? Himuro Tatsuya asked as he looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who had picked up the potato chips and started eating. Who knows? Both of them have been individually trained by Shueichin, and now Green Boy's playing style has changed. Atsushi Murasakibara glanced at Himuro Tatsuya beside him and said lazily. That's why we came to watch, so that in the finals. Before Himuro Tatsuya could finish, he was interrupted by Atsushi Murasakibara. Although they were both trained by Mizuki, I really can't imagine that Akaji would lose to them. So what Atsushi is saying is that our final opponent will still be Rikuzen. Himuro Tatsuya smiled, and at the same time, his whole body exuded a fighting spirit. Not necessarily. What if we lose to Chingzi? Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara said, jokingly, done, when did you learn to make jokes like this? Himuro Tatsuya complained, at the same time. What? Tobi Shota shouted excitedly. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll complete the task. Yes, 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 please hang up first. Seeing their coach in such a state, the freshman Yosen was shocked. What's wrong with the coach? Lao Sheng. You'll get used to it. Gather. After hanging up the phone, Tobi Shota's flattering expression instantly turned serious. On the court. The game has begun. Kimura's younger brother took the lead and slammed the basketball into the basket. To my surprise, Shutoku's first shot wasn't a three-pointer. Yeah, and that first-year forward from Shutoku seems pretty good too. Oh my god, if you hadn't told me he was a first year, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. He just looks more mature. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Saren has the ball. As soon as Izuki-shun received the quick serve, he threw it in the direction of Kuroko Tetsuya. At this time, Kuroko Tetsuya is ready for the pre-swing. Bang! It's a speed pass back, return to defense. Is it way? That one is hard for me to catch, Hinata Junpei, who was running in the front, said with surprise. Although it was difficult, Hinata Junpei endured the pain and caught the ball, then made a quick three-step layup. Here it comes. It's Saren's bombardment-style fast break. At this moment, Midorima Shintaro had caught up. The ball was blocked with a slap. How is this possible? Such a fast speed. Hinata Shunping said with horror. He was clearly at the back just now. It doesn't matter, the ball is still ours. Muji Tieping stepped forward to comfort him. Wish you all a happy May Day in advance 3. Chapter 205 Kuroko Tetsuya's Problem. On the other side, the baseball field. Mito Ryunosuke kicked off his shoes, looked at the ground nonchalantly and whispered. Please, can you please not ask me to meet in a place like this? Seeing that the person opposite him didn't speak, he lost his patience, then suddenly raised his head with a gloomy look. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist robbing you. The words fell. Haizaki Shogo in front of him tensed up immediately, swallowed hard, and said weakly, Akashi asked me to. Bang bang. Haha, just kidding. Mito Ryunosuke walked up, patted the other man on the shoulder twice, and then his expression darkened. Can't you take a joke? Hearing this, Haizaki Shogo's head shook violently like a rattle. Then you smile. A luxurious office. Two figures were making tea. I don't want to hear any bullshit principles. All you have to do is pay and show up. Mito Ryota blew out a puff of smoke and said lightly. Your attitude is getting worse, Ryota. Akashi Jenshin's face darkened and he said coldly. Because the little guy can't wait to take action. On the other side, the gymnasium, Saren has the ball. Izuki-shun passed the ball to Ogahara Sihiro. The latter went straight to the layup quickly. Kimura's younger brother had already come up to defend, and Ogiwara Norihiro curled his lips and shot directly. He's not shooting, bang. A figure jumped high, caught the basketball, and then slammed it towards the basket. Bang. Goal. Good job, Muji. Even though Kagami is gone, everyone on our team is full of fighting spirit for today's match. Ida Riko also cheered along with the substitute. Damn it, I got tricked. Kimura's younger brother picked up the basketball and said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, we will get this point back. Takao Kazunari stepped forward to comfort him. Sure enough, did they still take it lightly? Nakatani Hitoshi thought to himself as he looked at the players on the field. Advertisement. There are too many uncertainties in this game. First, Midorima Shintaro became sluggish, and then the other players felt that Saren was no longer a big deal after the other team's ace left. But, the prejudice in the human heart is a mountain. Even though Otsubo Tae said that the current Kiyoshi Teppei is more terrifying than before, because he was tempered among the monsters in D1. Even though he was still not good enough in front of those monsters, he was far beyond the reach of an ordinary high school student. The other players just listened with one ear and out the other. I don't take it seriously at all. Shutoku has the ball. Takao Kazunari dribbled the ball slowly across half-court, his eyes constantly observing Midorima Shintaro's condition. Atsushi Murasakibara raised his head, glanced at the court, then lowered his head to eat snacks. What is little green doing? Satsuki Momoi complained with a frown. I guess what happened last night was too much of a shock to him. Aomine Daiki said helplessly. Yes, Midorima was not like them, he had too many things to consider. If you have too many distracting thoughts, you will stagnate. I advise you to worry about yourselves. After all, your opponent tomorrow is little Murasakibara. Kai's Ryota said with a smile. Aomine Daiki, then I can also beat Murasakibara out. Kai's Ryota. Ding 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 ding, on the court. Takao Kazunari passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro. The latter received the pass and started to break through the inside. Here we go again. Shutoku's number 6 actually rushed into the paint again. How on earth did Mito convince him to change? Akashi Seijiro propped up his head and frowned as he watched Midorima Shintaro score a layup after a fake move past the center. He knew very well how much Midorima cherished her fingers and body. Generally speaking, even in a confrontation, he would try to avoid physical contact. Ball possession changes. Yi Yuajun pushed the ball across half-court. I was surprised to find that Kuroko Tetsuya was now almost unable to break free from Shutoku's freshman defense. Does the other party also have some abilities? Still? With this thought in mind, Yi Yuajun decided to give it a try. With just a hookshot, the basketball came in front of Kuroko Tetsuya. Kuroko Tetsuya gave a push and the basketball flew quickly towards Muji Teppei. Can, bang, with one hand, he blocked the ball accurately. That's Kimura's brother's hand. This scene shocked everyone. Advertisement, stop being in a daze, get back on defense. Ida Riko immediately shouted and everyone came to their senses. But it's too late. The freshman from Shutoku quickly threw the ball under Seren's basket. The basketball came into the hands of Takao Kazunari who was in the first position. He dribbled the ball quickly, jumped in 3 steps, and then gently hooked the basketball into the basket. Swish. Goal. How is this possible? Azi's pass was cracked. Satsuki Momoi said with a look of disbelief, "Brother, shall we have a fight? You didn't realize it would turn out like this until now. Because I know that if he learns to shoot and dribble, his weak presence will disappear one day. No, when I was teaching Azi how to shoot, I had a strange feeling." Having said that, Akashi changed his hand to support his head and continued. Mibuchi Ryo asked immediately. Hateful. Hinata Junpei wiped the sweat off his face with his clothes, muttering while panting. By chance, Takao Kazunari, who was on the defensive, heard. What do you mean, Akashi? On the baseball field, Haizaki Shogo picked up the basketball and asked Mito Ryosuke who was still refusing to leave. What? Kotaro Hayama didn't understand. I'm sure *****. Kuroko is so stupid that it's unbearable to watch. Are you sure? Akashi Seijiro supported his head and looked at Kuroko Tetsuya's figure with disdain. But this idiot has not only learned the disappearing dribble, but also the phantom shot. Not even worth the average player. I only asked him to increase the types of passes he could make and didn't let him learn shooting or dribbling. Just because he's shown a little light, he might never be a shadow again. It's because you refuse to leave, it's nothing, it's just that Kuroko, that idiot, actually gave up her only advantage with her own hands. Mito Ryosuke turned his head and looked at the gray-haired man in front of him with some surprise. Of course, a player who uses such a flashy move will attract attention. It's nothing, because I can see it. Xiaojung, why? So, that's what happened. I was just pretending to test you, and you took the bait. After Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, he also thought to himself, you have lost your status as the Dream Sixth Man. Aomine Daiki said with a frown, how did they do that? Am I sure? Because, when he was in junior high school, he found his own style of play. Chapter 206 Midorima. I figured it out. Stadium. At this time, Kuroko Tetsuya had no choice but to be substituted. He was just about to sit down in his seat slowly. Ida Riko patted the bench next to her and said, come sit here. Kuroko Tetsuya had just sat down with a lost look on his face when Ida Riko put her arm around his shoulders and said, don't give up. I'll let you play soon. After a while. Beep. How could that be? Why did he let number 11 come up again? Hasn't he lost his effectiveness? Maybe they've come up with a good idea. As the audience discussed, Ida Riko whispered, Kuroko. I'm really sorry to have you back on the court in this state. No, on the contrary, I played, Kuroko said, and walked onto the field. Everyone's eyes were on him. There are worries, confusion, disdain, and concern. If Kuroko is just substituted out, he really won't be able to recover. Therefore, Riko deliberately left him on the field so that everyone could find a way to revive him. Hinata Junpei frowned and whispered to the team members. On the field, as soon as Kuroko Tetsuya received the pass, Ida Riko's instructions flashed through his mind. There were more than 3 minutes left in the first quarter. All this time is reserved for you. So, I hope you are completely defeated by your opponent. Then fight again, all for the sake of winning. The memories end. Next second, he disappeared from Shutoku's newly formed pupils. It's the disappearing dribble. Did you pass anyone? In the audience, players from other universities were surprised. Can Shutoku freshmen catch up instantly? Seeing this, Kuroko Tetsuya turned around and started shooting. The next second, bang. The basketball shot was instantly blocked by the freshman from Shutoku. There's nothing we can do. The other party can see it. Kogane Shinji Jingya Dao. The basketball that was slapped away was instantly grabbed by Takao Kazunari, who then quickly dribbled it towards Seren's basket. Swish. Just as he was about to reach the three-point line, he passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro. Midorima Shintaro jumped up immediately after receiving the ball. Can Muji Tieping also rushed over from the back. Don't even think about scoring a goal. With a snap, advertisement he slapped the basketball away from behind. Can the flying basketball was grabbed by Takao Kazunari, who then jumped and shot. Swish. Goal. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. The score started to widen. Of course. Riko is such a fool. She knew that Jay had been seen through. Wait, I get it. Satsuki Momoe's eyes suddenly lit up and he stopped talking. On the court. Seren has the ball. I don't know what you're planning to do, but wouldn't it be naive of you to leave Kuroko on the field to fight us? Takao Kazunari looked at Hinata Junpei in front of him and smiled. Kuroko Tetsuya scored twice and shot again. Can Although the shot was not blocked this time, the basketball was touched by the opponent's fingers. So, bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Rebound! Both sides shouted. Center Shutoku suddenly jumped and was about to touch the basketball with both hands. A big hand grabbed the basketball like a pair of pliers. Great! It's Vice Claw! Seren's substitutes shouted in unison. After Kiyoshi Teppei grabbed the rebound, he landed and passed the ball directly to Hinata Junpei. The latter immediately took a step back and then jumped to shoot. Swish! Goal! Wow! The audience suddenly became excited. What you said just now isn't that we are too naive, but that you underestimate us too much. Hinata Junpei looked at Takao Kazunari and retorted. Takao Kazunari, what did you say? Soon. The first quarter of the game is over. The score is 23-20. Shutoku leads by 3 points. Not bad. We only let the opponent take the lead by 3 points. You did a great job. Ida Riko finished speaking, then looked at Kuroko Tetsuya. But, Kuroko, we need to change people. Hearing this, the players looked at Kuroko Tetsuya, who lowered her head and remained silent with sympathy. It is indeed impossible to find a solution in less than 3 minutes. But don't be discouraged, Kuroko, we have already obtained the information. In order to find the clues to your resurrection, you should go off the court and observe the situation in the second quarter. Advertisement. Hearing Ida Riko's words, Kuroko Tetsuya grabbed his pants tightly. Yes. Come on, Kuroko. After all, if we want to win, we still cannot do without your passing. So, before you get discouraged, try harder. We have to work hard together for Kagami's share. Kiyoshi Teppei patted Kuroko Tetsuya on the back and comforted her. Yes, thank you, Muji-senpai. You're right, I'll definitely be back on the court. Kuroko Tetsuya's confident face showed a smile. Win. Hinata Junpei. Please, Kuroko. Yi Yuajun. We still have a chance of winning in the second quarter. After all, they're not Stanford University, they're all monsters. Ida Riko put her hands on her hips and said, that's right. Their main players this year are only Midorima and Takao. Except for the captain who is a substitute, the others are all first years. Xiao Zhen, what's wrong with you? Alex said seriously. I won't interfere. I don't care who it is. I'm only playing for a year anyway. Mito Ryosuke said with a shrug. No, he built Saren, he won't abandon Saren. Besides, I also have some personal matters to take care of by then. Why? On the other side, Shutoku was on the bench. Can't Muji? Do you want to dig some from the training camp? After saying that, the two girls stared at the young man who was eating barbecue in front of them. Nakatani Jinlang said lightly. Alex frowned as he ate the barbecue. Midorima Shintaro pushed the reflection of his lenses to hide his suddenly clear eyes. How is that possible? Can't Takao and the others do that too? Alyang, including you, there are only 3 substitutes in total. How could such a monster exist in this world? Besides, I am just bringing them on this journey, but they will have to rely on themselves to make their own way in the future. After Takao and the paired coach replied, yes, they immediately approached Midorima Shintaro and asked. He was lying on the ground with all fours, breathing in the fresh air. The two women asked at the same time, how is that possible? Mito Ryosuke said this, his eyes flashed with a fierce look. So we have a great chance of winning, Araki Masako asked. Nothing, I think. I figured it out. We've already figured out Saren's current strength. In the second quarter, let Takao take the lead. Because I'm rich. Why would I work for someone else when I can be my own boss? Masako Araki said this sentence and Alex said the last sentence almost at the same time. At this time, Haizaki Shogo was the only one on the baseball field. A barbecue restaurant. Baseball field. Chapter 207 Driving Test Permit. So, do you have any choices for the next few people? Facing Araki Masako's question, Mito Ryosuke shook his head. If all else fails, let's go with Takao and Amayoshi. Amayoshi? The two women heard this and said in unison in disbelief. We need all point guards. What about Murasakibara's backup? Araki Masako asked with a frown. Mito Ryosuke pointed at himself and said as if it was a matter of course. What about the power forward? Small forward. In the end, the two women were defeated. There's nothing we can do. Who made the guy opposite us such a panacea? Basically, as soon as he comes on the court, no matter which coach it is, he will activate the Mito tactics. Inside the gymnasium. At this time, the game had entered the fourth quarter. Due to the halo of the protagonist, Kuroko Tetsuya finally reduced her presence after trying for 2 quarters. Everyone is still taking a break now. The score was 78-73. Shutoku Ling Xian. Shutoku bench. Last quarter, Midorima, you'll be on the court in 5 minutes. Nakatani Jinlang began to make arrangements, and the other side. Ida Riko looked at Muji Teppei beside her. Teppei. What's wrong? Riko. Muji Teppei turned around and said with a bright smile. In the next quarter, Shutoku and the others should be able to pull away like crazy, but we're going to win. Oh, night. A gentle breeze blows on my face. Mito Villa. Shueichin, will you come to watch the game tomorrow? Atsushi Murasakibara asked while eating his food. If I don't go, will you win? Mito Ryosuke asked with a smile. Meeting. Atsushi Murasakibara answered with a firm look on his face. That's fine, besides, I have to take the driving test tomorrow. Mito Ryunosuke nodded, then looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who looked lost, and sighed. If I finish my exam and you guys haven't finished yet, I'll go. Okay. Shizi, I'll play the second half then. Atsushi Murasakibara immediately turned around and looked at Himuro Tatsuya and said. Himuro Tatsuya, 2 basketball hall, advertisement. Tired. I don't want to move. I'm old, it's totally boring, I really want to eat bread. Aomine Daiki lay on the court stage, twirling the basketball in her right hand while complaining. It's here. Satsuki Momoe's voice came. Ah, Aomine Daiki lowered her head to the bottom of the stage and looked at the person coming. At this moment, the basketball in his hand also fell to the ground. You practiced so late, be careful not to be too energetic tomorrow, da. Satsuki Momoe said with a frown. I just don't want to lose so badly like Kai's did. Aomine Daiki said weakly. Really? Satsuki Momoe sighed. Alex just called and said that Gia is going to take the driving test tomorrow. What? Isn't he underage? Aomine Daiki was surprised. Alex said that what a G said is related. Let's not talk about that anymore. Alex also said that Murasakibara and Himuro will each play half a game tomorrow. Of course, except for special circumstances. Do you look down on me that much? Aomine Daiki said with an unhappy look on her face. No, I think they really approve of Ada. Satsuki Momoe shook his head and spoke. Oh, never mind, I will definitely try my best. If that doesn't work, we can use that trick. Aomine Daiki said mysteriously. Which one? Satsuki Momoe asked curiously. Listen, tomorrow we'll put a delicious stick outside Atsushi Murasakibara. He will definitely take the bait, then place another one some distance in front of him. As Aomine Daiki spoke, the two of them immediately thought of Atsushi Murasakibara squatting on the ground eating a delicious stick. At last, when he came to his senses, Atsushi Murasakibara found himself in Akita. Isn't that great? After hearing Aomine Daiki's plan, Satsuki Momoe was completely furious. You're awesome. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Alex was collecting the dishes and Misako Araki was washing them. Since Murasakibara and Himuro had a match tomorrow, they didn't let them work. Mito Ryunosuke took a shower early and lay on the sofa, playing the video game. After a while, the two girls also finished their shower and walked down. Alyong, aren't you going to sleep yet? Yes, I have an exam tomorrow. Hey, I'm the driving god of Akina Mountain, can I even get by with my eyes closed? But, subject 2 is very difficult. Oh, that's true, after all, Zhang Kai has died before. Mito Ryunosuke said, then turned off the game console and went upstairs. Advertisement, who is Zhang Kai? The next day. Mito Ryunosuke, sitting next to his coach, started the car in an instant and then, in front of his coach's shocked expression, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The car immediately rushed out, on the other side. Inside the gymnasium, players from both sides are already warming up. Both teams are very calm. Yeah, now I don't feel the pressure from either team. The audience looked at the atmosphere on the field and was a little surprised. Throughout the entire venue, not only were the players calm, but even the audience did not make any loud noises. Although it was quiet, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Just like as May Day holiday is over, today is too. Kato, we will avenge the junior high school tournament today. Yosen point guard immediately organized a fast break. Hateful. Kimura Shuji and Inoue Dairo also looked at Kato Hitoshi and spoke. I don't know why, but this sentence really makes me angry. Ha ha ha, Aomine senpai, Kato said you can't do it. Wow, as expected of Yosen, please give me your guidance. 2-point guard exclaimed as he chased after Yosen point guard. This ball was unsurprisingly caught by Lu Wei, yes. Goal. Isn't this too exaggerated? Direct jump shot. But 2 returned to defense very quickly and in a short while, he was back in place. The game began with greetings from both teams. Tobi Shota glanced at Haruzi Kid and raised the corners of his mouth. If we let our guard down because Atsushi isn't playing. Swish. Then you will suffer the consequences, Kato Hichi said. Although he was complaining, please, let us meet in the finals, okay? How terrifying, is this the feeling of oppression from Yosen? Aomine Daiki. At this moment, the basketball held by Yosen point guard had already reached Himuro Tatsuya's hands. He immediately took advantage of the point guard's pick and roll and passed Aomine Daiki and Yosen point guard in one step. We scored right away. Himuro Tatsuya looked at Aomine Daiki and suddenly said this. The first quarter was the same as usual, no plans, just playing as usual. Both teams jump ball. On the court. Tisk, you just got into a good school, why are you pretending? The audience suddenly cheered like a landslide and tsunami. Oh, are you admitting that 2 is inferior to Yosen? Ken. Chapter 208 Atsushi Murasakibara enters the stage. Looking at the 2 people in front of him singing the same tune, the veins on Kato Ri's forehead popped out. Shut up. Seeing this, the 2 men shrugged helplessly and turned back to defend. Kato, you don't have to pay attention to the trash talk, just play your best. The captain, Wakamatsu Kosuke, stepped forward and spoke. Yes, captain. Ball possession changes, when the point guard passed the ball to Aomine Daiki. The players of both teams dispersed to the side in tacit understanding. The right side where the two of them were was completely empty. Wow, ace versus ace, go ahead, Aomine, Himuro, come on. When the audience saw the two teams' aces collide, they immediately cheered again. Himuro, can even make it this far? Yeah, I can actually fight that monster one-on-one. As far as this is concerned, it's time to start the gambling again. Yes. As the two of them were talking, the Kaijo player sitting in the front turned his head and exclaimed in surprise. Fukui-senpai, Okamura-senpai. Aomine Daiki exhaled heavily, then raised the corners of her mouth and lowered the center of gravity of her entire body. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya's pupils shrank and his heels lifted slightly off the ground. The auras these two are emitting are so terrifying. Shinji Kogane said with a frown. Suddenly, Aomine Daiki took the lead and rushed to the right like a cheetah. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya immediately followed. Just as the two were chasing each other, Aomine Daiki suddenly stopped, then turned right quickly, put the ball in both hands and was about to jump. Himuro Tatsuya snorted coldly, swung his left hand quickly behind him, and slapped the basketball away. Wow! As the audience cheered, the others also realized that the situation was now completely under Yosun's control. Just because, 2's trump card lost in the first confrontation. Meanwhile, in the examination room, Mito Ryosuke has already walked out. So soon? What was the result? The two women walked forward and asked in unison. It's simple. Mito Ryosuke made an, okay, gesture and walked out of the examination room. Are we going to the gym? No, let's go somewhere first. Mito Ryosuke, mystical path. Is this the good place you mentioned? Masako Araki exclaimed as she looked at the pistol shooting range in front of her. Well, go try it. Mito Ryosuke walked in with a smile. After a while, after completing all the formalities, Alex stepped forward and asked, Alyong, have you ever shot a pistol? I fought in my previous life. Advertisement. The two women. Next. The two women were completely stunned by the young man in front of them. Not only the two women, but even the instructors who were traveling with them were amazed. The opponent's simulated loading and shooting were completed in one go, at an incredibly fast speed. Not only that, and every shot is a 10-ring shot. Is this something a human can do? You know, as far as the two women knew, Mito Ryosuke had never come to practice. At this time, there was only one question on the two women's minds. When did he learn this? On the other side, at this time, the game had entered the second quarter. Aomine Daiki and Himuro Tatsuya have fought many times, and Himuro Tatsuya always has the upper hand. But everyone knows that this is only temporary. Because, Aomine Daiki hasn't opened a zone yet, certainly. Everyone also knows that Aomine wants to leave it to Atsushi Murasakibara. Second quarter of the game, Aomine Daiki did not play. Instead, Kato Hitoshi served as the scorer and Sakurai Ryo served as the assist. Fortunately, 2 has another ace up his sleeve, Satsuki Momoi. Thanks to Satsuki Momoi's performance, the score was not too far apart after the second quarter. Score: 54-42. Yosun leads by 12 points. Beep, the first half is over. Both sides rest for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, the second half of the game begins. As the referee's voice fell, the players of both teams changed their clothes and left the court and went to the locker room. Yosun lounge. Done, I'll leave it to you in a moment. Himuro Tatsuya said with a smile while looking at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was eating snacks. The other old students were also helpless. I don't know when it started, but the coach has turned a blind eye to Atsushi Murasakibara eating snacks casually in any venue. It's like, right, just like Mito Ryosuke smoking. Well, in the second half, I will crush Chingzai to pieces. Atsushi Murasakibara stopped eating his snacks and said with a strong fighting spirit emanating from his whole body. Finally, I can finally play. This is my first time playing in this Winter Cup, right? Even if I can play the whole game in the next final. A Winter Cup, just 1.5 games? Advertisement? Thinking of this, Atsushi Murasakibara, who was originally full of fighting spirit, suddenly became withered again. Then why did I work so hard some time ago? Oh, Shueichin didn't come to see it either, so forget it. As soon as he thought of this, Atsushi Murasakibara started to eat snacks again. Done, eat slowly, or you'll get an upset stomach. Himuro Tatsuya said gently. Okay, on the other side, 2 Academy Lounge. Damn it. That damn poker face, Kato re-clenched his fists angrily. Just now, that B***** D with his hair covering one eye actually scored so many points on his own head. You know, every MVP has his own pride, so, Kato High is very angry now. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was angry, besides. The captain who was yelling, Wakamatsu Kosuke, Aomine Daiki remained silent, but Satsuki Momoi beside her could clearly feel it. At this moment, Aomine Daiki's whole body is full of excitement. Just like when I found out I was going to play against Mito Ryosuke last year. As expected, only a strong person can make Ada so happy. Ada really likes basketball. Satsuki Momoi looked at Aomine Daiki and smiled as well. After a while, the second half of the game begins. With the cheers of the audience, players from both teams took to the court again. Here it comes. Yosun's second monster, Atsushi Murasakibara. What? Not number 1. Baga. Did you forget that Yosen also has the Teiko light? Oh, sorry, I really forgot. The audience was excited when they saw Atsushi Murasakibara coming on stage. But, the strong teams from other universities all showed shocked expressions. Because, they felt an aura of invincibility from Atsushi Murasakibara. This aura reminded them of the feeling they had when facing Mito Ryunosuke before. Yosen has the ball. Kimura Shu pushed the ball across half-court, and Kato Hitoshi came up to defend him. Don't look so scary, Murasakibara-senpai is actually a very gentle person. After saying this, Kimura Shuji forced a breakthrough. After failing to break through, he immediately threw a high lob. Just as Wakamatsu Kosuke jumped, everyone was shocked. Because, behind him, a black shadow exuding an unrivaled aura appeared. Atsushi Murasakibara caught the lob with one hand and slammed it towards the basket. Bang! Goal. Chapter 209 Mito Ryunosuke Who Can't Speak. Wow, is this the strength of the top center in high school? He's truly terrifying? Too strong, this center plays like a forward. The audience was surprised, and some even stood up. Is Murasakibara that strong? For the first time, Aomine Daiki wondered if the direction of her training had gone astray. I thought I was fast enough. Unexpectedly, now Atsushi Murasakibara is not only fast, his strength is also not to be underestimated. He had already seen it just now. If Atsushi Murasakibara had not restrained himself at the last moment, the basketball hoop would have been in trouble. Chingzi, use all your strength, otherwise, I will easily crush you. After Atsushi Murasakibara fell down, he spoke when he passed by Aomine Daiki while returning to defense. Looking at the other person's back without even turning back, Aomine Daiki's fighting spirit became more and more fierce. Ha 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 ha. It's rare for you to say something like that. Crush me. Then let me see how you crush me. He grinned, and an aura more terrifying than ever burst out, and a flash of blue lightning flashed through his eyes. 2-ball possession. Aomine Daiki received the pass and faced Atsushi Murasakibara who was defending him. Oh my god, why is the center defending on the perimeter? What's going on, you ask me? The audience was surprised. Chingzi, come on, I will use all my strength to crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara said as his eyes also flashed with purple lightning. Everyone in the audience was shocked, because of the momentum and fighting spirit that the two people on the field are bursting out with. So strong, feeling the aura that Atsushi Murasakibara was emitting, Akashi Seijiro also muttered with his pupils widened. Why do I feel like little Murasakibara is being too overbearing right now? Kai's Ryota was also amazed. Compared to the previously reserved Atsushi Murasakibara, the current Atsushi Murasakibara exudes a domineering aura of, no one can stop me in this game. Of course, because Murasakibara doesn't want to hold back anymore. Midorima Shintaro said seriously as he looked at the purple-haired figure on the field. Murasakibara, I'm going to attack, Aomine Daiki said with a smile. Crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara responded with a deadpan expression. Aomine Daiki didn't say anything this time, but lowered her body and started attacking. The next moment, his entire body turned into a streak of blue lightning and rushed towards the opponent's right side at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement can, bang, a clear but harsh sound was heard. Aomine Daiki turned around quickly with a look of horror on her face and looked at the back of the person who had broken her basketball. What just happened? Murasakibara used his incredible arm span to knock the ball away when Aomine broke through. Midorima Shintaro pushed up his glasses and answered Kai's Ryota's question. On the court, Aomine Daiki gritted his teeth and immediately returned to defense at an extremely fast speed, chasing Atsushi Murasakibara. But, he was surprised to find that he couldn't catch up at all. Faced with the opponent's current speed, Aomine Daiki was reminded of the two people he couldn't catch up with, Mito Ryunosuke and Jason Thibid. He didn't give up this time, the next second. A bloody and ferocious aura gushed out from the two people chasing each other on the field. In the end, Atsushi Murasakibara, who ran first, had the advantage. He jumped directly from the free throw line and made a two-handed windmill dunk. Bang! Goal! Crunch! Looking at the swaying basketball hoop, the audience finally reacted. Wow! These two are so fast, not only that number 9 move from Yosen is so cool. Aomine is no match at all. At the same time, outside the gymnasium. Listening to the cheers coming from the field, Mito Ryunosuke, who walked into the passage, curled his lips. The timing is just right, it seems that the purple-haired guy has already entered the field. Really? Who told you to go Alex pouted and said. After a while, the three of them had already reached the stands and saw Kai's Ryota and Midorima Shintaro in the stands. You two are dating here? Mito, don't suddenly stand behind someone and talk? Could you please stop talking nonsense? Kai's Ryota and Midorima Shintaro suddenly turned around and complained after seeing who was coming. To explain is to cover up. Mito Ryunosuke gave a devilish smile, then looked past the two of them at the court. What's going on now? Cover up your head, of course you Yosen are ahead. Kai's Ryota frowned and looked towards the court dissatisfiedly. Why did you come just now? Advertisement Midorima Shintaro asked. Successful people, of course, have a lot of things to do. Do you think they're just as idle as you high school students? Listen to Mito Ryunosuke's answer. 3 black lines slid down the foreheads of the 4 people. Beep 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 beep. On the court. Aomine Daiki, holding the ball, was under great pressure due to the close defense of Atsushi Murasakibara. Aomine Daiki, having already known Atsushi Murasakibara's disgusting stealing ability, now doesn't dare to dribble the basketball in front of him. Swish! Murasakibara, come on! At this moment, Sakurai Ryo's eyes suddenly turned dark. After several failed attempts to break through, he passed the ball to Kato Hitoshi with a behind-the-back pass. Bang! The latter took advantage of the gap when Lu Wei, who was originally defending him, was going to sneak attack and jumped directly to shoot. He caught the basketball he threw. He could only keep dribbling behind his back to prevent Atsushi Murasakibara from stealing the ball. The latter saw Atsushi Murasakibara's look and understood. After counting 2 seconds in his mind, he suddenly threw it towards Tu's basket. Many players looked at this scene and frowned. Swish! Wow! A huge figure appeared in front of him. The ball came into Sakurai Ryo's hands. Aomine Daiki, oh my god! Swish! With the audience cheering, Atsushi Murasakibara passed the ball directly to Lu Wei. Isn't this cheating? At this critical moment, Kato Ri seemed to have eyes on his back and pushed the basketball directly from the left. Goal! The opponent is not only fast, but also relies on his long arms to reach out from time to interfere with his dribbling. It's so annoying. The next moment, a huge arm caught the basketball that bounced off the ground, and facing Aomine Daiki's defense, he made a direct fadeaway jump shot. The latter immediately made a few fake moves and tried to break through Kimura Shu's defense. You're the tallest guy in the room, and you're actually doing a fadeaway? Isn't this the hat shot that Teiko no Hikari is good at? 2 extremely fast sounds, chasing the basketball frantically. At this time, a figure slowly approached Kato Ri and reached out to steal the ball in an instant. That's amazing. Chapter 210 Aomine Daiki enjoying the game. This side, Satsuki Momoi keeps recording Atsushi Murasakibara's current data. Little Murasakibara is so strong now. After calculating and deducing in her mind for a while, she looked surprised. Judging from Atsushi Murasakibara's performance 1 minute after he came on, Atsushi Murasakibara has completely transformed. He was no longer the kind boy who was holding back his strength, but a beast that had completely bared its fangs. On the court, facing Aomine Daiki, who was holding the ball again, Atsushi Murasakibara said indifferently, "Chingzi, you can't beat me now." Aomine Daiki didn't finish her words, but looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of her with a serious expression, looking for an opportunity. The next moment, Aomine Daiki kept taking tentative steps, shifting Atsushi Murasakibara's center of gravity. But Atsushi Murasakibara, however, was like a towering mountain, motionless. Bang! 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 Seeing this, Aomine Daiki stopped trying and just jumped and kicked from the right. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara immediately took a step back. It was this step that made Aomine Daiki's eyes light up. There was space to shoot. Then, without much hesitation, he took the ball and shot. What? Oh no! Yosen's senior students thought to themselves that this was not good, as they knew Aomine Daiki's shooting speed. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara quickly half-crouched, then suddenly jumped high. Aomine Daiki looked shocked as she watched Atsushi Murasakibara jumping high in front of her. He jumped so high. The next moment, got it, Aomine Daiki breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. Because, the basketball passed through Atsushi Murasakibara's fingers and flew towards the basket. Then, this goal was scored in a tense atmosphere. Bang! Smash the frame and get out. Rebound! The players with both hands yelled. How is that possible? Aomine Daiki was surprised and thought, could it be that his finger touched it just now? What surprised him more was that Atsushi Murasakibara, who had just landed, suddenly turned around and rushed towards the basket. Then, in full view of the crowd, he jumped up instantly, surpassing Lu Wei and Wakamatsu Kosuke, who had already jumped up. With a pop, he hit the falling basketball high. After landing, he jumped up again and grabbed the rebound steadily. Wow! Amazing! In such a short time, he actually managed to grab the rebound? Is he a monster? Advertisement. The audience immediately went wild. Then, Atsushi Murasakibara made a long pass and the basketball came into the hands of Inoue Dairo. The latter and Lu Wei directly cooperated in an alley-oop slam dunk. Bang! Goal! Murasakibara, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. You're really abnormal. Aomine Daiki sighed helplessly, looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him, and smiled. Even if you praise me, I will still crush you, Chingzi. Atsushi Murasakibara stepped forward and spoke seriously. How did you become so powerful? Aomine Daiki was stunned for a moment, then laughed and punched Atsushi Murasakibara's chest and asked. This water relative said that it must be kept secret. Atsushi Murasakibara said, turning around and jogging towards his seat. As expected, anyone who can train with monsters is also a monster. Aomine Daiki sighed, then turned and ran towards his own basket. He was not discouraged by Atsushi Murasakibara's strength. Instead, he felt an unprecedented passion in his heart was full of fighting spirit. Because, he was not like that man who gave himself a feeling of invincibility. Instead, he made himself feel, I can stand in that position too. 2-ball possession. Aomine Daiki took the basketball, crossed half court, and saw Atsushi Murasakibara coming towards her. He still didn't choose to pass the ball. Instead, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and a smile appeared on his face. Murasakibara, I'm going to be serious too. Atsushi Murasakibara did not answer, but his narrowed eyes answered for him. Huh, Aomine Daiki exhaled deeply, and blue lightning flashed in her eyes. Behind him, a dark and strong black panther appeared behind him. Wild, but this time the wildness is extremely strange. Because, the Black Panther's eyes were also flashing with blue lightning. The hair of the entire hat also became darker than before. Off-sight, monster. Monster. Kotaro Hayama's pupils contracted violently, and he exclaimed in amazement as he looked at Aomine Daiki on the field. Although people without wild nature cannot see it. But, however, they could clearly feel a strong sense of oppression sweeping across the entire venue. Alex looked at Aomine Daiki deeply, then said calmly, in this form, he has become stronger again. On the court, Aomine Daiki suddenly accelerated. He and Murasakibara, who was also following, were like two real lightning bolts, shuttling madly among the other players. Because the two of them were running so fast, their sneakers and the floor made a very harsh friction sound. Looking at the two lightning bolts, one purple and one blue, in the field, everyone's expression was solemn. Too strong, are they really just high school students? Hateful. Advertisement, as expected of the ace and strongest center of the Age of Miracles, their battle is truly terrifying, isn't it? Listening to the noise of the audience, Mito Ryunosuke turned around and spoke to the two women. Let's go, the winner has been decided, but let's go wait for them in the lounge. Good. On the court, Aomine Daiki chose to break through from the right side. Atsushi Murasakibara came up to defend tightly, but still blocked Aomine Daiki outside the three-point line. Murasakibara, you're really strong. A smile appeared on Aomine Daiki's face. It was this smile that surprised Kuroko Tetsuya outside the field. Aomine is really enjoying this game. After all, he was also Yosen's coach before. Except for Mito Ryunosuke, who was lying on the bench playing the video game, the other two women were sitting on the chairs opposite him. The score was getting wider and wider. As for Aomine Daiki, she usually scored 4 or 5 goals out of 10. Don't worry, Masako. There are still 17 minutes left in the game. Nothing will happen, right? On the other side, Araki Masako said with some concern. Even if something unexpected happens, don't forget, Yosen still has my ice room. Kuroko Tetsuya also smiled because he knew, I saw him jump up quickly and his body drift to the right. With the continuous breakthrough of Aomine Daiki, finally, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Aomine Daiki was going to lose. Meanwhile, in front of the Yosen lounge, found an opportunity at the baseline. Alex comforted. Atsushi Murasakibara here scored 10 goals in 10 attempts. Bang. Swish. Because, goal. After all, the duel between the two continues. At last, the basketball bounced high and hit the center of the basket when it fell. That's right. On the court, Araki Masako suddenly realized, yes, Yosen also has Himuro. His body made a weird movement and he threw the basketball in his hand directly out. Facing Atsushi Murasakibara, who also jumped up, Aomine Daiki stared at the basket. This smile was the same smile that Aomine Daiki had shown when she was in the second year of junior high school, fighting alongside him and others. Chapter 211. Account on the court. As the fourth quarter approached, the battle between the two was not over yet. Aomine Daiki took the basketball and focused all her attention on Atsushi Murasakibara. The next second, he dribbled the ball quickly and started trying to break through. But, Aomine Daiki tried several times but just couldn't get rid of the other person. Could it be that, can we only continue to score with unexpected streetball methods? Atsushi Murasakibara didn't give him a chance to think, he stretched out his hand and was about to slap the basketball out of his hand. Aomine Daiki reacted immediately and threw the basketball from behind. The ball came into Kato Ri's hands. Facing Kimura Shuji's defense, Kato Hitoshi did not pass the ball but chose to play singles. He dribbled the ball quickly, turned around, stopped suddenly, and shot from behind. The basketball went into the net in a perfect arc. Swish. Goal. Beep, 2 Academy requests a timeout. Just then, the referee's whistle sounded. 2 Academy also used up their last timeout. No way, not only Satsuki Momoi, but everyone on the field could see that Aomine Daiki's physical strength had reached its limit. So this time, 2 called for the pause specifically for Aomine Daiki. Hanbua on Atsushi Murasakibara. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, he had already exited the zone and possessed wildness. That Murasakibara senpai is really scary. Kato Hai came to the bench, opened the water bottle and started drinking. Looking at the players who were crazy about water injection, Satsuki Momoi didn't know what to say for a moment. Because, no matter how powerful her analysis was, she couldn't calculate Atsushi Murasakibara's current terrifying strength. Originally, Satsuki Momoi planned to have Ida restrain Atsushi Murasakibara, and then rely on his own analysis and tactics to defeat Yosen. Although the premise of this tactic is that Himuro will not play. But, although Himuro Tatsu is no longer on the court, Ida alone is unable to defend against Atsushi Murasakibara. Because, if it weren't for Ida's abnormal recovery ability, he would probably have been recuperating by now. I think Murasakibara's playing style is very similar to that of a human being. Harasawa Kid supported his chin with his hand, frowned and looked at the figure drinking water on the Yosen bench. What? Satsuki Momoi asked hurriedly. Murasakibara's current playing style is very similar to the former NBA's strongest center, Shaq. Advertisement in the last 2.5 minutes, with the exhausted Aomine Daiki leaving the court, too quickly ended the battle one-sidedly. That's 2.5 minutes. This made MVP Kato Hitoshi deeply doubt his life. Because, with Aomine out of the game, Atsushi Murasakibara naturally has to be guarded. Facing this damn monster, Kato naturally didn't score a single point. Not only that, finally, he was dunked by the opponent. Beep. The game is over, as the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The two players looked at the score helplessly, tears in their eyes. On Yosen's side, it's different. Except for Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya, everyone else's mouths were about to split open. Sorry, we won. Kimura Shuji and Inoue Dairo came up to Kato Hitoshi with their arms around each other and showed off. Humph. I will definitely win it back next year. Kimura Shuji looked disdainful. I don't believe it. Inoue DeLong also raised his head. I don't believe it either. Kato hi. I dee. Murasakibara, I lost, but next time. It seems there won't be a next time. Aomine Daiki walked forward and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara helplessly and said. Yes, Shinzai, we can fight one-on-one. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm going to challenge you, a center, in a half-court duel. Aomine Daiki said unhappily, but his eyes were confirming Atsushi Murasakibara's words. One-on-one. I will definitely win. Looking at the two people on the field, Satsuki Momoi also smiled with tears in her eyes. Ada. Yosen Lounge. At the door. Mizuken, when did you get here? Atsushi Murasakibara opened the door and looked at Mito Ryosuke sitting in front of him and cried out in surprise. The latter smiled and said, after seeing you win, I came here with them to wait for you. Mito Senpai, Alex, Coach Araki. After greeting everyone, Mito Ryosuke looked at everyone. Let's have dinner together tonight. I've also invited the two players. Yay. The players immediately cheered. Especially the old students. God knows how long it has been since we had a celebration banquet. Alyong, why are you so generous? Alex exclaimed in surprise. Advertisement. Although Araki Misako didn't say anything, she nodded. It's okay, just hang up the account, then. The players of both teams happily had a meal in the boss's box of Jinkwan Izakaya and then went home. After all the Yosen team members have to stay in good spirits because the day after tomorrow is the day of the finals. I just don't know if Yosen's opponent in the match will be Rikuzen or Saren. Mito Villa. Alyong, don't you want to take a shower? Alex frowned as he watched Mito Ryosuke go straight to the refrigerator to get a beer upon returning home. It's okay, I'm happy. Misako Araki did not form a united front with Alex this time. After she finished speaking, she went straight upstairs to take a shower. Hearing this, Alex shook his head and went upstairs to take a shower. After a while, after taking a shower, the two girls came to the living room again, took a few bottles of beer from the refrigerator, and then came to the dining table. Are we going to leave as soon as the Winter Cup is over? Alex blushed slightly and looked at Mito Ryosuke and asked. Well, you guys go with them first then. I will leave a month later. Mito Ryosuke said while playing with his lighter. The night is slightly cool, 3 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Mito Ryosuke sat alone on the roof, looking at the starry sky, lost in thought. Plans cannot keep up with changes, it seems. My plan to enjoy life will have to be postponed again. Every time it's late at night, I can't help but want to play Duyan. Pity, now Longguo Duyan has not been developed yet. With this thought, Mito Ryosuke threw the beer can in his hand to the ground, then looked at the beer cans scattered on the ground and muttered. Dog system, lottery. The next day, at noon. Atsushi Murasakibara, Himuro Tatsuya, Alex, Araki Misako and others went to the stadium together to watch the match between Rikuzen and Saren. Mito Ryosuke came to Akashi's house alone, in front of Akashi's house. Sorry, outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Mito Ryosuke looked at the two security guards in front of him and said expressionlessly, Tell Genshin that my name is Mito Ryosuke. The security guard was displeased when he heard the other party calling his master's name. Do you have an appointment? Chapter 212 is another chapter, TT? No, but if you inform him for me, he will meet me. Mito Ryosuke spoke calmly, then wait a moment. After the security guard said this, he went back to the security room, stayed there for a while, and then came out again. Seeing this, Mito Ryosuke said nothing, took out his phone and dialed a number, when the other party answered. Tell me Genshin's phone number, or you can call him and tell him I'm outside his house. On the other side, the baseball field. Aomine Daiki was shooting the ball while Satsuki Momoi was just standing there in a daze. After a while, Satsuki Momoi sighed. Ada, are you really going to the beautiful country after the finals? Aomine Daiki took a few dribbles and then shot. Swish. Goal. Hearing this, Satsuki Momoi lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Aren't you going with me? Aomine Daiki turned her head and looked at the other person in surprise. Can I, too? Satsuki Momoi pointed at herself, somewhat incredulous. Sure. Alex asked me to ask if you want to come with us. He wants you to be the manager of this team. The other side. Mito Ryosuke, who had already entered Akashi's house, came to Akashi Seicho's study under the guidance of the butler. I knew you would come to me. Akashi Genshin looked at the young man who sat in front of him naturally and spoke with a smile. Then I'll be straight to the point. You'll be the one paying for the team's name and sponsorship, is that a problem? Mito Ryosuke met the other's sharp gaze and spoke lightly. Are you ordering me? Is this how you, the Mito family, approach asking for favors? Akashi Genshin's expression suddenly turned gloomy. It's not like I'm begging you. Anyway, it's good for you, no matter how high or low you are. If you don't want to, I can just find someone else. Mito Ryosuke shrugged, but the Mitsui family isn't interested in sports brands. Who says the Mitsui family is the only one? Don't forget, there are many chaebol around the world that can rival the Akashi family. Mito Ryosuke said, then stood up and left. It seems like he doesn't want to say anything more. Akashi Seishin didn't say anything, but watched Mito Ryosuke's back as he left. Seeing that the other party had disappeared from his sight, he forced a smile. Eikichi, it's a good thing your son looks like Mariko. Advertisement baseball field. The basketball thrown by Aomine Daiki rolled and rolled until it landed at someone's feet. Looking at the figure, he and Satsuki Momoi both showed surprised expressions. The man just used his foot to hook the basketball into his hand. I was just saying, who was that bad basketball player I just saw from a distance? So it's you. Seeing the man's raised mouth, Aomine Daiki's face was filled with anger. Mito. He took the basketball thrown by the other party and asked softly. Are you here to laugh at me? You say that as if I haven't seen you laugh before. Mito Ryosuke couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gee, you really don't know how to speak. Satsuki Momoi also covered her mouth and laughed. Aren't you going to the game? Mito Ryosuke looked at the two of them and asked. Nothing to see. Aomine Daiki spoke. Of course, he originally wanted to go see Kuroko. But after being brutally abused by Atsushi Murasakibara, he no longer had that desire. Satsuki Momoi. I'm just worried about Ida. Before she could finish her words, Mito Ryosuke interrupted. The game is almost over now. Let's go. Take me to find someone. Who is it? The two asked. Shoichi Amayoshi. A university library. Imakiyoshi Shoichi and Susa Yoshinori were taking notes. What's wrong, Susa? Amayoshi Shoichi looked at Susa Yoshinori who was daydreaming with his head supported and asked. Oh, nothing. You haven't made any progress since just now. Susa Yoshinori quickly denied it. No, I just wanted to say that the high school winter cup is almost over. Yeah, I don't know if two called in. Jin Jishong twirled the ballpoint pen and muttered. Then, with a dejected look on his face, he said, but this has nothing to do with us anymore. You're right, but you make me curious. You've been secretly training every day for the past year. But why don't you want to join the basketball team? Susa Yoshinori asked. Please forgive me. Only after being a senior can you understand. If I were a junior and had to clean the basketball hall, I would be. I can't do it, Susa. Jin Jishong said with a chuckle, speeding up the rotation of the ballpoint pen in his hand. Advertisement, but Susa Yoshinori didn't think so. He knew that this was definitely not the reason. Just then, a voice came over. Amayoshi. Hearing this, the two of them were shocked. Aomine. Keep your voice down. This is a library. After a while, under the murderous gazes of other college students, Amayoshi Shoichi and Aomine Daiki walked out of the library. Walked towards the university gate. Aomine, what do you want from me? Amayoshi Shoichi looked at Aomine Daiki who was silent beside him and asked curiously. Someone's looking for you at the door. Come on, we're already in college. Are you still playing elementary school games? Aomine Daiki. Shui. Mito. Jin Jishong was a little panicked when he saw the two figures in front of him. Hi, long time no see, Amayoshi. Satsuki Momoi, who was standing next to Mito Ryosuke, was the first to greet him. Long time no see, Satsuki. This is not the place to reminisce. Let's go and change the scene. Mito Ryosuke snapped his fingers and walked into a business car first. Seeing this, the other three followed. Kinsen Izakaya. Mito Ryosuke ate the food in front of him seriously without saying a word. Aomine Daiki and Satsuki Momoi also did not speak and were also eating their food. This scared Amayoshi Shangi. He glanced at the bodyguard at the door, then at the three people in front of him. Helpless, he could only eat in small bites with an uneasy mood. After a while, after Mito Ryosuke finished eating, he took out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and snapped his fingers. The waiter behind him turned around and took out a bottle of iced beer from the refrigerator. Then he opened a bottle for Mito Ryosuke and poured it into a glass. Burp, Mito Ryosuke drank a glass in one gulp, burped, and ignored the waiter who came to refill his drink. Looking at Jin Jishong, he asked, Eat, is it not to your taste? No. Looking at the cautious Amayoshi Shoichi, Mito Ryosuke continued. Are you interested in joining my team and playing in the NBA? This sentence, like a thunderclap, it hit Amayoshi Shoichi instantly. Chapter 213 The finals are coming. Akashi's plan. Can I? Jin Jishong said with disbelief on his face, but Mito Ryosuke changed the subject, causing the hearts of the people present to instantly rise to their throats. But you can only be a substitute like me first, is that a problem? After these words were spoken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Now Ji-shang cannot believe it. You know, if someone else said this, he would just turn around and walk away without believing a single punctuation mark. This person is Mito Ryunosuke, that tough guy who single-handedly challenged the Dream Team 8. Anyone can make fun of themselves, except this person. Because, he doesn't need it. When Jin Ji-shang thought of this, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps, Mito chose himself because he felt that it would be the same no matter who he chose. Although the reality is a bit cruel, he naturally would not give up this opportunity. By then, Mito will lead the Age of Miracles through all the obstacles. After a few years, I will be able to proudly tell my juniors. Once upon a time, I was also a player who won so many consecutive championships in the NBA. Thinking of this, Amayoshi Xiangyi was even a little excited. Amayoshi. 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 He was startled when Satsuki Momoe yelled, "What's wrong? What are you still hesitating about?" Satsuki Momoe said angrily, "Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, and you are still hesitating?" At this time, Amayoshi Shoichi also noticed Mito Ryunosuke's impatient expression and spoke hurriedly. "I do. Well, let's eat then." Hearing this, Mito Ryunosuke nodded and said lightly. After saying that, Jin Ji-shang ate more deliciously than anyone else this time. One more. Mito Ryunosuke glanced at the others and muttered. If he hadn't promised Ryota that everyone in Sakura country would make their first appearance, it wouldn't have been so difficult for him to find someone. Although Jin Ji-shang's strength is average, this guy has a great heart. Last year, he was still the captain of the 2 basketball team. He has demonstrated strong mental strength, IQ and EQ, and is also very good at psychological tactics. Although he has a bad temper, he also likes to bully the weak. But, he has high IQ and EQ and can see through others easily. In junior high school, even the evil boy Hanamiya Makoto thought he was difficult to deal with. Advertisement. Moreover, Amayoshi Shoichi rarely panics and always remains calm even in tense games. Of course, this doesn't include the time when he was beaten to a pulp by Mito Ryunosuke. On the other side, the match between Saren and Rikuzen also ended. But the result surprised many people. Rikuzen actually lost. At first, Aomine Daiki and Satsuki Momoe were also surprised. But after asking people, I found out. Akashi Seijiro did not play. Without Akashi Seijiro, the remaining 5 generals without a crown are naturally no match. With the end of the game, the teams and time for the finals the day after tomorrow were also announced. Yosen High vs Saren High. Ideographic period outside the gymnasium. Akashi, why don't you play? Midorima Shintaro asked calmly while looking at Akashi Seijiro in front of him. Because I won't allow myself to lose to anyone other than Mito. Akashi Seijiro spoke calmly, but Mito won't be playing either. Midorima Shintaro was a little surprised, but still asked. Because I'm not sure if I can still beat Murasakibara now. Akashi Seijiro Oshido. Midorima Shintaro, so, instead of me not playing when we face Yosen, why don't I let Saren face this new monster? Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, then smiled as he passed by Midorima Shintaro. In an instant, his smile disappeared, revealing an unwilling expression. I won't give you a chance like Aomine did, Mito Villa. Atsushi Murasakibara. Hey Mito Ryunosuke Jungzai Danchong, Himuro Tatsuya is cooking in the kitchen. Alex and Araki Misako were writing something with their heads down. Everything is so easygoing. FK. You're cheating, purple hair. Mito Ryunosuke stood up suddenly as if he had discovered something, pointing at Atsushi Murasakibara and shouting. After hearing this, the 2 girls just looked up and then lowered their heads to continue writing. But, Mizuki-kun, I was just changing the bullet, and I didn't move this finger just now. Atsushi Murasakibara Wu Nai Dao. I don't care, we agreed to only use 2 fingers. If you use 1 more, it's not 2 anymore. Mito Ryunosuke tilted his head and snorted. Just now, Atsushi Murasakibara saw that he failed to kill the other party, and he only had 2 bullets left. He habitually pressed the bullet-changing button with his middle finger, and that was the result. Atsushi Murasakibara was helpless. Fine, then I'll just assume I lose this round. Ha 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 ha, I told you couldn't beat me, advertisement. Mito Ryunosuke raised his head proudly and laughed. Aliang is really, Alex said, shaking his head helplessly. Yeah, he seems to be ignoring everyone, but he only gets along so well with Murasakibara. Araki Misako also smiled helplessly. After a while, dinner was ready. The 5 of them came to the dinner table and started eating without any hesitation. How do you know Zamao? Mito Ryunosuke asked with a throat that seemed to contain ice. The next day. Let green hair talk to him. At this moment, 2 figures ran over and came in front of Atsushi Murasakibara. Another girl continued. One of the girls' voice became lower and lower. Atsushi Murasakibara asked while eating a bag of snacks. Because the aura of the boy in front of him was too terrifying. Alex asked while chewing his sushi. Mito Ryunosuke said without even looking up. Murasakibara-senpai, can you help me? Because he saw that the kind-hearted Atsushi Murasakibara's face was full of desire to help. We also went to watch the basketball game between our school and Yosen last time. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the female student in front of him wearing the Jongnan Palace school uniform with cold eyes. Yosen, except for Mito Ryunosuke and Atsushi Murasakibara, all other players are practicing in the gym today. Of course, no one would care about these two people. Shueichin, where are we going later? If you have any questions, please find the police. They just thought that Atsushi Murasakibara was so tall that he should be able to scare away those bad students. Amayoshi agreed. Are you going to go see Takao tomorrow? But he still spoke. Lead the way. Atsushi Murasakibara Kaiko Dao. Shueichin, shall we go play tomorrow? The girl said thank you and quickly led the two of them to the bottom of the bridge. Upon hearing this, the two female students felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Mito Ryunosuke heard this and was curious about how the other party could not recognize him if he liked basketball. Even though Murasakibara-senpai didn't play, everyone in our school is talking about Murasakibara-senpai. The two women bowed quickly. Okay, I'm sorry, we were anxious because our classmate was being bullied under the bridge in front. Thanks, after all, if you call the police, for minors, they can only give them verbal education at best, which is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Chapter 214 Aid Chaonan. When they arrived at the bottom of the bridge, they saw a student lying on the ground. Abu. Seeing this, the two girls rushed towards the student. Fu Lang has been taken away by them, call the police quickly. The student named AWU said weakly. Shueichin, should we call the police? Atsushi Murasakibara asked stupidly, not noticing that Mito Ryunosuke's face was now terribly gloomy. Where did they take the people? Mito Ryunosuke looked down at the student lying in the girl's arms with a cold tone. He went. Over there. The student named AWU pointed in a direction. Zamao, take them to the hospital, I'll go take a look. Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking and walked in the direction the other person pointed. Okay, then Shueichin, will you come home for dinner tonight? Atsushi Murasakibara lifted Takaru onto his shoulder, turned around, and looked at Mito Ryunosuke's back and asked. Go back and ask Bingshi to buy fish, I want to eat fish tonight. Mito Ryunosuke didn't look back, but raised his hand and waved. Good. Upon hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara walked directly towards the hospital. Two girls. What's going on with you guys? That's not right. Murasakibara-senpai, Takaru is injured now. If you carry him like this, he'll. How about you guys come? Atsushi Murasakibara stopped, a purple aura of terror emanating from his entire body, and he frowned as he looked at the two women. Two girls. Oh my god, Murasakibara-senpai is so scary. On the other side, what hatred and grudges. After hanging up the phone, Mito Ryunosuke looked at the abandoned warehouse in front of him and murmured curiously. Then he walked in. Just entered, he saw a familiar figure, Tomio Tanagawa. At this time, Tomio Tanagawa was beaten all over his body. Excuse me, my name is Mito Ryunosuke, and I'm here to rescue someone, entrusted by two beautiful women. What did you say? The leading man turned around and looked at the young man who had just yelled at him and the others, and smiled cruelly. Forget it, since you don't understand human language. Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking and walked straight towards the dozen or so people opposite. Then, in front of a group of bad students with incredible expressions, he pulled Tanagawa Tomio up and asked, Can you still walk? Shui, Mito. Tomio Tanagawa opened his eyes with great effort and looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. Advertisement. Then he seemed to remember something. Hurry up and leave, they're the bad students of Yashio-nan. So what? I'm also a bad student of Yosen's. Mito Ryunosuke's path is awful. It's different. Behind them is. Having said this, Tomio Tanagawa fainted. Haha, as expected, it's always like this in anime. When it comes to the key points, they're either interrupted, fainted, or died. Mito Ryunosuke chuckled and released his hand. Tomio Tanagawa collapsed limply. Yashio Minami, why don't you stay in Saitama Prefecture and come to Tokyo to look for trouble? Mito Ryunosuke turned around and looked at the dozen people and asked. Who the hell are you? The leader, Mito Ryunosuke, asked with a serious face, not showing any fear when he heard the name of his school. Ahui, I remember now, he is also a member of the basketball team like Tanagawa. And he seems to be a very good player, I think I've seen him in a magazine. At this time, one of them pointed at Mito Ryunosuke and suddenly realized. Another basketball team? Are you guys on the basketball team not afraid of death? The leading bad boy named Wei approached Mito Ryunosuke with a cold face, put his face close to him and asked. The next second, in the eyes of the crowd in disbelief. Bang! Mito Ryunosuke threw a punch and knocked the man down straight. Everyone. Sorry, you didn't brush your teeth, I just held back. Mito Ryunosuke raised his left hand to apologize. You be ******. Court death. Upon seeing this, the others immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards Mito Ryunosuke. After a while, the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. There are already more than 100 biker gangs gathered here on motorcycles. Jiro, Mito asked us to come over. Where is he? One of the bikers asked. How should I know? Why don't we wait? Boom. Before Yamashiro Jiro could finish his words, he heard a loud noise coming from the warehouse. So, more than 100 people rushed in. Only then did they see more than a dozen students lying on the ground with their hands and feet twisted. And there was Mito Ryunosuke, who was lifting the struggling student by the collar. Brother, what's going on? Yamashiro Jiro hurried forward and asked. Advertisement. At this time, the bad students who were still struggling dared not move when they saw this situation. It became quiet in an instant. But his heart was like a raging storm. What's going on? Who is this person with terrifying power in front of him? No wonder he fought so hard just now, and his methods were extremely cruel. The most important thing is that now more than 100 biker gang members are calling him Big Brother. Although they have fought with adults before, he is panicking now that the person is not here. When he thought of this, the bad student's heart finally died. More than 100 people came out and headed towards an abandoned factory. Yes, they're just fighting, or on the way to a fight. After a while, 20 dazzling lights came on, and the roar was getting closer and closer. I'm not hitting you, not because you're handsome, but because I want you to go back to Saitama Prefecture right now. Rumble. In the eyes of everyone in Yachiaonan. 8 o'clock. Just after everyone in Yachiaonan waited for 20 minutes. Not only is he extremely strong in fighting, but he also has that powerful force behind him. This school is famous for being a school on the outside but a gang on the inside. Mito Ryunosuke finished speaking and released his hand. Atsushi Murasakibara asked with concern while eating his meal. Then tell your boss that I will take this group of hostages to find him tonight. Mito Ryunosuke picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. The boy who was let go by Mito Ryunosuke today spoke with a look of fear on his face. Then, I don't even dare to mess with people of the same age. It's okay. I might be back late tonight. You should go to bed early and remember to bring the trophy back to me tomorrow. One by one, the bikers on motorcycles stopped in front of him. Shueichin, what happened? Mito Villa. On the other side, Yashio South High School. The hundreds of biker gang members consciously made a path in the middle. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded obediently, the leader asked as he walked. After a while, what? Are you saying that the student from Zhongnan Palace who dared to meddle in our affairs before has a backer? Good. Yes, Master Modern. Here, learning that is bullshit. Let him wash himself and wait for me. I don't want to hit someone who doesn't take a shower. Because the man in front of him was the man standing at the top of Yashio Minami. Chapter 215 Comparing Backgrounds. Ken, Yashinan's Ma Teng simply curled his lips and snapped his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. Dozens of headlights shone over, and in an instant, the entire venue was illuminated. The bikers made way for each other, and Mito Ryunosuke slowly jumped out of the back seat of Yamashiro Jiro's car. Then he walked forward slowly. Behind him, the biker gang followed, dragging Yashio Minami and several other patients who had already received simple bandaging. You only have so few people with you? Do you think so little of us, Yashinan? Maden said, looking at Mito Ryunosuke with a vicious look in his eyes. Oh, so you want to be more numerous than others? Mito Ryunosuke grinned. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Jiro behind him immediately made a phone call. Soon, with a deafening roar, hundreds of bikers on motorcycles arrived. The next second, the bikers holding controlled knives and sticks surrounded the people from Yashio Minami. Although they are bad students, but they're just students. It was too shocking for them to face these bad youths of all kinds. Even Ma Teng's face turned ugly. He didn't expect that the other party had such a powerful background and even knew the biker gang in their Saitama Prefecture. That's right, Ma Teng had already seen that among those hundreds of people, some were actually biker gangs from Saitama Prefecture. Having more people is nothing. If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one fight. Ma Teng couldn't let go of his pride, so he stood up, walked forward and pointed at Mito Ryunosuke and said. Mito Ryunosuke lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then looked at the other person with disdain. Are you good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? To get into trouble, you need power and background. You want to compare backgrounds, right? Ma Teng's eyes were sinister, and he took out his cell phone and made a call. 2 minutes later, Ma Teng seemed to have gained confidence after hanging up the phone. Then he said calmly, in 5 minutes, I will make you all crawl out. Okay. Mito Ryunosuke was not in a hurry. He snapped his fingers and a biker gang member came over with a camping stool. The latter sat down immediately. 5 minutes later, a dozen black commercial vehicles drove over. The next second, advertisement about 100 burly men got off the car. Every time they took a step forward, the bikers took a step back. No way, although there are few of these people, each of them is extremely large and obviously has been trained. The most important thing is that some of the big men were holding pistols in their hands. You know, the Sakura country also implements a gun control policy, so it is impossible for ordinary people to have such things. Only the chaebol can have it. Moreover, the man with a beard on his philtrum who got out of the luxury car just now was obviously a big boss of the gang. They are not people that these biker gangs can mess with. The biker gangs in Saitama Prefecture were even more conflicted, as they already knew that Yashinan was backed by the Kobayashi Zaibatsu. Ken, the boy named Mito Ryunosuke also seems to be someone who is not easy to mess with. They're like ducks on a rack. I wonder if our Kobayashi Zaibatsu counts as a background? The middle-aged man looked at Mito Ryunosuke with eagle-like eyes. But just one glance and he showed an expression of disbelief. How come he looks so much like that person? Ken, just when he wanted to ask the other person's name, Ma Teng had already walked forward. Uncle, it's him who looks down on our Xiaolin Zaibatsu. How do you want to die, little brat? My boss is asking you a question. At this time, the burly man next to the middle-aged man cursed loudly, picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at Mito Ryunosuke. Swish. Mito Ryunosuke simply tilted his head slightly and the stone brushed past his ear. Oh, I scared a little punk, and now here comes an old punk. Mito Ryosuke smiled, then took out his phone and dialed. He called his uncle and said he was from the Kobayashi Zaibatsu. Well, you can come over now. Can. He had just hung up the phone when the group of burly men surrounded him, the 20 biker gang members who had arrived earlier, and the injured Yashiaminen student. Just when those people were about to take action, the lights of dozens of luxury cars shone over in an instant. After a while, 70 or 80 people got off the car. These people were all men wearing black suits and headphones. Seeing this, the burly men immediately made way. Mao-chan. Advertisement. Why are you here? The middle-aged man with a beard was surprised when he saw the person coming. Kobayashi Mao's face was gloomy. Do you know what you are doing? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, he continued. If you have the guts, say one more word and see. You know I'm going to take him away. In this kind of situation, you still want to save face? Do you deserve it? Your father didn't deserve it back then either? After saying that, Mito Ryohei reached out and straightened Kobayashi Shigeru's collar and continued softly, you can't take this person away. Mito Ryohei finally forced a smile, reached out and patted Kobayashi Shigeru's cheek, his voice gradually decreasing. After saying that, he raised his cell phone and smashed it on the head of the big man who had just thrown the stone. After all, not only the nephew, but also the other brothers are watching, there is nothing I can do. Mito Ryohei. That's enough. This scene, it wasn't over yet. The middle-aged man took out his mobile phone and threw it at the big man's head, then took out a pistol from his waist. His nephew was about to be beaten by me, but before he could do that, he called the elders over and said he wanted to compare his background with mine. Mito Ryohei grabbed the other man's collar and yelled. After saying this, he saw that the other party no longer dared to speak. Mito Ryosuke didn't stand up, but lit another cigarette and smiled at the other person teasingly. The big man's face was covered in blood and he was motionless. I should be the one asking you this. Kobayashi Shigeru spoke loudly. I'm not kidding you. He actually dared to throw rocks at my nephew. He thought he'd be alright if he fainted. I'm going to throw him into the crusher soon. Then he handed the pistol to the bodyguard next to him, took out a white towel to wipe his hands, walked to Kobayashi Shigeru, and said in a sharp tone. Holding the gun barrel in his hand, he continued to hit the opponent's head with the butt of the gun. The middle-aged man in the lead, holding a cigar and a mobile phone in his hand, strode up to Mito Ryosuke and asked with a stern face. Mito Ryohei did not stop, but hit the opponent twice more until his face was smashed, then he stopped. The middle-aged man in the lead walked slowly towards Xiaolin Mao with a mobile phone in his hand, and said as he walked. Don't think I won't dare touch you in Saitama Prefecture. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to my nephew today, your name will be on the headlines tomorrow. No. Kobayashi Shigeru replied with a frown, seeing this. As soon as he finished speaking, the men in suits immediately pulled out their pistols and pointed them at them. At this time, Mao Shower, you are really stupid. If you can stand up for your nephew, then I can stand up for my nephew as well. Everyone was immediately frightened, especially those underage bad students. By the way, that old guy next to him just now threw stones at me. The latter fell to the ground instantly. Chapter 216 New Book Show, la la la. The next day, today is the final. But the two women did not follow him, but waited for the man at home. After a while, the door opened. They looked up and felt relieved when they saw familiar people. Waking up so early? Mito Ryosuke asked in surprise, looking at the two women with dark circles under their eyes. Are you okay? Let's have breakfast first. I just bought it. Mito Ryosuke sat down at the table, picked up his breakfast and started eating. It's okay, I'll take a shower later and then we can go watch the game together. Good. Clatter, the water from the showerhead poured over his body from head to toe, and Mito Ryosuke closed his eyes. Don't rub it, just let it soak quietly. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up. Is this power? Stadium. Today is the Winter Cup Finals, Seirin High versus Yosen High. Ken, there are two pieces of news for Seirin today, one good and one bad. The good news is, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya will both play. The bad news is, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya will both play. Seirin Lounge. Captain, did you sleep well last night? Ida Riko looked at Hinata Junpei and asked jokingly. Oh, I don't know why, but I felt unusually calm last night. I fell asleep immediately after getting into bed. Hinata Junpei replied, thinking, although I watched the match between Yosen and 2 in the morning and studied the tactics. Once again, I was deeply impressed by Yosen's incredible strength. But the amazing thing is, I didn't feel anxious at all. That's good. Let's do our best today, Captain. Ida Riko smiled and said. Seeing this, Hinata Junpei's face turned red. On the other side, Izuki-jun looked at Muji Teppei who was tying his shoelaces. Muji, our Seirin also made it to the finals. Yes, it all depends on everyone's efforts. Will your grandparents come to your game today? Well, they're a bit old, so it might be a bit difficult for them. However, I have been telling them about the competition, and they listen to it as if it were their own business. Muji Teppei answered while tying his shoelaces. Yi Yuajun raised his head. Is that so? So since we're talking about it, I guess we should report on the win, right? Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuajun smiled and said, yes. My mother and sisters will come to cheer me on today. My family will be coming too. I'm so nervous, Shinji Kogane said helplessly. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at his teammates in front of him. I'm lucky to be able to play basketball. I'll use this emotion to fight in the upcoming game, Murasakibara. Yosen lounge. Why hasn't Murasakibara come yet? Lu Wei looked at everyone and asked. Dun just received a call and said he was going out for a while. Himuro Tatsuya said as he changed his clothes. Really? Murasakibara is becoming more and more like Mito. He doesn't even greet the captain. As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Hey, Senior Yang Wei, when did you develop this habit of badmouthing people behind their backs? Mito Ryosuke's lazy voice came out. Everyone looked at it. Atsushi Murasakibara, Mito Ryosuke and two girls walked in. My name is Lu Wei, also, you have to call me Senior. Okay Yang Wei. Inside the gymnasium, the seats were already packed with spectators, who were all looking forward to tonight. Will Yosen continue to dominate, or will Saren break through? Here I come. Yosen, 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 Saren is here too. Saren, Saren, Saren. As the two teams entered the field, the audience became excited. But, next second, their cheers began to change. Because, the last figure to enter the field was the one wearing the number 1 jersey. The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. The audience's cheers for both teams all turned into these 4 words. For a moment, the whole stadium seemed to have an earthquake. Even the players who had just finished the first half of the game at the next court and were about to leave were shocked. It's amazing. Mito is here too. This popularity is so scary. 2 Academy and Shutoku High listened to the deafening sound, helpless. Even Aomine Daiki and Midorima Shintaro stopped on their way out and looked over. The broadcast sounded. There will be a 10-minute halftime break before the start of the second half. Saren High, Yosen High, both teams, please come on the court to warm up. Advertisement, oh. Everyone in Saren gave themselves a pep talk and went on stage. Instead of warming up immediately, they looked at the figure wearing the number 1 jersey sitting on the bench. It's over. Mito won't play, right? How are we going to fight like this? A substitute said helplessly. We have to give it our all, don't forget, we played against him last year too. How can you give up so easily without even trying hard? Ida Riko encouraged the team members, but in her heart, damn, Yosen is such a jerk. Even if Mito doesn't play, just sitting there puts a lot of pressure on a Saren. Not only that, it's because of him that the momentum of Yosen's players is so terrifying now. It was as if everyone had decided that they would give 200% of their strength on the court. The broadcast also sounded amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Yeah, let's go off the court. The audience is already eagerly waiting for their match. On the court, but, at this time, perform well. 2 narrowly won and took 3rd place in the winter trials. The 2 and Shutoku matches also ended. They all want to see whether that man will go on stage or not. But even some of the audience were surprised to find that their breathing had become difficult. This is outrageous. Over time, both sides come on the court. The score is 88-92. First of all, Aomine Daiki smiled helplessly and left the stage. But he was talking to Mito Ryosuke who was sitting on the bench. Before the game begins, let me introduce the 2 teams in the final. Please give me your guidance, the game is over. Aomine Daiki walked up to Midorima Shintaro and said. After the greetings, Atsushi Murasakibara and Teppei Kiyoshi came to the jump ball position. The reason is very simple, they all want to be in front of that man. Players from both teams were absent-minded during warm-up, looking at Mito Ryosuke from time to time. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses and walked off first. No players from either team left, after a while. Next time we meet, we'll be teammates, because. Chapter 217 Difficult Saren, Murasakibara, long time no see. Teppei Muji looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him and smiled. If you don't say hello, it doesn't count as meeting? Atsushi Murasakibara asked dully. Muji Teppei. As the referee tossed the ball, the 2 men jumped high at the same time, stretched out their right arms together, and touched the basketball. No surprises. With a gap of half a body length, Atsushi Murasakibara hit the ball to Himuro Tatsuya. Wow. Murasakibara's jump is so scary, yeah, it's even better than last year. Is this the first person under the light of Teiko? What the hell? You guys are giving random nicknames again. As the audience exclaimed, Himuro Tatsuya attacks with the ball. After a while, he dribbled past Ogahara Seihiro and rushed towards the basket. Just when everyone thought he was going to shoot, Himuro Tatsuya raised the corner of his mouth, hooked his wrist with the ball, and instantly avoided the sneak attack of the owner of a hand that suddenly appeared. Kuroko Tetsuya. The basketball was lifted high. A figure rushed over quickly and jumped directly. It's Captain Lu Wei. As soon as Lu Wei received the basketball in his hands, he imitated Midorima Shintaro and threw the ball into the basket. What? Alley-oop 3-pointer. Not only did the audience exclaim in surprise, but even the Shutoku team members who had not yet left looked at the situation in the field in surprise. This angle is wrong. Midorima Shintaro narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. The next second, as soon as the basketball reached the basket, it was caught by Atsushi Murasakibara who jumped up instantly, and then he slammed the ball into the basket. Jump. Goal. Crunch. The whistle for the goal followed closely with the sound of the basket hitting the rim. Wow. Yosun is so amazing, what a match. The audience was immediately excited. Atsushi Murasakibara, who fell to the ground, did not return to defense immediately, but glanced at the bench. After meeting Mito Ryosuke's gaze, he smiled and returned to defense. Good job, done. Bang. Himuro Tatsuya ran over and high-fived Atsushi Murasakibara and said with a smile. Ball possession changes. Muji Teppei passed the ball to Izuki-jun, who dribbled slowly across half-court. Faced with the weakened version of Iron Wall, without the cannon, Kagami, the weakened version of Bombarding Player, dare not choose fast break. Yi Yuajun clapped the basketball and observed the situation on the court. At this time, Kimura Shuji directly shot and stole the ball. Facing the first-year student in front of him, Yi Yuajun did not dare to be careless. He dribbled the basketball to his left hand, stepped with his left foot, and quickly broke through to the opponent's left side. Advertisement seeing that Kimura's shoe was broken through by the opponent, Inoue Dairo immediately came up to defend. But, Yi Yuajun's breakthrough is not to shoot himself, but divert attention. He dribbled the ball with his left hand and pushed it back, and the basketball turned a corner by itself, and landed in Hinata Junpei's hands. What? It's number 11, hateful. Hinata Junpei quickly took a step back and wanted to shoot. The one defending him is Himuro Tatsuya. Himuro Tatsuya also quickly took half a step forward. It was this half step that made Hinata Junpei's pupils shrink as he was preparing to shoot. Then he passed the ball to Ogahara Sihiro. Facing Lu Wei's defense, Ogahara Sihiro had no choice but to glance at Kiyoshi Teppei under the basket. He gritted his teeth and passed the ball back to Yi Yuajun. I can't get in. Facing Yosun's defense, Saren and his team couldn't find a breakthrough at all. Aomine Daiki looked at the situation on the field and followed Wakamatsu Kosuke's words. Well, they're all blocked. Himuro is against Hinata, Murasakibara is defending Muji, that small forward is no match for Lu Wei. Sakurai Ryo said helplessly, no, they have another way. Satsuki Momoi was also watching the situation on the field and analyzing it. Swish. Just as she thought, the basketball was already in Kuroko Tatsuya's hands. They're trying to use the disappearing dribble to open up this situation. At this time, everyone guessed what Saren was thinking. As expected, Kuroko Tatsuya surpassed Inoue Dairo in an instant. He doesn't dare to shoot, because Atsushi Murasakibara had already taken a step forward, standing between Kuroko Tatsuya and Muji Teppei. One step further can block shots and the next step can defend. Kuroko Tatsuya didn't dare to bet that his disappearing shot would be blocked by Atsushi Murasakibara. If the ball is blocked, that would greatly reduce the momentum of the entire team. Satsuki Momoi looked at Kuroko Tatsuya with a worried look on his face. This goal was too important. Xiao Zhen, if you were in this situation, what would you do? Takao Kazunari stared at the field, swallowed and asked. He just switched places with Kuroko Tatsuya and thought about it. I just felt a suffocating feeling coming towards me. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses up expressionlessly. Shoot. On the court, Kuroko Tatsuya, who was about to violate the rules, took 2 steps back with the ball, and got into a shooting position the moment Inoue Dairo came back to defend. Damn it, how dare you look down on me, advertisement. Inoue Dairo didn't know what was going on and just jumped up to block the shot. The next second, amidst his shocked expression, the basketball passed through his palm and shot into the basket. Swish. Goal. This idiot, looking at the cheering audience, Masako Araki's occupational disease, came on and she cursed. It's okay, give him some time. I believe that within 5 balls, DeLong will definitely be able to defend. Tobi Shota still looked calm and composed. What, you ask me why I'm so calm? Don't you see my brother sitting here? Besides, after this game, I will be promoted, and the growth of these freshmen will be left to themselves. Anyway, we can't lose this game. Reinforce the defense. No need, that senior shooting is really interesting. Your movements are a bit stiff. You can't stop me like this. The next second, waves of air rose from the soles of Atsushi Murasakibara's feet and he suddenly jumped up. Not good, hateful, ball possession changes, noob. After rotating 180 degrees in the air, he smashed the ball directly into the basket. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed. Lu Wei came up to Inoue DeLong and asked with concern, do you want to switch defense? Himuro Tatsuya broke through him in an instant. Oh, it's great to be young. Ida Riko looked at Himuro Tatsuya dribbling the ball on the court and felt uneasy. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Lu Wei said with melancholy. The basketball came into the hands of Atsushi Murasakibara. If it's a bit difficult to fight against Rikuzen, then Saren can. Seeing Himuro Tatsuya holding the ball, everyone in Saren naturally became nervous. On the field, bang, Hinata Junpei was surprised when he heard this. What? Facing Muji Teppei who came to defend, he curled his lips, then pulled the ball back and made a sideways push. Upon hearing this, Inoue Dairo quickly chased after Kimura Shuji and started the output mode. Everyone was shocked. Kimura Shuji ran past the 2 of them and said calmly. Following the shouts, Ogahara Narihiro quickly came up to reinforce the defense. This time, it was no longer Kimura Masaru who held the ball, but Himuro Tatsuya. Himuro Tatsuya broke through with just a few simple feints. Then take off and shoot. Goal. Inoue DeLong's eyes lit up and he said happily. Is he going to make a move? Bakailu, Chapter 218 A New Beginning, Everyone's Teacher. It's so explosive, I don't know why, but every time I see Murasakibara senpai dunking, I worry about the rim. Yosen's replacement whispered. Ryo, Murasakibara has become so powerful. Alex sighed. It's okay, but it depends on who you're competing with. Mito Ryunosuke also raised the corners of his mouth. I was also happy for him in my heart. It seemed that I had chosen the right person to teach him. Look at what you can do. Just ignore him. If you agree with him, his nose will fly up to the sky. Araki Masako also laughed softly. Thinking back to the first time I met Mito Ryunosuke, I was really p***d off. Ken, this glowing boy in front of me gives me enough sense of security time and time again. It seems that as long as he is there, everything in this world can be solved. On the court. Ball possession changes. Yosen is really amazing now. Muji Teppei smiled wryly as he looked at the players on the opposite side who were in a defensive stance. When facing other universities, he can still take them by surprise. But against Murasakibara, there is really no way. After all, during my training in the beautiful country, I followed Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. My talent is indeed not as good as these two people. Looking at the figures working hard on the field, Mito Ryunosuke began to feel a little bored. Maybe for others, the situation on the field was extremely intense, but for me, that would really be full of loopholes, and Saren was missing a score, or more precisely, a light that could break through Yosen's defense. So, no matter how hard they tried, the gap in points kept widening. The first half is over. The score has already widened to 40 points. You know, this is the team that beat Shutoku, but only the people of Saren know how helpless they are. Against Shutoku, they can still rely on Muji to score. But facing Murasakibara, who is also a center, Muji is almost finished. Without Muji as the trump card, Saren has basically no one available. Hinata Junpei. Under Himuro Tatsuya's defense, he almost wanted to commit suicide. Ogahara Chihiro. Facing the 2-meter-tall Liu Wei, he could only suffer the consequences. As for Kuroko Tatsuya, although his disappearing skill is very powerful, even if he breaks through Yosen's freshman, it is still difficult to face Murasakibara in the interior. As for Yi Yuajun, he was able to score some points against the freshman from Yosen. In short, the final score was indeed a bit terrible. Advertisement. Not only that, what disappointed everyone was not Saren's crushing defeat. But Mito Ryunosuke did not play. Time flies. A week later, at the airport in the United States. You're finally here. When everyone from Sakura Country came out of the airport, they met Kagami Taiga walking towards them. Kagami, Taiga, times 10,086. In the hotel, Alex was treating everyone to a dinner with Mito Ryunosuke's bank card. Because starting from tomorrow, for the next year, they all have to train in this city, the next day. A gymnasium. The gymnasium has been rented by them for a year. There are 11 courts in the gymnasium. Mito Ryunosuke even assigned them a teacher in advance. For the next month, they will follow the guidance of the teacher. The assessment will begin 1 month later. Only after the assessment is over can we start participating in group training. Today, in the central arena, all the players of the fire team gathered. Atsushi Murasakibara, Akashi Seijiro, Aomine Daiki, Midorima Shintaro, Kai's Ryota, Kuroko Tatsuya, Himuro Tatsuya, Haizaki Shogo, Amayoshi Shoichi, Takao Kazunari, Kagami Taiga. They are all looking forward to their teacher, certainly. Except Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. After a while, 11 nanny cars stopped outside the gymnasium. Long time no see, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that after we both retired, we would be able to meet in this capacity. Ha ha ha, bro, long time no see, Cherry Blossom Country. Mito Villa. Mito Ryunosuke looked at the huge villa and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The noisy atmosphere has disappeared. Now the villa is quiet and depressing. Mito Ryunosuke drank his cold beer, looked at the words, "You are dead," displayed on the TV in front of him, and murmured. Like, it's been many years since I've lived on my own. After a while, he put down the controller and lit a cigarette. Looking at the burning cigarette, he silently opened his phone and flipped through the photos inside. The next day, advertisement. Mito Ryunosuke finally slept until he woke up naturally. After washing up, he went downstairs and found out. The two women who were supposed to be watching TV and arguing were no longer there, and even the breakfast that was supposed to be on the table had disappeared. Sighing, Mito Ryunosuke murmured, "I thought I was giving myself a month off, what the hell is going on?" After muttering this, he walked out the door. I got on the will-o'-the-wisp, stepped on the accelerator and left the villa. Beautiful country. Aomine Daiki looked at the person in front of her and her jaw dropped. He didn't expect that Mito Ryunosuke was so powerful. I actually invited the person in front of me to be my teacher, even though it's only for an hour a day. You know, not only is this person not short of money, but everyone who plays basketball knows him. The same scene also appeared on various courts in the stadium. Kuroko Tatsuya Chu. At this time, Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the white-skinned foreigner in front of her with stars in her eyes. Can you understand the American language? A little? Kuroko Tetsuya was flattered. Hello, my name is Williams, and I'm your teacher for this month. I've read your information, it's pretty good, the man grinned and said. I know. As soon as Kuroko Tetsuya heard the other party's name, she immediately nodded excitedly. At the same time, Atsushi Murasakibara Chu. What surprised him was that the teacher had been replaced. It's no longer the big shark, it's that man. Atsushi Murasakibara's pupils trembled, he naturally recognized the person in front of him. Because, the black man in front of him with blue and green hair may have a bad reputation, but he is very famous. He walked up to the already stunned Atsushi Murasakibara and extended his hand. Hello, I'm your teacher this time, you can call me Big Bug. Akashi Seijiro Chu. A dark-skinned foreigner walked up to him, showing his big white teeth, looked at the surprised Akashi Seijiro and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm your teacher for this month, my name is. Before the other party could finish his words, Akashi Seijiro immediately reached out and shook his hand. I know, who doesn't know the famous answer? Midorima Shintaro Chu. A young man with curly hair walked towards the shocked Midorima Shintaro. Hello, I'm your teacher this time, unfortunately, I can only teach you for 20 days. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses up and held out his hand. If it were you, even if you could only teach me for 10 days, I would be very satisfied. Mo God. Chapter 219 Meet again Kai's Ryota Chu. A black man about the same height as Atsushi Murasakibara. This not only brightened Kai's Ryota's eyes, but also made him very distressed. I am only 193 centimeters tall. Can I inherit the legacy of this person in front of me? The black man was very polite and extended his hand to Kai's Ryota as soon as he came in. Hello, Kai-san, you can call me Mai. As for Kagami Taiga's teacher, he is also a black man. It's just that he is a black man who created a myth. He is also a pitiful black man. Hello, my name is Shifo. As for the ice room, it has changed too, it became Gram 6. And Haizaki Shogo is half man, half god. Amayoshi Shoichi and Takao Kazushige were quite depressed. They both have the same teacher, but when they saw the black man in front of them, their expressions immediately changed from loss to surprise. Hello, I am your teacher this time, magician. As the Shinwo team got on track, nutritionists, comprehensive trainers, etc. also began to arrive one after another. At this time, only then did they realize that professional training was indeed different. 1 month later, Sakura country. I don't know what happened to those little devils. Mito Ryunosuke ignored the bodyguards who fell beside him, muttered this sentence, and walked out of the gate of a villa. Airport. Boss, the timing is perfect. Yamajiro parked the car, looked at Mito Ryunosuke, who had nothing in his hands, and asked curiously, Boss, are you really not bringing any luggage? Need not. Mito Ryunosuke waved and walked into the airport. 1 day later, the beautiful country. Have you heard? There are 3 Asian guys on the baseball field right now, and they haven't lost a single game. In a restaurant called Chili's, Mito Ryunosuke, who was eating steak, suddenly heard these words. Then, he pricked up his ears curiously. That's right, it's really amazing. Excuse me, but where is the stadium you're talking about? After Mito Ryunosuke finished eating and paid the bill, he walked up to the two of them and asked. Oh, that ball on West Street. You're not, I'm not. Advertisement, you are, you've got the wrong person. Mito Ryunosuke immediately turned around, walked out of the restaurant, quickly put on sunglasses and a mask, and ran away. I'm a DJ. I haven't been back for so long, how come someone still recognized me? The baseball field on West Street. Mito Ryunosuke sat quietly in the stands, looking at the 3 familiar faces on the field and muttering. It seems that a month of closed-door training has really strained these little guys, however, it's also a good time to hone their coordination. After saying that, he looked at the 3 familiar people and smiled. These 3 people are Aomine Daiki, Kagami Taiga, and Himuro Tatsuya. On the court, they didn't cooperate with each other and relied entirely on their own individual shots to score goals. After a while, the sun was about to set, and after a friendly exchange with their opponents, the 3 picked up their backpacks and prepared to return to the hotel. A figure blocked their way. Robbery. Haha, robbery? Aomine Daiki's expression darkened, and she exchanged a glance with the 2 people beside her. The next moment, 3 people surrounded Mito Ryunosuke. Although his English was not good, after a month, with the help of the translator hired by Alex and others and the charm of his idol, he learned well. Hotel. Alex and others were already eating in the restaurant. What took Eda and the others so long? Satsuki Momoe Danyo Udo. I guess we've met new opponents. These 3 brats are always a worry. Alex complained. At this moment, a figure wearing a mask and sunglasses, carrying Aomine Daiki on his back, and holding Himuro Tatsuya and Kagami Taiga in his left and right hands came over. Then, with a bang, the 3 people were thrown to the ground. Just as everyone stood up and angrily looked at the figure in front of them, Atsushi Murasakibara's voice rang out. Water dear. Everyone. After a while, you mean, as soon as you said you were going to rob them, they attacked you? Araki Masako was surprised. Upon hearing this, Haizaki Shogo looked at the 3 people who had fainted with awe. Ryunosuke, won't you explain to them? Araki Masako cursed with a laugh. Yeah, they didn't explain it to me. Oh, I'm too lazy to explain. Mito Ryosuke said as he took off his mask and sunglasses. Then he walked to the dining table, picked up the kettle, walked over, and poured it on the faces of the three people. Kuroko Tetsuya stood up instantly, but it was too late. In an instant, all the water in the kettle poured onto the faces of the three people. Ah! Seeing this, Kuroko Tetsuya murmured softly. Mito-san, that's boiling water. Everyone. Advertisement then, this simple dinner started to get more exciting with the arrival of Mito Ryosuke. Then it gradually evolved into a welcoming banquet. Time flies, 3 days later, the main stadium of the stadium. At this time, the 11 people looked at each other. Who will go first? Mito Ryosuke stared at the Age of Miracles and said calmly. As for the 5 members of the Age of Miracles, it's like you look at me and I look at you. Final, Akashi Seijiro sighed and took a step forward. Let me do it. Then let's get started. The two stood facing each other and spoke at the same time. If it were any other time, they wouldn't care. Normally, Kuroko is definitely the first choice. Then, Mito Ryosuke urged Road. Alex, it's very simple. Besides the money, it's just about beating them in 1v1. Yeah, rock, paper, scissors. Just one sentence. The other party made 2 requests. In this way, Himuro and Kagami will be on the opposite side. Ken, it doesn't matter what Kuroko does. For a moment, Akashi Seijiro, who had originally won, looked at the 6 people behind Mito Ryosuke in distress. Alex's answer was also simple. The other 4 jumped up happily, but then, as if they thought of something, they looked worried again. What? Don't forget, there's Mito Ryosuke on the opposite side. Although they believe in themselves, they also have confidence in the teachings of their teachers. But not only him, but the other 4 members of the Age of Miracles also had gloomy faces. This is a F***G assessment. Upon hearing this, Alex smiled a warm smile like the sun. You say it doesn't matter? What makes them desperate is. Stop dithering. Pick one of these guys as a substitute. A month ago, when they had their first dinner together, they all asked Alex the same question. How did Mito invite these people? Akashi Seijiro looked at his hand that had drawn the scissors in disbelief, turned around and looked at the others. Ken, I won? They're all here, don't you know the result yet? Everyone. What's your request? Everyone, shocked, what's the result? Mito Ryosuke Cold Road, Chapter 220 Assessment Competition. In the end, Age of Miracles chose Kuroko Tetsuya. There are no spectators in today's game, only referees. Also, a play, on the court, Age of Miracles, starting lineup, substitute, Kuroko Tetsuya. The substitute on the other side is Kazunari Takao. Following the referee's whistle, Atsushi Murasakibara wa Mito Ryosuke Azuiniryu. Mizukan, I won't lose that easily. Seeing Atsushi Murasakibara's serious expression, Mito Ryosuke smiled and said, I'm the sender now. Then I won't give up easily, Atsushi Murasakibara said very seriously. The referee didn't say anything and only blew the whistle after the 2 men finished talking. Then his arms began to exert force, throwing the basketball high into the air. The 2 men kicked their legs hard and reached for the basketball in the air at the same time. Snap. This time, Mito Ryosuke did not catch the ball, but naturally hit the basketball into Amayoshi Sho's hands. After all, this time they were being tested, so Mito Ryosuke didn't make any extra moves. After landing, he ran towards the opponent's basket. After Atsushi Murasakibara landed, he turned around quickly to defend without any expression. As soon as Amayoshi Shogi got the basketball, he squinted his eyes and looked at the opponent who had already returned to defense. What a quick return. Wrong. Did they know that Atsushi Murasakibara couldn't jump over Mito, so they returned to defend early? Amayoshi Shogi also knew that this was Mito's test of them, so he did not pass it to the other party immediately. He slapped the basketball and slowly dribbled it across half court. Looking at Akashi Seijiro who came to defend, his eyes were stern. This time, he didn't pass the ball immediately. He suddenly slapped the basketball into his right hand, took a step with his left foot, and quickly broke through the opponent's right side. After 1 month of training, Shoichi Amayoshi's speed has become significantly faster. Since it was the first quarter, 5 minutes, they were both testing each other. After all, no one knows to what extent the other party has trained in the past month. On the court, although Amayoshi Shoichi broke through the opponent, Akashi Seijiro quickly defended him. Jin Jishong curled the corner of his mouth and then made a hook pass. The basketball came into the hands of Himuro Tatsuya. The latter curled his lips as he faced Midorima Shintaro who was defending him. He suddenly sped up his dribbling frequency and then, in front of Midorima Shintaro's surprised eyes. After changing direction from behind, he passed his opponent and went straight into the inside. Then he jumped up and shot. At this time. Atsushi Murasakibara, who came up to defend, took 2 steps and came in front of Himuro Tatsuya, raising his right hand and jumped high. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya raised the corner of his mouth. Then he threw the basketball in his hand to the opponent's right side. Advertisement bang. The basketball came into the hands of Kagami Taiga who had already run to the basket. Aomine Daiki thought to herself that this was not good and quickly ran to reinforce the defense. Ken, a figure blocked his way. Mito Ryosuke, good pick and roll. Alex stood up excitedly and waved. Bang! Kagami Taiga, who received the pass from Imuro, naturally scored the goal. Originally, he didn't want to dunk, but the thought of a slam dunk on the first ball would boost the morale of the entire team. So he did it. On the court, ball possession changes. Akashi Seijiro slowly moved the ball across half-court. He looked at Amayoshi Shoichi, who was coming to defend him, and said, "Then let me see how strong you are." After saying that, he used the move, butterfly flying through flowers, to break through the opponent. Facing Kagami Taiga, who came to help defend, he passed the ball to Aomine Daiki with a fake move. The latter quickly dribbled the ball into the paint. Facing Haizaki Shogo, who switched defense, he made a quick stop and jump shot. Just as Haizaki Shogo jumped, he actually slid his right hand into a ball-holding position and threw it backwards. Bang! Midorima Shintaro received the basketball and immediately jumped high to shoot. Swish! Goal, 3 points. Sharp, Kuroko Tetsuya, who was watching everyone's performance from the sidelines, said happily. It's starting to look a bit like that. Masako Araki looked at the players on the field and smiled. There was one person who didn't smile. Mizan, they won't pass the ball to me if you do that. Atsushi Murasakibara made a bitter face and complained to Mito Ryunosuke, who had been guarding him. But who else can play center besides me? Mito Ryunosuke said while suppressing his smile. Kagami-ah. Atsushi Murasakibara thought about it and said seriously. Okay, let's talk about it in the next section, off the court. Looking at the two people chatting under the basket, Araki Masako didn't know why she suddenly felt angry. Look at those two leisurely people under the basket. The other two women. Advertisement on the court. Amayoshi Shoichi passed the ball to Kagami Taiga. He faced off against Aomine Daiki. The two of them went back and forth. Each person has one ball, and no one gives in to the other. Just after the two scored 6 points each, Himuro Tatsuya and Akashi Seijiro took action to break the two's singles. First, Akashi intercepted Kagami's shot, and then Himuro knocked away Aomine's shot that had passed Kagami. With 1 minute left in the game, the basketball finally came into Kai's Ryota's hands. Looking at Kai's Ryota in front of him, Haizaki Shogo licked his lips and said, "Come on." Certainly, after Kai's Ryota finished speaking, his right shoulder suddenly sank and his center of gravity shifted to the right. It seemed as if he was going to break through from the right. Haizaki Shogo narrowed his eyes and raised his heels slightly to make it easier for him to deal with the other party's next move. The next moment, Kai's Ryota moves. After he dribbled the ball between his legs, his body suddenly accelerated. Suddenly he broke through to the opponent's left side. He was using the change in rhythm to defeat Haizaki Shogo in one go. The next second, Haizaki Shogo reacted quickly and shifted his center of gravity to his right side, taking a step forward to defend. Kai's Ryota was already prepared. He dribbled the basketball across his back and went to the right side. After running sideways for 2 steps, he pulled up for a jump shot. Even though Haizaki Shogo finally reacted, he quickly braked and rushed towards the opponent. But unfortunately, Kai's Ryota had already thrown the basketball. Swish. Goal. Listening to the sweet sound of the goal, Haizaki Shogo did not look disappointed. Instead, he smiled and watched the opponent's back as he returned to defense. Interesting. Ball possession changes. Mito Ryunosuke served the ball outside the line, and this time, he did not serve it to Amayoshi Shoichi, but directly threw it to Haizaki Shogo. After receiving the ball, Haizaki Shogo gave a grateful expression and then took the ball across half-court. After half-time, he looked at Kai's Ryota with a sinister expression. Kai's Ryota also showed a serious expression, opened his arms and took a defensive stance. Seeing this, Haizaki Shogo suddenly rushed forward, trying to deceive the opponent. Kai's Ryota remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the basketball. Seeing that his opponent was not fooled, Haizaki Shogo immediately made a real breakthrough move. In an instant, he broke through from the left. Seeing Kai's Ryota following him, he immediately dribbled the ball behind his back and pulled the basketball to his right hand. At the moment when the opponent came up to defend, he turned right with the ball and broke through the opponent directly from the left. Then without thinking, he jumped and shot. Even though Kai's Ryota had already jumped up, he was still a little slow. Swish, goal. Chapter 221. Everyone entered the second door. After a while, the first quarter ended without any suspense. The score is 17-16. Age of Miracles leads by 1 point. After a 5-minute break, everyone continued on stage. However, the atmosphere of this game was a little different. The people on Mito Ryunosuke's side clearly felt that the atmosphere on the opposite side had changed. Could it be that? Were they not serious just now? Were they just testing me? Takao Kazunari looked at the Age of Miracles and the others and swallowed. At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara has been substituted and replaced by Kuroko Tetsuya. Amayoshi Shoichi also replaced Takao Kazunari, after all. Rather than letting this killer weapon be locked down, it is better to widen the score. The second quarter begins. Mito Ryunosuke threw the basketball directly to Takao Kazunari and slowly ran towards the opponent's basket. These little kids really like to put onions and pretend to be elephants. After muttering this, the smile on his face grew wider. After Takao Kazunari slowly dribbled the ball across half-court, Akashi Seijiro came up to defend him. After a fake move, he passed the ball directly to Mito Ryunosuke. No way. After all, Mito Ryosuke's position is the best right now. Mito Ryosuke, who had just received the ball, narrowed his eyes and felt Aomine Daiki coming to defend him. Then, he made a fadeaway jump shot, and the latter immediately jumped up with his hands raised. At this moment, a change of direction. The original shooting trajectory turned into a pass, and the basketball quickly came into Haizaki Shogo's hands. Facing Kuroko Tetsuya's defense, Aomine Daiki jumped and had no time to make up for it. He dribbled past his opponent in an instant and then jumped for a layup. Swish. Goal. Just then. Click, Age of Miracles, and Kagami Taiga were suddenly stunned and motionless. When each of their eyelids lifted again, it was pitch black all around. Boom. A bronze gate suddenly appeared. At this moment, the 6 people also saw the shadow in front of the door clearly. Ball possession changes. This time, what surprised the others was the aura of the 6 people on the field. Advertisement. I understand, Age of Miracles, but isn't Kagami on my team? How could? Mito Ryosuke's originally lazy expression revealed a hint of surprise. But, a look of surprise flashed across his face. The other 4 people were not so easy to accept. How is it possible? These people. What on earth happened? Why'd I feel waves of disharmony? On the court, as soon as Akashi Seijiro received the ball. The next time, Age of Miracles and others cooperated seamlessly, and Cuckoo scored. When the whistle blew in the second quarter, the gap had already widened to 21 points. You know, this is only a 5-minute game time, half-time break. The players on Mito's side said nothing. Originally, they all thought that they could catch up after receiving instruction from famous teachers. But reality slapped them in the face. The gap between them has been widening. Since neither side has a coach, so both teams were coached by temporary captains. Although Imayoshi Shoichi was the temporary captain on Mito Ryosuke's side, he didn't say a word at this time. Because, he knows, they just used all their strength. Even though he was infected by Kagami Taiga in the end, and they worked together seamlessly, he was still no match for those 4 monsters. Just when morale was low here, Mito Ryosuke stood up and said, "Okay, I have a rough idea of your strength. Then I'll come and play too." The second half begins. The moment Himuro Tatsuya passed the ball to Mito Ryosuke at the baseline, the other people began to feel uneasy. After half-time, Atsushi Murasakibara stared blankly at Kagami Taiga in front of him. "Are you ready?" Mito Ryosuke looked at Aomine Daiki, who was blocking his way, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Aomine Daiki didn't say anything, but stared at the basketball intently. I recalled the teacher's words in my mind: if your opponent is an Asian boy, then you should never show off. Advertisement on the court. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Mito Ryosuke took a deep breath and said, "It's been a long time since I last touched the ball, so let's play." After saying this, he was like a flash of lightning, breaking through from Aomine Daiki's right side. At the moment when Aomine Daiki took a step forward to defend, Mito Ryosuke quickly turned right twice in succession and jumped backward. Swish. Goal. 3 points. If you are now thankful for the strength you just displayed, then I can only tell you. The strength that you can fully display is just the normal performance of the Dream Team 8. No, it's still a little short. A murderous aura instantly locked onto the other 9 people on the field. He's trying to make these lil brats see reality. Just then, Kuroko Tetsuya walked over to the 2 of them and looked at Mito Ryosuke. By the time they reacted, the sound of a slam dunk had already resounded throughout the stadium. I think I know what Mito-san is up to, but Mito Ryosuke looked at the opposing player and said coldly. Ball possession changes. Is this his true strength? Off the court, Kai's Ryota stepped forward with a bitter face and said. On the court. Bang, not giving any chance, he said seriously. Araki Masako continued. Mito Ryosuke came up to defend and steal the ball. I think what's worse is that he didn't use his full strength. This sentence, at this time, but everyone suddenly felt as if a hand of nothingness was strangling their necks and suffocating them. But, it was like a bolt of thunder that suddenly struck everyone. The ball was intercepted by Mito Ryosuke while it was still in the air. Alex muttered with a frown. Alianghi, even if Akashi used Emperor Eye to pass the ball in the first place. Akashi Seijiro just crossed half court with the ball. It would be more accurate to say that they were awakened, rather than reacting. Akashi Seijiro Kangi Mito Ryosuke Nanando, wrong. When Satsuki Momoi was about to retort, Araki Masako interrupted. Don't worry, Ryosuke knows his limits. A shadowy black figure appeared behind him. Chapter 222 Growth. On the court, Aomine Daiki received a quick pass from Kuroko Tetsuya. This time, he didn't dribble the ball, but stared at Mito Ryosuke in front of him with a fighting look on his face. The next second, Aomine Daiki moved. He was like a flash of lightning, breaking through from the right side at a rapid speed. At this moment, Aomine Daiki suddenly felt extremely heavy, as if a sickle was right in front of her neck. As long as you move forward, then you will definitely, Fortunately, he feels good, because Mito Ryosuke's hand was already on the path that he had to take to break through. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Aomine Daiki's forehead. Facing Mito Ryosuke's oppressive feeling, the corners of his mouth curled up. Sure enough, you are always ahead of us. Since he has entered the second door, his reaction ability has also made a qualitative leap. His speed did not slow down at all. He turned with the ball and broke through from the left. The next second, he was blocked by Mito Ryunosuke again. There was no other choice but for Aomine Daiki to immediately pass the ball to Akashi Seijiro and then run to the right. Because of the second door, Akashi understood what Aomine was thinking. Then, he immediately sent it back. Bang, at this time. Mito Ryunosuke's hand had already blocked the ball's path and successfully intercepted it. What? How is that possible? Ignoring everyone's surprise, Mito Ryunosuke immediately launched a quick attack. Facing Kai's Ryota's defense, he broke through with a faster behind-the-back change of direction. Looking at Midorima Shintaro who came to reinforce the defense. He even dribbled quickly and used Akashi's ankle stopper. Advertisement only. Mito Ryunosuke is faster. In an instant, Midorima Shintaro was knocked down. Then, he even ignored Aomine Daiki and Akashi Seijiro who were chasing after him. Take off from the free throw line. He suddenly leapt towards the basket, holding the ball in his right hand and pulling the bow to the full extent. Bang, bang, goal, beep, halftime. At the same time as the goal was scored, the referee blew the whistle. Alyang, are you sure you don't want them to go to the training camp? Alex walked up to Mito Ryunosuke and handed him the water bottle. That's not necessary, I plan to have them come out next year. Also, tell the Ministry of Revenue tomorrow that whatever the training camp has, we also need. We still have to have what we didn't have in training camp. Mito Ryunosuke took the water bottle, looked at the two teams' players who were resting not far away and said lightly. The other side. Okay, in the next game, we have to show our true strength. He checked the time, then glanced at Mito Ryunosuke who looked relaxed and chatting. Akashi Seijiro stood up and clapped his hands, saying. A golden lion appeared from behind. From now on, I won't keep it anymore. Aomine Daiki stood up and took a step forward, his eyes full of fighting spirit. After a while, it entered Atsushi Murasakibara's body. They've all gotten stronger, but we've gotten stronger too. A bear roar was heard behind him, and a huge bear suddenly pounced from behind. Advertisement, even if we're on the same team as Mito, we can't be careless. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at everyone, smiled inwardly, and spoke. Satsuki Momoi looked at everyone silently, as if she was back in the junior high school finals. Atsushi Murasakibara slowly stood up, a flash of purple lightning flashing in his eyes. Kai's Ryota flexed his wrists and stood up as well, his pupils flashing yellow lightning. When darkness falls again. A black panther with darker fur appeared behind him. Every day feels like a year. The 5 people who stood up appeared in the darkness at the same time. Everyone, give it your all in the next match. Seeing how energetic the players on the field were, Mito Ryunosuke also stood up. Kagami Taiga's face was also full of fighting spirit. Crack. That's natural. I never dared to underestimate Xiaojian. After throwing the towel to Alex, a huge black-clad skeleton appeared behind him. The idiom I'm going to teach you in this lesson is called. Sagittarius has the lowest fortune today. Little Aomine, you're such a fool. What if this doesn't end well? The best thing about playing with Mizuki is that you don't have to hold back. I can't beat him anyway, but I'm going to give it a try this time. After a while, go on stage. Wielding the terrifying sickle, the skull's eyes, which should have been empty, seemed to have a hint of light. Oh. As soon as Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, the other 4 immediately responded. Oh. Come on. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses and stood up as well, the fighting spirit in his eyes no longer concealed. On the other side, also, a flash of blue lightning. They worked together to open the door that blocked the sunlight. Mito Ryunosuke stretched and slowly walked towards the court. Chapter 223 A New Era 2 years later, Madison Square Garden. Let us give warm applause and cheers to the brand new team with the youngest regular season MVP and FM MVP players in NBA history, the new Fire Team. The DJ on the scene stretched out his voice and introduced it at the top of his lungs. At this time, players tunnel. Okay, it's our turn to go on stage. Don't let the 2 of you get pulled too far apart. Tobi Shota glanced at the players behind him and smiled. Don't worry, coach. We swore that assessment would be the last time we lost. Kai's Ryota said with a smile. Yes. Aomine Daiki crossed her hands behind her head, her tone somewhat helpless. Even though I'm facing Fukudo this time, I will definitely score more than 20 points. Don't get too carried away. Remember, what we want is victory. I don't want Mito to clean up our mess again. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses up with his right hand, held an unopened betel nut in his left hand, and spoke expressionlessly. Just don't hold me back when the time comes. Atsushi Murasakibara Awatamichi. Murasakibara, why do you always have to carry Mito on your back? Kagami Taiga looked helplessly at the 2 people walking at the end and complained. Well, don't disturb his sleep. Hopefully, when Mito wakes up, he'll be able to see the trophy. Akashi Seijiro, who was walking next to Tobi Shota, turned around and smiled at everyone. Kuroko. I'm here. Soon, when the players of the new fire team walked out of the tunnel, the whole stadium was boiling. New fire race. New fire race. New fire race. Asian boy. Asian boy. Asian boy. Ah. For a time, the cheers in the entire stadium were earth-shaking. Amid the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, the players of Shinwosei enthusiastically high-fived the fans one by one. But, except for 2 people, on the other side. Advertisement. The expressions of the Furen players were very serious. Facing these Asians who suddenly appeared put them under great pressure. Certainly, this does not include the Asian boy who was sleeping soundly on the back of fire race number 9. Because, these people are very young, most of them are 19 years old, and they have enough time to conquer the league. But, if they win the championship this time, it's equivalent to them having overturned the entire alliance. For Black Mamba and Giaseo, although they are still at their peak, they have begun to decline. At their age, any injury could be fatal, and the players of the new fire race will only get stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, look, I said the Asian boy was sleeping on Murasakibara again. Didn't you see how many girls on the court were screaming themselves hoarse just looking at the Asian boys? I'm really looking forward to it. Alex, your Mito is really popular. Alex rolled his eyes at Suo Wei-ya beside him and said, didn't your man lose? Why are you still watching the game? I'm just worried that you can't handle your man. Now I think I was wrong. Look at him, he's always catching up on his sleep. Suo Wei-ya emphasized the word, catch up on sleep. What nonsense are you talking about, you little yellow girl? Alex quickly covered the other person's mouth, then glanced at Araki Misako who was laughing on the other side and snorted. It's not just me. Baka, Misako Araki yelled and quickly covered Alex's mouth. The three girls started to fight. 10 years later, Dragon Kingdom. Alyang, let's leave all the work to your uncle, is that okay? Alex looked at Mito Ryunosuke beside him and smiled. Why do boys like playing ball so much? But you are an exception. Advertisement. Araki Misako on the other side asked with a frown. Because the stadium is the fairest place for them. No matter your height, weight or size, as long as you work hard, you have a chance to win. After all, as an adult, there aren't many places like this anymore. Mito Ryunosuke said with a smile while touching their bulging bellies. 16 years later, Nansho Primary School. A cute black-haired girl with 2 buns and green eyes was running to a baseball field with a folder in her arms. She panted and looked at a little red-haired boy who was playing ball and said angrily, Akashi, you're skipping school again. Ace, you're so annoying. Akashi, you noob, how dare you bully my sister. At this time, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes came over and looked coldly at the red-haired boy in front of him. Aiya, I think you and your sister should really change your names. At this time, a young man with green hair came over, dragging an ashtray in his right hand. None of your business, right, Ace? That's right, Lou. Ace looked at the purple-haired girl who ran over to speak for him and spoke with a smile. Of course he wants to become stronger and surpass his father. Aomine, you still have the nerve to say that. Didn't we agree with our father that we'd have another match with him when we turned 18? Looking at the cyan-haired, somewhat sloppy-looking boy, the green-haired boy smiled. What's it to you, Midorima? Hearing this, several young men raised their heads, their eyes filled with determination. It is said that those men who have stood at the pinnacle of the basketball world also want to pass on this talent. So, they all worked hard to defeat their fathers. After all, the young and strong are the best at fighting. End of the book. In fact, some of you have guessed it. I have been trying to catch up with the progress. If the results are not so good, I can still persist. I won't read any bad reviews anyway. Some people say that having 2 accounts open at the same time will affect traffic, which makes me panic. So, thank you all for being here. Chapter 224 Extra 1, Bad Chapter. Mito. Are you looking for death? A child's cry was heard from the alley opposite the entrance of St. J Primary School. I told you guys, I've got you all surrounded. In a word, each of you has to pay me 50 yuan a day for protection. A black-haired boy said calmly while looking at the boys in front of him who were wearing the same school uniform as him. Baga. You really made me laugh. A fatter boy said this and immediately stepped forward to start fighting. Stop it. How can it be considered a big deal for so many people to bully one person? At this moment, a white-haired boy ran over and kicked the fat man down with one kick. Then he said to the others fiercely, Get out, it's him. No way. A delinquent boy, he's in cahoots with Mito. Hearing this, the teenagers immediately dragged the fallen fat man away quickly. Really? I hate it most when the majority bullies the minority. The white-haired boy looked at the boy running away and said with disdain. At this moment, a hand suddenly slapped his shoulder. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, the white-haired boy's pupils began to tremble. You chased my prey away, so you have to pay me protection money on their behalf. There were 9 people on the other side just now, so you should give me 500 yuan. Mito Ryunosuke's cold voice came from behind the white-haired boy, whose throat moved. You are the one who bullies them. But, the white-haired boy exerted force and shook off Mito Ryunosuke's hand with a bang, then did a front flip and turned back suddenly. Pointing at the somewhat surprised Mito Ryunosuke, he shouted, Besides, shouldn't 9 people be 450 yuan? Including you, there are 10 of us. Mito Ryunosuke shook his neck twice, and the corners of his mouth curved into an arc. Haha, you're dreaming of stealing money from me, Umamiya. Before the white-haired boy could finish his words, Mito Ryunosuke's fist came closer and closer. After a while, advertisement Mito Ryunosuke walked out of the alley, toying with a 500 yen coin between his fingers. Then he turned around and shouted into the alley. Tomorrow at this time, remember to V50 me obediently, otherwise, just pray that you never meet me again in this life. After saying that, he strode off in a certain direction. At this moment, Umamiya, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, still had a shocked expression on his face. Mito Ryunosuke. 2 years later. Mito, I told you I can do it myself. Umamiya said with a frown as he looked at the group of young men lying on the ground. If you say one more word, I'll beat you up. Mito Ryunosuke turned around and looked at the figure who had suffered serious injuries, and said in a cold tone. Didn't I give you the money today? Why did you come back? When Mei Gong saw this, he sat down on the ground and said angrily. It's too little. Mito Ryunosuke turned around, walked straight to Umamiya Hajime, and spoke condescendingly. What's missing? Isn't it 50 yuan a day? Oh, you're promoted to junior high school today. Now you're a junior high student, and the protection fee has increased to 250. Ding ding ding, bang. Can't you just ask nicely when you want money? It's not like I won't give it to you, take it. Half a month later, at Teiko Junior High School. 3 years later, at Jinkwan Izakaya. Mito Ryunosuke took a sip of cold beer and said calmly to the boy in front of him. What school do you go to? I'll go see if there's anyone left tomorrow. After all, you're gone, and I need someone to take your place. Mito, I'm leaving Tokyo tomorrow and going to Fuji High School in Minami County. Advertisement, Teiko Junior High Shao, that's right, you have to be good. I'll do a search myself soon, and by then there will be more than 500. I'm here to collect protection money, junior high school student, 500 a day. If you don't pay now, then. Mito Ryunosuke lit a cigarette and spoke in a calm tone. Mito Ryunosuke was stunned when he heard this and asked. Looking at the school uniform on the other person, Mito Ryunosuke curled the corners of his mouth, then quickly walked towards the gray-haired boy, suddenly stretched out his arms, and put his arms around the gray-haired boy's neck. When Umamiya heard this, he suddenly stood up and pointed at Mito Ryunosuke for a moment, then sighed and sat down again. Settlement. I'm going to be like you from now on, collecting protection money from my classmates and then protecting them. If this continues, I really feel sorry for you. Umamiya Ichi sat in front of Mito Ryunosuke, who had dyed yellow hair and drank beer. With a little effort, he dragged him to the alley. The gray-haired boy first stretched his neck, which had just been strangled, and after secretly sighing at the other party's strength, he suddenly swung his fist at the other party. Are you going to pay off the protection money for the next 50 years? What did you say your name was? Mito Ryunosuke looked at the gray-haired boy and said coldly. Haha, you're looking for death. Just as Mito Ryunosuke was about to leave, he met a gray-haired boy walking towards him. Don't come over here, I'm Haizaki Shogo, a sophomore at Teiko Junior High School. Bullying is a serious offense. Tomorrow. Umamiya said this earnestly, but before he could finish, Mito Ryunosuke interrupted him. I don't want to bother with you, Umamiya Ichi suddenly said with a serious face. Seeing that Mito Ryunosuke didn't answer, he continued. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're already in the second year of junior high school, and you haven't even been to school once. Chapter 225 Extra 2, Wedding, Honeymoon. Beautiful country, church. When the door was pushed open, countless top sports stars and business tycoons looked back at the newlyweds and applauded. Mito Ryunosuke took Alex's hand and walked slowly towards the priest. Alex looks so beautiful today. Woohoo, she eats so well. Suoweya, wipe your nose. Everyone sent their blessings to the newlyweds. Even all the members of the new fire team applauded. After a while, the two faced the crowd, and Alex consciously put his arm around Mito Ryunosuke's arm. Crack. Countless flashes of light lit up at this moment. After a while, the two stood facing each other, and the priest smiled at the newlyweds in front of him. Mr. Mito Ryunosuke, whether poor, sick, difficult, painful, rich, healthy, happy. Are you willing to stay with Miss Garcia Alex and love her forever? Hearing this, Mito Ryunosuke smiled faintly, of course. The priest nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Alex and asked. Ms. Garcia Alex, you will marry this man, love him, and be faithful to him. No matter if he is poor or disabled, until he dies, are you willing? Alex looked at Mito Ryunosuke with tenderness in his eyes. I do. Priest. Now, in the name of God, I declare you officially husband and wife. You can now exchange rings. After a while, the ring exchange is complete. Priest. Now you may kiss your bride. The words fell. There was a thunderous sound from the audience. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Mito Ryunosuke took a step forward, hugged Alex, and thrust his hand into her red lips. The day after the wedding, the newlyweds didn't even have time to go on their honeymoon before they hurriedly boarded a private plane to the land of cherry blossoms. 2 days later, Cherry Blossom Country, advertisement. A villa. When Mito Ryunosuke pushed open the door, Masako Araki, who was wearing a white wedding dress, turned her head when she heard the sound. When she saw the person coming, she smiled sweetly. Why are you looking at me? Because you are beautiful today. Wedding venue. At this time, not only all the members of the Shinwo Sai team were present, but even their parents came with them. This night, it's a carnival for everyone. Night. It's deep. At Mito Villa, there were continuous screams, and it was not until the early morning that things quieted down. 2 days later, the three of them began their honeymoon trip around the world. A year later, they just appeared in the stadium in the beautiful country, triggering cheers from the fans. On the bench of the new fire game, As expected of Mito, even after a year of retirement, fans still want to see him play. Kai's Ryota said with a smile. Of course. Atsushi Murasakibara thought it was normal. Okay, since Mito is here to watch our game, we can't lose this one. Akashi Seijiro stood up, stretched his body, and smiled. That's natural. Let Mito see how much progress we've made in the past year. Oh, in the audience. Wow, is that the Asian boy? I really want to see him play basketball again. Yeah, why did he refuse during the All-Star game? It wasn't just the audience that was so enthusiastic. It was clearly the home game of the new fire team, but the camera was always focused on Mito, Ryunosuke and the other two. Advertisement this scene, this left many viewers who only started to like basketball this year speechless. Alliang, they have become so powerful. Alex looked at the people sweating profusely on the field, touched his bulging belly with a happy face and smiled. Of course, they all worked so hard to surpass Ryunosuke. Mito Masako also said this while touching her bulging belly. I think it's just so-so, Mito Ryunosuke said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two women said in unison, you. This game, with the arrival of Mito Ryunosuke. The new fire race is completely crazy. In the first half, the score difference was 46-1. When the whistle sounded, they won the game with a score of 115-15. Kuroko Tetsuya. We are awesome, after the game. Since the boss had returned, Hoob Shota didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and took all the players to a luxurious box. When everyone opened the door after washing up, Mito, Ryunosuke and the other two were already sitting in the main seat waiting. Mito, Alex, Araki. No, it's Coach Mito, long time no see. Himuro Tatsuya came forward and greeted him. Mizuken, I scored 42 points today. Atsushi Murasakibara walked directly in front of Mito Ryunosuke and said with a smile. My Murasakibara is still as good as ever, so let's win a trophy this year too. Mito Ryunosuke raised the corners of his mouth. Of course, we are the champions this year. Kagami Taiga suddenly yelled loudly. Kagami, are you sick? Are you responsible for scaring Mito's little baby? Tobi Shota immediately rushed to Kagami Taiga and slapped him. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, everyone laughed happily. Chapter 226 Extra 3. Time. Time flies like a bullet, and 15 years have passed since Mito Ryunosuke's wedding. In these 15 years, Shinwo Sai won its first 7 consecutive championships. Just in the 8th year, the old men of the Shinwosei collectively announced their retirement. Times have changed. The Akashi family. Father, I'm back. Looking at his son holding a basketball, Akashi Seijiro, who was reading a newspaper, raised his head and said, Tsubasa, Ace said you skipped class again and said bad things about your Uncle Mito? At this time, a beautiful foreign girl came out and looked at her son with a frown. I just went to practice. It's her fault for bothering me all the time. Akashi Tsubasa said with a pout, and next time, you don't have to play basketball anymore. I'll send you to Grandpa. Akashi Seijiro said coldly without even looking up. Yes, father. Mito Villa number 1. Mom, I'm back. At this time, Mito Ace ran up to Alex who was lying on a lazy chair with a facial mask on and said with a smile. Baby, are you back? What interesting things happened today? Alex asked, opening his eyes. No, it's just that Yi skipped class again to go to basketball practice. I tried to stop him, but he started saying bad things about Dad. How abominable. When the girl thought of this, she stamped her feet hard. So what bad things did he say about your father? Alex asked curiously. He said his father announced his retirement because he was afraid he wouldn't win the championship the following year, so he wanted to maintain his undefeated streak. Mom, is it true? Advertisement Mito Ace ran up to Alex and blinked his big round eyes. Ha ha. Hearing this, Alex held his stomach and laughed for a while before he let out a long breath. Do you think so too? Well, that's what my brothers and the others think anyway. So now my brother has been practicing like crazy, just to avoid being surpassed by Akashi and the others. Ace lowered his head and pinched the corner of his clothes. What about you? Alex didn't answer, but took off the mask and looked at his daughter seriously. Of course not. I asked Grandpa Toby and Uncle Murasakibara, and they both said that Dad is amazing, it's just. Ace's voice became increasingly quiet. But you also think that Dad is afraid of losing, so he retired immediately after winning the championship and put all the pressure on the other uncles, right? Alex asked as he sat up and placed his hands on Ace's shoulders. Yes, Mom. Ace said honestly. Then you were wrong to blame Dad. Alex sighed, thinking back to the few months when Mito Ryunosuke, after retiring, had gone back to Sakura country alone. Not only did he take back all the power his parents had at the time, but he also made the Mito group even more powerful. Her eyes were full of heartache, because, my husband was only 20 years old at that time. Don't you know how miserable it is to live alone in such a big, cold house? Bang. This scene naturally scared Mito Aya. Mito Aya was sweating all over and came to Mito Masako who was pruning branches with a basketball in her arms. Hey, if only your father could practice as hard as you did back then, that would be great. And tell your stepmother and I married him, he always came here alone. On the other side, advertisement after saying this, Mito Masako put down the scissors and walked towards the door. Well, the food is ready, go wash your hands and eat. Yes. This sentence excited the originally gentle and generous Mito Masako. You still have the nerve to cry now? Hold back your tears, otherwise I will stuff you back into my stomach. Mito Aya said while changing her shoes. Mother, I'm back. Mito Aya suddenly said loudly. It was like going back to the first time I met Mito Ryosuke. Mito Ace asked weakly, looking at the dazed Alex. Bang. Mom, what is the truth? Alex grinned when he heard this. You just live by yourself now, so why should you do anything like cooking and housework? Mito Masako looked at the boy changing his shoes in front of her and chuckled. I'm not wrong. They all said my father was afraid of not winning the championship the following year, so he chose to retire and leave the mess to his teammates. Mito Villa number 2. Masako Mito slapped her son in the face. But what I want to tell you is, your father, your grandparents had accidents since you were 5 years old. And he has been bringing you all to live in his house since Ace and I were 10 years old, under the pretext of letting us become independent. Then, of course your dad had no rivals at that time. She chopped the shoe cabinet into pieces with a single blow, then looked at her son with a sharp gaze. What did you say? Then, in the face of Mito Aya's incredulous expression, he scolded loudly. I don't know who told you these false words. Don't compare me to that coward that is my father. He washed his own clothes and cooked his own meals. He was only 5 years old at that time. Chapter 227 Extra 4, on the eve of the confrontation. 6 years have passed since the two women scolded their child. The youngest of their children is already in the first year of high school. Tokyo, Stadium, just after the end of this summer cup. When two Academy won the championship under the leadership of Mito Aya. Sudden, the broadcast on the field sounded. According to the official statistics of Soccer Country, we have counted the matches for tomorrow night's exhibition match that everyone is looking forward to. Of course, this was also done with the consent of the parties involved. As soon as the host finished speaking, a few large words appeared on the big screen above. At this moment, the so-called new Age of Miracles looked at the words with surprise. The new Age of Miracles versus the new Fire Team's main force. At this time, the host's voice sounded again. Let's look at the data below. This is the list of key players that the nation wants to see play, along with the number of votes. As the player who led his country into the NBA 20 years ago, he is deeply imprinted in everyone's memory. These dozen or so of them have surpassed any basketball player in their country's history. At the same time, it also surpasses our current most popular Mito Aya. Do you want to see them back on the court? As soon as the words fell, fierce shouts rang out in the arena. Think. There is no way any teenager who likes basketball will regard the 11 people in the new Fire tournament as their target. Only, what surprised these teenagers was that the one who ranked first in the votes was not the ace of the new Fire competition at that time, Aomine Daiki. But it is a very unfamiliar name, Mito Ryosuke. This scene, even the players from the strong schools on the field were surprised. They all looked at their coach. Kan, the coach who knew Mito Ryosuke has long retired. That's the reality. When you're away from the camera for too long, you're forgotten. Just like Mr. Chow, many young people now have begun to doubt his ability. As soon as this news came out, middle-aged people across the country were completely excited. They never thought that their former idol would actually agree to participate in this exhibition match. You know, they just voted casually before and didn't care. Advertisement after all, now Mito Ryosuke is not only the richest man in the country, but also holds a high position. What is even more unimaginable for young people is that the tickets for tomorrow night are almost all sold out. Of course, what they can't imagine is not this, but that when they return home, their elderly fathers or mothers will ask them, "Did you get the tickets?" Some young boys and girls who managed to grab tickets were blackmailed by their parents and had to watch their tickets being snatched away by their closest relatives. Only then did they understand the value of those dozen people. In particular, the one that received the most votes, Mito Ryosuke. Because, today was the day of the exhibition match, and the middle-aged people had already put up banners and held signs with the name, Mito Ryosuke, printed on them. Not only did they start wearing the new number 1 Huosei jersey, but there were even middle-aged people wearing the number 1 Yosen jersey. They all waited in front of the gymnasium early with excited looks on their faces. Even though the game was broadcast live nationwide, it still couldn't stop people from standing outside the stadium and watching on the big screen rather than watching on TV at home. 6 p.m. There are still 2.5 hours left until the exhibition match. Jinkwan Izakaya, in Buza's private room, haven't seen you for a long time. The moment Atsushi Murasakibara and Imuro Tatsuya walked into the box, everyone stood up and greeted them with a smile. After a while, everyone sat down at the table, ate hot pot, and talked about the past. Oh, I didn't expect you to agree to play. Is it for the child? Amayoshi Shoichi looked at Mito Ryosuke and smiled. Haha, Mito, you haven't played basketball in 20 years, so don't lose when the time comes. Takao Kazunari said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense and have a drink first. Mito Ryosuke smiled slightly, opened a bottle of beer and raised it up. It's a pity that our vote count is too low, so we can't go on stage. It's okay. They can't finish the game even if they drink before the game. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity Kagami can't come. He's now a coach in the beautiful country. Our starting lineup is confirmed. I wonder who will be the starting lineup for those little guys. Kai's Ryota, crying face. Why am I only 3 votes behind Midorima? Midorima Shintaro. It is God's will. Their starting lineup is Xiaoya, Shao Tsuba, Shao Midorima, Shao Aomine, and Shao Kuroko. Alex said with a smile. None of this matters. Tonight at 9 o'clock, we will face the new generation of Age of Miracles. Advertisement: this is the most powerful high school student right now. This is our last battle, so let's go all out. Aomine Daiki also raised her glass and spoke seriously. Give it your all. For a moment, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the people in front of them who supported them. Some of them looked familiar, and some recognized their own games and would go to support them. Loud dang. Cheers. The scene before them surprised them immensely. Coach, in an instant, they were surrounded by these people. Fortunately, the security guards of the gymnasium ran out and cleared a path for them. Coach, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Haha. Take-O light. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic fans, they quickly arrived at the locker room. Ha ha ha. When a dozen drunk people walked into the gymnasium. All of a sudden, the huge crowd burst into warm cheers. Cheers. I don't know who shouted, Coach. Everyone stood up quickly and said, I won't go all out. I'm afraid your child might become autistic. Thanks. Farewell to the war. We took a long car ride just to see you. You can't lose. Mito, you're still so narcissistic. They're coming. Certainly. Knight, here I come. Thank you. You've worked hard. At this time, Hubu Shota, who had just celebrated his 60th birthday, walked in with a smile on his face. Chapter 228 Extra 5 inches. The last match. 1. Lounge. Mito, you're already in your 40s, but you're still the same. You don't even give me any respect. The Minister of Revenue stroked his remaining mustache and cursed with a smile. All right, now that everyone is here, let's go on stage. Mito Ryunosuke raised his hand, interrupting the reunion. On the field, a huge crowd of spectators had already sat in the stands, ready to watch this alternation between the old and the new game. At this time, the host's voice sounded from the radio. I call this match the Dream Match. 25 years ago, they appeared on our scene. In 2 years, they showed us what a genius that only appears once in a decade is. They are the Age of Miracles. At this time, the big screen also began to play the video of Age of Miracles playing basketball when he was young. Watching these videos, the middle-aged men and women in the audience felt mixed emotions. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into thunderous applause and shouts. This scene, the new Dream Team, that was about to walk out of the tunnel was startled. As expected of you seniors, I'm already getting fired up. Aomine listened to the noise and clenched her fist excitedly. You better be careful, my dad is very strong, Murasakibara said proudly while holding the notebook. Mito Aya had a gloomy face and seemed to have a lot of worries in her heart. But, the next moment, his originally angry eyes became a little dull. Because, the radio voice sounded again. 23 years ago, he suddenly appeared. In his first match, he crushed the era known as the Era of Miracles under his feet. With his own strength, he swept the strongest team in the history of Teiko Junior High School in the first half, scoring 98 points. Not only that, but in the following year of high school, he dominated the high school basketball world. He also led Yosen High to defeat Rikuzen High, which was at its peak at the time, and became the new king. At that moment, his name had already caused many strong basketball schools to lose. It's not over yet. 22 years ago, he went to the beautiful country to play in the NCAA as a foreign player. Not only did he win the MOP, he also led Stanford University to win the championship. And, there is a statue of him at Stanford University. Wow! The host became more and more excited as he spoke, and the audience cheered more and more enthusiastically. Who the hell hired this host? Not only is he trying to suck up to the richest man, but he's also stepping on us. Advertisement Aomine Daiki has a bad temper and started cursing right away. Ha 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 ha. Don't be angry, Aomine. What I said is the truth. That is, on the court, the host's voice continued. 21 years ago, this man led the unable to fight back students of Stanford University and single-handedly defeated the top team in the United States at the time, the Dream Team. Finally, 20 years ago, he even founded the new fire tournament, bringing the Age of Miracles and the ace of the powerful schools at the time into the NBA. In the first year, he not only led the team to win the first championship. At the same time, he is also the youngest MVP and FMVP in NBA history. He is Teiko Light Mito Ryunosuke. As soon as the host finished speaking, the whole audience immediately shouted, Mito Ryunosuke, Mito Ryunosuke, Mito Ryunosuke. Mito Ryunosuke. On the big screen, an ancient video of Mito Ryunosuke's first game also appeared. Listening to the thunderous roars in the arena, Mito Ace covered his mouth in disbelief. Is Dad really that strong? Impossible. He must be trying to flatter my father. How is that possible? How could he possibly be the one to lead the new fire race to victory? Shouldn't that person be Uncle Aomine and Uncle Akashi? Yes, it must be flattery. Mito Aya listened to everyone in the venue shouting his father's name, and he refused to believe the fact, shouting in his heart with disbelief. Certainly, equally incredible are their players, the young spectators. Let us introduce the two teams. The first to enter is the Dream Team. Number 11, Kuroko XX. Number 10, Aomine XX. Number 7, Mito Aya. Number 5, Midorima XX. Number 4, Akashi Wings. There was sparse applause from the audience. Advertisement obviously, these were all applauded by young teenagers. At this moment, the host even played exciting music. Next, it's our Sakura country's basketball star. Coach, Tobi Shota. Baga. This old B****** D really never misses a chance to show off. Yes. Mito Ryosuke. Although I feel a little unhappy, I have to admit his talent. No matter which team he is on, this guy is the spiritual pillar of that team. Finally, there's our Takeo Light. Really, this old man, can he still play the game of no fixed pattern? Kensuke Fukui looked at Mito Ryosuke, who was walking at the end, and complained. Number 5, Aomine Daiki. Is this the gap between us and our father and the others? He was the first player I ever liked, Muji Tieping said helplessly. Mito Ryosuke. The host continued. Ida Kagedora and other old coaches looked at Tobi Shota, who walked in and greeted the audience with a smug look on his face, and said angrily with gritted teeth. I don't know why, even though he hasn't played basketball in 20 years, whenever he's on the court, I feel. Mito Ryosuke. Then, the exhibition match is about to begin. The audience roared with cheers that were completely different from the applause they had given the Dream Team before. The audience erupted in applause that shocked the young people, and Kenichi Okamura also looked at the field seriously. Damn it, I'm so P******D. Why isn't he dead yet? This time, the outcome is already decided. Please come on the court and warm up. Wow. Number 4, Akashi Seijiro. After saying this, number 1, Mito Ryosuke. Wakamatsu Kosuke looked at the figure with disdain. Mito, this guy is almost 40 years old, but he still seems to be the same. Mito Ryosuke. Mito Ryosuke. Next, let me introduce their starting lineup. Number 9, Atsushi Murasakibara. It's out, it's Aomine Daiki. Number 6, Midorima Shintaro. Everyone on the Dream Team clenched their fists and vowed in their hearts to give it their all. Chapter 229 Extra 6 inches. The last match, 2. To everyone's surprise, Mito Ryosuke didn't warm up like the others. He just picked up the basketball and slowly shot from various positions. But what shocked everyone was that every goal went in. Although the time of his shot was extended to 1 or 2 seconds compared to his previous quick shots, it still surprised everyone. After a while, warm-up is over. The two sides discussed tactics on the bench. At this time, Fubu Jungtai held the thermos cup with a shrewd look on his face, looked at everyone, and smiled. Old rules, play as you please, but if you can't break through the defenses of these little devils. Before he finished speaking, everyone laughed. Pass it to Mito. Now that you know everything, let's go on stage. Oh. After a while, both sides came on the court and took their respective positions. Midorima XX is terrible. Looking at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was much taller than him, he said with a sullen face. Uncle Murasakibara, please don't let me lose too badly. No way, although there are centers over 2 meters tall among today's high school students, they do not have the talent of Atsushi Murasakibara in the past. So, they had no choice but to give up the center as the starting player of their Dream Team. Oh, you are Green Boy's son? Atsushi Murasakibara asked while looking at Midorima XX. Yes. Uncle Murasakibara. Midorima XX wants to die now. The shadow of a person in the name of a tree. Although the opponent is old, he used to be the number 1 center in the NBA. I originally played power forward, but isn't this embarrassing? Not surprisingly, Atsushi Murasakibara hooked the ball lightly and the basketball came into the hands of Akashi Seijiro. The latter made a quick pass and the basketball flew into Mito Ryosuke's hands. Next scene, something happened that surprised everyone. After Akashi Seijiro passed the ball, he turned around and ran back to his own basket and took a defensive stance. Not only him, the other 3 are the same. Bang, 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 bang. Mito Ryosuke dribbled the ball and looked at his son expressionlessly. Are you here? Mito Aya didn't answer, but took a defensive stance and stared at the basketball. Ha ha ha, I'm beating my son. Seeing this, Takao Kazunari on the bench laughed like a goose. Even Alex and Mito Masako covered their mouths and laughed at the same time. On the court. Advertisement bang. The familiar sound of the ball hitting the ground resounded throughout the stadium again. Swish. The next second, Mito Aya's pupils began to tremble. Because his father F****** disappeared from his sight. Bang. When the sound of the ball hitting the target rang out again, he immediately turned his head and looked in disbelief at the father who changed direction from behind and passed Aomine XX in an instant. It's not over yet. His father dribbled the ball quickly, and in less than a second, Akashi Tsubasa was knocked down. Then, bang, Mito Aya saw her father jump from the free throw line, hold the ball with one hand, pull the bow to the fullest, and then suddenly, fly towards the basket. At last, dunked over Midorima XX. Bang, goal, crack, crack. Looking at the swaying basketball hoop, Mito Aya. No, all the young people in the audience swallowed their saliva. A look of shock. Mito Ryosuke, who had landed, stretched out his left hand and placed it on his knee to press down while jogging back to defense. Meaning, too weak, too short. Seeing this, Akashi Seijiro and others smiled helplessly, while the Dream Team and others became furious. But, wow, Mito Ryosuke, Mito Ryosuke. Mito Ryosuke. Mito Ryosuke. That's amazing. I didn't expect that after all these years, he's still so strong. Is this the dominance of the number one at that time? It's shocking. This goal instantly made the audience excited. Although I'm not happy about it, I have to say, your dad is really awesome. Midorima XX said while rubbing his aching chest. He knew that Uncle Mito had just held back his strength, otherwise he might not have been able to get up. I won't let him pass on the next ball, Mito Aya said through gritted teeth. Ball possession changes. Dream Team ball possession. Akashi Tsubasa dribbled the ball across half court and met his father. Facing his extremely serious old father, his body's instinct immediately made him pass the ball quickly to Mito Aya. Mito Aya got the ball, took a deep breath and started dribbling. Advertisement, he wants to single out his dad. Young man, I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing this, something that surprised the young people again happened. Akashi Seijiro and others had put away their defensive actions and showed curious expressions on their faces. Everyone looked at the two of them collectively. Young man, aren't they playing defense anymore? Young man. What do you mean, really, what are dad and the others doing? Murasakibara Lu said with a dissatisfied expression. On the court. Bang, 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 bang. Mito Aya started dribbling the ball, lowering her body, and instantly broke through Mito Ryunosuke from the right. When he came in front of Atsushi Murasakibara and prepared to shoot. But he found that Atsushi Murasakibara was looking at him with a heartbroken expression. Mito Aya. Bang, at this moment, the sound of a ball hitting the ground was heard behind them. Everyone reacted and looked back hurriedly. Mito Ryunosuke was seen dribbling quickly and jumping from the free throw line. He held the ball with both hands, swung it in a big circle and then hit the basketball towards the basket. Bang. Goal. Wow, Takeo no Hikari's signature two-handed windmill slam dunk. Young man. When did he steal the ball? Ha ha ha, boy, that's just the basics of Takeo no Hikari. The light of Takeo, the light of Takeo, the light of Takeo. The audience in the auditorium seemed to have returned to more than 20 years ago. They all stood up in tacit understanding and shouted collectively to the audience. Watching the figure coming down from the basket and listening to the cheers from the audience. Mito Ace clasped his hands together and placed them on his chest, muttering softly. Is this what Mom said, that Dad retired not because he was a coward, but because he really had no rivals? Brother, we were all wrong. On the court. Mito Ryunosuke walked up to his son in front of everyone, expressionless. Is that all you have? You're not even as good as Wangsai, the name of one of Mito's dogs? Stop playing ball and find a class to attend after graduation. Hearing this, Mito Aya gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and ran towards her own basket without saying a word. Aliang, really, why would you say such hurtful words to a child? Alex frowned. Ryunosuke is a man who holds grudges, and this is his son. You don't really think he doesn't know about these kids, do you? Masako Araki smiled and looked at the two men she loved most on the field. Ball possession changes. Dream Team ball possession, Chapter 230 Extra 7, end. Akashi Tsubasa just crossed half court and passed the ball to Kuroko XX. Facing Aomine Daiki's defense, he did not dare to be careless, but used several fake moves to try to break through. Didn't your father tell you that when you meet me, it's best not to take your eyes off me? Just when Kuroko XX failed to break through and began to observe the situation in the field, he heard Aomine Daiki's low moan in his ears. Bang. The basketball was stolen instantly. He just threw the basketball backwards and passed it to Midorima Shintaro. The latter aimed directly at the opponent's basket and jumped. Wow. What is that uncle doing? Here it comes. Midorima's magical skill. Three-pointer from the field. Swish. The basketball shot out from Midorima Shintaro's hands like a missile. After drawing a perfect arc in the air, it fell into the net. Swish. Goal. 3 points. This goal not only stunned the young audience. Even college basketball players were stunned. They are not on the same level at all. These uncles are all monsters. By this time, many people already knew the outcome of the game. Even all the members of the Dream Team looked helplessly at the other team's basket. After only 2 people attacked, they were already unable to resist. What if? We won't lose. Mito Aya turned to look at her lost teammates, shouted, then turned back to look at her father with a fighting look on her face. At least I won't lose to you. Beep. Game over. Score 129-0. Wow. I was saying, how could our idol lose to you little brats? Ha 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 ha. This score. What's wrong? Today is December 9th. Advertisement, on the court. Mito Ryunosuke glanced at his dazed son and daughter, then walked towards the lounge alone. Shueichin, is this too much? Atsushi Murasakibara hurriedly followed, walking behind Mito Ryunosuke and asked. If Mito hadn't requested this score, they would have definitely let the game go. But, they were all used to doing what Mito Ryunosuke asked them to do. Although Kuroko Tetsuya objected at first. After Mito Ryunosuke said, do you want your children nowadays to play only in Daxia or abroad? He stopped talking completely. 2. If you can't even handle this blow, then you might as well stop playing basketball. After all, they are not really naive enough to think that with their current high school level, they can beat the NBA championship team that has won 7 consecutive championships, right? What's more, this team has Mito Ryunosuke playing the entire game. Even if others want to let it go, it's useless, certainly. Unless Akashi Seijiro scores another own goal, but if that was the case, Mito Ryunosuke wouldn't mind spanking his dad in front of Akashi Tsubasa. On the court. Elder brother. Mito Ace slowly walked up to Mito Aya, but she had a lot of words of comfort in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. Ken. Just then, Mito Aya instantly clapped her hands on Mito Ace's shoulders. He shouted excitedly. Father is the strongest. Alex and Mito Masako, who were standing behind Mito Aya, were stunned for a moment, then smiled at each other. Advertisement: there were 7 people standing on a huge reef. Kagami Taiga is still as cheerful as ever. Everyone turned around after hearing this and looked at the black-haired old man in swimming trunks, dragging the corpse of an adult shark in his right hand. Although Kai's Ryota spoke with melancholy words, a kind smile appeared on his face. He's right. Mito is not a human, he's a monster. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded seriously, surrounded by dozens of middle-aged and elderly people. 20 years have passed since the days of exhibition matches. An island. At this moment, hear this, Aomine Daiki also said helplessly. Mito Ryunosuke, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, we are all old. Some of them were fishing, some were drinking, and some were chatting. Akashi Seijiro Unato, a powerful voice sounded behind their ears. This day. Actually, there's a lot more that could be written in the middle, and there are still a lot of so-called special effects that haven't been written yet, but since it's already here, I'll just forget about it -3. But everyone, it's really almost finished -3. Spread the flowers. Degree. No, I'm really grateful to everyone who has read this far. I originally thought that this book was just bad, so I'd speed up the process, but I didn't expect the new book to be any better, so I'm planning to finish it -3. Yeah, now forget about the formless shot. I can't even dunk it. Midorima Shintaro smiled rarely. You can't, but there's one of us who can. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that an old man like you, Murasakibara, would actually be cricketing behind Mito's back. Kuroko, look. Gentlemen, I won't go on any further. I've said it all, and it's all in vain. I need to go work on my new book. -3 finally, thank you again to everyone who has read this. I wish you instant wealth, success in all your endeavors, good health, and a happy family. Kuroko Tetsuya Zantong Dao. Well, he's not human. When did you old guys start talking bad about people behind their backs? He's not a human being. He even participated in a national weightlifting competition last week and won the championship. Extra 999 Ah. Rakunin, oh, I finally finished watching it. In the dormitory of Jongmin University in Longguo, a burly man jumped up from the bed and shouted. Author, are you sick? I'll tell you about reading novels all night long last night, and now you're disturbing our sleep. You unfilial son, if you don't have xiaolongbao and soy milk this morning, you'll die. A sickly man sleeping on the upper bunk complained. The man's face looked sick and pale, but he had a jade-like appearance. Master, you look like you've been masturbating all night. The author looked at the master, who slowly climbed out of bed with disdain. Roll. What are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed in it? The master said as he climbed down from the bed. Oh, Kuroko's fanfiction, called Kuroko. I'm a delinquent. The author replied, grabbing his butt. Tisk, I don't like watching Black and Blue, I like watching slam dunks. Before the master could finish his words, his heel slipped and he screamed. Ah, Yamadi. Careful. Just when the master was about to fall, a figure quickly picked him up like a princess in a hurry. You. The master looked at the ambiguous posture between himself and the other person and spoke in surprise. Ken, he hadn't finished speaking yet. The author put his finger on his lips and said, Shish, don't talk. You just dug your F***G a hole with that finger. Smelling the scent of the other's fingertips, the master retched. Advertisement, yes. The author said honestly, hearing this. The master's pupils dilated instantly, and he raised his trembling hand and pointed at the author. FK, knee. Ken, before he could finish his words, the master's eyes went dark and he fainted. Cherry Blossom Country. When the master woke up, it was already night. Where is this place? Looking at the rooms and furnishings around him, he was completely panicked, thinking to himself. Could it be that my unfilial son sent me to northern Myanmar to be slaughtered? Ken, before he finished observing, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his brain. Countless memories that did not belong to him rushed into his mind frantically. My sister-in-law's biological mother, Momonomiko. Before he could be surprised, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Mito Ryunosuke. Sister-in-law. Luo, formerly known as Dao no, Nana. Ding. Midorima Shintaro's physical qualities and abilities. Ding. Kuroko Tetsuya's physical qualities and abilities. As for my eldest brother, well, he's dead, I'm too lazy to tell the reason. And myself. Luo Nan. This is the Sakura country, and I have traveled to the body of a man named Luo Nan. Ding. Host. Goodbye. Advertisement. There are 5 people in this family. Ding. Akashi Seijiro's physical qualities and abilities. Brother-in-law. Momono Taro. Luo Nan is an international student from Long Country, and is fostered in his sister-in-law's home. Listening to the system's voice, Luo Nan's little head was filled with questions. Did something intrude? Is this person among the Black and Blue? An hour later, sister-in-law. Momono Taki. Ding. Mito Ryunosuke's physical qualities and abilities. Ding. Kai's Ryota's physical qualities and abilities. Ding. The system is automatically destroying. Who the hell is this? Luo Nan murmured, but before he could finish his words, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Welcome gifts are being distributed. Please choose one of the rewards. Ding. Welcome to the world of Slam Dunk. I am a disposable system. Ding. Aomine Daiki's physical qualities and abilities. The master's eyes finally regained clarity. Ding. Atsushi Murasakibara's physical fitness and abilities. Ding. Please make your choice. After you have made your choice, this system will be automatically destroyed. Ding. Kagami Taiga's physical fitness and abilities. But, after hearing the system's voice in his mind, the stunned Luo Nan finished his original words. Ding. Host selection completed. Since the system is a one-time use, it can only grant the host 50% of Mito Ryosuke's strength.